Naruto God Level System, Chapter 241-260. Chapter 241 1 vs 4 Konoha. Lord Madara, Konoha and Sunagakure have already started a war, and the villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure are also about to move, and there are signs of joining them. It is estimated that the Third Ninja War is about to start completely. White Zetsu reported to Uchiha Madara. Hey the chaotic ninja world will never stop fighting. Only infinite Tsukuyomi, in a beautiful fantasy world, can achieve true peace. Uchiha Madara sneered. But this is also our chance. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said. The current 5 countries have strong military power, and it is very difficult to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. We must take the opportunity to weaken it. With the ability of that kid Nagato, even if he has my Rinnegan, he will not be the opponent of the 5 great powers. It seems that this war, I have to intervene. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled. If you want to suppress the 5 great powers, you must have the level of power of Senju Hashirama. However, Uchiha Madara does not think Nagato can grow to this point. If the power of the 5 major countries cannot be weakened now, it will be very difficult to collect tailed beasts in the future. Did you find the pawn? I want to execute the plan. Uchiha Madara asked. This White Zetsu scratched his head. Madara-sama's requirements are too high, and it is difficult to find suitable pieces for you. Then look for it quickly, I don't have much time left. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. He could feel his current situation. Even if Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, sent his vitality, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Years. White Zetsu nodded quickly, he also knew the importance of this. I'm going to the country of water now. If there is something important, you can go to the country of water and inform me. Uchiha Madara disconnected the connecting pipe of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and stood up. Controlled 3 generations of Mizukage before, now is the time to make a difference. Madara-sama, on Hyuga-chan's side. Don't mention him again. Uchiha Madara snapped. Over the years, he had deliberately forgotten Hyuga-chan. Because every time Hyuga-chan was mentioned, he couldn't help but hate in his heart. As long as he hated, his soul would suffer boundless pain. To be honest, over the years, Uchiha Madara, who is arrogant and condescending to the world, has had a slight fear of Hyuga-chan, and he may not have noticed it himself. Uchiha Madara will never face Hyuga-chan until the spell that binds his soul is resolved. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was angry, White Zetsu quickly retreated. Uchiha Madara, who came to the land of water, controlled the 3 generations of Mizukage and sent secret letters to Iwagakure and Kumogakure villages, inviting them to deal with Konoha together. Father, the land of water has never been involved in the ninja battles, and has been hiding overseas. This time we are invited to deal with Konoha together. Will it be deceitful? Onoki's son Lois had doubts on his face. Onoki looked at the letter in his hand, shook his head and said, I don't know, but you should be careful. Our country of land used to have enmity with the country of water. Don't respond to them for the time being, just observe it first. Once the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage perished together, but the 2 villages forged a big feud. So Onoki did not dare to agree easily at this time. What if Kurigakure village and Konoha village join forces to deal with them together? Unlike Onoki, the 3rd generation of Reikage, who received the invitation of the 3rd generation of Mizukage, was very happy. Ha ha ha, it seems that God is going to destroy Konoha, and the people in Kurigakure village can't sit still. It seems that we have a chance to take revenge. 3 generations of Reikage laughed. Their Kumogakure village and Kurigakure village have no conflict, so there is no need for Kurigakure village to pit them, so this alliance request should be true. 3 generations of Reikage, without a word, form an ally with the village of Kurigakure and fight against Konoha together. Of course, the 3rd generation of Reikage is not stupid. He said that the village of Kurigakure must take action first, and then the village of Kumogakure will do it. And the 3 generations of Mizukage, controlled by Uchiha Madara, also directly agreed. Anyway, the purpose of Uchiha Madara is to weaken the strength of the ninja world, including the strength of the village of Kurigakure, so it doesn't matter whether it is the first to act. Other side, Sunagakure village, which had been at war with Konoha, also sent an alliance request to Iwagakure village. This time Onoki did not refuse, and he and Sunagakure village are also old allies, but at the end of the Second Ninja War, Sunagakure village was pitted by Onoki. But it wasn't Onoki's intention, it was all shameless guys from Kumogakure village. In this way, the villages of Kumogakure and Kurigakure formed an alliance, and the villages of Sunagakure and Iwagakure formed an alliance to fight against Konoha together. Konoha went 1 against 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the sky was about to fall when he learned that the 3 villages of Kurigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure attacked them together. If it's a one-on-one match against any village, Konoha is sure to win. If it's a 1-to-2 match, Konoha will be a little tougher, but Sarutobi Hiruzen already believes they can win. But with 1 against 3, Konoha will be crushed and beaten, and with 1 against 4, this is the rhythm of ascending to the sky. Receiving the news overnight, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair was more than half white. Summoning Danzo and the others to discuss, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched 2 families, Uchiha and Hyuga, to stop Kurigakure. Let Danzo and Namikaze Minato, who have already made some reputations, go to resist Kumogakure, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not sit in Konoha and personally led people to the battlefield against Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Orochimaru and Jiraiya can't stop the union of the 2 villages at all, and he must go to the town. For a while, the whole Konoha came out, just about to send the newly graduated genin to the battlefield. At this time, Konoha was several times more difficult than the Second Ninja World War. Tool store, Hyuga-chen watched the ninjas who were buying ninja gear wantonly, smiling from ear to ear. War is good. In a normal year, you can't sell so much money. Hyuga-chen looked at the room full of money with excitement. Kurenai Yuhi's 4 girls looked at Hyuga-chen with black lines all over their heads. They really didn't understand why Hyuga-chen liked money so much. Actually, it's not that I like money, it's that your wife is too prodigal. Hyuga-chen reached out and rubbed the hair of the 4 girls. The legendary Sanin, Tsunade-sama, Nohara Rin's eyes sparkled. Yes, you met when she came to Konoha a year ago. Hyuga-chen nodded. I want to become a powerful character like Tsunade-sama in the future. Tsunade-sama is the strongest female ninja. Kurenai Yuhi had a fighting spirit on his face. Hyuga-chen was slightly stunned. In fact, the strongest female ninja in the entire ninja world is really not Tsunade, not to mention the big boss Otsutsuki Kagaya, even Makoto is stronger than Tsunade. With the help of Hyuga-chen, Makoto's eternal Mangekyo evolved into Rinnegan, stronger than Tsunade who ate the quake fruit. Even Kushina is stronger than Tsunade, because Kushina learned Mokuden, wood style, which makes Tsunade very depressed. She has studied Mokuden, wood style, for a long time and has not learned Mokuden, wood style, but Kushina has successfully integrated Mokuden, wood style, with ease, which is simply unreasonable. Chapter 242 Black-Hearted Businessman, Hyuga-chen. After a busy afternoon at the ninja shop, Enko was quite depressed. She became a ninja not to sell things, but to be famous in the ninja world. Isn't it a waste of her strength to sell ninja gear here? Hyuga-chen glanced at Enko. The little girl had no scheming, and all her thoughts were written on her face. Hyuga-chen also understood Enko's character and of course knew what she wanted to do. Don't come here tomorrow, Hyuga-chen said softly. Why, could it be that we annoyed you, teacher? Azuki Yugao asked hastily. No, you can see your strength in the ninja world now, go out and experience it. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. The 4 women's faces were startled, and then they showed excited smiles. It could be seen that they all wanted to leave Konoha to have a look. Teacher, are you with us? Nohara Rin asked. Hyuga-chen rubbed Nohara Rin's hair and said, this is your experience, what am I going to do? Oh, Nohara Rin showed a disappointed expression on her face. Then let's go, what do you do, teacher? Kurenai Yuhi asked. Do I still need you little girls to worry? If you don't want to go out, then accompany me to sell ninja tools here. Hyuga Chen reached out and squeezed Kurenai Yuhi's cheeks on both sides. Kurenai Yuhi made a Yuhi face, opened Hyuga Chen's hand angrily, puffed up his cheeks and said, Stinky teacher, you know how to bully me. You are my disciple, what's wrong with me bullying you? Hyuga Chen's expression was taken for granted. If accepting disciples is not for bullying, then what's the point? If Kurenai Yuhi and the others knew what Hyuga Chen was thinking, they would definitely cut him into pieces. You walk in the ninja world, don't lose my face. If you meet someone who can't be beaten, don't report my name. I can't afford to lose that person. If you can beat him, remember to humiliate him after defeating him, then report my name and tell him that you are my disciples taught by Hyuga-chen. Hyuga Chen told the 4 girls with a serious face. The 4 little girls turned to Yuhi by the words of Hyuga-chen, is this really their teacher? Why such a bastard? Let's go, ignore him. Kurenai Yuhi angrily pulled the little sister away. Looking at the 4 little girls who left, Hyuga Chen chuckled lightly. It is estimated that I won't see them for a long time in the future, and I'm still a little reluctant to give up. Hyuga Chen sighed inexplicably. If I really miss them, I can totally go and see them. Hyuga Chen shook his head, feeling that his inexplicable emotion just now was funny. Just as Hyuga Chen was about to close the door, a gloomy kid walked in. Eunuch Asuma. Ah, no, it's Sarutobi Asuma. What do you want? Hyuga-chen greeted warmly. Asuma, who was originally gloomy, became even gloomier when he heard Hyuga-chen's words about the eunuch Asuma. There are no eunuchs in the Japanese country, but this does not mean that there is no such thing as eunuchs in the Hokage world, so Asuma certainly understands the meaning of eunuchs. If it wasn't for his father Sarutobi Hiruzen, who told Wanwan to tell him not to provoke Hyuga-chen, he would definitely fight with Hyuga-chen. To be honest, Hyuga-chen is one of the most hated people in Sarutobi Asuma's life, and the number one is Uchiha Obito, who turned him into a eunuch. Next is Hyuga-chen's little apprentices, and then Hyuga-chen. As for why Sarutobi Asuma hated Hyuga-chen's apprentices, it was entirely because Kurenai Yuhi, Enko and the others were quick to talk and spread the news that Sarutobi Asuma was beaten by Uchiha Obito as an eunuch. This makes Sarutobi Asuma despised all these years, and naturally hates them, especially Kurenai Yuhi, who he once liked. If Asuma hates Obito the most, then Kurenai Yuhi is the second. As the teacher of Kurenai Yuhi and the others, he was also hated by Sarutobi Asuma, not to mention that he didn't have a good impression of Hyuga-chen. Sarutobi Asuma said nothing, took what he needed on the shelf, and paid to leave. If it weren't for the war, the major ninja stores were swept away, and the entire Konoha only had goods from Hyuga-chen, and he would not come to Hyuga-chen to buy ninja tools. After Sarutobi Asuma left, Hyuga-chen touched his chin and thought about it, then raised the price of the ninja tool 10 times. Even people who hate him go to him to buy ninja tools, it must be sold out elsewhere. If he doesn't take the opportunity to raise the price at such a time, then he is not Hyuga-chen, a black-hearted businessman. Am I making a fortune from war? Hyuga-chen asked himself. Hyuga-chen, who originally wanted to close the door, also came with mental power. Now what is the door closed, take the opportunity to make a lot of money and talk about it. Boss, you kunai 10,000 too, are you robbing money? A chunin who came to buy kunai roared angrily. What a roar, if you want to buy it, if you don't buy it, get out. You, chunin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, he was about to go to the battlefield, could he not buy it? If he doesn't buy ninja gear, will he fight with his fists? So this chunin took a few kunai with a dark face and left angrily. Originally, he wanted to buy some detonating charms. Looking at the prices of these kunai and shuriken now, he knew that the detonating talisman was not something he could afford. This guy is a little poor. Hyuga-chan looked at Chunin, who was leaving with 3 kunai, with contempt in his eyes. Afterwards, many more people came to buy ninja tools, but all of them were frightened by the price, and the price suddenly increased tenfold, which was to treat them as pigs. But there is no way, other ninja shops are out of stock, so I can only recognize it with my nose. However, the name of Hyuga-chan, a black-hearted businessman, spread all over Konoha in just a few hours. Kakashi, you get what you get for every penny. There is a reason why my ninja tools are expensive here. Hyuga-chan was entertaining Kakashi, an acquaintance at this time. Give me 10 kunai, and then 3 more detonating charms. Kakashi's cold face showed a hint of distress. Originally there were 3,000 detonating talismans, but now it has been doubled, and 3 detonating 1.6 talismans are 90,000 taels. Knew that Hyuga-chan was killing people, but Hatake Kakashi couldn't do anything about it. After taking the detonating charm, Kakashi went out with a blank face. He swore that he would never come to this store again. After going out, Kakashi threw the 3 kunai to Obito. This is the kunai you want. Each kunai is 10,000 taels, and 3 kunai is 30,000 taels. Hurry up and give the money. Hatake Kakashi said coldly. What? Hatake Kakashi, you are killing me like a pig. Uchiha Obito was so angry that he could buy 30 kunai with all the money. It was the same price when I bought it. If you don't believe me, go to the ninja shop. Kakashi said with a frown. Forget it, 30,000 is 30,000. Uchiha Obito said, he didn't want to see the hateful guy Hyuga-chan, or he wouldn't let Kakashi buy it for him. Chapter 243 Obito becomes gay. The next morning, Kurenai Yuhi, Mitarashi Anko, Nohara Rin, and Azuki Yugao came to look for Hyuga-chan. Didn't I tell you not to use it? Do you want to accompany me to sell ninja tools here? Hyuga-chan looked at the 4th daughter and said. We are here to say goodbye to you. Who likes to accompany you to sell ninja tools here? I heard that you have increased the price of ninja tools tenfold, and many people jointly reported that you illegally raised the price. Kurenai Yuhi vomited tongue out. Report. Then let them report it. I don't care anyway, Hyuga-chan said lightly. Hyuga-chan decided that based on their reports, the price will be doubled in a while, and if you have the ability, don't buy it. If you have nothing else to do, just go. Hyuga-chan waved to the 4 girls. Why do you feel like you're driving us away? Kurenai Yuhi looked depressed. Then we'll leave, teacher, you have to take care. Nohara Rin smiled sweetly, with a little reluctance in his eyes. Aren't you going to show us off as a teacher? Anko asked. It's just you. Hyuga-chan glared at Anko, but didn't refuse, and sent them to the outside of Konoha village. Looking at the backs of the 4 girls leaving, Hyuga-chan did not worry about their safety. As early as before, Hyuga-chan had left a transcription seal on them, Gao Tianyuan, so their lives would not be in danger. When he turned to go back, Hyuga-chan happened to see Kakashi and Obito, and there was an unknown person beside them, who should be a member of their team. Without Nohara Rin, they were also assigned to Namikaze Minato to guide Jonin, but now Namikaze Minato has gone to the battlefield, so now the Captain Kakashi leads the class. Just don't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned Obito to the Minato class. Is it because Namikaze Minato's mission is dangerous and wants Obito to die in the mission? This is to avenge Asuma's revenge for cutting off his sons and grandsons. Yo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again. Hyuga-chen greeted Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Hyuga-chen, then walked away without saying a word. It's really embarrassing for me. Hyuga-chen took back his greeting hand and said lightly. Obito glared at Hyuga-chen with hatred in his eyes. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be able to get close to Rin. 1 or 2, it's really a face for you. Hyuga-chen's eyes wavered. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito suddenly stopped and fell into a sluggishness. Humph. Hyuga-chen snorted coldly. You made me feel bad, and I won't make you feel better. she glanced at them lightly, and then Hyuga-chan returned to the ninja shop. Kakashi and Obito's teammates looked at Hyuga Tatsu shiveringly, and he breathed a sigh of relief when Hyuga Tatsu walked away. Hyuga-chan just now made him breathless and felt like he was about to die. At this time, he looked at Kakashi and Obito, saw their dull eyes, and hurried over. "Obito, Captain Kakashi, what's the matter with you?" Panasonic hurriedly shouted. No matter how he shouted, he didn't see any movement from the two of them, and he still looked sluggish. At this time, Panasonic didn't understand how they got into the demonic illusion. Panasonic quickly used the method of disarming the demonic illusion learned at the ninja school, and wanted to help them disarm the demonic illusion. However, there was no effect at all. In the end, Matsushita was ruthless and took out Kunwu and stabbed them twice on their arms. The intense pain awakened the two of them, and Kakashi turned pale and sat on the ground all of a sudden. Obito's eyes turned bloody, and a black tadpole-like Tomo slowly turned. Uchiha Obito opened Sharingan because of Hyuga-chan's demonic illusion, but it's just a Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi was lying on the cold ground with his eyes closed, and his heart was very restless at this time. He didn't expect to be hit by demonic illusion in silence, and if the other party wanted to kill him, he'd already be dead. Just thinking about it, Kakashi's back was soaked with cold sweat. "Captain Kakashi, Obito, hurry up and bandage your wounds. I'm sorry, I stabbed you as a last resort." Panasonic apologized to the two of them. "I don't blame you, but thank you for helping me get rid of demonic illusion." Kakashi's icy tone was restrained. After all, Panasonic had just helped him, and Kakashi was not someone who didn't know what to do. "Thank you, Panasonic." Obito closed the Sharingan and thanked Panasonic. At the same time, a strange light flashed in Obito's eyes, and when Panasonic came into contact with the strange light in Obito's eyes, his whole body shuddered. "Obito, why are you staring at me all the time?" Panasonic said awkwardly. He felt Obito's fiery gaze as if it was going to swallow him. "He's a man, not a woman. Obito looks at him like this, shouldn't he be eccentric?" Panasonic decided to stay away from Obito in the future. This guy probably likes men. In fact, Panasonic really didn't think it was wrong. Now Uchiha Obito looks at Panasonic, and the more he looks, the more he feels. He felt as if he had gone astray before. The same sex is true love, and all the opposite sex should go to hell. Then Obito looked at Kakashi. His eyes became even hotter, as if he was looking at a big beauty. This gaze was so lethal that even Kakashi couldn't bear it. "Uchiha Obito, put away your dirty eyes," Hatake Kakashi said angrily. Seeing Kakashi annoyed, Uchiha Obito quickly withdrew his fiery gaze, but still looked at Kakashi secretly, wanting to take off Kakashi's mask and see Kakashi's true face. With Kakashi's sharpness, how could he not see that Uchiha Obito was secretly looking at him? His fists clenched tightly, and he really wanted to punch Obito in the face 100. ... With a faint smile on Hyuga-chan's face, Uchiha Obito will change his sexual orientation. Naturally it is related to him. Because of Uchiha Obito's resentful eyes, Hyuga-chan was very upset, so Hyuga-chan used Koto Amatsukami on him to permanently change his mind and will, making him a great gay man. It has to be said that the demonic illusion of Koto Amatsukami is indeed very powerful, and there are not many people in the entire ninja world who can resist Koto Amatsukami. Changing Uchiha Obito's sexual orientation is just a whim of Hyuga-chan's bad taste. Back at the ninja tool store, Hyuga-chan doubled the price of the ninja tools again. The current price of ninja tools is 20 times what it was before the price increase. Those ninjas who came to buy ninja gear wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood when they saw the price. Is this kunai made of special materials? The price is so expensive. To protest to Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, who are temporarily in charge of the village, and demand that Hyuga-chan's black shop be closed. However, as Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane who know Hyuga-chan's strength, they dare not close Hyuga-chan's ninja shop. Open one eye, close one eye, and pretend that you don't see the protests of those ninjas, and they can't control other people's stores, and they can sell as much as they want. During the Ninja World War, it was normal for consumables such as ninja tools to increase in price, but the price increase of Hyuga-chen was too exaggerated, so it attracted the dissatisfaction of many ninjas. Chapter 244 Muramameru. Where are we going? Walking out of Konoha, Nohara Rin asked at a loss. The first time they left Konoha, they didn't have any goals, just headless flies that didn't know where to fly. I don't know about this either. It's my first time leaving Konoha. By the way, did you bring a map? Kurenai Yuhi asked hurriedly. Quote. Silence, no one spoke. This is embarrassing. For those who have never left Konoha, not having a map is the most deadly. For those who have never been out of Konoha, they almost rely on a map to get out, or they may go to the remote mountains and old forests. Why don't we go back? We didn't leave Konoha very far anyway. We can go back in half an hour, Azuki Yugao suggested. No, Enko directly rejected it, and went back not long after coming out. If their unscrupulous teacher knew about it, how would they laugh at them? Let's go ask someone, and when we get to a town, buy a map. Okay, just do as Yuhi said, otherwise we'll go back now, it's a shame. Enko grabbed Kurenai Yuhi's arm and said quickly. Then where do we go to ask someone for directions? It's deserted here. Go forward first, as long as you go down, you will always meet people. Kurenai Yuhi said. So a group of little confused people embarked on a journey to find someone to ask for directions. Fortunately, they were lucky, and there was a small village not far ahead. Buy a map in a small village. Although this map is very simple, they can also get a general understanding of some places. The teacher said, let's kill some bandits first to exercise our mood, or let's kill bandits and punish evil and promote good. Enko said excitedly, holding the map. Although teachers are sometimes unreliable, they can never make mistakes in teaching us. How about that? I think it's true that you want to be famous. Kurenai Yuhi saw Enko's careful thinking at a glance, punishing evil and promoting good. Let alone Enko. It's okay to kill bandits, the question is, do you really have bandits? Azuki Yugao wiped the treasured sword in his hand. This sword has a resounding name, that is Murasama. That's right, this sword is Murasama Maru, which Hyuga Tatsu found when he asked White Zetsu to look for a famous sword. Muramameru. When this sword is drawn out to kill, water will flow out from the blade with murderous intent to wash away the blood. This situation is like Murasama cleaning leaves, so it is called Murasama Maru. After Hyuga-chan got it, he gave it to Azuki Yugao as a gift to Azuki Yugao. Maru has never seen blood in Azuki Yugao's hands, and Azuki Yugao can't wait to let Muramame Maru see blood. A swordsman who has never seen blood is not a real swordsman at all. I've already inquired about this. More than 50 miles to the west, there is a group of bandits. They seem to be very powerful. Enko looked at the three girls proudly, his eyes seemed to say, come and praise me. Is what you've heard true? Kurenai Yuhi asked suspiciously instead of praising Enko. After all, in their eyes, Enko is just as unreliable as their unscrupulous teacher, and they don't trust Enko's ability very much. Humph. Enko turned his head angrily, which was really shocking. Enko, we're just asking for clarity. What if you're deceived and it's fake news? Nohara Rin patted Enko's shoulder and said softly. I've asked several people, how could it be wrong? Enko's tone was still dissatisfied, and he didn't believe her, which was really annoying. Then listen to Enko. We don't have a destination anyway. It doesn't matter if there are no bandits, Kurenai Yuhi said. Enko is very dissatisfied with Kurenai Yuhi's words, and he still doesn't believe her. Don't believe me, wait until later to see how I slap you in the face. Enko whispered, because the voice was too low, so Kurenai Yuhi and the others did not hear. 50 miles to the west, there is indeed a big mountain. This big mountain is called Evil Wolf Peak. It is very tall and steep, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although it's useless for powerful ninjas, it's really good at defending against ordinary people. Although in the world of ninjas, ninjas are the mainstream, but this does not mean that there is no ordinary army. The main goal of the army of the Country of Fire is to eliminate these bandits and ensure the peace of the Country of Fire. There is indeed a group of bandits on this mountain, and the leader is an elite chunin, a missing nin from Konoha. This guy is called Yanmu. After he betrayed the village, he gathered a group of gangsters who had nothing to do and became a bandit. And this guy still has a brain. Facing the army of the Country of Fire, he has never personally shot, nor has he done too much. Therefore, it did not attract the attention of Konoha, and the development was okay. But this time his good days have come to an end, and Anko, who wants to be famous in the ninja world, is now thinking about how to kill them and let his reputation spread. See, that's the bandit's lair. Anko pinched his waist with a tsundere look on his face. From below, for those with strong eyesight, they could still clearly see the bandit lair built halfway up the mountain. How do we deal with them? Kill them directly, or wait for a sneak attack at night? Azuki Yugao didn't care about Anko, but asked Kurenai Yuhi. Anko was annoyed and didn't speak. Most of the bandits are ordinary people, and their strength is not too strong. Let's kill them directly. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi had changed into a battle suit. For the first time facing the enemy, they were actually very nervous, especially since they were all girls. Then go straight up. Azuki Yugao clenched Muramameru tightly, jumped up, and rushed towards the top of the mountain. The steep mountain was as flat as walking on the ground. It's too impatient. Kurenai Yuhi hurriedly followed, afraid that Azuki Yugao would make a mistake by himself. Anko and Nohara Rin also followed, fast, without making a sound like a ghost. Soon they came to the middle of the mountain. This is the cottage built by the bandits, and it is the only place in this mountain where a cottage can be built. Kill! Azuki Yugao shouted, giving himself courage, and then Muramameru unsheathed instantly. A silver light flashed, and the guarding bandit fell. The blade magically appeared clear water, washing away all the blood stains. Azuki Yugao's face turned pale. It was the first time to kill someone. If she didn't have any fear in her heart, it would be impossible. Kurenai Yuhi, Anko, and Nohara Rin, who rushed up together, were stunned when they saw several bodies lying on the ground, covering their mouths and retching. The enemy has been alerted. Solve the enemy first. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Azuki Yugao shouted loudly. In terms of psychological quality, Azuki Yugao is better. The first thing to learn swordsmanship is to have a firm will. Azuki Yugao's voice also made Nohara Rin and the others sober up from their discomfort, then took out kunai and looked at the bandits surrounding him. Chapter 245 Kill the Bandit. You actually dare to kill our brothers. A bandit who looked like a small leader was instantly furious and was about to rush up immediately. However, compared to this brainless little leader, there are still people with some brains among the bandits. A thin bandit quickly grabbed the leader. Boss, they are ninjas, we can't beat them. The thin bandit pointed at the forehead guards on Azuki Yugao's heads. The little leader's forehead instantly left a cold sweat. Although he is good among ordinary people, he is simply a food delivery in the face of ninjas. Boss, you are overthinking it. Although they are ninjas, you can see how powerful they are when you look at their age. They are all little girls. That's right, how strong these 4 little girls can be. Seeing how good they are, if you arrest them and present them to the boss, you might get the boss's reward. The instigation of the bandit behind made the little leader's reason occupied by greed. The thin bandit opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. I'm so pissed off, it's just a bunch of bandits. Anko's body trembled with anger. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. With a group of bandits who are ordinary people, it is natural that they cannot escape Anko's ninjutsu. The ninjutsu powerful enough to break the tree hit people, and those bandits died on the spot. I must kill these bandits. Anko, with 247 anger flashing in his eyes, killed the bandits' cottage. Everywhere it went, it was on fire. I didn't expect Anko to have such a fierce side. Nohara Rin embarrassedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. She was like this, like a tomboy, and we followed. Anko was inexperienced, and I was afraid she would be tricked by bandits. Kurenai Yuhi hurriedly followed. However, Kurenai Yuhi thought too much, and directly swept these ordinary bandits with Anko's strength. Kurenai Yuhi follows behind, and uses demonic illusion to deal with missing fish. The whole cottage was screaming, which naturally alarmed the leader of the bandit, Yanmu. Looking at the firelight outside, Yanmu looked gloomy. Could it be that the people from Konoha found me and came to get rid of me? Whether you want to get rid of me or not, I, Yanmu, are not easy to bully. Picking up the ninja knife on the side, Yanmu rushed out. Looking at the 4 little girls outside, Yanmu was stunned, and then he was furious, and boundless anger welled up in his heart. Konoha sent you all to deal with me, are you looking down on me? Yanmu asked gloomily. What? Kurenai Yuhi and the others all had question marks on their faces, not understanding what this guy was talking about. Death to me. Yanmu, angry at being looked down upon, pulled out his ninja sword and slashed towards Kurenai Yuhi. Just when Kurenai Yuhi was about to shoot, Azuki Yugao pulled out Murakami Maru and blocked Yanmu's knife. What? Actually blocked it? Yanmu couldn't believe it. This group of genin who just graduated, could actually block his full blow. At this time, Azuki Yugao kicked the stunned Yanmu violently, and the unprepared Yanmu was kicked and flew out, breaking several rooms. Should be dead. Azuki Yugao put away Muramameru. She didn't keep her hand, and a big stone could be broken. No, I can sense that he is still alive. Nohara Rin said. I didn't expect that you guys really have 2 strokes. No wonder you dare to come to trouble me, but today you are all sure to die, and no one can save you. Yanmu roared angrily. If it wasn't for the special armor he wore, even if he didn't get kicked to death, he would have lost all combat effectiveness. This made Yanmu angry at the same time, but he was also very afraid, and almost went to see the 6 Paths Immortal. He's a ninja, and Konoha's missing nin. Kurenai Yuhi looked at the ninja forehead with a scratched ninja strapped to his arm. Good ninja. I haven't fought a real ninja yet. Leave this guy to me. Anko's eyes flashed eagerly. No, leave it to me. Azuki Yugao didn't give Anko a chance to refute, and used the blinking technique to come to Yanmu. Thunderbolt slash. Thunder flashed on Azuki Yugao, and Muramameru was completely wrapped in thunder, like a fleeting flash of lightning, slashing towards Yanmu. Yanmu was in a cold sweat, unable to escape, absolutely unable to escape. Under Yanmu's dull and desperate gaze, Muramameru split his body in half, and the blazing thunder turned his body into coke. This, so, weak. Azuki Yugao, who still maintained his sword-wielding posture, had a slightly dull expression. NT the teacher say that missing nin is strong. How could this guy be hacked to death with 1 knife? Azuki Yugao thought he would go through a big battle. Didn't the liar teacher say that missing nin is strong? That's also called strong. While Anko despised Yanmu who was hacked to death, he also didn't forget to take Hyuga-chen with him. If Hyuga-chen is here, Anko will definitely know what it means to respect teachers and respect Taoism. And Hyuga-chen is right, can there be no 2 brushes that can be missing nin? Although this Yanmu is an elite chunin, but in general, Jonin in particular, may not be able to kill him. But Azuki Yugao's strength is Jonin, plus the swordsmanship taught by Hyuga-chen, even if the elite Jonin doesn't pay attention, he will be killed with a single knife. Although she lacks combat experience, but the strength is so different, do you still need combat experience? Seeing that the boss was killed by a knife, the bandits hurriedly fled, wishing they could grow a few more legs. Seeing these bandits escape, of course Azuki Yugao and the others will not let them go, including Nohara Rin, a gentle and kind girl, who also ruthlessly kills them. On the first day as Hyuga Tatsu's students, Hyuga Tatsu taught them not to be soft on the enemy. What kind of teacher will teach what kind of apprentice? A few little lowly are ruthless. Soon, after all the bandits were eliminated, a group of old and weak women and children remained on the entire mountain. What did they do? Kill them all. Kurenai Yuhi sat on the ground, his face slightly pale. There were more than 100 bandits in the whole mountain, and now they have all killed them, and the scene was like a river of blood. The teacher told us that if we want to kill all these people, let's kill them all. Anko's face slammed, looking at those old and young who looked at them with fear and hatred. No, we were taken up the mountain by those bandits, please let us go. One of the women knelt down and begged for mercy. Otherwise, let's let them go. Nohara Rin whispered, she looked a little pitiful for these people. The women looked at each other, and finally let these old and weak women and children go. After all, they are only 10-year-old girls, they can't be as indifferent as Hyuga-chen. Although they were spared, there were not many people who were grateful to them. Some even looked at them angrily with hatred in their eyes. Most of these people were the family members of the bandits. Their eyes are so hateful, I really want to kill them all. Anko frowned as he felt the malicious stare. Forget it, it's just a group of ordinary people. Kurenai Yuhi shook his head. 246 Namikaze Minatov's 3 Generations Reikage. If it wasn't for the teacher who often used demonic illusion to show me this scene, I'd probably faint now. Nohara Rin said with a wry smile. The corpses with their eyes wide open and they were dying, plus the smell of blood in the air, and the smell of burning corpses, made the 4 girls almost nauseous. Let's leave first. Kurenai Yuhi stood up with his body propped up, his pale complexion getting better, a lot. Yes, leave quickly, this smell is really unbearable. Anko made a retching expression, she felt that she might not be able to eat for a few days. Anko, take care of the body. Yeah, Anko nodded, using Doden, Earth-style, swamp of the underworld to sink all the corpses to the ground. After doing all this, the 4 girls went down the mountain together. The distant battlefield of Kumogakure village, 3 generations of Reikage stood in the center of the battlefield and shouted, Danzo, all of you Konoha are cowards, come out and fight against my Kumogakure village. Danzo's face was blue and purple, looking at the 3 generations of Reikage in the distance, he could not wait to bite him to death. Danzo-sama, if we don't fight, I'm afraid our Konoha's morale will be weakened, which is very bad for us. Namikaze Minato said with a worried look. Danzo glanced at him, and then said coldly, then go and fight that muscle-brained idiot of the 3rd generation Reikage. Namikaze Minato looked embarrassed. It's not that he didn't fight the 3rd Reikage, but his attack couldn't break the defense of the 3rd Reikage. If it wasn't for his space ninjutsu, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. 3rd generation of Reikage is a big mountain pressing on them, and this guy's combat power is definitely super Kage level. Fortunately, the 3rd generation of Reikage does not have any super wide range of ninjutsu, otherwise Konoha would really cry. Namikaze Minato, if you can break the defense of the 3rd generation Reikage, can you beat him? Danzo looked at Namikaze Minato and asked seriously. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. After a long time, Namikaze Minato said, I'm not sure either, it needs to be played to find out. That's good. Danzo took out a lightsaber from the sealed scroll. This lightsaber is the Tiankong Cloud Sword, the one that Hyuga-chen sold to Sarutobi Asuma, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gave it to Danzo to use before Danzo set off. Although the myth of the strongest spear and the strongest shield of the 3 generations of Reikage, this second ninja war has been broken by Hyuga-chen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to underestimate the 3 generations of Reikage. He had also heard Hitaki Sakumo describe the strength of the 3rd generation Reikage, and even Hitaki Sakumo's swordsmanship could not break through the defense of the 3rd generation Reikage. So Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Danzo the sword of light that could cut through everything. This is... Namikaze Minato looked at Danzo suspiciously. This is the sword of Hyuga-chen's condensed light. It can easily cut through anything, and the 3 generations of Reikage can't stop it. Danzo said lightly. The sword condensed by Chen. Hope you take this sword and be able to defeat the 3 generations of Reikage. Danzo handed the Amika's cloud sword to Namikaze Minato. As for why Danzo didn't take the sword himself and go to fight the 3 generations of Reikage. Without him, I am afraid of death. 3rd generation of Reikage is too strong. Danzo dare not fight him, and even if Danzo is holding the Tiankong cloud sword, he is still delivering food, and the speed cannot keep up. Even the strongest weapon is useless, because he can't hit anyone. Namikaze Minato reached out and took the Tiankong cloud sword. The tip of the blade touched the ground lightly, and the ground split open with a long opening. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank, and he secretly said, "It's really sharp. With this sword, even if I can't defeat the 3rd generation Reikage, I have the confidence to fight him." Namikaze Minato's expression was firm. Danzo glanced at Namikaze Minato and said, "This is the best." Dozens of ninjas are summoned, and Namikaze Minato gives them the specially made Hiraishin kunai. Throw these kunai without aiming at the 3rd Reikage. Namikaze Minato ordered. Only by relying on the space ninjutsu of Hiraishin, he can fight the 3rd generation Reikage, otherwise he can't fight at all. Looking at the projectile kunai, the 3rd generation Reikage frowned. In fact, he also had a headache for Hiraishin's ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato is like a slippery loach. No matter how fast his attack speed is, he will be avoided by Namikaze Minato in a close call. Destroy these kunai directly, I'll see what you do. The 3rd generation of Reikage was wrapped in thunder and wanted to destroy these kunai. Namikaze Minato watched the movements of the 3rd Reikage, and his heart became anxious. Although his kunai was specially made, it could not stop the destruction of the 3rd Reikage. He disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind the 3rd generation Reikage. As early as in the previous battle, he had left the Hiraishin spell on the 3rd generation Reikage. The Amakusa cloud sword, which bloomed with golden brilliance, slashed towards the back of the 3rd Reikage. The 3rd generation of Reikage, who was going to destroy Hiraishin kunai, suddenly felt a life and death crisis. The battle-hardened 3 generation Reikage is very decisive, using Raiden Thunder style to stimulate the body's cells to move forward at an extraordinary speed. Although the 3rd generation Reikage was very decisive and fast, he still did not completely avoid it, and Tiankong Yunjian left a deep wound on his back. The fiery tingling came from behind, stimulating the spirit of the 3rd generation Reikage. Fortunately, the 3rd generation Reikage was firm and unaffected by the pain. Although the 3rd Reikage was not killed, Namikaze Minato was satisfied with the damage to him. Not staying put, Namikaze Minato immediately used Hiraishin to stay away from the 3rd generation Reikage, preventing him from suddenly attacking. Now Namikaze Minato is an assassin with extremely high speed and attack. Although it looks very powerful, if the 3rd generation Reikage seizes the opportunity, Namikaze Minato will definitely die. "Father, are you alright?" I immediately came to the 3rd generation of Reikage. "It's okay, be careful, that knife is very strong." 3 generations of Reikage exhaled sharply and said cautiously. "Father, don't you think that light knife is similar to the light bullet used by Hyuga-chen?" After Ai's reminder, the 3 generations of Reikage also reacted, and they are really very similar. "This knife is related to Hyuga-chen?" 3 generations of Reikage asked in a deep voice. Namikaze Minato didn't hide either, nodding silently. 3 generations of Reikage were Yuhi, and the hatred between them Kumogakure village and Hyuga-chen was inseparable. "Give me death, stab from hell." 4 copies of the hand. The 3rd generation Reikage turned into a lightning bolt, so fast that even Namikaze Minato almost didn't react. The strongest ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Reikage, and Namikaze Minato's forehead fell with cold sweat, and he was almost penetrated by the 3 generations of Reikage. At this time, Namikaze Minato's expression became solemn. After learning Hiraishin, Namikaze Minato was proud in his heart, and now the 3 generations of Reikage directly broke his pride. Generation Reikage is so fast that he hardly even has time to activate Hiraishin. Chapter 247 Konoha showing a disadvantage. Third generation of Reikage frowned. Space ninjutsu was really difficult to deal with. He was already at his fastest speed just now, but he was flashed by Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, don't get entangled with the 3-generation Reikage, go and attack the Kumogakur unit. Danzo's voice came. As an outsider, Danzo can see clearly that although Namikaze Minato is fast, it is basically impossible to kill 3 generations of Reikage. So instead of entanglement with the 3rd-generation Reikage, it is better to kill the Kumogakur troops as much as possible. Others are not as strong as the 3rd-generation Reikage. Namikaze Minato hesitated, although it seemed unkind, but now that Konoha's bad situation, there is no way to be kind or unkind. I think you dare. If you dare to kill my Kumogakur troops, I will wipe out all your Konoha people. 3 generations of Reikage threatened. Namikaze Minato, who is holding the artifact, kills them Kumogakur, it will not be a flock of sheep. Who can avoid Namikaze Minato's knife? Even his son can't dodge it. At this time, the 3 generations of Reikage cursed the despicable Danzo, Hyuga-chan, Namikaze Minato, and Senju Tobarama, who developed the Hiraishin technique and died. 3 generations of Reikage and Namikaze Minato restrained each other, and the next 4 generations of Shadow AI saw this scene and took the Kumogakur troops to kill Konoha. I went straight to Danzo. Old dog Danzo, see how I unscrew your dog's head. Eyes flickered with murderous aura. Humph. Junior, you are not qualified. Danzo snorted coldly. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. Before I approached him, Danzo immediately released ninjutsu to block I. Kumogakur village is best at ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Danzo didn't want to play close combat with him. I snorted disdainfully, then turned on the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, directly ignoring Danzo's ninjutsu attack, and quickly approached Danzo. While I's defenses are nowhere near his father's Futon wind style, against Danzo can still do it. Recurrent violence. Close to Danzo, I hit Danzo's head with an elbow, carrying a supremely explosive elbow. If he can hit it, he can definitely blow Danzo's head. Ninja, the art of mind and body. Just when I was about to hit Danzo's dog-legged son, Yamanaka Feng, used his spirit to disrupt I's movements, causing I to stagnate for a while. It was this brief stagnation that allowed Danzo to avoid the fatal blow, and I's elbow slammed into the air. Danzo's face was expressionless, and he seemed to be calm, but in fact he was panicking to death. Damn it! I angrily looked at the sluggish Yamanaka Wind, and slammed his fist towards Yamanaka Wind. It's all this guy who's bad for him. If he has to intervene, then kill him first. The grumpy I abandoned Danzo and vowed to kill Yamanaka K's. Just when I was about to punch Yamanaka to death, Aburame suddenly pushed Yamanaka away, and he was punched by I. Phosphorus bad bugs. Aburame took the roots and spread the nanoscale poisonous insects all over his body, and wanted to drag I to be buried with him, but unfortunately those poisonous insects were all destroyed by the thunder and lightning on I's body before they touched I. Aburame's corpse was also turned into coke. Looking at Aburame's death, Danzo had no expression. He didn't care about Aburame's death, even though Aburame had followed him for a long time. However, Aburame did not kill I by taking the root, which made Danzo slightly disappointed. A group of turkeys and dogs, give me death. Yulei Shen Furious Thunder Axe. Futon Wind Style Vacuum Datama. Seeing that Yamanaka was in danger, Danzo immediately shot. Aburame was already dead, and if Yamanaka was also dead, he would have nothing to use in his hands. Raiden Thunder Style Recurrent Storm. The originally raised right leg suddenly retracted, and then an elbow hit the air cannon fired by Danzo, directly dispersing the air cannon. Danzo's face was ugly. He didn't expect this son of the 3rd generation of Reikage to be so troublesome. At this time, I has reached the peak of his strength, and he is also an absolute leader in the cage level. It is normal that Danzo is not an opponent. The battle between Kumogakur and Konoha ninjas is even more one-sided. Because of the three-line battle, the number of Konoha ninjas is greatly insufficient, and it is strange that they can beat them. The restraint of many Konoha elite Jonin, Danzo blocked I. However, the Konoha ninja army couldn't defeat the Kumogakure army, and the Konoha ninjas who were beaten by the crazy Kumogakure were defeated. Seeing that Konoha is in critical condition, Namikaze face is ugly. He must do something at this time, otherwise Konoha's situation will only get worse. Unlike Namikaze Minato, the third generation of Reikage is not in a hurry. He believes that their Kumogakure can definitely defeat the Konoha ninja force. Namikaze Minato squinted his eyes slightly, and then suddenly swung out with a knife. A dazzling golden sword slashed the ground, killing hundreds of Kumogakure with one knife, and the power was terrifying. Damn, Namikaze Minato, you are courting death. The third generation Reikage was furious, appeared in front of Namikaze Minato like lightning, and punched him in the head. However, Namikaze Minato was well prepared. He knew that the third generation Reikage would be furious, and he had already reacted before the third generation Reikage attacked. Use Hiraishin to move to another location, then slash at the Kumogakure unit again. But this time the attack was not so strong, not even a third of the previous one, but only killed dozens of Kumogakure. At the same time, the light of Tiankong Yunjian also dimmed a lot, as if it would disappear at any time. The attack just now had almost consumed the light energy of Tiankong Yunjian. Third generation of Reikage also found this situation, and his heart was slightly overjoyed. He could feel that Namikaze Minato, who was a deadly threat to him, is now far worse than before. Namikaze Minato looked at the dim lightsaber in his hand, and didn't dare to use the blade just now without authorization. Namikaze Minato and the third generation Reikage fought again. Although the Amakusa Yunjian was not as strong as before, it was still okay to break through the third generation Reikage's defense. A few minutes of fighting, there were several knife marks left on the third generation Reikage, but the third generation Reikage did not decline at all, and it was still 4.4. Infernal thrusts. One shot. The third generation Reikage hit directly in the direction of one of the Hiraishin kunai. A prejudgmental attack under the anger of the third generation Reikage. In fact, the success rate is poor, almost no. But I don't know if Namikaze Minato didn't read the almanac when he went out. When the three generations of Reikage attacked, Namikaze Minato happened to appear there. Boom. After a loud bang, Namikaze Minato appeared in the distance, a blood hole appeared in his abdomen, and Tiankong Yunjian had completely disappeared. I don't know if Namikaze Minato was lucky, or he was unlucky. The attack of the third generation Reikage just hit the Tiankong Yunjian. It was precisely because of the blocking of Tiankong Yunjian that Namikaze Minato escaped, but he was still injured, and Tiankong Yunjian was also scattered. Chapter 248. How can you compare to Makoto? I'll see what else you can do now. Three generations of Reikage sneered, without the Tiankong Yunjian, and now he is standing and letting Namikaze Minato fight, but he can't do anything about it. Without continuing to entangle with Namikaze Minato, the third generation Reikage directly entered the Konoha ninja army, killing and injuring countless Konoha ninjas with one punch and one kick. Namikaze Minato's face was slightly ugly, and regardless of the wound on his body, he took out all the Hiraishin kunai and threw it into the Kumogakure unit. Transformed into a yellow flash, weaving through the enemy ninja army, where people were stabbed to death by kunai, or killed by Rasengan. The killing speed of Namikaze Minato is no slower than that of the third generation Reikage, and even faster than the third generation Reikage. Three generations of Reikage watched this scene. His eyes were as cold as ice, but he didn't stop Namikaze Minato because he couldn't stop it at all. Space ninjutsu is a bug. His speed is indeed very fast, but he can only eat ashes behind Namikaze Minato. In fact, he was very fortunate that Namikaze Minato didn't directly enter the Kumogakure unit just now, and he didn't sweep a large area with his lightsaber. Few minutes later, Namikaze Minato stopped, gasping for breath. In just a few minutes, nearly 200 Kumogakure died in his hands, but he couldn't hold it any longer. Among all S-rank ninjutsu, the technique of Hiraishin should be the S-rank ninjutsu that consumes the least chakra, but it cannot withstand such high-intensity use. At this point Namikaze Minato's chakra has bottomed out. The third generation of Reikage, who has been observing Namikaze Minato, is delighted. At this time, he finally found a weakness of Namikaze Minato that is not a weakness, that is, not enough chakra. In fact, if Namikaze Minato is a human Jinchuriki column force at this time, or has a sage body, then relying on the technique of Hiraishin, one person can beat Kumogakure to the ground. Namikaze Minato is not a Jinchuriki column force, nor a sage body. Retreat. Danzo, who was knocked out, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted. Danzo also felt very ashamed when he was beaten by a junior with several elite jonin. Of course, Danzo also has trump cards, such as Mokuden wood style, which can barely be used by transplanting primary cells, and Izanagi of Sharingan's forbidden technique. However, these should not be used blatantly, otherwise even if he is a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha has no place for him. After Danzo shouted to retreat, he ran faster than a rabbit. The top commander, Danzo, ran away, and Konoha's low morale disappeared in an instant. Because there was no one to command, they began to retreat like headless flies. Namikaze Minato glanced helplessly. He was also unable to revolving heaven now, so he could only retreat. Follow me. The third generation of Reikage rushed to the front, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart all disappeared. You must know that during the Second Ninja World War, their Kumogakure village was suffocated, and now they can finally vent. Drive straight in all the way, chasing the Konoha ninja army, and have penetrated deep into the country of fire. Not that Danzo doesn't want to resist, but that he can't stop it at all. The third generation Reikage guy is too violent, and there is no one who can restrain him. Short Book Street. I said Tsunade, don't you get tired of losing money every day? Hyuga-chan asked. If it were him losing money like this all day long, he would have been hit and killed in a place long ago, which would be a shame. This also shows how strong Tsunade's heart is. He loses so much money every day, and his mentality has not collapsed. Are you despising me? Tsunade looked at Hyuga-chan while pinching his waist. No, how could I despise you? Hyuga-chan reached out to hug Tsunade and whispered, you are my favorite good wife, how could I despise you? Then you said me and Makoto, who do you love the most? Tsunade stared at Hyuga-chan tightly. Is that even a question? Let yourself say, apart from Hungarian, how can you compare to Makoto? Hyuga-chan said contemptuously. Oh, ha 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 tilde. Tsunade was shrouded by the darkness, the fist was tight, the white air pressure shrouded in the fist, the air was shocked. Shizune Kato, who was holding the little suckling pig, quickly hid away, his body trembling slightly, and he was very scared. As this blackening, Hyuga-chan reached out and wiped a trace of cold sweat from his forehead. Tsunade, calm down, there is also a casino here. If you punch down, the entire street will be destroyed. Do you still want to gamble? Hyuga-chan said quickly. Ha tilde. Tsunade sneered twice, and then shouted, you bastard, confess to me. The air shattered, the earthquake shattered, and the entire Short Book Street was gone in the blink of an eye. Hyuga-chan hurriedly hugged Shizune's little loli, who was shivering beside her. If she was affected by Tsunade, she would probably be gone too. A punch hit Hyuga-chan, and Hyuga-chan blinked, as if he hadn't been hit at all. Humph. It's amazing to be able to ignore attacks. Tsunade turned his head and hummed. I didn't use Gao Tianyuan. Hyuga-chan put down Shizune in his arms and spread his hands. To be honest, Tsunade's attack looks powerful, but hitting him is almost like scratching a tick. Not that Tsunade's attack is not strong, but that Hyuga-chan's strength is too pervert. Since I met you, I seem to have gradually become a big bad guy. Tsunade glanced at the dilapidated street, but there was no mood swing in his heart. If it was before, She would never have done such a thing of destroying the whole street because of 230 feet's anger. Now that she has destroyed the bustling street, she has no guilt at all, as if she was not the one who destroyed the short book street. Hyuga-chen smiled and didn't speak. His character would also affect the girls. There is a saying that goes, those who are close to Zu are red, those who are close to ink are black. Shizune Kato shivered while holding the piglet. The legendary Sanin Tsunade Haim was terrible. Did she follow Tsunade on a pirate ship? I saw Tsunade-sama destroy the short book street. Will he be killed and silenced? Kato Shizune thought wildly in his heart. Impulse, this is the place with the most casinos. Tsunade patted his head angrily. 4/5 of the entire short book street are casinos, which can be said to be the largest casino in the entire ninja world. That's right, I'm just telling the truth, am I being so impulsive? Hyuga-chan continued to say deathly. You bastard. Tsunade squeezed his fist and wanted to punch Hyuga-chen again, but thinking that her fist could not help Hyuga-chen at all, Tsunade became discouraged. Let's go. The whole street is gone. What are you still doing here? You have also contributed to the ninja world by closing down more than a dozen casinos. Hyuga-chan stretched out his hand and pulled Tsunade away. Shizune Kato followed silently with the piggy pig in his arms. Following two big devils, life is really hard. Shizune Kato sighed silently in his heart. Chapter 249 Kushina's Wrath. This little pig looks quite cute. Hyuga-chen reached out and hugged the pink Yuhi piglet that Shizune was holding. Dolphin tilde. Dugu narrowed his eyes, as if very happy. Suddenly, a malicious smile appeared on Hyuga-chen's face. If this little pig is made into a roast suckling pig, it should taste great, aha tilde. No, it definitely can't be made into a roast suckling pig. Shizune didn't know where the strength came from, and snatched the piglet from Hyuga-chan's hand, looking at Hyuga-chan angrily. With humanized fear on Piggy's face, he looked at Hyuga-chen in fear. Dugu has been with us for a long time, you mustn't try to hit him, otherwise. Tsunade was dumbfounded for a while, and he couldn't find any way to threaten him, so he could only stare at Hyuga-chen with big eyes. She was really afraid that Hyuga-chan would roast the pork while they weren't paying attention. Am I that kind of person? This little pig is so cute, how could I bake it? Hyuga-chen smirked, he was just joking. Where are Kushina and the others now? Tsunade asked. Why do you ask this? Hyuga-chan looked at Tsunade suspiciously. HMPH tilde. The short album street is gone now, so of course I'm going to find them. Tsunade snorted and gave Hyuga-chan an angry look. Hyuga-chen is very innocent, you destroyed the short book street yourself, what is my business? I also reminded you to come. However, Hyuga-chan didn't reason with Tsunade, because he knew that the greatest advantage of a woman was being unreasonable. It's all his fault in the end anyway, so do you need to waste the process? Now Makoto, Kushina, and Sarah should be in this place. It seems that it is not very far from the Kumogakure battlefield. Hyuga-chen took out a map and pointed. Not far from the Kumogakure battlefield. You said they wouldn't have trouble with Kumogakure. Tsunade said. She also has a reason for saying this. First of all, Kushina likes to be in the limelight, and she definitely wants to take a step in such a big event as the Ninja World War. And Kumogakure also kidnapped Uzumaki Tomoko. Although he was rescued by Namikaze Minato, kidnapping is kidnapping. As a local, there are only a few members of the Uzumaki clan left, and even though there is not much contact now, they still have feelings. So Kushina will probably go and avenge Uzumaki Tomoko. Don't say it, maybe it's possible. Hyuga-chen nodded, agreeing with Tsunade's words. According to Hyuga-chen's understanding of Kushina, Hyuga-chen is 100% sure that Kushina will definitely go to Kumogakure for trouble. This is indeed the case. Ah, Makoto, let's kill these arrogant Kumogakure. Kushina grabbed her hair and said angrily. It's really too arrogant to jump around on our roof. Sarah also puffed out her mouth and looked unhappy. Makoto, Konoha's expression wasn't too good either. Just when Makoto was about to speak, there was a bump, the door was kicked open, and several Kumogakure entered the courtyard. Kushina's face turned black. It was a shame for them, and she dared to kick the grandma's door. Kushina stood up with a swipe, then pushed open the door and walked out, her expression gloomy and terrifying, and Yuhi's hair fluttered in anger. Yo, drink. I didn't expect that there is a beauty in this yard in the wild. One of the Kumogakure's expressions was a little wretched. Make me fertilizer. An angry Kushina wouldn't talk nonsense with them, and the tree broke out and tied all the 7 Kumogakure. The chakras in their bodies were madly absorbed by the trees. Finally, after the chakras were completely absorbed, several sturdy branches pierced them and hung on the tall trees, with a tragic death. Humph. Do your own thing, don't live. Kushina snorted coldly. Makoto, Sarah, pack up and let's go. You must also teach Kumogakure a lesson. You dare to mess with me. I'm tired of living. These Kumogakure. Kushina is not relieved at all, she has not had time to trouble Kumogakure. Now Kumogakure is going to trouble her first. Tolerable or unbearable? Makoto shook his head and packed his things. Actually, there was nothing to pack. This small courtyard was made by Kushina using Mokuden wood style. A brief tidy up, Kushina pulled Makoto and Sarah and chased in the direction of Kumogakure. Kushina's speed was much faster than those of Kumogakure, and soon Kushina caught up with a team of ninjas, led by an elite jonin. But elite jonin won't work here in Kushina, use Mokuden wood style vines to instantly tie them into dumplings. Say, where's the old guy from Reikage, the 3rd generation? Kushina asked aggressively, with the attitude of killing you if he didn't answer. Humph, you don't want to know the whereabouts of the 3rd generation Reikage. Jonin, the leading elite, snorted coldly and pouted in disdain. Stubborn, right? Makoto handed it over to you. Kushina sneered, stubborn in front of her, is it useful? Makoto nodded, then stepped forward, his eyes instantly transformed into 3 Tomo Sharingan, the 3 Tomo slowly turned, and the bound elite jonin was controlled by Sharingan demonic illusion. Then this elite jonin tells all he knows. Captain, is this demonic illusion? The other Kumogakure who were bound together by Mokuden wood style were very anxious. So it turns out, you guys want to sneak attack on the rear of Konoha and cut off Konoha's supplies. Kushina only looked at the team's 15 ninjas at this time, and each of them had the strength of jonin. The captured jonin of Kumogakure village were so desperate that this witch rushed over without saying a word and tied them into zongzi using the legendary Mokuden wood style. It's because they didn't read the yellow calendar when they went out. Not so unlucky. What's up with those Kumogakure messing up? Makoto asked. At this time, she also knew that those who broke into their small courtyard before were not acting together with this group of elite ninjas. They were sent by 3 generations of Reikage to divert Konoha's attention and allow us to successfully complete the mission. The leading elite jonin replied dully. So that's the case, but you were unlucky when you meet us. Now that Kushina knew what she wanted, Kushina didn't ask any more. The soft vines that bound them suddenly became extremely hard, and instantly pierced their hearts. This Kumogakure elite team was directly reduced to the nourishment for the growth of trees. Let's go to the trouble of the 3 generations of Reikage. Kushina pulled Makoto and Sarah towards the Kumogakure village large force. At this time, what Kushina thought in his mind was to defeat the 3 generations of Reikage, and then become famous in the ninja world. Makoto looked at Kushina who was in a hurry, smiled slightly, and followed Kushina with Sarah in his arms. Sarah was hugged by Makoto and felt embarrassed, but her strength was too low to keep up with Kushina's speed. It seems that I have to work hard too. The depressed Sarah rekindled her cultivation heart again. Chapter 250 Meteor Volcano. Wow, Konoha was beaten so badly. Standing in the distance, Kushina's eyes were clearly watching the battle between Kumogakure and Konoha villages in the distance. No, it shouldn't be said to be a big battle. This is a completely one-sided battle. Konoha was beaten and retreated. If Kumogakure didn't want to stand firm and didn't push too hard, Konoha would only be more miserable. Konoha has no one who can stop the 3-generation Reikage, and the 3-generation Reikage can control the battle. Makoto said softly. Makoto is right, now Konoha is in trouble. Hyuga-chan's voice came from behind them. Chen, you scare me, don't be elusive every time. Kushina yelled. Kushina, can you be a little more ladylike? Look at the gentle Makoto, who is shouting, not a little woman. Hyuga-chan said with disgust. You bastard. Kushina's eyes burned, as if she wanted to eat him. Soon, Tsunade's sister, why are you here? Makoto asked curiously, while looking at Shizune behind him, his gentle eyes sharpened. Big pervert, did you say this was abducted by you? Kushina looked at Shizune and said in a bad tone. Of course not, this is Tsunade's little valet, I remember Tsunade 483 seems to have said it. Don't you remember? Hyuga-chen looked at Kushina and Makoto and said. Is there? Kushina looked at Tsunade questioningly. Kushina, Tsunade's sister said it. Don't ask. Makoto cheeked Yuhi. She did remember Tsunade said it. But Tsunade said it in the wrong place. At that time, they were studying the important topic of the mystery of the birth of life. They were all tired of studying and didn't pay much attention to Tsunade's words. This is also because Makoto has a good memory and can only remember. Kushina looked at Makoto suspiciously. Makoto, who was ashamed of Yuhi, whispered in Kushina's ear, and Kushina's face also turned up. Big bad guy. Kushina Yuhi shouted with a face. Hyuga-chen's mouth twitched. At this time, Hyuga-chen chose to remain silent. Silence is golden. He believed that Kushina had prepared a lot of words for him to speak. It was the best choice for him to be silent now. Hyuga-chan's silence made Kushina, who was ready with words to attack him, feel suffocated, as if hitting cotton with all his strength. What are you laughing at? Kushina glared at Hyuga-chen who was grinning. Kushina, you have a good temper. You dare to stare at your husband, and I will clean you up at night, hum hum hum. Hyuga-chen laughed twice, looking at Kushina with both eyes maliciously. Kushina shuddered. I'm not afraid of you. Kushina said stubbornly, obviously wanting to cry, but Kushina still refused to accept it softly. Kushina is one of those dead ducks with a tough mouth. Kushina, it seems that this has nothing to do with us, you can solve it yourself. Tsunade said quickly. I agree with Tsunade's sister on this. Makoto gave Kushina an encouraging smile. But in Kushina's view, no matter how you look at it, it's all gloating. Makoto, I see that you are getting more and more black-bellied, and you are as hateful as the big bad guy Hyuga-chen. It turns out that good sisters share weal and woe, but it turns out to be a lie. Kushina said with a pouted mouth. Why don't I help you? Sister Kushina. Sarah's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's fine, I don't need you to help me. Kushina refused without hesitation. There was disappointment in Sarah's eyes, and her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Kushina. I'm going to test the strength of the 3rd-generation Reikage. Looking at the 3rd-generation Reikage in the distance, Kushina was ready to vent his resentment, and the 3rd-generation Reikage was the best punching bag. Kushina rushing towards the battlefield, Hyuga-chen, Makoto and Tsunade did nothing. With Kushina's current strength, even Uchiha Madara at this time may not be her opponent, let alone Reikage of the 3rd generation. 3rd generation Reikage, pick me up. Kushina snorted, armament hockey covered his fist, and used chakra-enhanced strength to smash the 3rd generation Reikage's head with a punch. 3rd generation of Reikage was very ignorant, he reacted very quickly. He gave up beheading Konoha Jonin in front of him, concentrated his body strength on his fist, and punched Kushina with one punch. It was just a stalemate for a second, and the 3rd generation Reikage was smashed and flew out. Don't look at Kushina as a woman, she has a perfect sage body. Sage body can not only enhance recovery and chakra, but also greatly enhance physical strength. In Kushina's slender body, there is a strength stronger than the third generation of Reikage, and the speed is faster. Under the guidance of Hyuga Chen, Kushina learned the art of Hiraishin. Humph! You can be a Reikage too. Kushina snorted in disdain. Generation Reikage smashed to the ground, the gravel splashed, and a 10-meter deep hole appeared on the ground. Yuhi-haired woman who appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? 3 generations of Reikage stood up. Although he was blasted away, he was not seriously injured. Me, Kushina said proudly with a weird smile on her face. I am Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Chen's wife. What? 3 generations of Reikage took 2 steps back. Uzumaki Kushina. Danzo frowned in the distance. Why is Kushina here? Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina, who suddenly appeared in confusion. Where is Hyuga Chen? 3 generations of Reikage looked around vigilantly. Che, you look down on you too much. Chen doesn't take you seriously at all. Today your opponent is me, Kushina. Lava Fist. The huge magma fist, with Kushina's punching out, the fiery magma fist went straight to the 3rd generation Reikage. If it is hit, it can definitely pierce the 3rd generation Reikage's body. Generation Reikage jumped and avoided the lava fist. The magma fist hit the ground. The powerful impact and the fiery heat of the magma melted the earth into a big pit. There are also many ninjas who have been affected, and not even slag is left in the magma. 3rd generation of Reikage was sweating coldly on his forehead. Even though he had a strong defense, he did not dare to fight this kind of magma attack. Looking at the 3 generation Reikage who jumped into the air, Kushina smiled coldly, and said coquettishly, Meteor Volcano. Kushina's fists turned into lava, and he punched countless giant lava fists. The magma fell like a meteor shower, and the earth instantly turned into a sea of fire. Whether it was Kumogakure or Konoha's ninjas, they all scurried and screamed, and many people didn't even leave their bones behind. The 3rd generation Reikage relied on the extraordinary speed, and was not hit by the front, but the lava everywhere made the 3rd generation Reikage can only keep retreating. So powerful. Sarah and Shizune in the distance looked at the sea of purgatory fire for a long time without saying a word. Sarah is okay. After all, she and Hyuga Chen have experienced time and space, and it is considered to have seen the world. Shizune was speechless in horror. It was the 2nd time she had seen such a powerful force after graduating just over a year ago. The first time was Tsunade a few days ago to destroy the short book street, but this time Kushina's meteor volcano, the visual impact is stronger than Tsunade's use of the shock fruit. Chapter 251 Miserable 3 Generations Reikage. Danzo, Namikaze Minato, and the 3 generations of Reikage all looked ugly. There were many ninjas buried in the fire this time, and it was estimated that 1,000 people died. Among them, the Kumogakure may have a large number, but a lot of Konoha's ninjas have died. Uzumaki Kushina, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Konoha's ninjas? Danzo roared. Shut up. Lava gun. Kushina turned around. A long gun made of lava appeared in her hand, and flew towards Danzo. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly, and a fatal sense of crisis surrounded him. At this moment, Danzo almost couldn't help but use Izanagi. At the moment of Danzo's crisis, Namikaze Minato instantly appeared beside Danzo, and then took Danzo to use Hiraishin to dodge the lava gun. Namikaze Minato gasped heavily. Originally after a battle, his chakra was running low. Now, in order to save Danzo, he also brought people to use Hiraishin, which made Namikaze Minato's chakra completely bottomed out. Damn sissy. Seeing that Danzo was not hit, Kushina was very upset, and looked at Namikaze Minato very badly. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Tomoko's face, she would definitely make Namikaze Minato look good. My goal is the 3 generations of Reikage, and the idle people leave as quickly as possible, otherwise it will be a matter of casualties. Kushina said with a blank face. Konoha's ninja burst into tears after hearing this. Your target is the 3rd generation of Reikage, so why does it involve us? Withdraw, he shouted loudly, forcibly suppressing the angry Danzo in his heart. The Konoha ninja hurriedly retreated after hearing Danzo's order. 3 generations of Reikage's face sank. The other party's target was him. Did he offend the other party? 3rd generation of Reikage was puzzled, and he would not have thought that Kushina came here to make himself famous. That is, to step on the bones of the 3rd generation of Reikage. You also retreat. Her target is me. 3 generations of Reikage ordered. Seeing what else I wanted to say, the 3rd generation Reikage scolded. You guys staying here will only distract me, so leave quickly. I reluctantly took Kumogakure to the rear, watching his father and Uzumaki Kushina fight. I has already decided in his heart that as long as his father is in danger, even if he is desperate, he will save his father. Danzo also narrowed his eyes, looking at the 3 generations of Reikage and Uzumaki Kushina, wishing for them to perish together. Mokuden, wood style, deep forest emergence. At the beginning of the battle, Kushina used Mokuden, wood style, which shocked everyone, and instantly created a huge forest. Whether it is the 3 generations of Reikage, or the distant Danzo and Namikaze Minato, they are all sluggish. This is Mokuden, wood style, a super powerful escape technique to calm the war in the ninja world. Up to now, its prestige is still circulating in the ninja world, and it is much more famous than the Susanoo of the Uchiha family. Danzo watched Kushina use Mokuden, wood style, with envy and hatred in his eyes, although he could use Mokuden, wood style too, but that wasn't his Kekkei Genkai. Mokuden, wood style, that he reluctantly used by relying on the 1st generation cells, and he couldn't create a forest in an instant like Kushina. Tsunade in the distance also flashed envy in her eyes. As a member of the Senju family, she longed for Mokuden, wood style, in her heart, but unfortunately, she did not learn it at all. Originally I wanted to ask Kushina for advice, but who knew she didn't know what was going on, so Mokuden, wood style, was merged by accident. Tsunade is even more speechless and envious of this. She, the one who wants to get Mokuden, wood style, has worked hard for a long time and can't get it. While Kushina played casually, he easily merged the 3 nature transformations of water, earth and sun to obtain Mokuden, wood style. This incident hit Tsunade hard, and it even made her doubt her life. Feeling the surprised and shocked eyes of everyone, Kushina was very proud, and she liked this kind of high-profile feeling. Suffer to death. Lava Rasengan. Kushina knew that deep forest emergence couldn't help the 3rd generation Reikage at all. She used Mokuden, wood style, to attract attention, shock others, and assist attack. Trapped in deep forest emergence, the 3 generations of Reikage who are constantly being harassed or irritated, especially since these trees can absorb his chakra growth. To be honest, the 3rd generation of Reikage was disgusted, even he felt a headache, let alone other people. Thinking about the scope of deep forest emergence, the 3 generations of Reikage were left in cold sweat. If the Kumogakure troops hadn't retreated, then a deep forest emergence would have been wiped out. No wonder the original Hokage was able to quell the war with Mokuden, wood style. Just when the 3rd generation of Reikage was thinking about it, the lava Rasengan had fallen, and the fiery lava ignited the trees and caused a boundless fire. 3rd generation of Reikage looked ugly. Although the lava Rasengan didn't hit him, it cut off his back path. In the front there is the magma formed using the meteor volcano before, and in the back there is the magma that erupted from the lava Rasengan. Even if he stayed in the middle, these trees were burning violently, and soon the fire would spread to him and engulf him. Water and fire are the most ruthless. Under the boundless fire, the 3rd generation of Reikage is no matter how strong his body is, there is nothing he can do, and the flames can cook him. Father. I looked at the boundless sea of flames worriedly, and now he has nothing to do except to be in a hurry. From a few hundred meters away, he could feel the heat rushing toward his face, and he couldn't imagine what his father was doing now. Also worried are all the Kumogakure. The 3rd generation Reikage is their stabilizing needle, and if something happens to the 3rd generation Reikage, they don't know what to do. This kind of fire. Tsunade's mouth twitched. Even if she faced this overwhelming fire wave, she still had a headache. As for Shizune, little lowly, I've been stunned, can this be caused by humans? This is already a disaster. 3 generations of rakeage are sad now. Hyuga Chen said with a smile. 3rd generation of rakeage is indeed very miserable, the sweat is constantly flowing, the skin of the mouth is dry and cracked, and the expression is extremely solemn. Now he not only has to face the boundless sea of fire, but also the billowing smoke, because the smoke inhaled too much, the 3 generations of rakeage are not sober. Knocked his head hard, barely sobered up, and looking at the rapidly approaching flames, the 3rd generation rakeage was ready to rush out. If he doesn't rush out again, he may never be able to rush out, and he will be buried here forever. Thunder surrounded the whole body, the leg muscles collapsed tightly, and then rushed into the sea of fire in an instant. At his fastest speed, the 3rd generation rakeage finally rushed out, but the 3rd generation rakeage at this time was very miserable, because he didn't pay attention to his feet. Half of his feet fell into the magma, and half of the soles of his feet were missing. 3rd generation of rakeage's face was pale. Although he lost half of the sole of his foot, he bit Kiba without saying a word. Standing on the ground without magma, he calmed down and fell into contemplation. At this time, he was trying to find a way to break the game. Although he rushed out of the sea of fire, it did not mean that he was safe. There was still a Uzumaki Kushina in front of him. If he wants to live, he has to pass the Kushina level. Chapter 252 3 Generations of Rakeage Die. I didn't expect you, the old man, to escape. Kushina looked at the 3 generations of rakeage in amazement. At this time, she was really impressed by the 3 generations of rakeage. 3rd generation of rakeage's expression was slightly bitter. Are you going to trouble the village of Kumogakure after I die? The 3rd rakeage's thick voice sounded. No, they're not as famous as you, Kushina thought, then said. She just wanted her name of the invincible beautiful girl in the ninja world to spread throughout the ninja world. Not for killing, there is absolutely no need to pay attention to those ninjas in Kumogakure village. Kushina wouldn't be polite if they asked her for trouble. 3rd generation of rakeage breathed a sigh of relief, since he was relieved. In fact, in his heart, he already knew that he was in a situation of mortal death. Even if he can defeat Uzumaki Kushina, he can't survive because there is a Hyuga Chen behind Uzumaki Kushina. Leave everything and fight with all your strength. The 3rd rakeage roared, rushing towards Kushina like lightning. This may be his final battle. He doesn't want to leave any regrets in this battle. He will go all out and feel at ease even if he dies. Hell stab 1 stop. Using his strongest attack, he rushed towards Kushina at a thunderous speed, aiming his fingers at Kushina's head. Humph. Kushina hummed softly. Observation Haki could clearly capture the attack trajectory of the 3rd generation rakeage. 6 forms moon step. Before the 3rd rakeage attack arrived, Kushina used the moon step to fly into the sky, easily dodging the 3rd rakeage's strongest attack. 3rd generation of rakeage frowned. The other party could fly, it would be difficult to handle, which was very disadvantageous to him. Seeing Kushina move in the air by stepping on the air, the 3rd generation of rakeage's eyes flashed, and he also wanted to try it. The result is naturally self-evident. The principle of the moon step seems to be very simple. In fact, it requires a lot of skills, not brute force. Of course, if the strength reaches a certain level, it is indeed possible to rely on brute force to achieve a similar effect to the moon step, such as Might Guy, which opens 8 doors. Magma Hell. Kushina's expression condensed and shouted. Generation Rakeage looked at Kushina vigilantly, not daring to be careless. After a while, the 3rd generation Rakeage had a question mark on his face. There was no movement at all. Could it be that the ninjutsu failed? Just when the 3 generations of Rakeage thought this way, he suddenly felt the tremor of the earth, and at this time, the 3 generations of Rakeage had an ominous premonition in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen magma Jinchuriki columns suddenly sprayed into the sky, and the magma erupted from the ground became stronger and stronger. 3rd generation of Rakeage looked at this scene, His face changed greatly, his tone trembled slightly. Volcanic eruption. In the country of thunder with many volcanoes, how has the third-generation Reikage never seen a volcanic eruption? The current situation is no different from a volcanic eruption. Danzo watched the lava spray Izumi, and immediately shouted decisively, "Retreat, all retreat for me." I watched the hundreds of meters high magma spurting Izumi, bit Kiba and shouted, "Retreat." Now there is no other way than retreat. Even if he leads someone to rush up, he can't save his father. At this time, he must be rational. Ground is still shaking, and the third generation of Reikage has calmed down. He has lived for so many years, and he has seen many big scenes. Although this scene shocked him now, it will not make him completely panic. Eyes swept around, and the increasing amount of magma sprayed Izumi, which had completely blocked his back path. In other words, the current three-generation Reikage has absolutely no way to escape. Contemplating, the third-generation Reikage opened his eyes again, with a firm look in his eyes. He would never give up until the last moment. This is not his style. What is Kushina doing? Makoto looked puzzled. To make volcanoes, rock berries can be developed to the depths and can make volcanoes. Hyuga-chan said with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. What? Create a volcano? Tsunade was shocked, and even a little disbelieving. This is the power of nature. How powerful it will be, Tsunade didn't dare to imagine. Hyuga-chan shook his head. Making a volcano sounded terrifying, but in fact the power of this move was not as powerful as he imagined. This move only looks shocking. It is okay to deal with weak people, but it is not so easy to deal with the same level. Like the Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, used by Uchiha Madara, the summoning meteorite looks strong, but it's hard to work against people of the same level. The main reason is that the speed of creating volcanic clusters is very slow. At that time, the enemy would have already run away. These three generations of Reikage are also stupid. If he has to stand still, if he rushes out now, he will be injured at most. If you stay there, you will definitely lose your life. Third generation of Reikage felt the rising temperature, the bulge of the ground, and the unease in his heart became stronger and stronger. Glancing at the billowing magma around him, he hesitated in his heart, but in the end he chose to believe in himself and stay here to adapt to the changes. Three generations of Reikage believe in himself. No matter what bad situation happens, he can handle it. This is the confidence of the strong. Kushina in the sky laughed. She was thinking about escaping against the three generations of Reikage. I didn't expect the three generations of Reikage to cooperate so well, and they didn't run. Disappear in the lava, Kushina shouted. The ground, which had been slowly rising, suddenly rose hundreds of meters. At this time, the crisis of ultimate loomed over the third-generation Reikage, feeling the heat and vibration under his feet, and the third-generation Reikage felt bad. Isn't this a complete volcano now? There were also more than a dozen smaller volcanoes around them, and the surging breath seemed to be about to erupt. The retreating two village ninjas glanced back curiously, and then they were almost dumbfounded, and ran forward desperately, only regretting that their parents didn't give them more legs. Third generation of Reikage also moved, and it would be a real fool not to escape now, but it was too late, and everything was over. Boom! A sound of shock could be heard for 100 miles. The suppressed volcano erupted completely, and the entire sky was dyed the color of yuhi. The magma sprayed for several hundred meters, and there was no volcanic ash at all, which seemed unscientific, but the ability of rock fruit to be unscientific was originally unscientific. At this time, the 5.9 Earth has become a purgatory formed by magma, and the third generation Reikage cannot escape even if it is very fast. Under this overwhelming lava, the three generations of Reikage persisted for a while, and were completely submerged by the lava. Although the third generation Reikage is known as the strongest shield, under the impact of the magma, there is no slag left that will soon die. I looked at the spectacular scenery behind him, and there was a trace of sadness on his face. The radius of 10 kilometers was completely submerged by the magma flow. Will his father still be alive? The faces of the ninjas in Kumogakure village were all filled with sadness. They already knew in their hearts that the third generation Reikage would never survive. The power of nature is really awe-inspiring. Tsunade said silently, if she could have easily escaped before the volcano erupted, but once the volcano erupted completely, she would definitely not be able to escape. No way, who made Tsunade not know space ninjutsu? Chapter 253 Professional Pit Teammate, Danzo. Death of the third generation of Reikage, Kushina left. Kushina walked very casually, but there was a permanent active volcano here. The ninjas of Kumogakure and Konoha looked at the volcanoes and said nothing. Konoha, I won't let you go. Ai's eyes were red Yuhi, and he shouted up to the sky. Even the Konoha ninjas who were separated by the volcanoes could hear Ai's roar. The Konoha side is depressed. What does this have to do with them? Wouldn't it be because they were afraid of the powerful power of others, did not dare to provoke them, and then wanted to vent their anger with Konoha? This is indeed the case. I knew that Uzumaki Kushina could not do anything at all, so he simply aimed all the blame at Konoha, and Uzumaki Kushina was once a person of Konoha, so I transferred all resentment to Konoha. However, at this time, Kumogakure could not rush to fight Konoha. The land in front of him turned into a sea of magma, and whoever passed would die. Moreover, the death of the third generation of Reikage will have a considerable follow-up impact. Fortunately, this is a relatively united Kumogakure village, and the next generation of Reikage has also been determined. If it were a village with internal discord, it would be a headache to fight for the position of shadow. Return 100 miles one after another, and then make plans. Ai's eyes were bloodshot, and he said dully. Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the magma sea in front of them as a barrier, they could take a breath. If Kumogakure wanted to do something to them, he could only bypass this piece of magma, which finally freed them from the high-rhythm continuous battle, and could temporarily relax their tense nerves. Danzo looked at the lava sea in front of him and became interested in Yoden, lava style, in his heart. The various Yoden, lava style, ninjutsu released by Uzumaki Kushina were no weaker than Mokuden, wood style. Most importantly, Danzo wants to know how Uzumaki Kushina uses Mokuden, wood style, although Uzumaki Kushina simply uses Mokuden, wood style, but Danzo can still see that her Mokuden, wood style, is not disabled defective, but a real Mokuden, wood style. For powerful power, Danzo has been watching, whether it is Mokuden, wood style, or Sharingan, especially the power of Hyuga-chen, that is what Danzo is most envious of. If he can have the power of Hyuga-chen, is he afraid that he will not be able to become Hokage? Unifying the ninja world is not delusional. Of course, although Danzo peeped at Hyuga-chen's power, Danzo didn't dare to make any small moves. Lord Danzo, I don't know what to do next. Namikaze Minato asked. Danzo glanced at Namikaze Minato and said lightly, watch what happens. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Although he is very strong, on the battlefield, the commander Danzo has the most power to speak. Looks like you have other thoughts. Danzo's face was expressionless, and no one could see what was on his mind. I think it's time to cut off Kumogakure's supplies. Namikaze Minato's eyes shone brightly. Although the third generation of Reikage is dead, Namikaze Minato does not think that Kumogakure village will withdraw from the Third Ninja War. However, after the death of the third generation of Reikage, the Kumogakure village will definitely be rioted for a period of time, and this is their chance. If they can cut off Kumogakure's supplies, they can regain the initiative from the passive beating situation. Especially Kumogakure is now deep into the country of fire, and the front line is very long. Once the supply is cut off, Kumogakure's life will definitely be difficult. Your proposal is very good. Danzo's face showed no disapproval, no approval. I don't know that, Danzo-sama. You think supplies are so easy to cut off? Danzo sneered. Didn't he know how to cut off Kumogakure's supplies? Key is that Kumogakure's protection of materials can be easily destroyed, and even if he is not careful, he will lose his wife and lose his troops. I'm going, I'm confident that I can cut off Kumogaku's supplies. Namikaze Minato looked determined. Danzo stared at Namikaze Minato closely, and nodded after a long while. I can give you a squad, but if you can't complete the mission, you will die. Apologize with death. Is this too serious? Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, but in the end he did not refute, but responded. He believed that he could complete the task and become a strong person who had strong self-confidence in himself, and Namikaze Minato was no exception. However, Namikaze Minato's face was completely pulled down when he saw the squad that Danzo gave him, an 8-person squad, the strongest being 2 Chunin, and 6 Genin cannon fodder. Is this to help him complete the task, or is it to be a fuel bottle for him? A sneer appeared on Danzo's face, and the strength displayed by Namikaze Minato made Danzo feel threatened. Why Danzo uses this trick to take the opportunity to get rid of Namikaze Minato. And even if Namikaze Minato doesn't end up being eliminated, and he really gets the job done, Danzo has nothing to lose. At that time, others will only say that he has a good leadership, which is only good for him, not bad. What's more, Danzo doesn't believe that Namikaze Minato can complete the task. He knows that Namikaze Minato is good, but with a few dragging oil bottles, the possibility of completing the task is almost zero. I have to say that Danzo, the old fox, has a good abacus. However, when this kind of Konoha could be finished at any time, Danzo was still thinking about calculating his own people. It is estimated that no one can compare to the ancient and modern ninja world. Namikaze Minato looked at Danzo with a dark face, but Danzo ignored him at all, not even looking at him. His Danzo professionally pitted his teammates for 30 years, how could he get a false reputation? It's easy for people to be discovered, so I'll go alone. Namikaze Minato turned to leave Konoha's station, feeling aggrieved in his heart. Whatever you want, Danzo replied lightly. Namikaze Minato had a bitter smile on his face, not because he looked down on the group of 847, but because he really couldn't take it. A group of Chunin and Genin, not only can't help him in any way, but will drag him down, it's better to act alone. The bitter Namikaze Minato embarks on a journey to cut off Kumogaku's supplies alone, the hardships only he knows. Hyugatatsu, Makoto, Tsunade, Sarah, Shizune, including Piggy Dolphin, all stared at the front without a word. Master Kushina, rest assured, this matter is guaranteed to be done properly. You can rest assured that we will do things, and ensure that your great deeds will be broadcast on the TV the next day. This is the best. If you dare to fool me, I will demolish this place. Kushina smashed a wall with one punch, protesting. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The fat middle-aged man wiped away a cold sweat and quickly replied. All right then, let's go. Kushina turned to look at the speechless Hyuga-chen and the others. Oh, Kushina's voice brought them back to their senses and left the TV station with a blank expression. After a long time, Hyuga-chen completely regained his senses and asked speechlessly, how did you think of coming here to promote it? Humph, my clever Kushina, how could I not have thought of it? Kushina Tsunade snorted, looking very proud. On TV, then her reputation as Kushina will definitely spread throughout the ninja world soon. Chapter 254 My Tsunade starved to death, and Hyuga-chen looked at Kushina and could only say admiration, he was willing to give up. The next morning, Kushina turned on the TV with great interest, regardless of her exhaustion. Sure enough, it was all about her Kushina's glorious deeds, and all kinds of compliments were endless. As for why Kushina was tired, of course, it was because last night, Hyuga-chen and Kushina were studying the big thing about human reproduction. Wake up so early, Makoto, who had just woken up, looked at the two of them in astonishment. Hyuga-chen pointed at the TV, and then at Kushina, who was lying on the sofa and didn't want to move at all. Makoto nodded knowingly, and went to make breakfast. Those guys really dare to broadcast, and they're not afraid that Kumogaku will make trouble with them. Hyuga-chen watched various content on TV that praised Kushina and then stepped on the third-generation rakeage, and admired the group of people on the TV station. For the money, he dares to do anything. I'm so sleepy. Kushina yawned, leaned against Hyuga-chen's arms, and fell asleep after a while. You're so old, you're still like a child, but you're so cute. Hyuga-chen gently stroked Kushina Yuhi's hair and whispered. People are not children, Kushina said in a daze, as if hearing Hyuga-chen's words. Hyuga-chen chuckled, kissed Kushina on the cheek, put her gently on the sofa, and walked into the kitchen. After Tsunade woke up, he looked at Kushina sleeping on the sofa, and was stunned. Why did Kushina sleep here? Could it be that he was kicked out because he couldn't fill up Hyuga-chen? Tsunade guessed maliciously. The end, I came to a conclusion that Hyuga-chen is really not a thing, and actually drove Kushina out, and must be condemned. Wash up and enter the kitchen, want to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. As soon as he entered the kitchen and looked at Hyuga Tatsu and Makoto hugging each other, Tsunade was stunned again. Beast, scum. Tsunade took a few slices of bread and toast and gave Hyuga-chen a contemptuous look. Hyuga-chen looked at Tsunade with a question mark on his face. If Hyuga-chen knew Tsunade's random brain supplement, she would definitely let her understand what cruelty is. Makoto hurriedly pushed Hyuga-chen away with a face like Yuhi, as if he was caught doing something bad, and threw Hyuga-chen out of the kitchen. If you let him stay in the kitchen again, then you don't have to eat breakfast, you can just eat lunch. Hyuga-chen walked out of the kitchen depressed, gave Tsunade a vicious look, and actually did bad things to him. It seemed that she had to be cleaned up. Hyuga-chen looked at Tsunade with a meaningful smile on his face. Tsunade shivered uncontrollably, looked at Hyuga-chen's malicious eyes, and couldn't help shrinking his head. What are you looking at? Those eyes are so evil. The carefree Tsunade couldn't bear Hyuga-chen's gaze, and moved his body inside. But this time, she met Kushina. The awakened Kushina was very angry. She had a lot of anger to get up. No matter what, she bit Tsunade's white arm. Kushina, let go, it hurts me to death. Tsunade wanted to cry without tears, looking angrily at Kushina who was biting her and didn't let go. Kushina then let go, rubbed his eyes, and said angrily, "Who made you wake me up? I deserve it." Damn Kushina, your mouth is so cruel, it's a dog. Tsunade looked at the row of kiba marks on Bainen's arms, which were bloodshot, showing the weight of Kushina's mouth. You can't blame me for this, blame him. Kushina pointed to Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen, who was watching with a strong onlooker, looked innocent. I didn't do anything, so a black pot flew from the sky and pressed it on his back. What does this have to do with me? Don't keep making me the culprit. Hyuga-chen retorted with an innocent face. It's not that you have rough skin and thick flesh, because I often bite you, so my mouth is naturally neither light nor heavy. Kushina forcibly placed the pot on Hyuga-chen's body. Okay, who told you to be my woman? I've carried the pot. Hyuga-chen looked at the ceiling with a sad look in his eyes. Kushina felt embarrassed now, and hurriedly walked to Hyuga-chen's side, pinching his shoulders and serving tea. There was no expression on Hyuga-chen's face, and his heart was overwhelmed with joy. Tsunade folded her arms and looked aggrieved. She was really unlucky today. Could it be the reason why she didn't read the almanac when she woke up today? Does it hurt you a little? Kushina said. Then you take your arm and I'll give you a bite too, so you can try it too. Tsunade said unhappily. I'm not stupid. Kushina shook her head quickly, looking at Tsunade's expression with some schadenfreude. I'm really pissed off. Tsunade slapped the sofa angrily, but fortunately she didn't exert any force, otherwise the whole house would collapse. Master Tsunade, why are you so angry? Shizune rubbed his eyes and walked out. Of the big scene that Kushina made yesterday, Shizune lost sleep, and his mind was full of the sea of lava and fire, so he got up now. Sarah also has insomnia. The reason why she has insomnia is because she was lying in the corner of Hyuga-chen's door listening to the wall last night, so she didn't fall asleep all night. Hyuga-chan looked at Sarah, who came out with a meaningful smile on her face. Sarah's face was Yuhi. She knew about the eavesdropping and should have been discovered, and Sarah was very shy. It's time for dinner. Makoto brought out a large bowl of miso soup, along with rice balls, eggs, and more. No food, no appetite. That's great. Since Sister Tsunade doesn't eat it, let me eat it for Sister Tsunade. Kushina jumped up excitedly. Tsunade glared at Kushina, bit Kiba and said, then I will trouble Sister Kushina. No trouble at all. Kushina smiled and brought the small bowl of miso soup beside Tsunade. Makoto was stunned, completely clueless as to what was going on, and suddenly he was so arrogant. Hyuga-chan glanced at it, then lowered his head to eat breakfast, telling him intuitively that if he got involved, it would only be worse. Kushina drank the miso soup happily, looked at Tsunade with smug eyes, and Tsunade Kiba bit his teeth in anger. Master Tsunade, are you really not eating? It's delicious. Shizune asked with the rice ball in his hand, which was definitely the best rice ball she had ever eaten. No, I'm not hungry. Tsunade said stubbornly. She didn't want to lose face. Even if Tsunade starved to death, I would never eat a bite. Looking at Tsunade, who was trying to save face, Hyuga-chan picked up a rice ball and put it to Tsunade's mouth. Tsunade sniffed the aroma, swallowed, and then couldn't help but take a bite. As for face, now food comes first, and things like face cannot be eaten. Chapter 255 Goodbye Uchiha Madara. What are you doing with that old man Uchiha Madara? Tsunade said unhappily, since Tsunade has always been very dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara. After all, her grandfather Senju Hashirama died because of Uchiha Madara. Of course there are things I want to talk to him about, let's go. Hyuga-chan pulled Tsunade, who was complaining, and led Makoto and the others towards the land of water. Passing through the fierce battle between Kurigakure village and Konoha village, Hyuga-chan and the others ignored it and went directly to the land of water. No, I seem to be seasick. Shizune was lying on the deck with stars in his eyes, looking like he wanted to vomit. This ship is so stable, it's no different from being on land. I said, how could you get seasick? Hyuga-chan asked with a look on his face. I don't know either. Shizune swayed, because she was seasick for no reason. Then go to sleep first. Hyuga-chan was helpless and used demonic illusion to hypnotize Shizune to sleep. Because of Hyuga-chan's push, in less than half an hour, he came to the land of water. Where is Uchiha Madara in the land of water? Kushina asked, jumping off the boat. In Kurigakure village. Let's go to Kurigakure village to find him. Hyuga-chan said, and Hyuga-chan called out Terumi-mei and Konan in the system space. Originally, Lalu Lassie also wanted to come out, but Shueheim left her behind and asked Lalu Lassie to accompany her, which made Lalu Lassie very embarrassed. I've finally returned to the land of water, and it's still a familiar scent. Terumi-mei felt the water vapor in the air, and said slightly excitedly. Let's go to Kurigakure village. Hyuga-chan took a group of girls and headed for Kurigakure village. The mist in the land of water is really disgusting. Kushina used the rockberry power to evaporate all the water vapor. I have lived here for 10 years, and the land of water is like this. Terumi-mei shrugged. The reason why Kurigakure village is called Kurigakure village is because it is shrouded in fog all the year round. For those who have been living in the land of water, this is already accustomed to, but for those who come here for the first time, most of them are unacceptable. Although Hyuga-chan and the others lived in the land of water for 3 years, the dense fog and water vapor on that island were all dissipated by Hyuga-chan, which was no different from the mainland. Came to Kurigakure village, the 3 generations of Mizukage had already stood outside the village to greet him. As for why he greeted him here, it was because when Hyuga-chan came to look for Uchiha Madara, he had already asked White Zetsu to inform Uchiha Madara. Lead the way ahead. Hyuga-chan didn't want to talk nonsense with this puppet controlled by Uchiha Madara, and let him lead the way. 3rd generation of Mizukage led the way silently, and some Kurigakure looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. Some people even showed anger on their faces, because seeing the appearance of the 3 generations of Mizukage, they were almost the same as the servants, which made them very dissatisfied. As the shadow of a village, how can you be so embarrassed, and they don't have to face the village of Kurigakure? However, no one paid any attention to these tricks. Under the leadership of the 3rd generation of Mizukage, they came to the home of the 3rd generation of Mizukage. Then the 3 generations of Mizukage stepped aside wisely. Is he the legendary Uchiha Madara? He looks so ugly, Terumi-Mei asked with a look of disgust. At this time, the old Uchiha Madara is not as handsome as when he was young, and an ugly word is not enough to describe the current Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was silent, as if he hadn't heard it, but the moment he saw Hyuga-chen, he almost couldn't control his emotions. Just when he was about to go wild, the stinging pain in Uchiha Madara's mind made him wake up, and his life was still in the hands of others. What's your purpose for looking for me? There was no change on the face, but Uchiha Madara was already vigilant in his heart. To the 3 treasures hall for nothing, Uchiha Madara knew that Hyuga-chen would not find him for nothing. Master Madara seems to be wary of me. Hyuga-chen laughed and sat opposite Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was silent. Hyuga-chen was the biggest enemy in his life. Even in the hands of his old friend Senju Hashirama, he never suffered such a big loss. At this time, as long as he has the killing intent towards Hyuga-chen, he will suffer unspeakable pain, the kind of stinging pain in his soul that drives him crazy. It's really boring. Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Madara, who was silent, and shook his head. I'm here just to tell you a secret. Hyuga-chen smiled lightly, took out a jug of wine, a wine glass, and poured himself a drink. Master Madara, do you want some? Hyuga-chen asked enthusiastically. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He dared not drink Hyuga-chen's wine. However, he was very interested in the secrets in Hyuga Tatsu's mouth, but in order to maintain the force, of course Uchiha Madara would not lower his face and ask directly. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed, but Uchiha Madara still seemed to be in a hurry. Hyuga-chen did not hesitate to pour himself a drink, and the girls, led by an acquaintance Terumi-Mei, went out to play. Terumi-Mei, who was born here, other girls are very interested in Kurigakure village. In the whole ninja world, Kurigakure village is very mysterious and almost never contacts with other countries. Therefore, in the entire ninja world, little is known about the village of Kurigakure. After a few minutes passed again, Hyuga-chen put down the wine glass. He didn't have time to spend time with the lousy old man Uchiha Madara. He might as well go to accompany the beauty if he had time. So Hyuga-chen didn't give up and said directly, 6 paths immortal, the old guy, didn't die at all. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank, including Black Zetsu, who was hiding on Uchiha Madara's body. Seeing Uchiha Madara's shocked look, Hyuga-chen was satisfied. Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara, recovered quickly, and asked calmly, how did you know? What evidence? Although it seems calm, but Uchiha Madara is very anxious. He does not believe that Hyuga-chen is talking nonsense. Remember that puppet I used to be. He is the younger brother of the 6 paths immortal. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Uchiha Madara was silent for a while. He certainly remembered that puppet. If it wasn't for Izanagi, he would have been beaten to death. Now it can be explained why the puppet is so powerful. That doesn't prove that the 6 paths sage is still alive. Uchiha Madara said, from his heart, he really didn't want the 6 paths sage to be alive. Uchiha Madara, like Hyuga-chen, will speculate on others with the greatest malice. If the 6 paths immortal is really alive, then he is probably one of the biggest stumbling blocks. Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Immortal 6 Paths, was also alive. Hyuga-chen raised his glass and drank it. He believed that Uchiha Madara understood what he meant. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. The younger brother of the 6 Paths Immortal was also alive, but now he is dead, and the body is still in the hands of Hyuga-chen. the cause of the death of the immortal Six Paths immortal brother is naturally self-evident. And if the younger brother of the Six Paths immortal can survive, then the more famous Six Paths immortal will definitely not die. Ha ha ha, that's funny, Uchiha Madara said with a big laugh. Chapter 256 Fooling Uchiha Madara. Hyuga-chen silently looked at Uchiha Madara, who was laughing nervously, not knowing what he was laughing at. What are you laughing at? Laughing like a big idiot. Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Madara with the eyes of a mentally handicapped person. Uchiha Madara's laughter came to an abrupt end. Don't you think it's very interesting that the Six Paths immortals are still alive? Uchiha Madara's eyes shone with light, and there was no twilight in him at this moment. It'd be an honor to play against the Six Paths immortals. Uchiha Madara is a very belligerent person, and he is arrogant and doesn't think he is worse than anyone else. Interesting. Don't play tricks with me here, the Six Paths fairy can slap you to death. Hyuga-chan's words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Uchiha Madara's mind. You don't think that if you live for decades, you can fight the Six Paths immortals who have lived for thousands of years? Hyuga-chen sneered at Uchiha Madara with contempt. I tell you, you are actually a chess piece in the hands of the Six Paths immortal. The stone tablet you saw was actually left by the Six Paths immortal on purpose. What? This time Uchiha Madara couldn't sit still, stood up and looked at Hyuga-chen in shock. Black Zetsu, who stayed on Uchiha Madara, was also full of question marks. He didn't know what the hell Hyuga-chen was doing, but after listening to Hyuga-chen's words, he did believe that the Six Paths immortal was not dead. The Six Paths immortal founded the ninja sect and passed on the chakra to get more chakra, and you are the pigs raised by the Six Paths immortal, waiting for his slaughter. He left that stone tablet to make you a 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force, activate infinite Tsukuyomi, and then gather all the chakras of the whole world, until you become a 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force. That is when he comes to pluck the fruits of victory. Infinite Tsukuyomi is actually a conspiracy. Hyuga-chan's half-truth remarks stunned Uchiha Madara for a moment. Uchiha Madara sat down, feeling very uneasy, but it was impossible for him to completely trust Hyuga-chen's words. Hyuga-chen also saw the unbelief in Uchiha Madara's eyes, so he continued. The demonic illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi is recorded by the Six Paths steel, and the Six Paths steel was left by the Six Paths immortal, so he must also infinite Tsukuyomi, so why doesn't he activate infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve eternal peace? Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, and at this moment he believed Hyuga-chen's words a little. Black Zetsu is very nervous. Uchiha Madara will not give up the infinite Tsukuyomi plan because of Hyuga Tatsu's words. You want me to give up the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Uchiha Madara was slightly wary. He is not someone who will be shaken by a few words from others. Of course not. Not only will I not give up the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, but I will also work hard to complete it. Only in this way can I find out the guy who is hiding in the dark, the immortal Six Paths. Hyuga-chen shook his head and said. Why did you tell me? It could be seen that Uchiha Madara was extremely distrustful of Hyuga-chen. A big guy who has been hidden for thousands of years, I have no confidence to defeat it, so of course I will call you. Hyuga-chen took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. I'm a good sake, how about a drink? No need. Uchiha Madara refused again. He was thinking about the truthfulness of Hyuga-chan's words. After all, Hyuga-chan's character was not very good, so he couldn't easily believe Hyuga-chan. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will be sold, and I will help the other party to count the money. Last time, it was because of his carelessness that he fell for Hyuga-chan's calculations, and now facing Hyuga-chan, his momentum will be weaker by 3 points. Felt like he was going to be shorter in the face of Hyuga-chan. This feeling was very aggrieved, but there was no way, who made the curse in his soul unable to be lifted. Seeing the fox-like smile on Hyuga-chan's face, he subconsciously didn't believe it. Once bitten, twice shy. Now Uchiha Madara is like this, because he was pitted by Hyuga-chen once, he is still terrified. What is your ultimate goal? Uchiha Madara asked directly. I'm just inviting you to deal with the 6 paths immortal with me. Madara, you don't need to maliciously guess at me. Hyuga-chen waved his hand. It's natural to deal with the 6 paths immortals, and I also want to see the methods of the first ancestor of the genin world. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, full of fighting intent. Don't get me wrong, Madara, what I'm inviting is the success of the plan and the strength of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki column, not the current rookie. Whether you are qualified to wrestle with the 6 paths immortal depends on the future. Who knows if you are qualified in the end? Hyuga-chen slapped mercilessly. But what Hyuga-chen said is also true. The current Uchiha Madara is not even qualified to play with the 6 paths immortal. Uchiha Madara's face was as gloomy as water. He knew that Hyuga-chen was looking down on him, and since he was born, Hyuga-chen was the first person to look down on him. Don't be so gloomy. Hyuga-chen reached out and grabbed, and a dark tomo mark flew out from Uchiha Madara's soul. This is... Uchiha Madara asked hastily. You already guessed it, didn't you? Hyuga-chen smiled lightly. Uchiha Madara was very excited. He could clearly feel that the suppressed feeling in his soul had disappeared. At this time, Uchiha Madara was like a bird that finally flew out of the cage, completely liberated and completely free. After being excited for a while, Uchiha Madara calmed down, but instead became vigilant in her heart, whether there might be any conspiracy. If it were Uchiha Madara himself, would he be so kind? The answer is no. There is no need to suspect that there is a conspiracy. I don't need any conspiracy against you. Hyuga-chen glanced at Uchiha Madara, his aura pressed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara took a breath, and a mouthful of old blood rushed to his mouth, but Uchiha Madara swallowed it back. Just when Uchiha Madara wanted to fight back, Hyuga-chen's momentum suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared before. Uchiha Madara's face turned Yuhi's face. He was ready to fight back, but he didn't expect that Hyuga-chen would not play with him, which made Uchiha Madara very uncomfortable and aggrieved. When you are dead, give me your Mangekyo Sharingan with the Earth Life Eye technique. It will be my reward for unlocking the curse. Get up and leave. He wasn't in the mood to chat with Uchiha Madara here, so if he had the time, he might as well go to Tsunade and the others to have a romantic relationship. When leaving, Hyuga-chen gave Uchiha Madara a deep look. In fact, Hyuga-chen is not looking at Uchiha Madara, but Black Zetsu hidden in Uchiha Madara. He knows that Black Zetsu's purpose is not only to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the parallel world traversed through the dragon veins, the Black Zetsu of that world died in the hands of Hyuga-chen. Similarly, Hyuga-chen, the memory of Black Zetsu, also checked and learned some secrets about Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, this guy is not simple, ambitious. After Hyuga-chen left, Uchiha Madara's expression was solemn. How did Hyuga-chen know that Mangekyo Sharingan's pupils had a special life? At this point Uchiha Madara was puzzled, and at the same time he felt the mystery of Hyuga-chen. Uchiha Madara put the question aside for the time being, and began to close his eyes and meditate. The news that the 6 paths immortal was not dead had a big impact on him. Even though he was calm on the surface, he had already set off waves in his heart. Chapter 257 The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, Kuriarer Kushimaru. What did you talk about with Uchiha Madara? Kushina asked curiously. It's nothing, I just told him that the 6 paths immortals are still alive. Hyuga-chen had a meaningful look on his face, wondering if Uchiha Madara and the 6 paths immortals would fight in the future. Why tell him? Because it's funny. I want to see if there will be a plot where my son beats his father in the future. Hyuga-chan's face was full of mischief. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and he is also the son of the 6 paths immortal. If the two of them work together, it will not be similar to the 6 paths brothers who sealed Kagaya Heim. However, even if Uchiha Madara becomes the 10 Tails person Jinchuriki, column force, he is not the opponent of the 6 paths immortal. As Hyuga-chen who has played against the 6 paths immortal, he has the most say. Little white face, you are blocking my way. A cold voice came from in front of Hyuga-chan, and Hyuga-chan, who was talking to the girls, turned his head and looked forward. A yellow spiky head, wearing a Kurigakure Anbu mask, and slender limbs, it looks very tall, and it is initially estimated to be more than 2 meters tall. Hyuga-chan was 1.87 meters tall, and in front of the bamboo pole that was more than 2 meters tall, he was almost a head shorter, so he could only look up at the other side, which made Hyuga-chan very upset. Stinky boy, what are you looking at? Do you want me to screw your head off? Kuriarare Kushimaru showed a cruel smile on his face, but Hyuga-chan couldn't see because of the mask. This guy is so rude. Kushina on the side was very dissatisfied and clenched his fists. What's your name? Hyuga-chan's mouth twitched slightly, looking at him playfully. Unexpectedly, someone dared to provoke him, and he was really impatient. Little white face, listen carefully, I am Kuriarare Kushimaru, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I'm afraid. Ha ha ha, Kuriarare Kushimaru laughed wildly. The 7 ninja swordsmen. At this time, Hyuga-chan also looked at this guy one more time. To be honest, this guy is just a little minion. If he doesn't sign up, Hyuga-chan doesn't even know him. And needle in his hand, Hyuga-chan wanted to complain, this ninja knife is really weird. You are Kuriarare Kushimaru who is weak like a woman with an oversized embroidery needle. Hyuga-chan looked at this guy with contempt. What did you say? Kuriarare Kushimaru was furious. Since becoming the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kuriarare Kushimaru has been lawless, and even 3 generations of Mizukage have no respect. Now facing Hyuga-chan's contempt, Kuriarare Kushimaru was furious. People on the street saw that Hyuga-chan angered Kuriarare Kushimaru, and they stayed away from here, for fear of causing trouble. They could understand Kuriarare Kushimaru's cruel character. It angered Kuriarare Kushimaru, and their group is finished. A ninja in the distance showed a schadenfreude expression. With so many beautiful women around Hyuga-chan, a man would be jealous. Pity those beauties, alas. While gloating at the misfortune, he could not help but sigh for those beauties. Kuriarare Kushimaru is extremely cruel. He doesn't see any beauty in his eyes. As long as it makes him unhappy, he will kill them all. What I hate the most in my life is the little white face. Kuriarare Kushimaru looked at Hyuga-chan's handsome face jealously. Why did he wear a mask all the time? It was not because he was ugly and had no face, so he covered his face. Give me death. Kuriarare Kushimaru stabbed with the needle, trying to pierce Hyuga-chan. Thinking of Hyuga-chan's wailing, Kuriarare Kushimaru let out an excited laugh. Kurigakure village is really messy, and you can actually do it in the village. Hyuga-chan shook his head and reached out to grab the needle that Kuriarare Kushimaru stabbed. Kurigakure village is like this, the survival of the fittest. Terumi May is not surprised, this has become a tradition of their Kurigakure village. It's better now, but in the future blood fog period, the village of Kurigakure will only be more chaotic. How is that possible? A little white face can actually block my attack. Kuriarare Kushimaru looked incredulous. The guy he thought was a little white face actually grabbed his stitches and was not injured at all. Fragrance. If you get my clothes dirty, even 10 dog lives won't be enough for you to pay. Hyuga-chan squeezed his palm slightly. Click. The stitches, which are extremely hard, don't know what kind of material they are made of, just shatter into powder. Kuriarare Kushimaru's expression was dull, and his long knife and needle turned into powder. Angry, angry, angry. Anger kept rising, and Kuriarare Kushimaru yelled, I'm going to kill you. Those who have no brains, dare to shout. Hyuga-chan pouted in disdain, the difference in strength is so big, can't he see? If he is calm, perhaps Kuriarare Kushimaru can still consider the comparison of the strengths of the two sides, but Kuriarare Kushimaru has never calmed down. Humph. Frozen. When Kuriarare Kushimaru hit Hyuga-chan, Conan snorted coldly and released a strong chill, completely freezing Kuriarare Kushimaru in an instant. A little guy like you doesn't need your brother to do anything at all. Break it up for me. Conan gave a light drink, and the frozen Kuriarare Kushimaru shattered together with the ice cubes, all shattered into small ice particles, and then disappeared under the breeze. The onlookers gasped sharply, and both ninjas and ordinary people were frightened. Kuriarare Kushimaru, who had always been arrogant, died just like that, leaving no body behind. I have to court death. Hyuga-chen shook his head. If he had left before, Hyuga-chen would not care about a small person. He can only blame him for his bad luck. When he went out to meet Hyuga-chen and his party, it was destined to be his life. But even if he doesn't die now, he will be beaten to death by Might Dai in the future, and he won't live for long. Is there any reward for brother? Conan looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. No. Hyuga-chen spread his hands. Humph. Smelly brother. Conan shook his head unhappily. Hyuga-chen smiled, then lowered his head and kissed Conan's face. Conan looked at Hyuga 0.8-chen, both happy and shy. It would be better if he could go further, such as kissing. As for going further, the shy Conan didn't dare to think about it. Terumi-Mei pursed her lips, gave Conan an angry look, and then gave Hyuga-chen a stern look. Look what I'm doing. I tell you, even if you keep looking at me, I won't kiss you. Ah, who wants you to kiss this big pervert? Let me die. Terumi-Mei raised her fist high in embarrassment and hit Hyuga-chen's hateful face. Want to slap me in the face? Don't I want to lose face? Hyuga-chen turned around to avoid Terumi-Mei's fist, then reached out to hold Terumi-Mei in his arms, staring at her with azure blue eyes. Under Hyuga-chen's gentle gaze, Terumi-Mei's face turned Yuhi, the anger on her face disappeared, her strength disappeared, and she lay quietly in Hyuga-chen's arms. Chapter 258 Kill Munashi Jinpachi and leave Kurigakure village. You two, have you hugged enough? Conan reached out and pulled Terumi-Mei away, with a slightly jealous tone. Of course not, Conan, are you jealous? Let me tell you, Chen's embrace is so warm, I still linger now. Terumi-Mei smiled lightly, reached out and brushed her hair, a bit charming. Humph, vixen. Conan looked at Terumi-Mei, who was obviously better developed than her, with a bit of jealousy on her face. She is obviously a few years older than Terumi-Mei, but her figure is not at all superior to Terumi-Mei, especially the plump pair. It is estimated that only Tsunade can beat her. Conan is most wary of Terumi-Mei. She doesn't want Terumi-Mei to end up in front of her. Oh no way. Chen just likes me more, go be jealous. Terumi-Mei smiled coquettishly, wrapping her arms around Hyuga-chen's arms. Terumi-Mei, who was blinking, her eyes emitting a little starlight, and using that pair of plump to stimulate herself, Hyuga-chen couldn't stand it. Terumi-Mei at this time was simply a seductive goblin. Damn it. Conan's little face passed Yuhi. Ha ha ha. Kushina couldn't help laughing when she saw Conan's angry look. Conan looked at Kushina resentfully, really sad. Terumi-Mei, do you want to go home and take a look? Hyuga-chen asked. Terumi-Mei shook her head. In that case, let's leave the village of Kurigakure. Hyuga-chen said. Do you want to leave after killing someone? Munashi Jinpachi said coldly. He had a good relationship with Kuriarare Kushimaru, and when he learned that Kuriarare Kushimaru was killed, Munashi Jinpachi was very angry and killed him directly. Master, they killed Master Kuriarare Kushimaru. I wonder if you want to give me some reward. A ninja next to Munashi Jinpachi asked, rubbing his hands. The reason why Munashi Jinpachi knew that Kuriarare Kushimaru was dead was informed by the ninja in front of him. Ha. Munashi Jinpachi laughed mockingly, and he dared to ask him for a reward. He really didn't know whether to live or die. An explosion sounded, and the ninja who informed him had been blown into a pile of minced meat. Munashi Jinpachi looked at Hyuga-chen's group with cold-blooded eyes, revealing ultimate-'s killing intent. What kind of cat and dog? They all jumped out. Hyuga-chen pouted in annoyance, Looking at the weird knife in this guy's hand, it must be a group of 7 ninja knives. This is Munashi Jinpachi, the user of Blast Knife and Droplet, and Kuriarer Kushimaru, known as the Ruthless Duo, who killed brothers and killed teachers, very cold-blooded and cruel. Terumi Mei introduced. As a Kurigakure villager, Terumi Mei is very aware of these news, and it is no secret in Kurigakure village. I'm also not interested in knowing who he is. Since he came to die, it means that he has lived enough. After going to the Pure Land, help me say hello to Otsutsuki Hagoromo. All killing ash bones. A sharp gray bone shot out of his hand, stabbing Munashi Jinpachi, and the poor Munashi Jinpachi collapsed and disappeared. Is it so cruel? Killing people doesn't even leave a body. Sister Shizune whispered. Glancing at the blasting knife and droplets that fell on the ground, Hyuga-chan turned around and pulled the girls away. What blasting swords and sprays, Hyuga-chan couldn't look down on at all. Because of Hyuga-chan's visit to Kurigakure village lost 2 elite jonin, and most importantly, permanently lost the long knife and needle. Has Hyuga-chan gone? Uchiha Madara asked cautiously. Yes Madara-sama, Hyuga-chan has left Kurigakure village, but Kuriarer Kushimaru and Munashi Jinpachi, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, were killed by Hyuga-chan. 3 generations of Mizukage replied respectfully. If the people of the village of Kurigakure were to see that their beloved Mizukage was so servile, they would have driven him down from the Mizukage's position. It's not a matter of you go down first. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and threw the 3 generations of Mizukage away. 3 generations of Mizukage have been completely controlled by him, so there is no need to be polite to him, and Uchiha Madara will not be polite to others. 3 generations of Mizukage left, and Uchiha Madara sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Alas, I'm the only one left, it's a miserable life. Hyuga-chan was lying on a wooden board, which was moving fast on the sea. Yesterday the girls asked Hyuga-chan to accompany them to go shopping, and this morning, Hyuga-chan sneaked away in order to avoid shopping. The women who go shopping are terrifyingly powerful, and he can't stand it, so it's better to sneak away first. They are asking me for your address. You said if I should tell them or send them directly to you. Shui Haim's voice came to Hyuga-chan's mind. Don't, Hyuga-chan said quickly. If the girls caught him, he would have a headache. It's okay for me to help you, but you have to promise me a condition. Shui Haim said his ultimate goal. What conditions? Hyuga-chan didn't agree, but asked cautiously. I haven't thought about this yet. I'll tell you when I think about it, whether you agree or not. Okay, I promise you, Hyuga-chan bit Kiba and said. He believed that with what he knew about Yukihime, if he refused, Yukihime would definitely send Tsunade, Makoto, Sarah and the others over. It's good to say it first, it must not be too much. Hyuga-chan said to Shui Haim in advance. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Yeah, Hyuga-chan responded, closing his eyes and enjoying the sunshine. The Third Ninja War is getting more and more intense. Namikaze Minato successfully attacked Kumogakure's transport force and destroyed Kumogakure's supplies, putting Kumogakure into a more difficult situation, but Kumogakure showed no signs of retreating, and I also successfully took over the 637th place in the 4th generation of Reikage. In the face of the destruction of materials, the 4th generation Reikage I came up with a method, that is, robbing, or directly robbing the civilians of the Fire Country. They have no shortage of kunai detonating charms. The only thing they lack is medicine. They are running out of medicines, but the 4th generation of Reikage is still holding on, vowing to fight Konoha to the end. However, because of the volcano in front of him, Kumogakure had no choice but to take a detour from the opposite Konoha. So the Kumogakure battleground is optimistic for Konoha, while the other battlegrounds are a bit bad. The battlefield of Rain Country, the battle between Sunagakure, Iwagakure and Konoha. Konoha was beaten and retreated, mainly because the number of ninjas was not as good as that of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. The worst part is the battle with Kurigakure. The main force to resist Kurigakure is the two big Konoha families of Uchiha and Hyuga, as well as other families of Konoha. But the Uchiha family trespassed in Kaiden fire style, and was crushed to death by Kurigakure, who was good at Suiten water style. The Hyuga family is even better. Even the lunatic of the Kagaya family can't beat them, and the other major families can't beat the Kurigakure. There are many families in Konoha, including Kekkei Genkei and occult owners, but the village of Kurigakure is not inferior to Konoha. The secret hydration technique of the ghost lamp family alone has caused all the Konoha families to suffer. This is the reason why the 3 generations of Mizukage didn't make a move, and the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't all go to the battlefield, otherwise Konoha would end up being swept away. Chapter 259 Inkov's Nagato. A phantom flashed by, and more than a dozen ninjas on the opposite side covered their necks at the same time, and finally fell to the ground in despair. Looking at the ninja who fell clutching his neck, Uzuki Yugao had a grim expression. Yugao is really amazing. The swordsmanship is really gorgeous. I also want to learn swordsmanship. Enko looked at the unrestrained Uzuki Yugao with admiration. No wonder Yugao chose to learn swordsmanship. The force of swordsmanship is high, Enko thought. It's just a group of Chunin and Genin. Uzuki Yugao shook his head, not showing any pride. How about we head to the battlefield? Enko suggested, rolling his eyes. No, I think you're crazy. Kurenai Yuhi refused without hesitation. Enko, the battlefield is really too dangerous. Although our strength is good, there are many people who are stronger than us. Nohara Rin also said. Then do we just kill those bandits, or these wandering ninjas? They are all weak and pitiful. Enko pointed at the corpses on the ground and said depressedly. And I have the Kekkei Genkei Iwadun. Even if we can't beat it, we can run away, Enko said, clenching his fists. That's right. Under the guidance of Hyuga Chen, Enko fused Kekkei Genkei Iwandun, which is also the first Kekkei Genkei that Hyuga Chen tinkered with. However, although she has a rock escape, Enko can't use the super S-level ninjutsu of the rock giant that is comparable to Susanoo, and her chakra is not enough to release. Why don't you try it? These wandering ninjas are not our opponents at all. If they say they are Chunin, they are actually Genin's fighting power. Uzuki Yugao said. In her heart, she also wanted to go to the battlefield to sharpen her swordsmanship and become stronger. Okay. Kurenai Yuhi finally nodded, agreeing to go to the battlefield. In fact, she also wanted to go to the battlefield to see it. Yeah, that's great, Sister Yuhi, I really love you to death. Enko shouted excitedly, holding Kurenai Yuhi in both hands. Do you want to be so excited? Kurenai Yuhi was a little speechless. Even though she was yearning for the battlefield in her heart, she would not be like Enko, shouting and jumping with joy. The 4 young apprentices of Hyugachin went to the battlefield of the Land of Rain together, because they were closer to the Land of Rain. Arriving in the Land of Rain soon, the 4 girls looked at the Land of Rain, where it was raining lightly, and felt a little uncomfortable. To be honest, no one will adapt to the weather in the Land of Rain, as long as they are not used to it. It is humid and dark, and the air exudes a rotten breath. The water vapor is filled with water, and the fog is constantly in the water country, which is much stronger than the rain country. What's going on here? It's raining all the time, it's really annoying, and I don't know if it's cursed. Enko's expression was a little irritated. Anyone who sees this sunless sky will feel extremely irritable. Hey, what do you see that group of people are doing? Is it a group of cult organizations? Nohara Rin, who was wearing a cloak, pointed to the front. It really seems to be a cult. Kurenai Yuhi frowned. I saw a man with yellow hair in the distance, giving a speech with a very excited expression, and the people listening to him were also enthusiastic. Anyone who sees this scene will think that some cult organization is developing believers. The person who spoke was Yahiko, who was looking for like-minded candidates at this time, pulling them into Akatsuki and fulfilling the ideal of world peace. Akatsuki has been around for a few years, and it's developing very well. It has to be said that Yahiko is also a person with a charismatic personality, otherwise Akatsuki would not be able to be established, and Akatsuki would be developed to such a small scale that even Hanzo would be afraid. This is also related to Yahiko's ideological goals. Yahiko advocates not relying on extreme force to create world peace, and building a bridge of hope for peace through human-to-human communication. As naive as it may seem, this is a bowl of chicken soup for the soul of those in the war-torn country of Rain. Yahiko drew a pie, which tempted countless people to join in and fight for it. But this also has hidden dangers, that is, once they can't see the hope of fulfilling this ideal, they will eventually leave. Akatsuki is in real crisis, and these guys are absolutely unreliable. Let me, Lord Mitarashi Anko, end this ugly scene. Anko-fan clenched his fists, and his eyes gleamed. Without waiting for Kurenai Yuhi to stop him, Anko jumped a few times and came to Yahiko and the others, pinching his waist and pointing at them. Stupid evil organization, meeting me, Mitarashi Anko, is your doomsday. Today, I will get rid of your group of cancers for the ninja world. Yahiko and the others suddenly appeared, and Mitarashi Anko, who was full of middle too, was stunned, and looked at Anko with a confused look, as if he was looking at a mentally handicapped child. Who are you? Nagato stood up, looked at Anko warily, and pulled Yahiko behind him to protect him. It can be seen from here that Nagato and Yahiko are definitely true love, or Nagato is unrequited love of Yahiko. I am the one who came to destroy your evil cult organization, accept the punishment of Anko-sama. Rock escape, rock beast. No one can stop Anko, who is suffering from the second illness. Without giving Yahiko and the others a chance to speak, Anko hand seal with both hands, a ferocious rock behemoth with a shape very similar to a tiger, suddenly burrowed out of the ground. Then I took pictures of Nagato and Yahiko. The 30-meter-high giant beast, with one paw covering Nagato and Yahiko, was completely trivial. Humph! Nagato snorted coldly, having completely defined Anko as an enemy. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. The huge repulsive force knocked Anko's rock beast flying out, and several pieces of rocks fell off his body. However, Anko was not worried at all. Rock giants, like rock giants, have the ability to repair themselves, and ordinary people can't deal with them at all. Anko, why are you so impulsive? Nohara Rin blamed. The other party seems to have Kekkei Genkei, which is somewhat similar to the one used by the teacher, so be careful. Azuki Yugao pulled out Muramame and looked at Nagato and Yahiko with a wary expression. As for those who were given chicken soup for the soul by Yahiko, they have all run away, and the 30-meter-high beast looks scary. You don't have to intervene, these two guys will be handed over to me Anko. It is my duty to fight crime. Anko said while patting his budding breasts. For no reason, why are you attacking us? Yahiko asked angrily. You still dare to question me, the evil organization is so mad, it will die. Anko let out a coquettish cry, and the giant rock beast rushed towards Nagato. Nagato frowned, this thing didn't seem to be easy to handle, and used the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign again to knock the rock giant into the air. Now Nagato's attacks are very scarce, and Rinnegan's techniques can't be used fully. The strongest one is Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, and the other ninjutsu that Jiraiya has taught can't help this beast at all. Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. Yahiko couldn't let Nagato fight alone, and quickly used ninjutsu to help Nagato. But they don't know any advanced ninjutsu, and Jiraiya won't teach them two advanced ninjutsu. This is a matter of principle. After all, Nagato and Yahiko are not from Konoha. Even if Jiraiya believes that Nagato is the son of prophecy and someone who changes the ninja world, he will not teach them two advanced ninjutsu without authorization. Chapter 260 Hyuga Chen arrives. Do you need our help? Kurenai Yuhi asked quickly as he watched Yahiko start, frowning. No, I can deal with them alone. Anko clenched his fists and said confidently. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Nagato Rinnegan fluctuated, and a black hole-like gravitational force suddenly erupted from his hand, and the gravitational force pulled Anko's body. At the same time, A handful of kunai appeared in Nagato's hand. After waiting to suck Anko over, he immediately gave her a fatal blow. He wouldn't be merciful just because Anko was a girl, only Yahiko was in his eyes. Feeling the huge gravitational force, Anko screamed badly and tried to stabilize his body, but the gravitational force erupted too suddenly, and Anko couldn't react in time. Just then, Azuki Yugao grabbed Anko's arm and yanked her back. This guy's ninjutsu is exactly the same as that of the bad teacher. Anko's expression finally became serious. The abuse of vegetables for a period of time made her look down on other people a little bit. If it wasn't for Azuki Yugao to hold her back, she might have fallen. Don't be rude, let's do it together. Azuki Yugao instantly turned into a streamer, and Muramameru completely showed his edge. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Nagato once again released this Rinnegan ninjutsu, which combines attack and defense. Although Nagato only has this move to attack now, this move can also be eaten all over the sky. Just approaching Nagato, Azuki Yugao, who was about to slash down with his sword, was suddenly knocked into the air by the repulsion force, groaned, and was slightly injured. Yugao, are you alright? Let me see. Nohara Rin hurried over to check on Azuki Yugao's situation. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. Azuki Yugao shook his head, letting Nohara Rin not have to worry. Nohara Rin still checked uneasy, and he was relieved after finding that Azuki Yugao really had nothing to do with it. You dare to hurt my good sister, give me death. Rock escape, rock cage. Anko, angry, directly used the strongest ninjutsu she could use. This ninjutsu Hugichin used it to kill 3000 Kumogakure. Even if Anko performed it, it was not as good as what Hugichin used to do, but it was amazing. Looking at the rapidly shrinking cage, Nagato's expression remained unchanged, and he used the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign again. Under the action of the repulsive force, the shrunken rock blade began to crack, but it healed again before the rock blade was broken. This time Nagato was finally shocked. Every time the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign is used, it takes at least 5 seconds to cool down. Within these 5 seconds, he cannot release the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign again. Nagato, don't worry about me, just escape by yourself. Yahiko looked at Nagato firmly. He knew that Nagato was worried about him and did not release Shinra Tensai Almighty Push with all his strength, so he couldn't open the cage. Nagato shook his head. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is a 360-degree indiscriminate attack, and his ability to control the repulsion to avoid Yahiko is his limit. If he uses the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign with all his strength, he cannot control the repulsion to avoid Yahiko, and will attack together with Yahiko. At that time, Yahiko will surely die. Nagato would rather let him die than watch Yahiko die. Hurry up, you let Nagato go. If I offend you, then let me do it and let Nagato leave. Yahiko shouted loudly. Yahiko, I have a solution. The suction seal. Nagato used the suction seal to absorb this ninjutsu. Although the rock cage is powerful, it is still broken by Rinnegan's ability. What? Anko was shocked. It was broken so easily. This was her strongest ninjutsu. Yahiko, leave first. Nagato said to Yahiko. Yeah, Nagato, be careful yourself. Yahiko nodded and turned to leave. He knew that he was not strong, and staying here would only drag Nagato. After Yahiko left, Nagato's face immediately turned cold. Be careful. Kurenai Yuhi looked vigilant, and at the same time couldn't help but glared at Anko. Before he went to the battlefield, he got into trouble. Anko stuck out his tongue. God, Luo, Heaven, Jung. Nagato shouted word by word. The huge gravitational force broke out completely, several times stronger than before. Anko immediately blocked the 30-meter giant beast in front. Kurenai Yuhi and the others with undiminished power. At this time, there was only one thought in their hearts, and that was the end. How could they resist such a powerful attack? However, when the repulsion hit them, they found that they were unscathed, and they had nothing to do. What's going on here? Could it be that the opponent's attack is to scare people, but in fact it has no power? And the most shocking thing was Nagato. Seeing that the 4 girls of Azuki Yugao had nothing to do, his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. So you are also a paper tiger. I thought you were so powerful. Anko looked at Nagato with contempt. Paper tiger, you big head. Hyuga-chen suddenly appeared behind Anko and tapped her head hard. It hurts. Anko squatted on the ground holding his head, with a pitiful expression. Teacher. Kurenai Yuhi looked at the sudden appearance of Hyuga-chen, first surprised, then overjoyed. Bad teacher, you still bully me. Do you know that I almost died just now? Anko stood up and threw himself into Hyuga-chan's arms. Kurenai Yuhi, Nohara Rin and Azuki Yugao are also close to Hyuga-chen, and I feel that only by being close to Hyuga-chen can I feel safe. You guys are really going to cause trouble. If I hadn't left a life-saving means on you, you would all be dead now. Hyuga-chen blamed her mouth, but a doting smile appeared on her face. No wonder we'll be fine, so it was the teacher who saved us. Nohara Rin suddenly realized. I didn't expect you to be fine, bad teacher. Anko raised his head from Hyuga-chan's arms. You hurry up and get me down, and you even slandered me as a bad teacher. Hyuga-chen said with a fierce face. I won't come down. Anko hugged Hyuga-chen tightly and stuck out his tongue at Hyuga-chen. Nohara Rin, Kurenai Yuhi, and Azuki Yugao looked at Anko with envious expressions, but they also wanted to seek comfort in Hyuga-chen's arms. Just now, they thought they were going to die, but now thinking of that scene, they still have some lingering fears. Okay, come down quickly. Hyuga-chen reached out and pulled Anko down. Anko reluctantly looked at Hyuga-chen's arms with a reluctant look on his face. Nagato on the side was expressionless. Everyone seemed to ignore him. Very embarrassed. Don't I want to lose face for Nagato? Hyuga-chen, who seemed to hear Nagato's heartbeat and comforted the 4 little apprentices, then looked at Nagato, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Hyuga-chen, is an extremely protective person. Although the 4 little apprentices were not injured, it did not mean that Hyuga-chen would let Nagato go. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 261-280. Chapter 261 The Deeply Affectionate Duo. Boy, what do you think I should do with you? Hyuga-chen looked at Nagato with a sneer. Nagato was silent and responded to his words by releasing a Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, levy on Hyuga-chen. Teacher, be careful, his ninjutsu is very powerful, he can bounce everything off. Kurenai Yuhi reminded. It's just a trick. Hyuga-chen put his hands behind his back and looked at Nagato with a flat face. A repulsive force even more terrifying than Nagato gushed out from Hyuga-chen's body. Nagato only felt a pain in his body, and then smashed to the ground in the distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a poof tilde. So powerful. The 4 girls looked at Hyuga-chen with adoring eyes. The guy who looked so powerful just now, the teacher could easily beat him without using his hands. Hyuga-chen smiled proudly, very satisfied with the look of the 4 daughters' adoration, and enjoyed this look very much. With the same ability as me, how is it possible? Nagato's unchanging expression finally changed. Didn't Mr. Jiraiya say that his Rinnegan is the eye of creation and destruction, unique except for the 6 paths immortal? How can the other party have the same ability as him? By the way, why did you conflict with him? Hyuga-chen looked at the 4th daughter curiously. 18. I saw him and another guy tricking people into joining a cult here, so we fought him to save the people, Anko whispered. Removing harm for the people. I didn't expect you, Anko, to have such a good character. Hyuga-chen had a look of contempt on his face. Teaching Anko for so many years, does he still not understand the nature of this little apprentice? Will he be the kind of person who kills evil for the people? If it were Nohara Rin, Hyuga-chen would still believe it, but from Anko's mouth, Hyuga-chen would never believe it. According to Hyuga-chan's guess, it is estimated that Anko wants to meddle in his own business and find a sense of existence. Truth is not bad from what Hyuga-chen had guessed. It was exactly that Anko wanted to look for something, but he didn't expect to kick the iron plate. If it wasn't for the transcribed seal, Takatenhara, left by Hyuga-chen on them, they would be dead now. Although Nagato has not grown to the point of the future, but relying on Rinnegan, he can still exert his cage-level fighting power. Although the 4 girls of Kurenai Yuhi are also very powerful, the general elite Jonin are not their opponents, but the strength gap between them and Nagato is not small. Rinnegan was ent just for fun. Even if Nagato couldn't unleash the full power of Rinnegan, Anko and the others, who were not afraid of tigers, would be extremely easy to hang and beat a newborn calf. Before Anko could play a few tricks with Nagato, it was because of Yahiko's oil bottle. Nagato did not dare to use too strong power, for fear of affecting Yahiko. Nagato got up and saw that Hyuga-chen didn't pay attention to him and wanted to sneak away. That big bad guy wants to run. The sharp-eyed Anko saw the sneaky Nagato who wanted to slip away. Nagato's body froze for a moment, and then he quickly hand-seal, using the instant body technique, appeared 100 meters away in an instant. I still want to run, it's not that easy. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. In the palm of Hyuga-chan's palm, a gravitational force like a black hole erupted, and he had already run far away. Nagato, with a happy expression on his face, was pulled back by the gravitational force at once. Damn! Being held by Hyuga-chen, Nagato couldn't break free at all, and was carried by Hyuga-chen like a little chicken. And the other party used a Rinnegan's unique ninjutsu again, which also shocked Nagato even more. Boy, it's too cheap to let you run away like this. Hyuga-chen sneered on his face. What do you want? Nagato, who was struggling to open, asked nervously, feeling a little discouraged. Nagato, I brought someone to help you. Yahiko shouted and rushed over with dozens of ninjas. Oh, Hyuga-chen raised his head and looked at Yahiko, who was rushing over from a distance, with a meaningful smile on his face. This guy is the founder of Akatsuki, and Yahiko is also a capable person. After all, not everyone can build an organization. Let go of Nagato. Seeing Nagato being caught, Yahiko panicked. Yahiko, hurry up, you are not his opponent. Nagato shouted loudly. Nagato, I will never give up on you, I will definitely save you. Yahiko said firmly. Hyuga-chen has black lines all over his head. This kind of picture is like a scene in a bubble drama, but both of them are male and have a bit of hot eyes. Teacher, you seem to be the villain. Azuki Yugao poked Hyuga-chen with his finger and whispered. Hyuga-chen was silent, didn't he? This scene usually occurs in idol dramas. The heroine is hijacked by the villain, and then the hero comes to rescue the heroine. In the end, the hero and heroine led a happy life, and the villain usually either dies unexpectedly or is caught and sent to prison. It's just that the plot of Men and Men should only appear in the minds of rotten women. What's going on now? Hey, you don't like that yellow-haired boy, do you? Hyuga-chen asked Nagato. Nagato faced a Yuhi, and did not refute. Hyuga-chen was startled and hurriedly threw Nagato out. This guy is a gay, can't be offended, can't be offended. Nagato, are you alright? Yahiko ran over quickly, pulled Nagato up, and looked at him carefully. I'm fine, Yahiko, don't worry. Nagato shook his head, letting Yahiko not need to worry. Don't fall in love with you too. My apprentice who dares to bully you. If you don't make you half crippled today, none of you want to leave. Hyuga interrupted their communication with a sullen look. Who are you? You dare to disrespect our boss. Idiot, they all said that they want to be called the leader. The boss is really ugly. Don't worry, the leader. Seeing that he is not too old, I can help the leader to deal with him. The crowd from Akatsuki shouted. 280 inches he tilde. Hyuga-chen laughed mockingly, and a few kunai formed by photons appeared in his hand, and then he was ashamed to say a few people, and flew out of the so-called people. Whoosh whoosh. Several people fell to the ground, and a fist-sized hole appeared on the chest. Yahiko watched this scene with tears in his eyes. These people were all members of Akatsuki, and he already regarded them as family. Yahiko, Don't be impulsive, we are not his opponents. Nagato stretched out his hand to hold Yahiko, and even he was beaten to the ground, not to mention Yahiko who was much weaker than him. Yahiko, who was pulled by Nagato, finally regained his senses, clenched his fists, and finally let go of his hands helplessly. At this time, he was indeed very angry, but he had to be responsible for others. Even if he was impulsive once, it was only them who would be hurt in the end, and he would only lose more partners. How can you let us go? Yahiko clenched his fists. Compensation, if you don't have 1 billion taels, all of you don't have to leave. Hyuga Chen said directly. Yahiko's anger that was originally in his heart rose again. They Akatsuki often did good deeds, and all the money was used to relieve the commoners. Where did the money come from for Hyuga Chen? Don't look at them as an organization, in fact, they are very poor. 1 billion taels is to sell Akatsuki, and Yahiko can't get it. What's more, there is nothing wrong with them, why should they compensate? Yahiko is quite unconvinced. Chapter 262 Sorry I don't make sense. Teacher, we were all terrified. Wouldn't it be too cheap to let them spend 1 billion taels and let them go? Anko came to Hyuga-chan and stared at him with dissatisfaction. My stupid apprentice. Look at how poor they are, can they come up with anything more? Hyuga-chen slapped Anko in disgust. Knock me on the head again, the reason I became so stupid is because you knocked me. Anko squatted on the ground, holding his head in defense. Hyuga-chen glanced at her in surprise, but she didn't expect that she was quite self-aware and knew that she was stupid. It always feels like you're thinking of something bad. Anko looked up at Hyuga-chen with a suspicious look on his face. I have to say that as long as it is a woman, the sixth sense is very strong. Even Anko, a little girl, can feel so sensitive. I feel Anko you are not stupid, not only not stupid, but also very smart. Really, I think so too. Yuhi and the others must be jealous of me, so they call me stupid. Anko gave Kurenai Yuhi and the others an angry look. All right. It seems that to take back his previous thoughts, Anko doesn't seem to have self-awareness. Yahiko, Nagato and the others just stood there stupidly, feeling very aggrieved. The other party seemed to ignore them. Did they have no sense of existence at all, or did the other party ignore them from beginning to end? Teacher, what did they do with these people? Kurenai Yuhi reached out and pulled off Hyuga-chen's clothes. Cough cough tilde you people bully my apprentice, I should have hacked you to death, but... Hyuga-chen's tone paused. But I am a kind-hearted person and a good person recognized by the entire ninja world, so I will give you a chance. What chance? Yahiko interrupted Hyuga Tatsu's words aloud. The unhappy Hyuga-chen gave Yahiko a stern look. As a person, what he hates most is that someone interrupts his words. Yahiko's face was pale, frightened by Hyuga-chen's vicious eyes. Don't interrupt when I'm talking, otherwise there will only be a few more corpses here. Hyuga-chen warned lightly. Yahiko was very unhappy. Why can you pretend to be forced? I don't even have the right to interject, it's not fair. In 10 days, make up 10 billion taels, send it to me, and that's all. Hyuga-chen just wanted them to collect 1 billion taels in 10 days. But because of Yahiko's intervention, Hyuga-chen directly turned 10 times. How is this possible? Do you think we are specializing in making money? Yahiko was extremely annoyed. 10 billion is not a small amount, even the annual financial revenue of the Rain country will not exceed 10 billion taels. This is killing them. Then I don't care, I want 10 billion taels. Hyuga-chan looked rogue. PFF tilde. Nohara Rin couldn't help laughing when he looked at the rogue Hyuga-chen. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Hyuga-chen looked at Nohara Rin suspiciously, not knowing what was funny. It's nothing, Nohara Rin said, covering her face. In fact, she just saw what Hyuga-chen just looked like. She felt very cute. Hyuga-chan must not know about this matter. If Hyuga-chan knew that she felt cute in his heart, he would definitely deal with her severely. Inexplicable. Hyuga-chen shook his head. Same 3 girls, Kurenai Yuhi, Azuki Yugao, and Anko, looked at Nohara Rin with puzzled eyes, not understanding what she suddenly laughed. You are unreasonable, they were the ones who attacked us first. Yahiko roared angrily. Hyuga-chan smiled slightly, then said, sorry, I'm not being reasonable. You, Yahiko was stunned and speechless, and others were unreasonable, what else could he say? Hurry up and get out of here, if I don't see the money within 10 days, none of you will want to live. With a wave of Hyuga-chan, a gust of wind blew them out 100 meters away. There were some very weak people who were directly blown into the sky by the gust of wind, and then fell to their death. Wow, such a powerful ninjutsu, can you teach me that? Anko asked, his eyes shining in surprise. Mighty big guy, this is just AC rank ninjutsu futon, wind style Datapa, great breakthrough. Hyuga-chan pushed Anko's head away. Liar, how could Datapa, great breakthrough, be so powerful? It's definitely a lie. Anko shook his head in disbelief. That's because I'm strong. Really, so can I get to that level? Anko asked expectantly. You should wait until the next life. Hyuga-chan said flatly, without the slightest change in tone. It is because of this that Anko feels angry. If she can beat Hyuga-chan, she will definitely beat him now. Teacher, why do you want so much money? Nohara Rin asked suspiciously. Your wife is a big fat sheep in the ninja world. What do you think I want money for? Then we still have a lot of money here, all of which we got from killing the bandits. Give it to the teacher. Kurenai Yuhi took out a seal scroll. No, how could I ask for the apprentice's money? Then where do I put my face? You are going to slap me in the face. Hyuga-chan sternly refused, he is a principled person. Oh, Kurenai Yuhi looked depressed, and even got choked on giving money, he was so angry. Just when Kurenai Yuhi was about to put away the seal scroll, Hyuga-chan reached out and took it, then put it away as if nothing had happened. Originally, I definitely wouldn't accept your money, but I also know, teacher, that if I don't accept it, you're definitely not at ease. After all, it's your intention, so I accept it. The four girls were shocked by what Hyuga-chan said, staring at Hyuga-chan with contempt. They really don't understand, they obviously have such a powerful strength, but how can they be so shameless? Can they become stronger by being shameless? Look at it, you can't even beat a Nagato, it's a shame, don't say I'm your teacher when you go out in the future. I know you want to change the subject, but there's no need to despise us. We're not even 11 years old. Kurenai Yuhi stared at Hyuga-chan with resentful eyes. Hyuga-chan's scalp was numb when he was seen, but he was discovered unexpectedly. It seems that Yuhi is not a stupid girl like Anko. Ahem, I'll teach you guys for a while, lest you embarrass me when you go out. Hyuga-chan changed the subject again. What a shame, if it wasn't for that Yuhi-haired guy with weird ninjutsu, I could beat him all over the place to find Kiba by myself. Anko said angrily. Hyuga-chan's mouth twitched, the person who just cried, isn't it you? Don't think you wiped your tears on my clothes and I didn't see it. Just that Hyuga-chan didn't expose Anko and save her face. Chapter 263 The Girls Kill. Shui Haim, are you sure, that guy Chen is really in the land of rain? Kushina looked at Shui Haim suspiciously. Of course, I won't deceive you, we are good sisters after all. Shui Haim giggled. You can pull it down. It's good sister. Tsunade looked at Shui Haim with disgust. No matter how they asked about Hyuga-chan's whereabouts, Shui Haim didn't tell them, and she was still a sister. Shui Haim, if you teleport us to Chen's side, I will trust you. Makoto narrowed his eyes and said. Don't. I can't do this, but I can tell you his specific location, you will know if you go and see. By the way, don't say, I leaked his whereabouts. Shui Haim said quickly. Got it, don't worry. Kushina nodded. Terumi Mei, stay with me here. Shui Haim reached out and hugged Terumi Mei, and Sarah, come with me here too. By the way, practice, your strength is too weak. Now Sarah is still a quasi-shadow, and has not even entered the cage level, her strength is definitely the bottom of the girls. That's right, you guys just stay here and practice hard. Conan said quickly, blinking at Shueheim by the way. Snowheim nodded knowingly, then hugged Terumi May and Sarah, and immediately walked away. Conan made a victory gesture and left the system space with Tsunade, Makoto, and Kushina. Lord Tsunade, where have you been? Why are Sarah and Terumi May gone? Shizune Little Loli asked curiously. Going to another space, Tsunade said, picking up Shizune, and then saying, let's go to a Megakure village, go to Tatsu and settle the account, and he dared to run away without saying a word. In fact, if possible, Tsunade would also like to bring Shizune to the system space. After all, it is inconvenient to travel with Shizune. But only Hyuga-chen has the authority to bring people into the system space, which Snowheim can't do, so Tsunade can only bring Shizune with him, he can't leave Shizune behind. Why do you want to hold us so angry? Looking at Conan's smug look, you are colluding. Sarah asked angrily. That's right, Conan asked me to leave you in the system space. Shueheim nodded and didn't hide it. Then what's in it for you? Terumi May also stared at Snowheim angrily. Shueheim stretched her finger to her cheek and thought about it for a long time, but she didn't think it would be any good for her. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do me any good, Shueheim said with a cute face. Sarah and Terumi May almost vomited blood. It's no good. Why are you helping Conan? Are you sick? Then we're going out. I don't have time to accompany you. I have to see what the hell that woman Conan is up to. Terumi May was about to leave the system space immediately. It's useless, without my consent. Unless Chen comes in and takes you out, you won't be able to get out at all. Shueheim said proudly. Damn, let's get out now. No, I'm mad at you, just a little bit Tilda. Shueheim stuck out her small tongue and kept drawing hatred. Heim angrily. It was definitely impossible to fight. In the system space, Shueheim was like an omniscient and almighty god. As long as Shueheim didn't want to, they couldn't even touch Shueheim's finger. Laulu Tilda. What's wrong? Laula's, who was sleeping on the grass next to her, was awakened, rubbed her eyes, and asked in a cute lowly voice. It's nothing, you go to sleep. Shueheim reached out and touched Laulu Lassie's head. Oh, Laula's nodded, then fell to the ground and fell asleep. The three women watching were speechless for a while. You fell asleep too fast. Shueheim, don't think we can't do anything to you. I'm going to tell Chen about you revealing his whereabouts, then. Hum. Let's wait and see. Terumi May sneered again and again. It doesn't matter, anyway, even if no one said anything, he can guess. Shueheim smiled slightly, showing an indifferent attitude. However, whether Shueheim is really so calm in his heart, only Shueheim knows. I'm sure that Conan is definitely plotting something wrong. I'm really pissed off. Terumi May's anger shuddered. If Hyuga-chen was here, she would definitely be attracted. Do you know the inside story? Sarah asked Shueheim. Shueheim shook his head and said, I don't know either. Then why did you promise her? Shueheim's face was Yuhi. She was praised by Conan at first, and then she agreed to Conan in a confused way to help her drag Sarah and Terumi May into the system space. ... Life is so leisurely. Hyuga-chen was lying on a hammock with a shed to keep out the rain, and there was a table next to it with delicious food and wine. It would be even better if this gloomy weather was removed. I'm so lazy, I only know how to enjoy it, and said that I want to instruct us to cultivate, but in the end, it's not for us to cultivate on our own. Anko complained. Stop complaining, or that unscrupulous teacher will find another reason to punish us. Kurenai Yuhi followed Anko to practice taijutsu. In fact, Kurenai Yuhi is the most depressing one. As a ninja of Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, instead of practicing demonic illusion, he is here to practice martial arts that are looked down upon by demonic illusion ninjas. Don't talk in a low voice. Don't think I can't hear you, but I can hear it clearly. If you don't want to double your training volume, just give me a good practice. Hyuga-chen closed his eyes and said lightly. Damn. The four girls were very angry when they listened to Hyuga-chan's words. These days, they were punished by Hyuga-chan a lot, and they were tired like dead dogs every day. Hyuga-chan seemed to see the anger in their hearts, and a smile appeared on her face. But what Hyuga-chan didn't know was that because he didn't take care of Shueheim these days, Shueheim told the girls his address, and now Tsunade they were killing him. If she knew, Hyuga-chan wouldn't be so leisurely now. A few days later, the four daughters Tsunade, Makoto, Kushina, Konan, and Shizune, who had passed out due to traveling too fast, finally came to the land of rain. I don't know what that guy is doing in the country of rain. I hate seeing the weather in the country of rain. Makoto, can you use the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push to clear the clouds? Kushina asked. Makoto shook his head and said, it's not impossible, but once there is such a big movement, it will definitely disturb Chen. What if he runs away? Forget it. Kushina nodded depressedly, and decided in her heart that she would definitely make him look good after seeing Hyuga-chan. However, Makoto still uses the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign to repel the misty drizzle. Although the rain is not big, it will still make the clothes wet when drenched on the body. Tsunade held Shizune, who had passed out, and walked in front with Makoto and Kushina. Konan was at the back, his eyes were shining brightly, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 264, The Most Important Sister Loyalty. Keep your breath, don't let the big bad guys find us. Kushina whispered. Kushina, he's still far from here. What are you doing with such a small voice? Tsunade looked at Kushina speechlessly, feeling that Kushina was a little silly. You forgot, big bad observation hockey, you can hear other people's conversations. Kushina glared at Tsuna, and whispered. Makoto patted Kushina with his hands. Why? Kushina looked at Makoto suspiciously. Kushina, even if you keep your voice down, you can still hear it, Makoto reminded with a smile. A row of crows flew over Kushina's head. Kushina seemed to hear inexplicable ridicule, and her face instantly turned Yuhi, and she said loudly, of course I know, I'm just joking with you. Makoto snickered twice while covering his mouth, while Tsunade was less tactful and laughed loudly, but Konan was absent-minded and didn't know what he was thinking. Kushina glanced at the two girls angrily, then ignored them, walked to Konan's side, and patted Konan. Konan, what's wrong with you? Why do you have such a Yuhi face? Are you thinking about spring? Kushina teased. Sister Kushina, what are you talking about? I ignore you. Konan covered his face shyly. Kushina looked confused. Wasn't she just joking? So what? Following the map given by Yuki Haim, Kushina and the others finally saw Hyuga-chen not far away. No wonder I just slipped away. It turned out to be here to find little Loli, this pervert lolicon. I won't kill him. Tsunade squeezed his fist. Well, these are all Chen's disciples. They should only be here to train disciples. Makoto whispered. Don't you think the teacher-student relationship is more attractive? Don't forget that I used to be your teacher. Tsunade snorted and said coldly. That's right, I have to give this big pervert some color. Kushina bit Kiba and put all the embarrassment in her heart on Hyuga-chan's body. It was all Hyuga-chan's fault. Stop peeking, come out. Hyuga-chen said helplessly. How could Tsunade and the others hide their actions from Hyuga-chen? Humph, you're enjoying yourself here. Tsunade came out angrily. Of course, as long as there is meat and wine, there are only beautiful women, and now beautiful women are automatically delivered to the door. Hyuga-chen laughed. Come here quickly and meet your wife. Hyuga-chen shouted to the four daughters who were working hard not far away. Oh, meet the mistress. Perfunctory, this reluctant look is definitely perfunctory. Mr. Pervert, is this also a teacher? Kurenai Yuhi pointed at Shizune and looked at Hyuga-chen blankly. I'm not you. She's not your wife. What are you thinking in your little head? Why are you thinking so unhealthy? Hyuga-chen tapped Kurenai Yuhi's head with his finger. Shizune looked at Hyuga-chen resentfully. You would embarrass me like this, you know. It was Shueheim who told you that I'm here. Hyuga-chen had doubts, but he was already sure. No, Tsunade and the others shook their heads quickly, but they had promised Shueheim, and they would never reveal that she said it. Good sisters should be loyal. I don't like women who lie, and women who lie are to be punished. Hyuga-chen narrowed his eyes, and there was a malicious light in his eyes. The faces of the four women who were hesitating changed, and after looking at each other, their eyes were firm. It's all about loyalty between sisters. I am the most important person. I will never tell you that it was Shueheim who told us your address. Tsunade said firmly. Hyuga-chen sneered. Very good, I am loyal to you sisters. I am impressed, then accept the punishment. Hyuga-chen reached out and hugged Tsunade, Makoto, and Kushina, who were terrified, and then used space ninjutsu to appear in a luxurious house not far away. Deserving it. Shueheim, who was in the system space, made Yuhi face Yuhi, but she was very relieved. She sold her without even thinking about it. It was really sad. Conan looked at the luxury residence in the distance with a resentful expression, and felt very aggrieved. Isn't she still there? Actually dropped her. The four female apprentices of Shizune and Hyuga-chen quickly stepped back and looked at Conan with a frightened expression. Because of the resentment in their hearts, Conan involuntarily radiated the cold air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop below zero, and frost formed on the ground, and they almost froze. I said, Mistress, can you take care of us? Anko said shivering. Conan quickly put away the cold air and looked at the girls apologetically. At the same time, the name of Anko made her feel a touch of joy in her heart, and her eyes became much gentler. The more she looked at Anko, the more she liked it and could speak. But what Anko said next made Conan in a bad mood. Why didn't the teacher take you with me? Is it because I don't like you, or are you not a teacher at all? PFF. Conan almost spurted blood. Why did he speak so piercingly? He just misunderstood her. Seeing the uncertainty on Conan's face, Nohara Rin, who winked, hurriedly gave her a hand. What are you pulling me for? Anko looked at Nohara Rin suspiciously. Nohara Rin was also speechless. Anko seemed helpless, originally thought she was just low in IQ, but she didn't expect her emotional intelligence to be high. Don't worry about that, mistress, she has a problem here. Kurenai Yuhi pointed his finger at his head. When Conan heard the words, his face became better, and he also showed sympathy to Anko. Confused Anko came back to his senses and looked at Kurenai Yuhi angrily. Don't think I don't know, you're saying I'm stupid again. Okay, let's go and see what the teachers are doing. Kurenai Yuhi snorted, skipping the topic. Don't. Conan stopped quickly. They don't know what Hyuga-chen is going to do, doesn't she know? What's wrong? The four girls looked puzzled. The girls in the Hokage world are indeed precocious, but there are no sex education books in Hokage, Before Jiraiya wrote Intimacy Paradise, there was none. So they, who are less than 11 years old, don't know what real intimacy is. Well, let's have a chat here. Conan said embarrassedly. How could she say such a thing, and at the same time couldn't help complaining about Hyuga-chen in her heart. The main thing is to complain that Hyuga-chen didn't take her with her. Don't you know she's been looking forward to it for a long time? That's right, it's fine for us to chat. Shizune also reacted, and said with a Yuhi face. With Hyuga-chen and the others was not short, and Shizune knew a little bit, she had been woken up by that sound before. Although the four girls were puzzled, they did not refuse, but they were a little embarrassed because they were not familiar with each other. However, the girls got to know each other very quickly, and they started chatting in a short while. Of course, it was Anko who was talking and the others listening. Because apart from Anko, the rest are not talkative girls. Chapter 265 Bold Conan. Teacher, why did you go? Where's mistress? Anko asked suspiciously. Cough. Children don't have so many problems. Your wife is tired, go to rest. Hyuga-chen coughed a few times. Oh, furious Anko pouted depressedly. Looking up, He saw Conan looking at him with resentful eyes. Hyuga-chen scratched his head and gave Conan an embarrassed smile. "Brother, I have something to call you tonight." Conan's voice was low and low. But Hyuga-chen can definitely hear it, and looking at Conan's shy face, Hyuga-chen can roughly guess what Conan is looking for. Said that Conan has grown up. The cute loli at the beginning has grown into a beautiful girl and can already. Okay. Hyuga-chen smiled and gave Conan a meaningful look. Conan's cheeks were with Yuhi, and his little hands were holding the clothes unnaturally, looking very nervous. "Let's go eat first." Hyuga-chen unconsciously touched Conan's head. "I've grown up, and I always feel like you've always treated me like a child, brother." Conan took away Hyuga-chen's hand and pouted. Hyuga-chen smiled slightly, then took Conan's hand and walked to the table. It was already evening and it was time for dinner. Dinner was made by Conan and Nohara Rin together, and the food was delicious. "Teacher, don't you come out to eat?" Nohara Rin asked. "Well, they're too tired now, just leave a little for them and let them rest. Let's eat first, and I'll give you a chicken leg." Hyuga-chen picked up a chicken leg and put it in the Nohara Rin bowl, blocking her cue. "Me too," Enko immediately cooed. "Can't you clip it yourself? Rin is the hero of cooking, you are not qualified to ask for this." Hyuga-chen tapped Enko's head with his chopsticks. "What's the big deal? I can cook too." Enko snorted, disapprovingly. "Then cook and eat it yourself." Hyuga-chen glanced at her and said with a smile. Enko stopped talking. She did know how to cook, but the taste was not good. Although it couldn't compare to Tsunade and Kushina's dark dishes, it wasn't much better. After the meal, the four little apprentices cleared the table, and Hyuga-chen was pulled away by the shy Conan. After entering the room, Conan's heart was beating rapidly, several times faster than before, and he was about to die of nervousness. "Conan, what's your business with me?" Hyuga-chen asked with a smirk, and he asked this question completely knowingly. Conan's cheeks turned to Yuhi, as if he was about to cry. Ha ha ha. Hyuga-chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Conan's embarrassed look. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how cute you are." Hyuga-chen stretched out his hands to squeeze Conan's cheeks and squeezed slightly. Conan pursed her lips and took Hyuga-chen's hand away. She didn't like being pinched by Hyuga-chen because it was as if she was still a child. Conan didn't want to be treated like a child, especially when the other party was Hyuga-chen. Taking Hyuga-chen's hand away, Conan looked at Hyuga-chen seriously with a firm look in his eyes. In order to create this good opportunity, Conan asked Shuiheim to keep the two troublemakers Sarah and Terumi Mei in the system space, so Conan will never give up this opportunity, otherwise I don't know if there will be such a thing in the future. Good timing. Brother Chen, I like you. Concentrating all the shyness in his heart, Conan said loudly, and after speaking, he couldn't help covering his face with his hands, too shy. Hyuga-chen looked at Conan steadily, but he didn't expect Conan to have such a bold side. You must know that Conan's character is different from Kushina, who dares to love and hate. Conan's character is relatively shy, and he can confess to him so directly, which shows Conan's heart. Seeing that Hyuga Tatsumaki didn't say anything for a long time, Conan's eyes turned to Yuhi. A hazy mist of water accumulated in his eyes, and it might turn into a downpour at any time. Does my brother not like me? Conan's thoughts ran wild. Then Conan looked certain and slammed on Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen was sluggish, and was actually raped, or was raped by the gentle and delicate Conan. This feeling is really refreshing. Feeling Conan's clumsy movements, Hyuga-chen reached out and hugged Conan, turning her back on the guest. Conan was flustered at first, and then very happy. It seems that her brother still likes her. After a long time, Hyuga-chen let go of Conan's face. Yuhi was lying in Hyuga-chen's arms, feeling the warm and sunny breath of Hyuga-chen. Brother Chen, do you like Conan? After a long time, Conan finally raised her head, her eyes glowing with anticipation. She was afraid that Hyuga-chen would directly say no. Of course I do, I like Conan very much. Hyuga-chen smiled and stroked Conan's hair. I'm talking about the love between men and women, Conan said quickly. Little idiot, I'm talking about the kind you think. Hyuga-chen gently stroked Conan's forehead. Really? Great. Conan jumped up happily, looking at Hyuga-chen with tender eyes. Then, since you like me too, brother, can we do that kind of thing? Conan didn't know where to put his hands, and couldn't help himself. Seeing this, Hyuga-chen had a wicked smile on his face. Excuse me, Conan, what exactly is that kind of thing? It's. Conan couldn't say it for a long time. She is a girl, how can she say such a shameful thing? Confused and shy, Conan suddenly raised his head to see Hyuga-chen's bad face, and his face suddenly showed a touch of anger. This abominable unscrupulous brother is actually teasing her, isn't he? How shy she is now. Infuriated, Conan stomped hard. Seeing the black gas on Conan's body, with a gloomy appearance, Hyuga-chen had already reached out to hug Conan and went up again. Conan, who was about to get angry at 4.8, turned Yuhi when he was hugged by Hyuga-chen, and the anger on his face disappeared. Hyuga-chen gave himself a compliment in his heart, and sighed that he was smart and witty. Before they knew it, the two of them came to Chuong, and from then on, there was one less girl and one more woman in this world. Because Conan is the first time, Hyuga-chen is not too much, but Hyuga-chen is very distressed for his own woman. Anyway, there will be more time in the future, there is no need to be in a hurry, leaving a good night for Conan is the most important. And Hyuga-chen's 4 female apprentices looked at the door with strange eyes. Although they didn't know what they were doing, the sixth sense of women told them that it was definitely not a good thing. As for Shizune, she went to rest earlier, took 2 balls of cotton, and plugged it into her ears. Chapter 266 Plastic Sisters. Early the next morning, Hyuga-chen opened his eyes. Conan, like a kitten, has a satisfied smile on his face. Conan, who looks like a fairy in the picture, Hyuga-chen reached out and stroked Conan's blue-purple hair. No, I really can't do it. Conan, who was still sleeping, took away Hyuga-chen's hand and said, shaking his head. Hyuga-chen had black lines all over his head, reached out and squeezed Conan's nose, then put on his clothes, got up and got out of bed, and after taking a shower, Hyuga-chen walked out of the door. Yo, young Master Hyuga is out. Tsunade, who was holding a bowl of lean meat porridge in his hand, glanced at Hyuga-chen with an expression of watching the show. Makoto, Kushina, and the others were equally at ease with the bowls in their hands, resting their chins with their hands, and looked at Hyuga-chen with interest, as well as Sarah and Terumi-mei. Sarah and Terumi-mei were angry and stared at Hyuga-chen with sharp eyes, as if they were going to eat him. Damn big villain, you know we are in your 19th space world, but you still don't bring us out. Are you afraid that we will ruin the good thing for you and Conan? Did you plan ahead? Sarah and Terumi-mei questioned. That's right, this is exactly what he negotiated with Shueheim and Conan. You must not let him go easily. Kushina slapped the table and stood up. Kushina, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, kept fanning the flames. Kushina, it looks like you have a lot of energy. It looks like I will focus on taking care of you next time. Hyuga-chen looked at Kushina with a gloomy face. I won't be afraid of you, Kushina said, but in a low voice, with little confidence. What are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly, can you speak up? Hyuga-chen leaned over to Kushina's side. I am saying you are so handsome. Kushina changed her face instantly, hugged Hyuga-chen's arm, and said with a smile. I like people like you who tell the truth, I will reward you. Hyuga-chen smiled and kissed Kushina's lips. Kushina isn't shy, she's an old couple, it's just some ambiguous little gestures, what's so shy? Don't change the subject. Sarah ran over, jumped on Hyuga-chen, grabbed his clothes and said. With a smile on her face, Hyuga-chen had already decided in her heart that she had to beat Shui Haim 800 times. This woman was always tricking herself. Sarah, what do you want? Do you want me to make it up to you? Hyuga-chen's face kept getting closer to Sarah, and soon his lips touched. White smoke rose from Sarah's head. Yuhi's face was like a monkey's butt, and her body remained motionless. Terumi Mei was intrigued when she saw it, stretched out her hand to pull Sarah away, and said angrily, to actually bully Sarah, what a big bad guy. About Terumi Mei in her heart, why did she pull her away? Don't be afraid, Sarah, he will never be able to bully you with me. Terumi Mei assured her while patting her breast. Sarah wanted to vomit blood, which was definitely Terumi Mei's intention. What do you want to do? Just come at me. Don't bully Sarah, Terumi Mei said righteously, and moved her body towards Hyuga-chen after saying that. As your good sister, how can I let you stand in front of me? Terumi Mei, don't worry, I'm not afraid of him, I will fight against the evil forces to the end. Sarah pulled Terumi Mei behind her and said with a serious expression. Tsunade and the others watched this scene with excitement, their eyes flashing with eagerness, and they wanted to intervene. Seeing their intentions, Hyuga-chen immediately warned them with his eyes to let them settle down, otherwise they wouldn't turn into a mess. What are the four of you watching? Hurry up and let me practice. Hyuga-chen said to the four of them, Kurenai Yuhi, who also watched the show. Just know that bullying is, apprentices have no rights, Kurenai Yuhi snorted heavily, and then left with his sister. Then Hyuga-chen looked at Shizune. Shizune, who was staring at the ceiling, suddenly came back to his senses. Before Hyuga-chen could speak, he left the house with the piggy pig in his arms. Yes, I have understanding. Hyuga-chen glanced at Shizune admiringly, this lowly winked. Accept the punishment. Sarah suddenly jumped into Hyuga-chen's arms and bit Hyuga-chen's neck. But Sarah didn't exert any force, and even stuck out her tongue to lick it. Hyuga-chen was stunned, is this here to give him welfare? Damn, Terumi Mei shivered with anger, what good sisters, they are plastic sisters, and they will shatter when touched. Get up for me. Terumi Mei pulled Sarah hard, but Sarah hugged Hyuga-chen and didn't let go, which made Terumi Mei even more annoyed. The two women were in a stalemate like this, until Konan Yandan walked out of the room. The dispute between the two women temporarily stopped, and the guns were directed against Konan. What do you see me doing? Konan said shyly. I didn't expect you to be able to do it, Konan. With my style back then, did you feel comfortable last night? Kushina walked over and asked, wrapping her arms around Konan's shoulders. Sister Kushina, what are you talking about? Konan stomped her feet, extremely shy. Did I say anything? I was just asking if you had a good night's sleep last night. It seems that Konan, your mind is not pure. Kushina shook her head and smiled wickedly. Konan, you actually plot against us, are you still a good sister? Terumi Mei came over angrily. When are we good sisters? Konan said lightly. 443 inches instead of following me, you might as well see your real good sister. Konan said slightly jealously. After Terumi Mei heard this, she quickly turned her head to look at Sarah, who was lying motionless on Hyuga-chen, and was instantly blown away. Sarah, didn't we agree? Terumi Mei asked. In the system space, they had agreed to fight Konan together. The raw rice is already cooked, so what's the point of talking about it? Sarah said gloomily. Terumi Mei thought about it, and what Sarah said really made sense. Konan and Tsunade at this time had completely become Hyuga-chen's women, so it was useless for her to complain. Being one step ahead of the woman Konan, we must never fall behind the woman Sarah. Terumi Mei thought to herself, and at the same time she had an idea. I'm going to see Kurenai Yuhi and the others to practice. Let's chat here. Looking at the girls who were staring at him, Hyuga-chen helplessly put Sarah down. After Hyuga-chen left, the atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Tsunade, Makoto, and Kushina don't really care. Anyway, they are ready to accept Conan. Although they are a little jealous, they are still peaceful. As for Conan, Sarah and Terumi May, there was some tension between them. However, Conan's face was calm, and she was even a little smug in her heart. Anyway, she had come to the front, one step faster than Sarah and Terumi May. Chapter 267. What do you say? In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the past half month, Sarah and Terumi May have been fighting. As for Conan, they ran out of time to trouble Conan. Hyuga-chen was sandwiched between Sarah and Terumi May, and that was all. Tofu. Tofu is really delicious. Hyuga-chen is delicious. If possible, Hyuga-chen would like to have more tofu. But if Hyuga-chen dared to do that, it is estimated that Sarah and Terumi May would immediately get angry, and then beat Hyuga-chen, thinking of the scum in the pot before they could finish eating it. That guy Yahiko is really hard-headed, he's really not afraid of death. At the beginning, Hyuga-chen gave them a 10-day deadline and asked them to send the money within 10 days. Now that half a month has passed, they have not sent the money, and they clearly don't take him seriously. White Zetsu, come out for me. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Lord Chen, I don't know why you came here to find Xiao for a big deal. White Zetsu said respectfully immediately. Of course, this White Zetsu is not the real body, but a clone of White Zetsu. Give this to Hyuga Hamura. Hyuga-chen threw a scroll to White Zetsu, then turned and left. White Zetsu looked confused. Who is Hyuga Hamura? Lord Chen, can you give me a specific location? In the Land of Rain, you can find it yourself. When White Zetsu wanted to ask again, Hyuga-chen had already gone far and could only hold the scroll in distress. As soon as Hyuga-chen returned, Terumi May ran over immediately, holding Hyuga-chen's arms in both hands. Her eyes were as gentle as water, like a little wife. My dear is back. Are you tired? Do you want to drink some water? Should I eat first, or should I eat first? Tilde me. He also gave Hyuga-chen a wink. Saucy fox. Sarah scolded angrily. She couldn't compare to Terumi May's face, but she couldn't be as good as Terumi May. What if I choose to eat you first? Hyuga-chen stretched out his fingers, raised Terumi May's chin, and asked meaningfully. I'll wait for you in the room. Terumi May shyly ran to the room. Hyuga-chen was speechless. He was just teasing Terumi May, but she didn't expect her to take it seriously, so he wanted to go. This is a problem. Terumi May really has 2 strokes. Kushina said with interest. You're not allowed to go. Sarah opened her arms and stopped Hyuga-chen. She wouldn't let Terumi May succeed. Chen, why don't you go? There's a beautiful lady waiting for you in the room. Ha ha ha. Makoto smiled tenderly. The end. Because of Sarah's relationship, Hyuga-chen was naturally unable to go to Terumi May's room, which made Terumi May very resentful. Hyuga-chen spreads his hands. There is no way. Who is stopped by Sarah? Otherwise, Hyuga-chen will definitely go to discuss the philosophy of life with Terumi May. After lunch, I asked Tsunade and the others to supervise the cultivation of the 4 apprentices, and Hyuga-chen dodged into the system space. Because she has been entangled by Sarah and Terumi May, Hyuga-chen has not entered the system space for a while. It is estimated that Shui Haim and Lalu Lassie should be angry. Seeing Hyuga-chen, Shui Haim's face showed a happy expression, and then disappeared in an instant, with no expression on his face. Lalu tilde brother. Lalu Drawing was stunned for a moment, then used her superpower to teleport, and instantly came to Hyuga-chen's head. Her little hand grabbed Hyuga-chen's hair and tugged hard. Humph. I didn't come to see Lalu Lassie for so long. I'm angry and I want to punish you. Lalu Lassie shouted tenderly. You didn't forget me. Shui Haim looked at Hyuga-chen resentfully, and that resentful gaze made Hyuga-chen's scalp numb, as if he had done something outrageous to Shui Haim. At such a time, the topic must be changed, otherwise Shui Haim's eyes will simply be unbearable. Reaching out and hugging Lalu Lassie, who was suffocating and pulling his hair, Hyuga-chen looked at Shui Haim viciously. It's not because of you, it's because you told them about my whereabouts, So I'm not at all free now, and you still have the face to blame me. Hyuga Chen slapped her back. You are such a bastard and a scum. It was because of the temptation of beauty that you put me aside and said such things. Don't get angry quickly. Sorry, I'll never get old, Shui Haim said blankly. Hyuga Chen had a headache, and without saying a word, put Lalu Lassie on the ground, then hugged Shui Haim and kissed him. There is nothing that can't be solved by a kiss. If there is, then kiss more times. Sure enough, after the kiss, Shui Haim turned pale Yuhi, and was no longer angry. Big bad guy. Shui Haim Yuhi slapped Hyuga Chen with a slap in the face, and took the opportunity to bully others, really. So happy. Lalu Lassie bit her fingers and looked at Hyuga Chen and Shui Haim curiously. She didn't know anything about everything, she was just a blank piece of paper, so she didn't know what Hyuga Chen and Shui Haim were doing. If you don't understand, ask. Lalu Lassie is a good boy who is studious. Using his mind to float, Lalu Lassie tugged Hyuga Chen and Shui Haim. Brother and sister, what were you two doing just now? Lalu Liz asked suspiciously. Snow Haim, who was shy before, almost fainted from shyness now, slapped Hyuga Chen angrily, and kissed her in front of Lalu Lassie. It was too shy. Lalu Lassie, this is an adult thing, and I will know it when I grow up. Hyuga Chen reached out to hold Shui Haim's hand, preventing her from struggling, and said to Lalu Lassie softly. Grow up, but why can't I grow up? Lalu Liz looked at her small body and said a little discouraged. You will grow up in the future. Hyuga Chen smiled and comforted. Oh, Lalu Liz nodded. What she didn't know was that as long as she didn't evolve, she would never grow up. Lalu Lassie, you can play by yourself first. My sister and I have something to do. Hyuga Chen stroked Lalu Lassie's little head. Although unhappy, the obedient Lalu Lassie nodded obediently. Hyuga Chen smiled, then pulled Shui Haim away. What are you doing? Shui Haim's voice trembled slightly, both nervous and expectant, and her heart was very contradictory. What are you talking about? Hyuga Chen gave a wicked smile, stroking Shui Haim's jade white cheeks with his palms. Shui Haim didn't struggle, just looked at Hyuga Chen silently, Yuhi's face almost dripping blood. Lang Yuking, concubine intention, everything is a matter of course. Shui Haim changed from a girl to a real woman. A few hours passed, and after everything was over, Snow Haim turned pale Yuhi, looked at Hyuga Chen with a smirk, and couldn't help giving him a Byakugan. Looking at your eyes, are you not convinced? Hyuga Chen leaned into Shui Haim's ear and said softly. I don't have it. Shui Haim said quickly. She was not Hyuga Chen's opponent when she was first in personnel, and she couldn't stand it if Hyuga Chen continued. Chapter 268 Big Gift Package from the System. Lalu tilde damn brother, why haven't you come out yet? It's not worth talking. Lalu Lassie's cheeks bulged. Waiting for a long time, she didn't see Hyuga Chen come out to play with her, and Lalu was already angry. They must be playing by themselves, without Lalu Lassie. I am so pissed off. Lalu Lassie, who was squatting on the ground, stood up and ran angrily to the castle not far away. She wanted to catch her hateful brother, but she actually deceived Lalu Lassie. Coming to the door, Lalu carefully leaned over her head and listened to the voice inside. I can't seem to hear the sound. Lalu scratched her head. Bump, bump, bump. Lalu knocked on the door. What's wrong with Lalu? Get up quickly. Shui Haim pushed Hyuga Chen in a panic. Just when Hyuga Chen was about to do something, Lalu Lassie directly used teleportation to come in. Hyuga Chen and Shui Haim lying on the bed, Lalu Lassie said dissatisfiedly, so you were sleeping, but you left Lalu Lassie alone outside. Lalu Lassie is not happy. That Lalu Lassie, you go out first, and I will definitely play with you in a while. Hyuga Chen 757 said quickly. I don't believe it. You lied, brother, you are a big liar. Lalu Lassie jumped on the bed, and then got into the bed. I'll sleep with you. Lalula's closed her eyes and fell asleep within a few seconds. Hyuga-chan and Shui-Heim looked at each other and exhaled at the same time. When Hyuga-chan wanted to get up, Lalu Lassie, who was sleeping, suddenly got up, and then reached out and hugged Hyuga-chan. What are you doing, brother? Do you want to run, brother? Don't you like Lalu Lassie? Lalu Lassie said pitifully. Hyuga-chan smiled stiffly, then touched Lalu Lassie's head and said softly, brother likes Lalu Lassie very much, you go to bed first. I won't go. But I'm not sleepy. Lalu Lassie scratched her head and said, staring at Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan lifted her bowl cover and looked at her pure and flawless eyes. Hyuga-chan couldn't blame her either. Gave Shui-Heim a wink. Shui-Heim nodded knowingly, changed her clothes in a single thought, then glanced at Lalu Lassie with a bit of resentment, picked her up and left. After Shui-Heim left with Lalu Lassie in his arms, Hyuga-chan quickly changed his clothes and followed him out. Sister Shui-Heim, why are you limping? Did you fall? Lalula's asked while biting her hand. Shui-Heim almost fell to the ground, which made her reply so, and she could only nod stiffly. Sister Shui-Heim was so careless that she would still fall, so stupid, even Lalu Lassie would not fall. Lalu Lassie said proudly. That's right, your sister Snow-Heim is too stupid. Hyuga-chan reached out and hugged Lalu Lassie. Who are you calling stupid? Shui-Heim looked at Hyuga-chan angrily. Ahahaha tilde, Hyuga-chan said with a ha ha ha. Humph, I don't care about you as much. Shui-Heim snorted softly and snatched Lalora's from Hyuga-chan's arms. Lalu Lassie, don't be with him, he will teach you bad. Shui-Heim said to Lalu Lassie with a serious face. But I like being with my brother. Lalu Lassie looked at Shui-Heim stubbornly, and after speaking, Lalu Lassie used teleportation and appeared in Hyuga-chan's arms again. Hyuga-chan looked at Shui-Heim with a smug look on his face, and patted Lalu Lassie on the head as a reward. After playing with Lalu Lassie for a few hours, Lalu Lassie went to rest. This is for you. Snow-Heim handed a Yuhi-colored gift bag to Hyuga-chan. Isn't this a system reward package? Where did you come from? Hyuga-chan looked at Shui-Heim suspiciously. Why are you asking so much? Snow-Heim Yuhi said shyly and loudly. Could it be because of us that the system sent it? If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Shui-Heim said angrily. Shui-Heim's performance made Hyuga-chan even more convinced of his guesses. He stretched out his hand to take the gift package. Hyuga-chan shouted loudly, the system will give me a few more system elves. Go to hell, there is only one system elf. Shui-Heim beat Hyuga-chan's chest angrily with her small fist. Hyuga-chan's words just now really made her angry. Just kidding, system elf, I only recognize you, Shui-Heim. Hyuga-chan reached out and hugged Shui-Heim in his arms, comforting. Humph, hurry up and open the gift pack. Shui-Heim snorted softly and said. Hyuga-chan looked at the big gift bag. The gift bag was engraved with the word she. It was very Yuhi-fire and full of festive flavor. How to open this gift bag? Hyuga-chan turned over and over again, but couldn't find a way to open the gift bag. It takes us two to open it together. Yuhi gave Yuki-Heim a face, and then returned to normal. Hyuga-chan and Shui-Heim put their hands on it, a dazzling Yuhi light flashed, and the contents inside were completely displayed in front of them. The first thing that caught my eye was a pair of rings. One was a purple gold men's ring, and the other was a Yuhi-colored women's ring. Shui-Heim brought it over happily, gave the purple gold ring to Hyuga-chan, and then put on the Yuhi-colored ring. Hyuga-chan took the purple gold ring and took it with him. After studying it, Hyuga-chan found a Yuhi-colored ring that was exactly the same as Snow-Heim's again. Is there no other ability other than making women's rings? The system is really stingy. Hyuga-chan complained. It's actually possible to make a ring, which means I'm not the only one. Shui-Heim looked depressed and unhappy. Then Hyuga-chan looked at what was left. Tenseigan potion. It can make Byakugan of Hyuga family evolve into Tenseigan, with blood of Otsutsuki family. only useful for Hyuga family. Hyuga Chen's eyes lit up, but when he saw that it was only useful to the Hyuga family, Hyuga Chen frowned. If so, the value would be discounted. Forget it, just keep it for Sister Hinata. Hyuga Chen thought for a while and said. Beast, Hyuga Hinata hasn't been born yet, you hit her idea. If her father Hyuga Hiyashi knows what you think, he will definitely fight with you. Shui Haim despised this shameless guy. Hyuga Chen didn't care, anyway, he was thick-skinned and put the Tensagen potion into the system backpack and put it away. Open black lens bracket Rinnegan elixir close black lens bracket. Allows the Sharingan of the Uchiha family to evolve into a Rinnegan, with a sage body. P.S. Only people from the Uchiha family can use. A gift pack contains 3 things, a pair of rings, and 2 bottles of potions. This gift package is really rich. If there is another gift package, it will be even better. Hyuga Chen said greedily. You guy, are you still thinking about other system elves? Shui Haim's cold voice reached Hyuga Chen's ears. Hyuga Chen shyly smiled, and quickly said good things to Shui Haim, saying all kinds of good things. Shui Haim would let him go. P.S. I don't understand why the last chapter was locked in a small dark room. It is estimated that it will come out tomorrow. Chapter 269 The Nose is Smart. Accompanying Shui Haim for a while, Hyuga Chen left the system space. Why did you go? As soon as Hyuga Chen left the system space, she saw Terumi Mei looking at him with a resentful expression, as if Hyuga Chen had done something wrong to her. What's wrong? Hyuga Chen asked in confusion. Humph. Terumi Mei sat on the sofa angrily. Last night, she finally made up her mind and decided to attack Hyuga Chen at night. Result. Hyuga Chen went to the system space and didn't come out at all, so Terumi Mei's plans all fell through, which is why she resented Hyuga Chen so much. Sniff. Suddenly, Terumi Mei was on Hyuga Chen's body and smelled a woman's scent, and her face immediately cooled down. Say, did you fool around with some woman yesterday? Terumi Mei came over, circled around Hyuga Chen a few times, and asked in a bad tone. Hyuga Chen asked in surprise, how did you know? Okay, you really. Terumi Mei looked at Hyuga Chen angrily. The scent is very familiar, very similar to the scent of Yuki Haim. Have you gone to find Yuki Haim? Terumi Mei turned into a famous detective. When Hyuga Chen heard the words, he smelled it on his body, and there was indeed the fragrance of Snowheim on his body, but the fragrance was not strong, and most people really couldn't smell it. I really don't know how Terumi Mei could smell from such a distance. This nose is really amazing. What about the others? Seeing the jealous Terumi Mei about to get angry, Hyuga Chen quickly changed the subject. Humph. Outside. Terumi Mei snorted coldly, glared at Hyuga Chen angrily, and went back to the room. One didn't pay attention, and let Shui Haim take the lead again. Terumi Mei was about to die of anger. Hyuga Chen smiled helplessly, then left the room to see how the little girls were cultivating. Why is it just you? What about the others? Hyuga Chen looked at the 4 girls, Makoto, Konan, Sarah, and Shizune, who were sitting and drinking tea, and asked in surprise. Kushina said that this kind of training is useless, and actual combat is the fastest way to improve strength, so I took them out, and Tsunade's sister also joined in the fun. Makoto chuckled. Hyuga Chen was slightly speechless. Kushina took them out, this is going to cause trouble. Hyuga Chen doesn't care, anyway, with the strength of Kushina and Tsunade, as long as Otsutsuki Hagoromo doesn't pop out, it's fine to toss. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo pops out, it's fine, as long as he goes out and stretches his muscles a bit. Although the Otsutsuki Hagoromo of this world may be stronger than the parallel world, it is definitely not much stronger. Hyuga Chen can guarantee that using Ryujin Jaka's Benkai Zenka no Tachi, Otsutsuki Hagoromo can be wiped out with one knife, guaranteeing that there will be no fraudulent corpses. Where did you get this ring? Makoto asked curiously. Hyuga Chen raised his hand, glanced at the purple gold ring, and said with a smile, do you like it? I'll give you one. Hyuga-chan took out a bright Yuhi-colored ring and handed it to Makoto. Makoto happily took it, and it fit just right on his hand. Me too. Conan looked at Hyuga-chan pitifully, and even Sarah and Shizune next to him looked at Hyuga-chan with both eyes expectantly. 4 rings appeared in Hyuga-chan's hands again, handing them to Conan, Sarah, and Shizune, while turning around and handing the last one to Terumi-Mei, who came over. Humph. Since you sincerely gave it, I will accept it. Terumi-Mei happily took it, and it could be seen that she liked this ring very much. The evening, Tsunade and Kushina pulled Kurenai Yuhi and their 4 daughters back with excitement on their faces. Makoto, Conan, where did your rings come from? Kushina asked suspiciously. It wasn't there when they went out. Makoto stretched out his finger and pointed to Hyuga-chan inside. Hyuga-chan was already prepared and took out 6 rings, including the 4 little female apprentices, each of whom had one. It's so beautiful. What material is it made of? It looks like it's made of Yuhi-colored jade. Tsunade took the ring and observed it carefully. The Yuhi jade ring glowed faintly at night, which was very touching. Stop studying this. Eat now. I'm going to starve to death. Kushina yelled. Makoto and Conan brought the food, and after the meal, Kushina began to talk about what happened when they went out today. Today we met Hanzo of the salamander, and Sister Tsunade beat his psychic beast, the Sanjiao fish, with 1 punch. You killed Hanzo's Sanshoyu. Makoto was slightly stunned. That's right, if Hanzo hadn't run so fast, he would have been smashed by Tsunade's sister's punch. Kushina said brightly, as if she was the one who shot. How did you meet Hanzo of the salamander? Didn't he stay in a Megakure village? Did you go to a Megakure village? Hyuga-chan, who didn't care, was also a little curious. Now is the period of the Great Ninja World War. Hanzo, the guy who cherished his life, should not just leave the village casually. I heard them talking. It seems that they are going to destroy an organization called Akatsuki. Nohara Rin said softly. Hanzo wants to exterminate Akatsuki. Hyuga-chan touched his chin. A little interest appeared on his face, but he didn't expect Hanzo to start looking for trouble with Akatsuki at this time. Could it be that Hanzo's trouble with Akatsuki was not persuaded by Danzo? Or the plot has changed? Hyuga-chan thought about it and then put it down. It doesn't matter how it changes, thinking about what to do is a waste of brains. You know Akatsuki. Tsunade wondered if this Akatsuki was famous. Uchiha Madara's chess piece, that kid who has Uchiha Madara Rinnegan, is in this organization. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. So this organization was founded by Uchiha Madara? Conan asked. Hyuga-chan took a deep look at Conan. Without him as a traveler, Conan would be one of the founders of Akatsuki. Conan looked at Hyuga-chan inexplicably. He didn't understand why Hyuga-chan kept looking at her. Could it be that she said something wrong? It wasn't established by Uchiha Madara, but a kid who delusions of peace. Remember the 2 apprentices Jiraiya accepted at the end of the Second Ninja World War? That's them. Yuhi, Rin, Yugao, and Anko also know each other. The yellow-haired kid and Yuhi-haired kid who clashed with you before. It turned out to be them. Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, and Conan all suddenly realized that they had all met Yahiko and Nagato before. Kurenai Yuhi 4 girls nodded. It turned out to be them. Okay, stop talking about these things that have nothing to do with us. Go back to sleep. Hyuga-chan stared at Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, Conan. What do you see us doing? If you don't come with me, do you leave me alone in the empty room? After speaking, he did not give them a chance to speak, and dragged the 4 daughters into the room. Kokoko. Damn. Terumi-Mei looked at the disappearing backs of the 4 and stood up angrily. Originally, today, she wanted to plan a night attack again, but looking at the current situation, she knew that she would definitely fail. Sarah gave Terumi-Mei a thoughtful look with a slightly wary expression on her face. Whether it was last night or tonight, Terumi-Mei was a little abnormal. Looks like I need to keep Terumi-Mei in check to prevent this little fox from sneaking away. Sarah said secretly. Terumi had no idea that Sarah had been eyeing her. Chapter 270 Kill Hyuga Chingchung in Akatsuki. Come out. Hyuga Hamura looked at the big tree not far away. There was no movement at all, except for the sound of the wind blowing leaves, and the sound of insects. There was no strange breath at all. If you don't come out, die. Hyuga Hamura shouted coldly. Hyuga Chingchung on the side has raised his hands, ready to start. Wait, I'll come out. White Zetsu came out immediately, with panic and horror on his face. This was the first time he had been discovered so easily except in Hyuga Chen. Could it be that the Hyuga family are not easy to mess with? White Zetsu muttered to himself. What's the purpose? Say it quickly, maybe I can spare your life. Hyuga Hamura narrowed his eyes, looking at this person and ghost. He has been walking in the ninja world for 6 or 7 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a strange thing. Hyuga Hamura has already planned to study him. It was Tatsu-sama who asked me to come. White Zetsu shouted hurriedly, seeing the dangerous light flashing in Hyuga Hamura's eyes. Master Chen asked you to come. Hyuga Chingchung's hand that was stretched out was also withdrawn. White Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately took out the scroll that Hyuga Tatsu had given, handed it to the two guys, and ran away quickly. Would you like to catch up with him and catch that guy? Hyuga Chingchung asked. No, that guy is working for Lord Chen, let him go. Let's take a look at the scroll that Lord Chen gave first. Hyuga Hamura said. Hyuga Hamura said so, and Hyuga Chingchung didn't make a move either. The two of them were still dominated by Hyuga Hamura. Although both of them are of the same level, they are both scumbags under Hyuga Chen, but Hyuga Hamura's strength is beyond Hyuga Chingchung Hachijoji. Without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the strength of Hyuga Chingchung is the peak of cage level, and the gap between Hyuga Hamura of 6 paths level is too great. Open the sealed scroll, there is a letter inside. Hyuga Hamura handed the letter to Hyuga Chingchung after reading it. Tatsu-sama, let us teach Akatsuki a lesson. Didn't we find a chance to join Akatsuki before? Hyuga Chingchung was puzzled. Don't ask too much, our duty is to complete the task that the adults have explained. Hyuga Hamura said lightly. Lord Chen asked us to teach them a lesson, then we will leave them an unforgettable memory. Hyuga Hamura's eyes flashed a cold light. You don't need to take action on this matter, I can solve them alone. Hyuga Chingchung said disdainfully. Don't be careless, that kid named Nagato owns Rinnegan. Hyuga Hamura gave Hyuga Chingchung a deep look and warned. It's okay, I don't believe how much power that kid can show, maybe he can grab his Rinnegan. Hyuga Chingchung didn't care at all. Although they are not real human beings, but an artificial intelligence, but living in the human world for many years, they also have human emotions, which are no different from real human beings. On the good side of human beings, Hyuga Chingchung didn't learn much, but arrogance and arrogance all learned. Perhaps arrogance and arrogance have been engraved in his genes. You must know that the original Uchiha Chingchung is also an arrogant guy. He thinks that opening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can be comparable to Uchiha Madara. Master Chen is also in the land of rain, I'll go visit Master Chen first, you wait here first. After Hyuga Hamura finished speaking, she turned and left. The face of Hyuga Hamura's commanding tone, Hyuga Chingchung's face showed an angry look, very unhappy. Don't look at Hyuga Chingchung usually seems to listen to Hyuga Hamura's orders, but it does not mean that Hyuga Chingchung is convinced. On the contrary, he was quite unconvinced. In his opinion, they all serve the adults, and they are all servants. Could it be that you are strong enough to order me? Hyuga Chingchung doesn't want to be treated like a dog, being yelled at by this guy Hyuga Hamura. After Hyuga Hamura left, Hyuga Chingchung directly killed Akatsuki. He wanted to complete the task alone, and captured Nagato's Rinnegan. With Rinnegan, he cannot be treated like a dog by Hyuga Hamura, and even trample Hyuga Hamura under his feet. Thinking of this, Hyuga Chingchung's eyes glow with excitement, and it doesn't look like an intelligent machine at all. I have to say that the smart chips that Shuiheim gave to Hyuga-chen are very advanced, and can allow them to truly possess all the emotional desires of human beings. If it is not produced by the system, it is impossible to betray Hyuga-chen, the master. Maybe they will betray Hyuga-chen. Akatsuki's lair is very secret, but it can't be hidden from Hyuga Chingcheng, and soon he will come to Akatsuki's lair 0. A few Akatsuki personnel who let loose were killed by Hyuga Chingcheng, and they went straight in. Because Hyuga Chingcheng's movement was very big, Yahiko and Nagato were quickly alarmed. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yahiko's eyes were torn apart. Why do you want to kill my companion? I fought with you. Yahiko, who was swept away by the anger, rushed forward. Useless things, you die for me. Hyuga Chingcheng showed a humane cruel smile. Not good. Nagato looked at Yahiko who rushed up recklessly, his heart tightened, and he shouted, Bansho Tenon, universal pull. Nagato's goal was not Hyuga Chingcheng, but Yahiko. Yahiko, who was about to rush up, was pulled back by Nagato. At the same time, Hyuga Chingcheng's fist hit Yahiko's original position, and the air burst. If it wasn't for Nagato to pull Yahiko back, Yahiko would be absolutely dead. Damn, next time you won't be so lucky. Hyuga Chingcheng roared. Yahiko, you are not an opponent, I will deal with him, you take someone away. Nagato pulled Yahiko behind him. At this time, Yahiko also woke up. Be careful with Nagato, if you can't beat it, run away. Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder and said. Nagato gave a rare smile and nodded lightly. Yahiko left with the rest of Akatsuki, not because he wanted to leave Nagato, but because he knew that if he stayed here, he would only be dragging the oil bottle. At this time, Yahiko began to hate himself for being weak, and he had to let Nagato bear everything. No one can run away. Since you're going to be an early bird, I'll cut you first. Hyuga Chingcheng sneered, then rushed towards Nagato. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Hyuga Chingcheng, who rushed up, was directly knocked back by the repulsion force. Damn! Looking at Rinnegan whose hair was covering Nagato, Hyuga Chingcheng's eyes flashed with greed. Such a strong Rinnegan, so much power in the hands of this guy, what if he could get it? Hyuga Chingcheng's attack suddenly became more frantic, and all kinds of ninjutsu came out, making Nagato tired to deal with it. You must know that the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign cannot be used all the time, and every use must be at least 5 seconds apart, which is a very fatal weakness. Chapter 271 Uchiha Madara shoots a spike. Hyuga-chen, who was chatting with the girls, suddenly frowned and looked outside. Someone is here, not weaker than me, I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. Makoto's expression was slightly solemn. With the help of Hyuga-chen, she successfully entered the 6 paths level a few days ago. Her strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and she can easily defeat her previous self. Now I can sense an aura that is no weaker than hers. Needless to say, I know that it must be a 6 paths level person. Don't worry, it's not the enemy, let me go out. Hyuga-chen lightly patted Makoto's shoulder, then used space teleport to leave. What are you looking for? I'm not interested in listening to nonsense. Hyuga-chen looked at Hyuga Hamura indifferently. The indifferent and cold eyes made Hyuga Hamura feel that his chip was about to freeze, and it almost crashed. It's nothing, I just want to come see Lord Johnson. Hyuga Hamura said cautiously. Anger flashed across Hyuga-chen's face, and he kicked Hyuga Hamura hundreds of meters away. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do, next time, die. Hyuga-chen's bone-chilling voice caused the surrounding trees to form a layer of frost. Hyuga Hamura got up, saluted Hyuga-chen, and then slowly retreated. Wait, Hyuga-chen suddenly stopped Hyuga Hamura. Lord Chen, I don't know what to do. Hyuga Hamura asked respectfully. These tenseigans are for you. Hyuga-chen threw the tenseigan to Hyuga Hamura after thinking about it. Putting these eyes on him is useless for the time being, let's use them for Hyuga Hamura first. If you need it later, take it back. Let's go. Hyuga-chen left directly. He is now unhappy because of the open and secret fight between Sarah and Chirumi-mei. But I'm not in the mood to say anything more to this guy. Even if it wasn't for Hyuga-chen needing an errand, he just killed this guy. Hyuga Hamura took the salt water bottle with the tenseigan, gouged out both eyes, and put the tenseigan on. Is no pain in the process. In fact, Hyuga Hamura will not feel pain. After all, he is just a smart chip, and this body is just a puppet he controls. Transplanting the tenseigan, Hyuga Hamura looked at the two rinagans and transplanted them in the palms of the hands, just like Otsutsuki Momoshiki. All this, Hyuga Hamura left immediately. Hand over rinnegan, and I can spare your life. Hyuga Chingchung looked at Nagato, who was panting and embarrassed. Nagato was silent. If that's the case, I'll kill you, and then take rinnegan. Hyuga Chingchung picked up kunai, and pointed the blade directly at Nagato's neck. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Nagato said dryly. He didn't know how many times he had used the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign, but he couldn't help him at all. It's not that he can't be hurt, but the opponent is just like a monster. His body was twisted into a strange shape by him, and he can still fight. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but he is still alive and well. When encountering such a freak, Nagato is also very desperate. The other party does not know pain, is not afraid of injury, and is not afraid of anything at all. What can he do? Even Rinnegan's soul pulling couldn't help the other party, and Nagato doubted whether this guy was alive. In fact, Hyuga Chingchung is indeed not a living person. The real owner of this body is already dead. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push pushed the opponent back again, and Nagato breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed slightly. Just when Nagato was relaxing, Hyuga Chingchung, who had been knocked out, suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. No, it's Shadow Clone. Nagato's pupils shrank suddenly, and a fatal crisis loomed over him, leaving him with no time to react. A fist hit Nagato's temple, Nagato's eyes were blurred, and he fell directly to the ground on the spot. Ha ha ha, Hyuga Chingchung laughed and looked into Nagato's eyes, reaching out, trying to dig out Nagato's rinnegan. Who allowed you to spy on my things? A vicissitudes of life, slightly domineering voice came. Hyuga Chingchung didn't care about the voice behind him, he only had rinnegan in front of him, unless Hyuga-chen personally ordered him to stop, or even if the king came, don't try to stop him. Bastard. Seeing that the other party ignored him at all and continued his actions instead, Uchiha Madara was completely angry. Rinnegan is his lifeblood, the thing he cares about the most. Even if Hyuga-chen is here, he dares to work hard. Don't think that you are Hyuga-chen's subordinate, I won't dare to kill you. Uchiha Madara came to Hyuga Chingchung in an instant and kicked him out. Hyuga Chingchung's fingers had already touched Rinnegan, and as a result, under Uchiha Madara's kick, Rinnegan got further and further away from him. Absolutely, take him away. Uchiha Madara kicked Nagato under his feet to White Zetsu. With furious eyes, he stared at Hyuga Chingchung. If it wasn't for White Zetsu telling him that Hyuga-chen's two subordinates in the Land of Rain, so interested Uchiha Madara came to take a look, maybe Rinnegan has changed hands. Uchiha Madara not be angry when his net worth is passive. Yandun Gaju Earth Life. The flaming arrows formed by Amaterasu's black flames pierced through the air. Hyuga Chingchung didn't have time to defend, and was hit by the arrow formed by Amaterasu's black flames, piercing all his limbs and head with the arrow. Amaterasu's black flame directly enveloped Hyuga Chingchung's body, and even the smart chip in his body was contaminated with Amaterasu's black flame. At this moment, Amaterasu released its power. The powerful black flame turned everything including the smart chip into ashes, and Hyuga Chingchung was completely dead. The second kill, just one move, completely killed Hyuga Chingchung. I don't know the so-called things, I dare to peep at my belongings, and I don't see if I have the strength. Uchiha Madara closed some sour eyes. Watching the black flame of Amaterasu burning continuously, Uchiha Madara controlled it to extinguish with Kaguchi. Looks like I'm going to talk to Hyuga-chen. Uchiha Madara squinted. At the beginning, Hyuga-chen had promised not to attack Rinnegan, but now that his subordinates have attacked Rinnegan, there must be an explanation. Or should Hyuga-chen give an attitude? Otherwise, after he dies, if Hyuga-chen takes Rinnegan away, what will he do? It was you who killed the master. Hyuga Hamura looked at Uchiha Madara blankly, and walked slowly over. After he went back, he didn't see Hyuga Chingchung, and then he followed the traces left by Hyuga Chingchung and came here all the way. Although Hyuga Hamura doesn't care about the life and death of Hyuga Chingchung, he is afraid of Hyuga Chen's punishment. Now that Hyuga Chingchung is dead, it's too late. He can only make up for his faults, capture the person who killed Hyuga Chingchung, and hand it over to Lord Chen. Uchiha Madara looked at the old man who was older than him. Although he was an old man, he could feel the majestic vitality and was much stronger than him. Chapter 272 Suffocated. Hyuga Hamura and Uchiha Madara were at each other's throats, and the momentum on their bodies erupted, and the light rain in the sky was shaken by the strong momentum. I hope you are different from the previous trash. You can't even catch a single move from me. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Although he was already vigilant in his heart, his expression still did not change in the slightest, and it was still the same proud attitude. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hyuga Hamura didn't talk nonsense, just came up and started to fight, 2 palms left after images in the air, and the palms were burning with Yuhi's flame. This is because the attack is too fast, and the flames formed by rubbing the air are similar to Morning Peacock, the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. Although this attack speed is fast, it has not reached the point where Uchiha Madara can't react. Dodging Hyuga Hamura's attack, and then facing him with a palm, that is, this palm directly made Uchiha Madara fly upside down for hundreds of meters. Rock wall, Uchiha Madara groaned, and cracks appeared in the rock wall behind him. What a strong physique, the people of the Hyuga family are so pervert. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but complain in his heart. No, this guy is not from the Hyuga family. Uchiha Madara looked at the 2 horns above Hyuga Hamura's head. Feeling the other party's breath, Uchiha Madara remembered, wasn't this a puppet that used Izanagi's life-saving trick to beat him many years ago? Although the appearance has changed, the breath Uchiha Madara will not feel wrong. According to Hyuga Chen, that puppet is the younger brother of the 6 Paths Immortal. Thinking that the other party is the younger brother of the 6 Paths Immortal, Uchiha Madara's face shows excitement. He doesn't think he will be worse than anyone. And being able to fight against the strong is also what Uchiha Madara pursues. Just let me see your strength. Uchiha Madara kicked the ground and jumped into the sky. Cadent fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. The face of Uchiha Madara's Cadent fire style, Hyuga Hamura didn't even bother to avoid it, and used Rinnegan's suction seal to directly absorb this huge Cadent fire style. Pure white eyes, turned into blue Tensegan. This Tensegan is very different from Hyuga Chen's Tensegan, not the same. This is. Uchiha Madara's expression stiffened, her body tense, and the danger of ultimate came. Shinra Tensai, almighty push, sign. The super repulsive force went berserk, the trees instantly turned into wood chips, and the stones cracked, as if a nuclear bomb exploded, sweeping everything away. The face of the sudden attack, Uchiha Madara responded very promptly, and the blue Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Madara in an instant. Under the strong repulsion, the complete Susanoo couldn't hold on, and was torn a few times in a matter of moments. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara hurriedly consumed chakra to repair it, and persisted for half a minute before the powerful repulsion dissipated. It's just the Shinra Tensai, almighty push, sign, it's that strong. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed. If the opponent uses the super Shinra Tensai, almighty push, sign, can he kill him instantly? If Hyuga Hamura uses the super Shinra Tensai, almighty push, sign, he can indeed kill Uchiha Madara in seconds, but he does not dare to use it. The Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push has a wide range. If you use it, the entire country of Rain will be shaken. Before Uchiha Madara can be killed in seconds, Hyuga-chen in the country of Rain will kill him with a thunderbolt. Uchiha Madara should be glad that Hyuga-chen is also in the country of Rain, otherwise Hyuga Hamura will be desperate, and Uchiha Madara will definitely be blind again. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Madara didn't want to continue fighting. It was better to retreat first. Since he knew that he was not an opponent, it would be stupid to continue to fight hard. Uchiha Madara was not discouraged either. If he followed his plan, he would become a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, column force, and his self-confidence was definitely stronger than the opponent. Uchiha Madara separated dozens of wooden clones and ran in all directions. The wooden clone is more difficult to distinguish than the shadow clone, and most people can never see the difference between the wooden clone and the main body. Even Hyuga Hamura couldn't tell the difference for a while, but it doesn't matter if you can't tell the difference, just destroy them all. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. 3 black spheres flew into the sky, a strong gravitational riot, and the things on the ground were pulled by gravity and flew into the sky. Uchiha Madara sneered, once Hyuga-chen but in front of him, demonstrated the Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, cracking method. Kaden, fire style, the fire extinguishes the arrow. No need to aim, the powerful gravitational force can make the attack automatically fly towards the black gravitational sphere of Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. 3 Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, were easily destroyed by Uchiha Madara in this way. While Uchiha Madara was happy, it also hurt a bit. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is a bit of a waste. In fact, it can't be said to be waste materials. The key is to see how you use it and how strong the gravity is. If you can instantly seal the enemy inside, it will naturally not be destroyed. Seeing that Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, was ineffective, Hyuga Hamura split hundreds of shadow clone and chased towards Uchiha Madara. The speed of Uchiha Madara's wooden clone is definitely not as fast as Hyuga Hamura's shadow clone, and it will be completely resolved soon, leaving only Uchiha Madara's main body to support. He found that the strength of these shadow clones was not weak. A dozen shadow clones came together, and he couldn't lift his head directly. Uchiha Madara felt aggrieved in his heart. He was a dignified Uchiha Madara, but he couldn't even deal with a group of shadow clone, and he felt aggrieved and ashamed. Yandun Susanoo. Use Amaterasu black flame to wrap Susanoo. The long sword in his hand is wrapped with black Amaterasu black flame, and slash at those shadow clones with one knife. Black Flame and Susanoo were indeed very powerful. A dozen shadow clones were swept away by a knife and disappeared into smoke. Uchiha Madara's eyes were left with blood and tears, and the pupil power was exhausted too much, and the eyes could not bear it. The black Zetsu in Uchiha Madara's mind was very anxious, and cursed Uchiha Madara secretly in his heart. Every time he went out, he didn't look at the almanac, and he was better than him when he met someone. Stop, I'll go see Hyuga-chen with you. Uchiha Madara shouted. Hyuga Hamura condensed his whole body, and the palm that was about to be shot stopped. You know Tatsu-sama? Hyuga Hamura asked. Yes, Hyuga-chen and I are collaborators. Uchiha Madara pulled out Hyuga-chen's tiger skin. Master Chen will cooperate with you. Hyuga Hamura gave Uchiha Madara a disdainful look. A guy who can't even beat him is also qualified to cooperate with adults. When I see Hyuga-chen, everything will become clear. Uchiha Madara's face was calm, but she was nervous in her heart. He is now afraid that Hyuga Hamura will do it directly. If Hyuga Hamura is really in trouble, to be honest, Uchiha Madara doesn't know how to escape. I'm afraid he may not be able to escape using Izanagi. Okay, I'll take you to see Lord Chen. If you dare to deceive me, I'll let you die. Hyuga Hamura said coldly. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Hamura led the way in front, Uchiha Madara followed behind. He never thought of taking the opportunity to escape. One was that he couldn't afford to lose that person, and the other was that he couldn't escape. And he did want to talk to Hyuga-chen. Chapter 273 Makoto's Rinnegan Hitomi Technique, Ama Iwato. Why is this guy here again? Hyuga-chen, who was watching the rain with Makoto, looked into the distance angrily, only to see Hyuga Hamura and Uchiha Madara coming towards him. Strange, why did Uchiha Madara come? Hyuga-chen's expression was a little weird. Let me send them away. Makoto, who was leaning against Hyuga-chen's arms, raised his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. All the girls went out. She and Hyuga-chen were the only ones left to live in the two-person world. Suddenly, a few guys appeared to interrupt, which made Makoto very unhappy. Rinnegan's eyes turned pink. Makoto said softly, Amanawato. Hyuga Hamura and Uchiha Madara, who came from a distance, were sent directly into a dark space without the slightest light. This is when Makoto opens Rinnegan. The awakened Rinnegan pupil technique is a very powerful space pupil technique. It can not only lock others into the space, but also enter the space to avoid attacks. Space is a dead, dark space. If normal people stay in it for a long time, they may become insane. What's going on? Uchiha Madara asked with a frown as he stood in the space where he couldn't see his fingers. The space was pitch black, and Uchiha Madara couldn't see anything at all. 120 in this dark and dead space, only Makoto, the master, was unaffected. Hyuga Hamura couldn't see anything either, and grabbed Uchiha Madara by feeling, but grabbed an empty one. Now Hyuga Hamura is stunned. He can't find Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Uchiha Madara ran away? Actually, he didn't know. Uchiha Madara was not far from him. Originally, Hyuga Hamura could also find Uchiha Madara with the sound of breathing. But in this space, not only can't see anything, but also can't hear any sound, and even the perception ability is blocked. If Makoto wants to kill them, he can easily kill them by sneak attack in this space, and everything in this space is under Makoto's control. As long as they are in this space, Makoto can let them experience what is called death. What is the world against you? Humph. Just let them stay inside. Makoto snorted, then continued to lean into Hyuga-chan's arms. Hyuga-chen stroked Makoto's hair. It was the first time he had seen Makoto who was arrogant and unreasonable. Hyuga Hamura can use Yomatsu Hirasaka, your space can't trap him. Hyuga Tatsu said softly. Don't be afraid, in my space, it's not easy to use space ninjutsu, I'm afraid he won't be able to use it. Makoto clenched his fist and said confidently. Hyuga-chen smiled. Makoto's Amanawato is really strong. He also tried it in, but it didn't affect him in any way. His sight and hearing would not be affected. But this is because of Hyuga-chan's strength. Kushina, who has half-footed into the Six Paths class, can't even use the space ninjutsu of Hiraishin. The space inside is extremely difficult to break open, which is equivalent to a weakened version of Hyuga-chan's space blockade. Even if it is a Six Paths level person, it will take some time to open the space to escape. And Hyuga Hamura is not thinking about going out now. He still has to find Uchiha Madara, otherwise he is afraid of being demolished by Hyuga-chen. The afternoon, Hyuga-chen looked at Makoto and said, let them both out. Makoto nodded, Rinnegan trembled slightly, and Hyuga Hamura and Uchiha Madara, who were in the dark space, were released. Uchiha Madara's eyes were bloody Yuhi, and she was locked in a dark, soundless space for most of the day. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it. Facing the harsh sunlight, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Lord Chen, Hyuga Chingchung died and was killed by him. Hyuga Hamura pointed to Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Chen nodded lightly. It doesn't matter if Hyuga Chingchung is dead or not. Anyway, Hyuga Chen doesn't look down on his strength. Lord Madara, we meet again. Hyuga Chen smiled. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. If he could, he definitely didn't want to meet Hyuga Chen. Watch your attitude. Hyuga Hamura's eyes flashed coldly. Lightly, Uchiha Madara looked directly at Hyuga-chen and asked, Hyuga-chen, didn't you say you didn't want to fight Rinnegan? Why did you send your men to snatch Rinnegan? Hyuga-chen scratched his ears and said lightly, I didn't let them snatch Rinnegan, otherwise I would have gotten Rinnegan long ago. Uchiha Madara's face was blue and purple. Every time he saw Hyuga-chen, the initiative was not in his hands. In this world, strength is still respected, and only those with big fists have the right to speak. And precisely Uchiha Madara's fist is not as big as Hyuga-chen. Okay, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Hyuga-chen waved his hand, indicating to let Uchiha Madara get out. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hyuga-chen with a blank face, and finally turned and left with an ugly face. When he became a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force, he would settle accounts with Hyuga-chen. Now that he wants to settle accounts with Hyuga-chen, he is not an opponent, so please bear with the anger in your heart. Master Chen. He's gone, you get the hell out of me too. Hyuga-chen said impatiently. Hyuga Hamura nodded and immediately retreated. I can see the killing intent in Uchiha Madara's eyes, why didn't he deal with him? Makoto asked in confusion. No need. Hyuga-chen shook his head and let Uchiha Madara dance. See what tricks he can jump. Then I'll make dinner first. With a peck on Hyuga-chen's face, Makoto went back to make dinner. Hyuga-chen sat in the pavilion for a while and then went back. Without Makoto, the rain was nothing to look at. Uchiha Madara was lying on the ground, Mangekyo's Sharingan turned frantically, blood was constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he looked at Hyuga Hamura's back with a crazy expression. Just now, he was beaten by Hyuga Hamura. A Hyuga-chen's son-in-law actually beat him violently, which made him lose face, and his inner arrogance disappeared. When I get the power, I will tear you apart. Uchiha Madara yelled. After shouting, Uchiha Madara, who was furious and severely injured, fainted. After Uchiha Madara fainted, Black Zetsu emerged from Uchiha Madara's body, with helplessness on his dark face, and he wanted to scold him. Wanted to rely on Uchiha Madara to complete his plan, but now Uchiha Madara can't beat anyone and is bullied everywhere. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Hyuga-chen. Black Zetsu bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth. These two people are the enemies in his heart. Otsutsuki Hagoromo can seal his mother. The strength can be imagined. Hyuga-chen's strength is unknown, but the person who can kill Otsutsuki Hamura can easily. Lurks on Uchiha Madara's body again, and can only hope that the plan will succeed. Uchiha Madara will eventually become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force, resurrect his mother, and then complete his ultimate goal. Chapter 274, The Battle of Canopy Bridge. Time flies. 2 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and the Third Ninja War is still in full swing. But the intensity is not inferior. Especially the Country of Thunder is the most crazy. The third generation of Raikage died, although it has nothing to do with Konoha, but Kumogakur vented everything on Konoha. If it wasn't for Namikaze Minato cutting off Kumogakur's supplies several times, and defeating the newly appointed 4th generation Raikage and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force Killer Bee, which greatly improved Konoha's momentum, Kumogakur could have hit Konoha's doorstep. Same war weapon Kyubi, Nine-Tails People Jinchuriki column force Uzumaki Tomoko, also inevitably went to the battlefield, blocked the pace of Kurigakure village on the Kurigakure battlefield. The Land of Rain is the battlefield of the 3 major countries, but because Kushina brought Hyuga-chen and 4 little girls to spoil the situation, the chaos became a pot of porridge, and none of the 3 major countries took advantage. The war has become fierce, and now the villages are fighting for their heritage. Materials, money, and the top combat power of the major villages are all the heritage of the villages. In the Third Ninja War, the most dazzling is Namikaze Minato. After stabilizing the situation on the Kumogakur battlefield, he relied on the technique of Hiraishin to shuttle through the major battlefields. And at this time is the Third Ninja War, one of the most important events, that is the Battle of Canopy Bridge. of Iwagakure in the land of Earth has sent more than 1,000 ninjas to cross the border of the land of grass and invade the border of the land of fire, speeding up the war. The Third Ninja World War has been going on for more than 2 years, and no one wants to continue to drag it on. The consumption of materials is too great, and all countries cannot afford it. So the land wants to speed up the war and defeat Konoha as fast as possible. Facing Iwagakure village's offensive, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Namikaze Minato to destroy Iwagakure village's supply route, Kanabi Bridge. Namikaze Minato took 3 disciples and accepted this task. In order to complete the task efficiently, Namikaze Minato proposed to divide into 2 teams. Who just became Jonin, led his teammates Uchiha Obito and Panasonic to destroy the Kanabi Bridge. Namikaze Minato rushed to the front line alone to support his comrades who were fighting hard, diverting the enemy's attention by the way, so that Kakashi and the others could successfully carry out their mission. But the mission was not smooth. Hatake Kakashi and the others were attacked shortly after they separated, and Matsushita was taken hostage. Uchiha Obito sees one of his beloveds being captured, and that's okay, and proposes to let another beloved Kakashi accompany him to rescue Panasonic. Hatake Kakashi expressed jealousy and did not want to go. Cough cough. All right. Hatake Kakashi felt that completing the task was the most important thing and did not want to save Panasonic. Those who violate the rules of the ninja, we call them trash. But, people who don't know how to value their companions are even worse than trash. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he turned and left, trying to rescue Panasonic alone. Leaving, he looked back at Kakashi and said solemnly, "Konoha Whitefang is a real hero." Hatake Kakashi's heart was shocked, and Obito's words deeply stimulated him. The same thing was said to him by his father once. Standing in the same place and thinking for a long time, Hatake Kakashi bit Kiba and followed him. Obito's words made him change. Uchiha Obito smiled when he saw Hatake Kakashi following, and he knew he was not wrong. What follows is similar to the original plot, except that Rin, who was originally cute and gentle, has become the cute blue boy of Panasonic. Obito and Kakashi worked together to rescue Panasonic, but Kakashi still lost his left eye in order to protect Obito, which moved Obito very much. Obito immediately patted his chest and said that even if Kakashi lost an eye, he would never dislike Kakashi. Just when Obito was about to say something to Kakashi, Kakashi was knocked to the ground by a sudden rubble. Uchiha Obito sees Kakashi injured and immediately comes to save him, but unfortunately he also suffers. Uchiha Obito was pressed down by the boulder, and half of his body was crushed. It was obvious that he could not survive. In the crisis of life and death, Uchiha Obito's eyes evolved into 2 Tomo Sharingan. Obito, you. Panasonic looked at Uchiha Obito with a trembling body. Hatake Kakashi's pupils shrank, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. The past few years of getting along have made Kakashi truly regard Obito as a friend, and Obito will be like this, and he is also responsible. Of course, if Kakashi knew that he regarded Obito as a friend, but Obito wanted to fuck him, he would definitely make up for Obito, who was still breathing. Half of his body was crushed, but Obito was still alive, his vitality was simply Shaoqiang. But there is also a reason for his Sharingan. In fact, at this time, Obito has already half-awakened Kamui. Kamui let his body half pass through the rock, so that he can leave his breath. Of course, even so, Obito's vitality is strong enough, and his Sharingan is definitely the most special Sharingan. Kakashi, you become Jonin. I haven't given you a gift yet, and now I'll give you my Sharingan, hoping to be your eyes. Also, take care of Panasonic. Obito looked at Kakashi tightly, with a complex meaning in his eyes, with reluctance and nostalgia for the world. Staring at Obito, Kakashi nodded heavily. Eventually Matsushita helped Kakashi transplant Obito's left eye, and the cave shook and collapsed immediately, and Hatake Kakashi and Matsushita escaped. Obito was buried in the ground. Hatake Kakashi looked sad and looked at Iwagakure outside, as if he had found an outlet. Raiden, Thunder Style, Chidori. Hataki Kakashi Sharingan Tomo turned. The thunder in the palm of the hand shone. The palm was like a sharp blade, and it made a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Before the firelight of Jonin in Iwagakure village could speak, his body was penetrated. How can it be so fast? Jonin Huogong died unwillingly. After the outbreak, Hataki Kakashi killed all Iwagakure by himself, and asked them to bury Obito with him. Although Kakashi succeeded in destroying the Kanabi Bridge in the end and completed the mission, Kakashi was not happy. In this battle, he lost his good friend. Namikaze Minato learned the news, and after a while of sadness, he temporarily suppressed the remorse in his heart. After becoming a ninja, especially in this ninja war, Namikaze Minato has become accustomed to parting ways. Although the death of his own disciple made him sad, he had to cheer up at this time. Iwagakure got the Kanabi Bridge, the only supply route, was destroyed, and was completely crazy, and desperately launched an attack on Konoha. And that was their only way. Supplies were cut off, and unless they could capture Konoha, they would have to fall back. To retreat, Iwagakure attacked Konoha at all costs. The end, the crazy Iwagakure was defeated by Namikaze Minato by beheading dozens of Jonin by himself by relying on the technique of Hiraishin, and he could only retreat in defeat. In this battle, Namikaze Minato got the name of Yellow Flash, and the name spread throughout the whole ninja world. When Onoki knew the result of the battle, Yuhi's nose was crooked with anger. Why are there so many strong men in Konoha who are on their own, but they are not in the village of Iwagakure? Jealous. Chapter 275 Discuss. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge almost caused the village of Iwagakure to withdraw from the ninja war, and the coalition of Onoki and the fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa was blocked from Kikyo Mountain again. Onoki's face was gloomy and terrifying, looking at Rasa, the new Kazekage, with some dissatisfaction, because Rasa's strength was too weak. Rasa, the fourth generation Kazekage, can't even beat Orochimaru. Every time he is pressed and beaten by Orochimaru, I really don't understand how this guy became Kazekage. I wonder if you have a good way to defeat Konoha, Rasa? Onoki asked nonchalantly. Rasa was silent. What could he do? I really don't know why Sunagakure village chose you as Kazekage. Could it be that there is no one in Sunagakure village? Onoki snorted coldly, his expression full of contempt and dissatisfaction. Rasa got angry and stood up abruptly. Although he is not very strong, he is ambitious and has a bad temper. Onoki taunted him so much that Rasa couldn't help it. Jiden, magnet style, Sand's shuriken. Use the sand to create a shuriken and slash at Onoki's neck. Chiyo next to her was startled. She didn't expect Rasa to be so ill-tempered. Bold, dare to attack the third generation of Tsuchikage. Lois, who guarded Onoki, was angry when he saw that the fourth generation of Kazekage dared to attack his father. Doden, earth style, the art of rock fist. The powerful rock fist smashed Rasa's gold duster shuriken, and the powerful force knocked Rasa out. Rasa's face turned to Yuhi, and the dignified Kazekage was actually repelled by a guard. If this spread out, where would his face go? Assault me, you are really brave. In front of me, you are just a junior. Onoki sat on the chair with a look of disdain. Enough, Rasa, come back. Granny Chiyo slapped the table and stood up. Rasa is still young, how is Onoki the old fox's opponent? Rasa's face was full of anger. Even Chiyo, the Kazekage consultant, yelled at him. He was really aggrieved by this Kazekage. In fact, it is true, Rasa's prestige in Sunagakure village is absolutely not comparable to Chiyo's mother-in-law, and even many people are not satisfied with Rasa becoming Kazekage. I heard that your Iwagakure village was beaten by yellow flashes and fled. I don't know if it's true. Rasa sat down and began to uncover Onoki's scars. Onoki was furious, his eyes flashing coldly. Chiyo's mother-in-law frowned and sighed in her heart. She was the one who pushed Rasa to sit on the Kazekage position at first, but now it seems that Rasa is not suitable for Kazekage at all. At this time, provoking Onoki, besides getting the jealousy of Iwagakure village, what else can you get? This is provoking enemies for Sunagakure village. If you listen to me and attack the border of the fire country together from the river country, would something like this happen? Onoki stood up and his breath surged. Although Onoki was small, no one dared to underestimate him. Onoki, the past is gone, let's talk about how to defeat Konoha now. The 4 major ninja villages shot at Konoha at the same time. If we can't beat Konoha, how will the ninja world view us? Granny Chiyo stood up and said cautiously. Onoki sat back again. Although his heart was full of anger, he was not someone who didn't care about the bigger picture. It's just that Sunagakure village does make him angry, if Sunagakure village agrees with his original plan. They Iwagakure attacked the border of the country of fire from the country of grass, Sunagakure attacked the border of the country of fire from the country of river, and let Konoha ignore each other. Their Iwagakure will never happen. The current fiasco. The 1,000 ninjas dispatched by Iwagakure village this time, more than 700 ninjas died, which can be described as heavy losses. Konoha is fine, but what about Uzumaki Kushina? Onoki looked a little heavy. Speaking of Uzumaki Kushina, Rasa stood up with a swish, biting Kiba and roaring, I must kill that woman. Just 2 months ago, Kushina took Hyuga-chan's 4 little girls and beat him hard in front of all Sunagakure. And without asking the reason, he came up and tied him with a chakra chain, and then let the 4 little girls beat him violently. After the beating, he walked away, and no one dared to stop him. This is considered by Rasa to be the shame of a lifetime, the greatest black history. Shadow of a village was madly beaten by 4 little girls, and no one in the entire Sunagakure village dared to move, staring blankly at him being beaten. It was a humiliation. He was dignified in Kei's cage, and no one in Sunagakure village stepped forward to help him. Onoki looked at Rasa, who was biting Kiba's teeth, and showed a disdainful smile. Is this guy still trying to take revenge? 3 generations of Raikage were killed. What did Rasa take to get revenge? What's more, there is Hyuga-chen behind Uzumaki Kushina. Thinking of Hyuga-chen, Onoki couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. If you want revenge, go for it yourself, don't involve our village of Iwagakure. Onoki said coldly. Rasa, I warn you, don't provoke Uzumaki Kushina, or you won't be Kei's cage. Granny Chiyo warned. Rasa is suffocated. He was beaten violently for no reason, and as the shadow of the great ninja village, he couldn't take revenge. I see. Rasa sat down depressed. If Chiyo wants to change Kei's cage, with Chiyo's reputation in Sunagakure village, it's just a matter of words. If it wasn't for Chiyo getting older and not interested in Kei's cage at all, Rasa would never be the 4th generation of Kei's cage, and Rasa knew that. So even if he was dissatisfied with Chiyo in his heart, Rasa didn't dare to show it, and could only slowly weaken Chiyo's right to speak. As the shadow of a village, the person with the highest position in the village does not want to make the village a hall of his own, but he also wants the master to have the greatest voice. Although Chiyo is kind to him and supports him to become Kei's cage, there are some things that he has to do, not to mention Rasa is not a good person in the first place, and he can do it with kindness and vengeance. Let's skip this topic for now. Uzumaki Kushina usually doesn't shoot, at most the 4 little girls, so I'll just avoid it in the future. Chiyo thought for a while and said. This is also the only solution I can think of. Although I feel a little embarrassed, I must endure it for the sake of the village. Let's discuss how to deal with the yellow flash Namikaze Minato, who is our worst enemy, said Ebizo, who had been silent. When it comes to Namikaze Minato, they have another headache. Space ninjutsu is so fast that it comes and goes without a trace. If I can limit Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique, I can take him down alone. Rasa's eyes flashed with confidence. Onoki laughed sarcastically, who wouldn't be so arrogant, and it's not like he hasn't fought Namikaze Minato before. Even without Hiraishin's technique, Namikaze Minato is not something Rasa can take down. Rasa listened to the mocking laughter, and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. It was too much to give him this cage face. Rasa kept cursing Onoki in his heart. Obviously he was a shadow. What right do you old guy have to laugh at me? Chapter 276 Naoki and Kakuzu. Onoki, Rasa, Chiyo, and Ebizo discuss how to destroy Namikaze Minato. By 4 countries, Konoha was originally dead, but now Konoha is revitalized by Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato does not have the strength of one enemy, no one can stop him from attacking and destroying materials, and the materials can't keep up. How to fight? Therefore, Namikaze Minato is the key to Konoha. As long as Namikaze Minato can be won, Konoha will definitely have to lose in the end. If you want to kill Namikaze Minato, unless you ban his Hiraishin technique, no matter how many people there are, you can't kill him. Ebizo said with a sullen face. Everyone was silent. Hiraishin's technique was indeed a bit pervert. Even the 4th generation Raikage who practiced ninjutsu and possessed Raiden Thunder style chakra mode was not as fast as Namikaze Minato, and finally lost to Namikaze Minato. Actually, I contacted a missing nin, which may be of some help to us. Onoki said after a while. Who? Chiyo asked curiously. Senju Naoki, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. Even though he's a missing nin, is he really going to help us deal with Konoha? Ebizo asked suspiciously. Senju Naoki is the grandson of the original Hokage, who knows if he will still have feelings for Konoha 22. Definitely, because he and Konoha have a mortal feud, and the Senju people died because of the high-ranking Konoha. Onoki's eyes twinkled. Then ask him to come. Rasa pouted. Don't I ask him for money? Do you know how much it costs to hire an S-class missing nin? Do you think others will work for you for nothing? Onoki asked a series of rhetorical questions, asking Rasa's cheeks to pass Yuhi. Then what are you talking about? Rasa said angrily, feeling that Onoki was just trying to embarrass him. Of course you're going to prepare the money, can't we let Iwagakure village pay for it? Onoki looked at Rasa with the idiot's eyes. How could Sunagakure choose such an idiot to become Kazekage? He couldn't see his obvious intentions. How much? Granny Chiyo asked. It's okay if the money is small, but if the money is too much, she is not taking advantage of Sunagakure village. After all, Sunagakure village is a famous poor man. Rasa can indeed make a pile of gold, but the world is different. In the world of Hokage, gold is really not a valuable item, not very valuable. Otherwise, the future Sunagakure village will not choose to reduce the number of ninjas and take the elite route because of lack of money. If it sounds good, it is called the elite line. If it sounds bad, it is because they are poor and cannot afford to support so many ninjas. 50 million taels. Onoki gestured to the number 5 with his hands. What? Why don't you grab it? Rasa jumped up and said. In fact, 50 million taels is not too much, but giving other people's money, even a tael of Rasa is also distressing, he is so stingy. Onoki wants to flip the table and leave. 50 million taels is too much for you, then you just go back to farming. What a fight. 50 million taels is okay, we can accept it. Chiyo nodded and glanced at Rasa in dissatisfaction. The more she looked at Rasa now, the less pleasing she became. She was too petty and lacked any courage, so it was difficult to make a big difference. Unfortunately, there are not many talented people in Sunagakure village, otherwise Chiyo will definitely replace Rasa, the Kazekage. Okay. Onoki nodded, took the 50 million taels given by Sunagakure village, and paid 50 million taels himself to hire Naoki. Kakuzu, I have a big job, are you interested in working with me? Naoki patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. That's right, Naoki and Kakuzu got mixed up, and it was Kakuzu, one of Akatsuki's undead duo. Kakuzu is the missing nin of Taki Ninja Village. He has a secret skill to hold grudges. He can take other people's hearts and keep them in his own body to prolong his life. Claims to have played against the first Hokage, but the actual situation is unknown. There are a total of 5 hearts on his body, and there are 5 chakra properties of thunder, wind, fire, earth, and water, which means that he can use all kinds of ninjutsu at will. As for the 2 attributes of yin and yang, the techniques that are generally related to these 2 types of chakra are basically secret techniques. This guy, Kakuzu, loves money very much. He is a money-oriented person and thinks that only money will not betray him. Accidentally met Naoki and learned that Naoki was the grandson of the first Hokage, so he was very interested in Naoki. After a fierce battle, the 2 reluctantly became friends. How much? Kakuzu asked neatly. 100 million taels. I can give you half of it afterwards, but the mission is very dangerous, and you have to participate in the Ninja World War. Naoki explained the mission clearly. After Kakuzu heard it, the green eyes turned greener, and they emitted a greedy light. Okay, I promise. Kakuzu's eyes flashed with light. 50 million taels is not a small amount, and this mission is definitely more than 50 million taels. This Naoki invited him. He can go to Iwagakure village and Sunagakure village to ask for money and eat double. The abacus in Kakuzu's heart was beating loudly. You wait, and I'll let you know when the mission is on. Naoki said and left in a hurry. He is going to find Hyuga-chen now, and this time he may play against Namikaze Minato, his tablemate, so he must ask Hyuga-chen for help. Although Naoki didn't know where Hyuga Tatsu was, he could find Kushina and the others. Kushina and the others are very famous in the ninja world, and their movements are not secret, you can find out when you ask. Naoki, why are you here? Tsunade looked at Naoki in surprise. I want to find that guy Chen, but I can't find him and can only find you guys. Naoki spread his hands helplessly. What are you doing looking for Chen? Kushina looked at Naoki vigilantly. Her fists had turned into lava, and she would hit him at any time. In Kushina's eyes, Naoki is a homosexual, a pervert, and he must not be allowed to approach Chen. What's wrong Kushina? Did Naoki offend you? Tsunade asked curiously. I told you, Naoki, this guy is pervert gay. Kushina shouted 530. What? Everyone was shocked. Conan's hand was frosted. Makoto's Sharingan turned on. Terumi Mei was already in the hand seal. Hyuga Chen's apprentice Suzuki Yugao had put his hand on Murasama Maru. Even Tsunade has a white mask in her hand. Even her own younger brother can't grab a man from her. And it's much more serious than a woman coming and robbing her of a man. Naoki was in a cold sweat, shivering with fear of the girl's murderous aura, and shouted in his heart, I'm not gay. I didn't expect you to be a gay pervert, Naoki. You'd better die. Tsunade raised his fist and was about to slam it down. Sister, I'm really not gay, I just asked Chen for help. Naoki said with a sad face. What help? The women asked in unison. I would like to ask if there is something that prohibits the use of space ninjutsu. I am useful. Naoki said cautiously, for fear that the girls would attack him. Here's this for you, let's go. Tsunade threw him a scroll covered with a mysterious spell, and then drove him away. Naoki looked depressed. Is this really his sister? Why do you despise him? So sad. Can this ban the use of space ninjutsu? How? Naoki asked. It says how to use it. Hurry up and I'll give you a ride if you don't leave. Tsunade said impatiently. Seeing that Tsunade had raised his fist, Naoki ran away immediately, feeling so depressed. It's so sad to treat his brother like this. Chapter 277 Uchiha Madara at the end of the bullet. Naoki asked you for a forbidden scroll. Hyuga-chan looked puzzled. I don't know what that guy is going to do. Tsunade nodded. Hyuga-chen is also very puzzled, not knowing what Naoki is doing to ban the empty scroll. In the ninja world now, there are not many people who know space ninjutsu. Except for them, Namikaze Minato knows space ninjutsu. Could it be that Naoki is going to find Namikaze Minato? It shouldn't be possible. Aren't these two good friends? Is it because of knowing that Namikaze Minato has Tomoko Uzumaki, and then because of love and hatred? Hyuga-chen guessed. I think it's quite possible. Kushina came interested. This guy is gay, it's definitely possible to do such a thing, maybe to arrest Namikaze Minato, and then. Tisk tisk tilde Namikaze Minato is so pitiful. Kushina didn't know what to think about, it wasn't a good thing anyway. I didn't expect Naoki to have such a habit. Makoto shook his head. Alas, I didn't expect that Naoki would like a man. It's really disgusting to say it, and I really want to kill him now. Tsunade clenched his fists, looking like he was going to kill Naoki's shameful younger brother. Hyuga-chan's mouth twitched. He was just joking. Should it be so exaggerated? Now he also suspects that Naoki is really gay. Especially Tsunade. What the hell are you looking like to kill someone? Naoki is really your younger brother, shouldn't he have picked it up? Hyuga-chan's heart was madly complaining. Teacher, you have to stay away from that kind of person, it's disgusting. Enko tugged at Hyuga-chan's clothes. Tilde I will. Seeing the staring eyes of the girls, Hyuga-chan quickly responded. Stop talking about that Naoki guy. I heard that there is a clothing store in a small town not far away. Let's go and have a look. Kushina said. It's already night, let's talk about it tomorrow. Hyuga-chan silently retreated back. He was not interested in shopping, it was a special mental exercise for him. Chen, where are you going? Hyuga-chan turned his head and saw Makoto's smiling face with a black belly. Hyuga-chan's face suddenly collapsed. I'm afraid you guys are hungry, so I want to cook for you. Hyuga-chan showed a forced smile. Really? The girls looked suspicious. Of course it's real, it's more real than real gold. Hyuga-chan said while patting his chest. You don't need to cook, prepare to accompany us tomorrow. If you dare to run again, I see. Hyuga-chan lowered his head depressedly. Tomorrow will be another tiring day, more tiring than going through a fierce battle. Seeing how they didn't buy them after talking about the price, Hyuga-chan felt tired. Just tell me what clothes you want, and I'll make them all for you. I really don't understand them. The next day, Hyuga-chan did not escape, and was pulled by the girls like a walking dead. Shopping with us so many beauties, but still so listless, I think you really deserve to be beaten. Kushina stared at Hyuga-chan dissatisfied. How come? I'm very happy. Seeing their envious eyes, I have a strong sense of pride. Hyuga-chan said quickly. Yeah, Kushina nodded in satisfaction. HMPH. When I go back, let's see how I make you look good. Now it's fun for you to bully me. When I go back, I'll let you know who is the head of the family. Hyuga-chan showed a malicious smile on the corner of his mouth. The dim cave, Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, feeling the dimness around him, and felt a little uncomfortable. Are you awake? Uzumaki jabbed Obito with his hand. Ah! Obito let out a scream of slaughtering a pig. He just woke up and didn't feel anything, but now he feels a lot of pain all over his body. After screaming for a while, Obito passed out. Uchiha Madara in the distance looked at Obito with a satisfied expression. The cells that can transplant Senju Hashirama are not dead, this guy is a bit different. Lord Madara, are you looking for this guy as a pawn? White Zetsu asked. There's no time for me to continue picking pieces, so let's choose him. He can be crushed half of his body without dying, this guy's vitality is quite tenacious. Uchiha Madara said lightly. White Zetsu, investigate everything about this guy, and don't let it go. Uchiha Madara ordered. Uchiha Madara glanced at the unconscious Obito, then closed his eyes, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Last time he fought with Hyuga Hamura, and now he's hanging on to the vitality of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. There was no time for him to splurge, so after seeing Obito who was still breathing outside the cave, Uchiha Madara asked Uzumaki to save him and chose Obito to be his pawn. Why are there two people here? Do you still buy one get one free? Onoki looked at Naoki and Kakuzu who were walking in the distance. You are Tsuchikajinoki. Naoki looked down at Onoki, who was really too short. That's right, I'm the Onoki who hired you. Who is this? Onoki looked at Kakuzu, who was a little weird beside him. Tsuchikage, with me joining, should you mention the price? Kakuzu asked in a deep voice. Naoki glanced at Kakuzu in surprise, and didn't say much. It was Kakuzu's own business. What ability do you have? Onoki looked at Kakuzu. He wasn't taking advantage of him. If this guy was really powerful, Onoki wouldn't mind spending a few extra dollars. My name is Kakuzu. I played against the original Hokage. Kakuzu said proudly. Original Hokage was enough for him to blow for a lifetime. Kakuzu. Onoki's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Kakuzu, a well-known S-class missing nin in the underground black market. 100 million taels. Onoki held out a finger. Kakuzu grinned. Deal. Kakuzu was already overjoyed, and he made 150 million taels this time, which was a huge profit, but if he knew the price of Hyuga-chan's ninja tools, he would probably cry. I'll give you half of the deposit first, and then give you the other half. Onoki asked for 2 large wooden boxes to be carried out. With green light in his eyes, Kakuzu took all the 2 boxes, opened them and counted them, then nodded in satisfaction. If you receive the money, you have to help me, or don't tell me the money in the back, that is, the money you received, you will also spit it out for me, Onoki warned. He didn't feel bad about the money. Although 200 million taels was more, it was nothing to the wealthy Danin village. Onoki was afraid that these 2 guys would take the money, and in the end he would not do anything, and Onoki also didn't want to be taken advantage of and give money away. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Kakuzu assured. He was still thinking about the last money. Naturally, he will do things seriously, otherwise the little money will run away. Chapter 278 Forbidden Scroll Horaishin expires. You are Senju Naoki. Rasa gave Naoki a disdainful look. In fact, many people in the major ninja villages don't like missing nin, and they also look down on it. Rasa is a typical example. Looking at Naoki and Kakuzu, they almost have 3 words of disdain written on their faces. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous light, and Naoki's face also showed badness, and the atmosphere was tense. Onoki watched from the sidelines. This has nothing to do with his Iwagakure village, just watching the play. Even Onoki wanted them to fight, to see how strong Senju Naoki and Kakuzu were, and whether it was worth the price. Children, you dare to grin at me, Kiba. I heard that you 3 generations of Kazekage have disappeared for no reason. It's a waste. Kakuzu sneered. Bump. Don't be too arrogant. Remember what this place is. Granny Chio slapped the table and stood up. 3 generations of Kazekage is the shame of their Sunagakure village, and now Kakuzu speaks out. It is equivalent to uncovering the scars of Sunagakure village, and then sprinkle salt on it. Kakuzu didn't say anything, but gave Chio a deep look. There are ninjas from Sunagakure village everywhere. Kakuzu is not stupid and doesn't want to feel uncomfortable. Although Kakuzu is not afraid of these people, even if the ninja from Sunagakure village shoots him, he is confident to leave, but Kakuzu will not do such a thing that is not beneficial. Chio pulled Rasa and let him sit down. Why are you doing nothing at this time? Tomorrow, we need you to block the 2 cage-level characters on the opposite side, right? Ebizo looked at Kakuzu and Naoki. No problem. Naoki and Kakuzu looked at each other and nodded. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a chair floated eerily in the air, and Hyuga-chen sat on the chair holding Lolora's. I didn't expect Naoki to end up with the poor guy Kakuzu. From Hyuga-chan's point of view, Kakuzu is very sad. He is a man who loves money. He has lived for so long and earned a lot of money. In the end, all Conan bought explosive charms. After a roar, the hard work of most of his life, reluctance to eat, reluctant to wear the accumulated money, eventually turned into nothing. Fortunately, Kakuzu died at that time, otherwise Kakuzu would have to buy some noodles to hang himself. He came here because he was curious about what Naoki was going to do, and he probably knew it now, so he didn't stay here any longer. After all, it's quite cold in this high sky, although Hyuga-chen can't feel anything, but Lalula's can't stand it, and now she's lying in Hyuga-chen's arms and shivering. Lalu Lassie's little head, Hyuga-chen disappeared instantly. After Hyuga-chen disappeared, the chair that was floating in the sky fell down and smashed directly into the Sunagakur army, which shocked Sunagakur, thinking that someone was attacking him. Early the next morning, Sunagakur and Iwagakure assembled their entire army. This was their final attack. If they couldn't take Konoha, they would have to prepare for the retreat. If they won, it would be another story. Don't look at Konoha's fight against 4, it seems very difficult. In fact, Sunagakur village and Iwagakure village are not easy. During the Second Ninja World War, Hyuga-chen killed nearly half of the ninjas in his village by himself, and they still haven't recovered. In this Ninja World War, the materials were destroyed by Namikaze Minato several times, and their national strength could not bear the long-term battle. Especially the village of Sunagakur, almost poor. If it wasn't for the village of Iwagakure to support them, they would have packed up and went home now. You must also understand that we can't afford to delay. This time we win the battle, and all the losses will be made up. After Onoki finished speaking, he launched an attack with Iwagakure. Sunagakur and Iwagakure split into 2 teams and flanked towards Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news. His face was sad, his hair was almost white, and he was more than 10 years old. Old man, don't sigh, get ready to fight. This is the time when you need to cheer up. Jiraiya persuaded beside him. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, we Konoha will win. Namikaze Minato said firmly. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling, I hope. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on his combat uniform and his face became solemn. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you led 2,000 ninjas to block Sunagakur. I will take Minato and the rest of the ninjas to resist Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. On the battlefield of Iwagakure, Konoha ninja and Iwagakure stood opposite each other, and the air was filled with a chilling aura. Senju Naoki, why are you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Why can't I be here? Let me die. Naoki didn't say a word, and rushed directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pulling out the ninja sword behind him, he slashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Spirituality Ape Demon. The monkey demon into a King Kong Rui stick, blocking Naoki's ninja sword. The powerful force made Sarutobi Hiruzen back 10 steps. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. Naoki's strength is much stronger than him. Lord Hokage, leave Naoki to me. Namikaze Minato stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding kunai tightly in his hand. Minato, I didn't expect the day when we would become enemies. Naoki retracted the knife and looked at Namikaze Minato flatly. Why Naoki, didn't you say you want to be Hokage? Didn't we promise to work towards Hokage's position together? Namikaze Minato asked. You don't understand, standing in front of me now is my enemy, and you are no exception. Sweetened water style, hard whirlpool water blade. Uzumaki water flow appeared in Naoki's hand, and the water flow condensed into the shape of a javelin and threw it at Namikaze Minato. That's Hokage's ninjutsu, Minato, be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. Remind others that you should take care of yourself first. Onoki sneered, and the rock fist smashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The four-tailed man Jinchuriki calmly lousy rushed into the Konoha army to kill, and no one could resist the four-tailed man Jinchuriki calmly lousy. Namikaze Minato used Hiraishin to avoid Naoki's hard whirlpool water blade. The waterspout formed by the hard whirlpool water blade, and directly strangled more than a dozen Konoha ninjas. Naoki! Namikaze Minato roared, approaching the sacred tree instantly with the technique of Hiraishin, and then Rasengan hit Naoki. Rasengan. Rasengan also appeared in Naoki's hands. The two Rasengans collided together. After a short stalemate, Naoki was the better player and knocked Namikaze Minato out. Naoki's strength has reached the peak of cage level, and he has a perfect sage body. If Namikaze Minato does not use Hiraishin's technique, he is not Naoki's opponent at all. Namikaze Minato took out dozens of Hiraishin kunai and threw them at Naoki. Seeing this, Naoki took out the forbidden scroll, entered chakra into it, and then the scroll disappeared, and the space fluctuated slightly. Namikaze Minato frowned. His instinct was not good, and when he wanted to activate Hiraishin, he realized that he couldn't use the Hiraishin technique. Hiraishin has failed. Namikaze Minato could sense the spell, but couldn't travel through space. Chapter 279 Adventurous Moon Otsutsuki Kagaya. What's going on? Namikaze Minato looked at Naoki blankly. The forbidden scroll, you can prohibit space ninjutsu. Unless you can break this prohibition with powerful force, you will never be able to use space ninjutsu. Naoki said flatly. Of course, Naoki didn't say that this scroll can only affect a range of 1 kilometer, and only 2 hours. Namikaze Minato showed a bitter smile and could only pick up the kunai, guarding against Naoki's attack. Judging from the fight just now, Namikaze Minato knew that without Hiraishin's technique, he probably wouldn't be Naoki's opponent. In order not to let you affect me, you should go down. Whirlwind kick. The high-speed kick blew a whirlwind, heading straight for Namikaze Minato's face. Namikaze Minato was horrified and could only barely hold Naoki's kick with both arms. The attack speed was too fast. Namikaze Minato's mind could react, but his body couldn't keep up. Namikaze Minato's physical skills are not bad, at least in general Cage level can't compare to him, but compared to Naoki, there is some gap. They compare the two. Naoki is an RMB player, and Namikaze Minato is a civilian player. After finally having a powerful skill, he was banned by Naoki, a RMB player. So Namikaze Minato is very hard. Facing Naoki's stormy attack, he doesn't even have time to release ninjutsu. Wow, look at this situation. Konoha has lost. Kushina sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain in the distance. Indeed, Konoha will definitely lose. No accident. Tsunade nodded, looking at Naoki who was fighting Namikaze Minato in the distance. Can Naoki beat that sissy Namikaze Minato? Absolutely, you can't use Hiraishin's technique. Namikaze Minato's strength has been cut in half. Let's go. This kind of battle is nothing to watch, it's better to go back to sleep. Hyuga-chan yawned. Go on your own. We'll see it here too. Hyuga-chan shrugged and left alone. He's really gone. Kushina looked at Hyuga-chan's back and couldn't help but be a little speechless. If you let you go, you're really going. Don't you know that you are here to accompany us? Regarding the outcome of the third battle, Hyuga-chan was not interested in knowing. If nothing else, Konoha would win in the end. After staying in this world for more than 20 years, Hyuga-chan also discovered that as long as there are no irresistible factors, the plot will eventually return to the right track. As for why this happened, and whether it was destined, Hyuga-chan didn't know or was interested in knowing, he just had to grasp his own destiny. Looking up at the sky, his sharp eyes seemed to pierce the sky. Stretched out his hand and slammed it, and the space was like paper in front of Hyuga-chan, which was torn apart by Hyuga-chan, and then Hyuga-chan stepped into the space. Hyuga-chan came out. He was already in a tattered ruin. Looking at the ruins, Hyuga-chan sighed slightly. This is the moon. When Hyuga-chan killed the moon, got a huge Tenseigan, and killed Otsutsuki Hamura, it was a blast. Now that I think about it, Hyuga-chan is a little scared. He was a little swollen at that time. Fortunately, he didn't go to Otsutsuki Hagoromo at that time, otherwise he would be hanged and beaten by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. At that time, Hyuga-chan's strength was strong, but compared with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had all his cards, there might still be some gap. Hyuga-chan came to the moon, of course not to miss the past. He is not a person who is immersed in the past. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of Chakra, the goddess of Mao. Speaking of Otsutsuki Kagaya, this is also a tough character who created 3 sons with yin and yang. 2 betrayed her, a seemingly loyal black Zetsu, but also a ghost, and the black Zetsu guy is also misguided. That's right, the two brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo were also created by Otsutsuki Kagaya using the yin and yang escape. As for why Hyuga-chen knew, of course, Hyuga-chen checked the memory of the parallel world Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The development of the parallel world and this world should be exactly the same. It is no surprise that the two brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo in this world were also created by yin and yang. Kagaya Haim in the parallel world seems to have been killed by Hyuga-chen. When Hyuga-chen left, he used Zenka no Tachi to wipe out the moon. Although Kagaya Haim claims to be immortal, but the sacred tree was swallowed into slag by Hyuga-chen, can Kagaya Haim still be immortal? Unconsciously, it seems like I killed a girl. Hyuga-chen scratched his head. At the moon, he also thought about looking for Kagaya Haim the last time he came, but couldn't find where she was sealed. Now coming here again, Hyuga-chen can clearly perceive that there is a faint spatial fluctuation in the very center of the moon. Following this faint space fluctuation, Hyuga-chen broke the seal blocking him and came to a space. This place is very large, with green trees and flowers everywhere, the only flaw is that there is no life. Is this the space where Otsutsuki Kagaya is sealed? Hyuga-chen looked around curiously, and had to say that the scenery was pretty good. It seems that Otsutsuki Kagaya is quite comfortable here. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. Of course, Hyuga-chen is just a smile. Anyone who has been locked up here for over 1,000 years will not feel at ease. Where's Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hyuga-chen looked around, and soon saw a figure lying on the green ground in the distance. Hyuga-chen walked over and looked at Kagaya Haim who was lying on the ground, extremely quiet, her crystal clear snow skin and jade skin shone like a kiba halo, and her cheeks were even more beautiful. This hair is really long. Hyuga-chen looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair that was definitely over 2 meters long and complained. Hey, woman. Hyuga-chen crouched down and poked Otsutsuki Kagaya in the face. Don't wake up. Try pulling the ears. Hyuga-chen reached out and tugged at Otsutsuki Kagaya's head, the same thing as rabbit ears. Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his eyes, looked at Hyuga-chen in front of him, looked a little dazed, and blinked. Click. Sound. The top of Otsutsuki Kagaya's head was suspected to be the stuff of bunny ears, because Hyuga-chen used too much force and opened a hole. Hyuga-chen was stunned for a while, then he took his hand away embarrassingly, which was too weak. Death to me. After a while, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had reacted, slammed his fist at Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen, this fist was a little weak. Otsutsuki Kagaya did not have a trace of chakra on her body at this time, and her chakra had been deprived by Otsutsuki Hagoromo when she was sealed. The chakra of 10 tails is her chakra. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the real 10 tails. She is 10 tails, 10 tails is her. Without a trace of chakra, just relying on Otsutsuki Kagaya's own physical strength, hitting Hyuga-chen will tickle. Of course, even if she regained all her power, the result would be the same on Hyuga-chen. Chapter 280 Crying Otsutsuki Kagaya. Go a little to the left and thump me on the left shoulder. Hyuga-chen said to Otsutsuki Kagaya, who kept throwing punches, with a teasing smile on his face. Otsutsuki Kagaya stopped attacking, her pure white eyes flashed with anger, and she really didn't pay attention to her at all. Why did you stop? Go on. Hyuga-chen squinted and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya in surprise, as if blaming her for stopping. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Hyuga-chen vigilantly. Who are you? Why are you here? Come if you want, there are so many reasons. Hyuga-chen lay on the ground, looking at the sky, although it was only a small space, there was also a blue sky Shirakumo here. You decorated this place? Hyuga-chen asked. He didn't believe Otsutsuki Hagoromo sealed her and then created a beautiful environment for her. Humph. Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. She really decorated this place herself. In order to decorate this space, she exhausted the last trace of chakra left in her body. Hagoromo's evil son sent you in. Did he want to see if his concubine was dead? Otsutsuki Kagaya said coldly. He didn't send me in. I came in myself. Hyuga-chen shook his head slightly. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't believe Hyuga-chen's words at all. There was a seal outside this space. Even if she couldn't break it, no one else could come in. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya forgot about the incident that he attacked Hyuga-chen before, but did not cause any harm to Hyuga-chen. It can only be said that she was too forgetful. I have to say that this woman, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is indeed a bit dumb, or she has a strong body and is sealed by her 2 sons, which is really a shame to throw her home. Do you hate Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Hyuga-chen asked the nonsense. My concubine can't wait for them to die. They are only 2 tools created by me, yet they dare to betray me. Otsutsuki Kagaya's face was hideous, like a ghost. Hyuga-chen was taken aback. The quiet appearance of Otsutsuki Kagaya when he was sleeping before is in stark contrast to the current state. Sister, calm down first. Do you know that when you're angry, this hideous look can scare children to death? Hyuga-chen said quickly. You're saying I'm ugly, give me death. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who didn't have a long memory, punched Hyuga-chen again. It seems necessary to keep your memory long. Hyuga-chen stretched out his hand to grab Otsutsuki Kagaya's fist and said lightly. By Hyuga-chen, Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled hard. Hurry up and let go of the concubine, or the concubine will make you look good. Otsutsuki Kagaya threatened loudly. I admire you the most who dares to threaten others who have no trump card. It's you who is the one who said nothing of Hungarian. Damn, you dare to insult your concubine. And when I regain my strength, I will definitely retaliate against you. Otsutsuki Kagaya trembled in anger. Ha ha tilde tilde, Hyuga-chen sneered twice. Clap clap clap, harmonious popping. Otsutsuki Kagaya clutched her ass and looked at Hyuga-chen angrily. Are you still stubborn? The concubine will definitely kill you. Otsutsuki Kagaya roared, biting Kiba's teeth. Hyuga-chen laughed, and the big slap fell again. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was much more honest, lying on the ground dumbfounded without saying a word. I don't need to clean up, I have to be taught a lesson to be honest. Hyuga-chen put his hand on Otsutsuki Kagaya's head and repaired her stuff that was suspected to be bunny ears. After all, he broke it. Do you want to go out? I can take you out. Hyuga-chen looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes flashed with a flash of inspiration, and there was a hint of yearning on his face. He had been here for more than 1,000 years. If he hadn't passed the time by sleeping, Otsutsuki Kagaya would have gone crazy long ago. Hearing that Hyuga-chen could take her out, Otsutsuki Kagaya was moved. Can you really take your concubine out? Are you questioning me? You dare to question me. I won't take you out, you stay here. Hyuga-chen said dissatisfiedly. Concubine. Humph. Hyuga-chen snorted coldly, then left the sealed space. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared blankly at Hyuga-chen who was leaving, and couldn't help shedding tears. She didn't have any doubts without such a bully. What are you doing? Hyuga-chen appeared again, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya playfully. Seeing Hyuga-chen, Otsutsuki Kagaya turned around quickly, wiped his tears, his face slightly yuhi, and his heart was full of shame. My concubine didn't cry, Otsutsuki Kagaya said seriously to Hyuga-chen after wiping away her tears. Puchi tilde ha ha ha. Yes, you didn't cry, it was Otsutsuki Kagaya who was crying. Hyuga-chen laughed. Why are you back? Do you want to leave with your concubine? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. No, I just forgot to take something. Hyuga-chen reached out and pressed Otsutsuki Kagaya's forehead, then used Rinnegan to devour God. After a few seconds, Hyuga-chen took his hand away, then dodged and disappeared. Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned the whole time, until after Hyuga-chen had left for a long time, did he come back to his senses, touched his forehead, and the tears remained unconsciously again. Wow woohoo tilde. Otsutsuki Kagaya cried like a child, because she clearly felt that the 9 Tomosamsara Sharingan on her forehead was gone. It has completely disappeared. Shameless thief, Samsara Sharingan who robbed a concubine, woohoo. Otsutsuki Kagaya sat on the ground and cried. Thousands of years ago, she was created by herself to fight against the Otsutsuki Trio's six paths brothers who robbed chakra, deprived her of her power, and now she was robbed of Samsara Sharingan. How could she be so miserable? Originally because Hyuga-chen is the only person Otsutsuki Kagaya has seen for more than 1,000 years, plus Hyuga-chen's attractiveness to the opposite sex, she also has a good impression of Hyuga-chen. Not to mention her good feelings now, she has listed Hyuga-chen as an enemy, and she can't wait to kill him. Don't blame me, I'm doing it for your own good too. The reincarnation Sharingan on your forehead is too ugly. Without it, it can improve your appearance. I will come to see you when I have time. The voice of Hyuga-chen reached the ears of the crying Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the originally crying Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately stood up and wiped away her tears. After looking around, I didn't see Hyuga-chen's figure. Shameless thief, hurry up and return your concubine's Samsara Sharingan, You robber, thief, and the traitor Otsutsuki Hagoromo are the same raccoon dog. Otsutsuki Kagaya shouted angrily. No matter how she yelled, no one responded to her because Hyuga-chen had already left. As for letting Otsutsuki Kagaya out, Hyuga-chen hasn't thought about it yet, so let's let her out after she has been trained first. Otherwise, with her character, it will not be turned upside down. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 281-300. Chapter 281 Obito Blackening. Naoki hasn't finished Namikaze Minato yet. Hyuga-chen, who returned from the moon, looked at Naoki and Namikaze Minato who were still fighting in surprise. It's been over an hour since he left. Naoki didn't even beat Namikaze Minato, wasting the perfect sage body. Why are you back? Kushina glanced at Hyuga-chen with dissatisfaction on her face. Of course I came back to see my wife. Hyuga-chen reached out and hugged Kushina and kissed her on the cheek. Hyuga-chen's four little apprentices faced Yuhi, with a light poof. Sarah and Terumi-mei were extremely envious. After the envy, they glared at each other, snorted coldly, and ignored the other. If it wasn't for Sarah Terumi-mei, who got in the way, I would have become Hyuga-chen's woman too, and it might be me who is being held now. The two girls thought to themselves. Cough cough tilde. Tsunade pushed Hyuga-chen without a trace, interrupted their relationship, and then said, it was Naoki who showed mercy, otherwise Jiraiya's apprentice would have been unable to hold on. I see, it's the relationship, right? Hyuga-chen nodded clearly. It seems that the relationship between the two is very deep. Naoki was reluctant to start. Alas, Tsunade sighed, with a worried look on his face. Naoki is the last male of the Senju family, don't really become gay. Let's go. Hyuga-chen pulled the girls away. There was nothing to see. This time Konoha lost the battle. This was indeed the case. Konoha lost this battle. Facing the impact of Iwagakure, Konoha was finally defeated and was driven back dozens of miles. Namikaze Minato was also defeated by Naoki, but in the end Naoki let Namikaze Minato go again because of their former friendship. When Onoki saw it, he wanted to vomit blood and cursed Naoki in his heart. Tsunagakure's side was also a big victory. Kakuzu dragged Jiraiya, Rasa entangled Orochimaru, Chiyo controlled the 10 people of Kinmatsu, and killed the Konoha ninja army. Especially without Tsunade, Chiyo's poison could not be cracked. Konoha was extremely passive when facing the Tsunagakure puppet master, and suffered heavy casualties. Faced with this situation, Konoha can only retreat backwards, has withdrawn to the country of fire. This time in the third battle, Konoha was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and there was nothing he could do. Who made it different from the original? The 4 major ninja villages attacked at the same time. Konoha can only withstand the pressure, and has no strength to fight back. At this time, the advantages of the Fire Nation were also reflected, spending a lot of money and constantly buying detonating charms. With a large number of detonating charms, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure who were chasing after the victory were blocked. Looking at the detonating talisman array prepared by Konoha, the detonating talisman thrown in the air, Onoki and Rasa have both eyes on Yuhi. This is really too rich, and jealousy makes them unrecognizable. Under the stalemate between the two sides, it was the villages of Iwagakure and Sunagakure, the two victorious villages, that could not hold on. But let them retreat, they will definitely not be reconciled, and finally hit the border of the Fire Nation. How can they retreat easily? ... Not good, Obito. White Zetsu told me that your two companions seem to be in danger. Uzumaki shouted absolutely at Obito, looking anxious. What? Kakashi and Panasonic are in danger? Obito, who had been leaning against the wall in silence, suddenly jumped up. No, I have to get out quickly. Obito got up in a hurry, but looking at the entrance of the rock hole, he turned around in a hurry. Do you want me to help you? Uzumaki leaned forward. Obito gave him a wary look. Obito is quite vigilant about this person who is neither a ghost nor a ghost, and the undead Uchiha Madara known as Uchiha. I always feel that Uchiha Madara is not a good person. Just by his looks, he is not a good person. Uchiha Madara was really handsome when he was young, but now the old Uchiha Madara looks a bit hot. When Obito first met Uchiha Madara, he thought he was the god of death in hell. If you look good, will you still be considered a god of death? Why do you want to help me? Didn't the old man not let me leave? The old man Uchiha Obito said was Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for the lack of time to find other pieces, Uchiha Madara would have beaten him to death with the old man Obito. Obito, aren't we friends? Friends naturally help each other. If you don't want me to help you, then forget it. Uzumaki turned his head away after saying that. Wait, Uchiha Obito yelled hastily. Without the help of Uzumaki-ju, he can't get out by himself, and if he wants to go out, he can only ask Uzumaki-ju to help him. The end Uzumaki was absolutely attached to him. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt a powerful force, smashed the rock with a punch, and left. Deep in the cave, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes twinkling brightly. Everything is going according to his plan. As for the final result, Uchiha Madara himself does not know Akatsuki. He is not a god, it is impossible to calculate everything. When Obito felt the battlefield of the Land of Water, he happened to see Matsushita die at the hands of Kakashi, the same as before, except that Rin Nohara became Matsushita. White Zetsu, who was watching from a distance, was very confused. Isn't he the plan to let Panasonic die in the hands of Kurigakure? How did he die in the hands of that kid named Kakashi? It's all dead anyway, so it shouldn't matter. White Zetsu said to himself. Uchiha Obito's eyes were dull, his eyes were out of focus, he didn't believe what was happening in front of him. Why would Kakashi kill Panasonic? Although Uchiha Obito didn't know the cause and effect, he knew that Panasonic was dead. Uchiha Obito roared, and the second Tomo Sharingan suddenly evolved into the third Tomo Sharingan. Then the three Tomo turned rapidly, and finally joined together to evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. Similarly, Kakashi's Sharingan was also affected. Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes. Kakashi groaned, and the sudden mental shock made him faint. Uchiha Obito ran wild, looking at Kurigakure who surrounded Kakashi. Uchiha Obito released Mokuden, wood style, in anger, and several big trees strangled all Kurigakure. White Zetsu in the distance clicked his tongue. Is this really the tale of the crane in the documentation? Mangekyo evolved at one-word disagreement, and then Mokuden, wood style, was used at one-word disagreement. Is the tale of the crane so grippy? Uchiha Obito walked up to Kakashi and gave him a complicated look. Obito, do you want to click him? Uzumaki definitely got out of Obito and suggested to Obito. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki-ju coldly, as if he was going to eat him. If you don't kill, you won't kill. Why are you looking at people like this? Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Obito with a grieved expression. This disgusting voice gave me goosebumps. Uchiha Obito crouched down, reached out and stroked Kakashi's face, his eyes extremely complicated. Uzumaki stepped back quickly, This guy seems to be a bit pervert, can't he be gay? The frightened Uzumaki must hide away immediately, such a person is too scary. Uchiha Obito didn't even look at Uzumaki, reached out and picked up Panasonic's body and entered the Kamui space. Chapter 282 Yahiko caught in a trap. Take me to see Uchiha Madara. A Uzumaki wave appeared, and Uchiha Obito came out of it. Uzumaki blinked. He found that Obito had changed. First of all, the change in temperament, the original stupidity disappeared. Instead, Uzumaki was shivering with black energy, and the whole person was like a gloomy Grim Reaper. This change is too big, it should be a different person, right? Uzumaki said in a low voice. Taking Uchiha Obito back to the crypt where Uchiha Madara was staying, Uchiha Madara was a little stunned when he saw Uchiha Obito's appearance. The effect seemed to be good, but he did not expect such a complete blackening. Tell me about your plan. Uchiha Obito said solemnly. Mangekyo Sharingan was already turned on, looking directly into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Ha ha ha, it's funny how a kid dares to speak to me in this tone of voice. Uchiha Madara laughed a few times, and a coercion pressed on Uchiha Obito. Although Uchiha Obito opened Mangekyo Sharingan to surprise Uchiha Madara, Mangekyo Sharingan was not enough to watch in front of Uchiha Madara. The powerful coercion made Uchiha Obito's body sink, and subconsciously used Kamui to blur. Space-type pupil art is really rare. Uchiha Madara finally looked Uchiha Obito squarely. Able to evolve from a double Tomo Sharingan into a Mangekyo Sharingan in a short period of time, Uchiha Madara has not heard of anyone who has done it. Especially the awakened Hitamitsu's space ninjutsu. The power of space ninjutsu is undeniable. His younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was killed by Hiraishin of Senju Tobarama. This world has been in turmoil since the time of the Six Paths Immortals. Don't you want to end the war and achieve true peace? Uchiha Madara took out that set again. In fact, Uchiha Madara is not a very talkative person, he always speaks with his fists. I'm not interested in world peace. Uchiha Obito was about to leave. Don't you want to create the perfect world in your mind? Uchiha Madara spoke again. Uchiha Obito stopped. He was really attracted, he really wanted to change the world and create a world that was perfect in his mind. As for what the perfect world in his heart was, of course only he himself knew. Next, Uchiha Madara told Uchiha Obito about the Moon Eye Project, Infinite Tsukuyomi, etc. Uchiha Obito also approved of Uchiha Madara's plan. He doesn't care what is real and illusory, what is dream reality. Even more than reality, Uchiha Obito prefers illusory dreams that can realize everything. After that, Uchiha Madara handed over his ninjutsu, Yin and Yang Escape, Six Paths Sage Art and other ninjutsu to Uchiha Obito, and by the way, he also secretly left a seal on Uchiha Obito's heart. After a few months, seeing that Uchiha Obito had almost learned, Uchiha Madara created Black Zetsu, let him monitor Obito, and then cut off the pipeline of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and died. Uchiha Madara's body was quietly hidden by Black Zetsu to prevent future accidents. Uchiha Obito put on the Uzumaki mask and began to walk the ninja world under the name of Uchiha Madara, and couldn't wait to go to Fudge Nagato. To be said that Uchiha Obito is also really dedicated, which makes Black Zetsu relieved. He is afraid that Uchiha Obito doesn't want to finish Infinite Tsukuyomi. But I went to find Nagato. Nagato did not flicker, but was driven out by Yahiko. That Yahiko gets in the way too much, try to get rid of him. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed coldly. Don't worry about this, Konoha's Danzo seems to have discovered Nagato's Rinnegan, and now he has teamed up with Hanzo to deal with Akatsuki, we can wait and see what happens. Konoha's situation is already so critical, Danzo still has the heart to do this. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with surprise. It was because of such a critical situation that Danzo couldn't wait to attack Nagato after hearing the news of Akatsuki Rinnegan. After obtaining the legendary Eye of Destruction and Creation, are you afraid that you will not be able to solve the major ninja villages? At this time, Danzo is doing his dream of getting Rinnegan, sweeping the major countries, becoming a Hokage, and making Konoha the only ninja village in the ninja world. Then leave him alone for now. After he dies, we will guide him while Nagato is helpless, Uchiha Obito said. Nagato, Hanzo invited us to contact us and live in peace with us. Yahiko said excitedly. Nagato, what's wrong with you? Still thinking about what the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara said. Seeing Nagato sitting on the ground absent-minded, Yahiko asked with a frown. Nagato didn't speak, just glanced at Yahiko, then shook his head. Nagato, what he said is too extreme, making the world feel pain, and deterring countries with force is not in line with our philosophy. Yahiko persuaded. I listened to Yahiko, but can Hanzo be trusted? Nagato stood up and asked. He couldn't trust Hanzo's character. Hanzo is an old senior in the ninja world, known as a demigod in the ninja world. With a big man like him, he shouldn't lie to us. If we get the support of Hanzo, then we can get the support of the entire Omegakure village. At that time, we will have a greater right to speak, and maybe we can let the major powers end the war. There was a smile on Yahiko's face, and the smile was a little naive. Nagato didn't speak, he focused everything on Yahiko, and he had no opinion. Yahiko brought Nagato and everyone from Akatsuki to the meeting place and found that there was no one there, which made Yahiko a little uneasy. Be careful. Nagato suddenly felt a crisis and immediately grabbed Yahiko and jumped back. Boom. Looking at the deep hole that was blown out, Yahiko was very afraid. If it wasn't for Nagato's fast speed, he would have been blown up to death. The detonating talisman trap. We were deceived. Yahiko's face was very ugly, and the fool knew that he was deceived at this time. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so deceitful, you really dare to come here. Hanzo walked out with a big laugh, and the ninjas of Omegakure village had already surrounded them. Among them was Danzo's roots. Danzo didn't come, it was Konoha's critical moment. No matter how important Rinnegan was, he couldn't get away. Hanzo, you are a demigod of the ninja world, and you actually plot against us. Yahiko roared angrily. It came with anticipation, but in the end it was this result. At this time, Yahiko's body trembled with anger, and at the same time, he secretly cursed himself for being stupid. The most flustered were the other members of Akatsuki. Facing the numerous Omegakure village ninjas, their bodies were trembling and their hearts did not have much fighting spirit. Yahiko looked at Kiba and shouted, cheer up, they can't stop us, let's go out. Everyone in Akatsuki was silent, and no one believed Yahiko's words. Other party is the elite of Omegakure village. These wandering ninjas are the shoddy army. How can they fight against the regular army of others? Chapter 283 Yahiko dies. If you surrender, I can let go of the past. Hanzo said lightly, looking at the Akatsuki staff who were thinking about it. Everyone in Akatsuki looked at each other, and finally chose to put down their weapons and stand aside. Only a few people chose to fight alongside Yahiko. Yahiko took a deep breath. He didn't blame those people, he only blamed himself for his incompetence. Yahiko, give you a chance, commit suicide. Hanzo squinted slightly at Yahiko, revealing a trace of murderous intent. In fact, he admires excellent young people, but he is old and his strength is not as good as before. In the face of these talented young people, he subconsciously raises his vigilance, for fear that the other party will replace him. I will never choose death until my ideal is fulfilled, Yahiko said firmly. Ignorance, your ideal, in my opinion, is the funniest joke. Hanzo sneered. You can insult everything about me, but you must not insult my ideals. Yahiko clenched the kunai in his hands angrily. Hey tilde even the 5 major countries are incapable of achieving peace. What qualifications do you have? There must be a limit to your arrogance. I fought with you. Yahiko was overwhelmed with anger and rushed towards Hanzo. Hanzo was overjoyed, clenched the scythe in his hand, and swung it down at Yahiko. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Nagato quickly pulled the impulsive Yahiko back and said, "Don't be impulsive, Yahiko, he is 437 deliberately angering you. Your name is Nagato, right? It seems that you are the leader of Akatsuki, so hidden is really deep." Hanzo gave Nagato a deep look. Obviously Hanzo had misunderstood and regarded Nagato as the leader hidden behind the scenes. After all, compared with Yahiko, the calm Nagato at this time was more like the leader. "Yes, I am Akatsuki's leader, let him go." Nagato pointed at Yahiko. "What are you talking about, Nagato? I will never leave, I am the leader of Akatsuki." Yahiko said firmly. "Whoever the two of you are the leader of Akatsuki will die here." Hanzo sneered. At first glance, they knew that the two had a good relationship, so Hanzo decided not to let one go, and it was the truth to cut grass and root. "Hanzo, let's go. We, Lord Danzo, want that Yuhi-haired brat," an elite Jonin at the root said. Hanzo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and even Danzo's subordinates dared to order him. At this time, Hanzo is not afraid of Konoha. Konoha is no longer safe for himself. Even if he kills this Konoha ninja, it is estimated that no one in Konoha will dare to say anything. "Do it," Hanzo ordered, and dealt with Akatsuki first. He didn't believe that Danzo, who couldn't afford to be too early, would help him for free. He wants to see what purpose this guy Danzo has. Facing the ninjutsu attack from a Megakure village, Nagato's face was solemn, and the huge repulsive force repelled all the attacks. With Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, Nagato can suppress most of the ninjas, and Rinnegan is so powerful. Of course, this is because Nagato itself is not weak. As a Uzumaki clan, Nagato's chakras are full of bursts, which can be compared with tailed beasts. "Yahiko, you withdraw first, I'll be fine," Nagato said. "Want to go? You have to be able to go." Hanzo appeared behind Yahiko with a scythe in his hand, and then slashed at Yahiko's neck with the scythe. Because Nagato was blocked by other ninjas, it was too late to rescue Yahiko, so he could only watch this scene with tears in his eyes. The crisis of life and death loomed over Yahiko. His hair stood up all over his body, struggling to avoid the key point, and the blade slashed on his back. A wound of tens of centimeters was opened on the back, and the bone was deep. The most important thing was that Hanzo had smeared poison on the sickle. And this poison is very strong, but after a while, Yahiko felt dizzy, and the wound on his back began to fester. Yahiko spurted out a mouthful of black blood, looking at Hanzo with hazy eyes. Although he avoided the key point and avoided being beheaded, the final result was the same. Yahiko, who was poisoned, would never survive. "Ah!" Nagato erupted violently, roaring, and the huge repulsion instantly killed all the ninjas surrounding him. Hanzo's pupils shrank. This scene was very familiar to him, reminding him of the demon-like figure Hyuga Chen who killed 7,000 ninjas with the same moves as Nagato during the Second Ninja World War. At this moment, fear rose in Hanzo's heart. "Death to me!" Nagato kicked Hanzo, who was in a daze, and kicked him 100 meters away. The severe pain made Hanzo realize that this guy is not Hyuga Chen. Even if he has the same ninjutsu as Hyuga Chen, he doesn't have the strength to match Hyuga Chen. He doesn't need to be afraid at all. After thinking about it, Hanzo's face showed a hint of shame and anger. He actually had a fear of this little devil just now, and now he feels Yuhi in his face when he thinks about Hanzo. It was that Hyuga Chen left a deep impression on him. Although he had never fought against Hyuga Chen, he still had a fear of Hyuga Chen in his heart. "Hand over the antidote." Nagato helped Yahiko up and looked at Hanzo with cold eyes. A touch of coercion emanated from the Rinnegan, pressing Hanzo's body. "This kid, what's going on?" Hanzo's eyes widened as he felt the pressure. "I repeat, hand over the antidote." "You think too much. There is no antidote. Even Senju Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, can't save him," Hanzo said with a light expression as he endured the pressure brought by Rinnegan. "You," Nagato clenched his fist and was about to shoot. Cough cough tilde Nagato. You must live, if you can. I want you to help me see the day of peace. Yahiko opened his eyes wide and wanted to take another look at Nagato, but his vision was blurred and he didn't look at it at all. Unclear Nagato. In the end, Yahiko died in Nagato's arms with unwillingness. Nagato's body trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes. Yahiko was his only friend and his relative. Now that Yahiko is dead, it seems that he is alone in the whole world. Without Conan, Yahiko is still dead, but in the hands of Hanzo. It can only be said that all this is his life, but compared to the original book, Nagato's legs have not been abolished. I will definitely see the day of peace, this is my promise to you. Nagato said, firmly holding Yahiko's body. You people, give Yahiko a burial. Nagato Hitomi ran wild, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was channeled by him. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opened his mouth to spit out chakra, and directly swept all the ninjas in the field. Those who were hit by the chakra dragon were all taken away from the chakra and soul. Hanzo looked in horror at the tall Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, bigger than any Susanoo he had ever seen. Seeing that Hanzo was in a bad situation, he fled without saying a word, and successfully escaped by relying on the extremely skilled telekinesis. Seeing Hanzo fleeing, Nagato roared unwillingly, but did not chase after him. Anyway, Hanzo was able to run away from the monk, but not the temple, and channeled out of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. He had consumed all the chakra, it's no use chasing after. Chapter 284 Brand New Akatsuki. Holding Yahiko's body, the downpour fell, and Nagato stood alone in the heavy rain. The so-called peace is to rely on strength to fight. If you have the strength that your other Hanzo fears, will he still dare to plot against you? Uchiha Obito came out, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye shone with a strange tilde Yuhi light. Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito. He was not a fool, he knew that the masked man must be using him, but it didn't matter anymore. Now Yahiko's ideal is the reason to support him to live. As long as peace can really be achieved, he doesn't mind who he cooperates with and who is using him. Come on, Obito said, then turned and left with a stern look. Nagato followed without hesitation. Since he has made up his mind, there is nothing to hesitate. Coming to Akatsuki's lair, Uchiha Obito told him how to achieve peace by taking 10 tails and collecting tailed beasts, using the power of 10 tails to intimidate the ninja world. Nagato also agreed to the plan that the masked man said. When Yahiko died, Nagato's heart was already twisted. He believed that only when people felt real pain would people fear war, and then achieve peace. The plan mentioned by the masked man was considered quite acceptable by Nagato, and it also coincided with what he had in mind. Whether you are Uchiha Madara or not, it's best not to play tricks in front of me, my eyes will be fixed on you. Nagato did not forget to warn the masked man. The name is just a code name, you can call me Faye in the future. I still have something to deal with. If you are looking for me, come to me through Ju. Uchiha Obito pushed Ju out. We will be part of Akatsuki from now on, please take care of the boss. White Zetsu said with a smile, Black Zetsu said nothing. Looking at this strange Onmyo, Uzumaki Nagato frowned. What is this, is it really human? If the boss needs any information in the future, feel free to come to me. Although I am not strong, inquiring about information is my strength. By the way, this black guy and I are not alone. At this time, White Zetsu, without being cautious in front of Uchiha Madara, spoke a lot more freely. Shut up, Black Zetsu growled in a deep voice. Black Zetsu, do you want to fight? White Zetsu said dissatisfiedly. Humph. Black Zetsu snorted coldly, ignoring this idiot, it's just a manufactured weapon of war, there's no need to be angry with this guy. Now Akatsuki, let's disband. We need elites, not a bunch of trash. As for candidates, let Ju go to find potential missing nin and absorb them into our Akatsuki. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he sucked himself into the space and disappeared. Reason why he showed space ninjutsu, in addition to pretending to be handsome, is to shock Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato was indeed shocked. After all, space ninjutsu is notoriously rare. Now Uchiha Obito shows space ninjutsu, which really shocked him. But it was only a slight shock. Nagato, who had Rinnegan, was extremely confident. He didn't believe that he would be weaker than this masked man. Even if Uchiha Obito showed space ninjutsu, Uzumaki Nagato had the confidence to suppress him. In fact, Uchiha Obito's strength is not very strong, but the pupil technique and Kamui's blurring are somewhat incomprehensible. For 99.9% of the people, the blurring is very incomprehensible. Without Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique, Uchiha Obito is the strength of the quasi-shadow, and even those who are new to cage level may not be able to beat it. But with Uchiha Madara's legacy left behind, Obito's strength has improved rapidly, and it is estimated that it will not take much time before he can enter the cage level. Obito left and went to the Land of Water, and he wanted to take revenge on the Land of Water. Obito's trip to the country of water also means that the village of Kurigakure will enter the era of blood fog, and the third generation of Mizukage has died inexplicably. Now the fourth generation of Mizukage Yagura has just taken office, and the regime has not yet stabilized. The already chaotic village of Kurigakure would be even more chaotic if Obito got in the way. Time passed slowly, and Akatsuki joined a lot of people. These are the famous S-class missing nin. Sasori of the Red Sand who killed 3 generations of Kazekage, such as Kakuzu, and another example of Nawaki. That's right, the Nawaki guy joined Akatsuki. Even Nawaki went to win over Hyuga-chen to join Akatsuki, but just after seeing Hyuga-chen's face, he was kicked away by the girls before he had time to say anything. Of course there is one more person joining Akatsuki, and that is Hyuga Hamura who was ordered to act. Hyuga Hamura also joins Akatsuki on Hyuga Tatsu's order. Nagato made Pain 6 paths, killed Hanzo, the leader of a Megakure village, and successfully occupied a Megakure village. Because of funding problems, Akatsuki also participated in the Third Ninja War as a mercenary. Example, the old guy Kakuzu has been hired by Onoki several times. Nawaki, I didn't expect to join Akatsuki, it's really interesting. Hyuga-chen was a little interested. That idiot, he must have been fooled. Tsunade was a little worried. That guy Nawaki was not a smart person. Tsunade suspected that he was being fooled, and it was justified. Don't worry, in Akatsuki, that guy is fine. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. There is also Hyuga Hamura in Akatsuki, just let him take care of Nawaki, not to mention Nawaki's strength is not weak. What have you been doing all this time? Could it be that you found some wild woman outside? Sarah asked suspiciously when she came to Hyuga-chen. Sarah and Terumi may have been eaten by Hyuga-chen. Just a few days ago, Sarah ignored her, and Terumi may successfully attacked Hyuga-chen at night. Hyuga-chen the next night. Although Terumi May knew about it, she did not stop her. Anyway, she has succeeded. If she stops Sarah again, Sarah will probably fight her hard. That's right, come on, I asked Sister Shueheim, and she said you didn't enter the system space. Terumi May took Hyuga-chen's arm. Cough cough tilde. Hyuga-chen coughed a few times, and he wouldn't say that he went to see Otsutsuki Kagaya, otherwise the jealous girls would never forgive him. At the same time, what made Hyuga-chen relieved was that Shueheim didn't betray him. Others didn't know why he went, but Shueheim knew very well. Someday, I must thank Shueheim well. As for how to thank him, Hyuga-chen has already thought about it. There are ghosts, there are definitely ghosts. Sherlock Kushina leaned over and stared at Hyuga-chen. You're a big bastard. Hyuga-chen squeezed Kushina's pretty face hard. It hurts so bad, you rascal really hit hard. Kushina covered her face and took a sip to Hyuga-chen's arm. Bullshit, how can I use power? Hyuga-chen saw Kushina swear at him again, and said suddenly unhappy. Of course, Hyuga-chen's unhappiness was also faked to divert his attention. Otherwise, with Hyuga-chan's understanding of the girls, he would definitely hold on to the reason why he went out. At this time, Hyuga-chan couldn't help sighing inwardly at his wit. Chapter 285, A Gift from Enko. At the end of WW3. Time has passed, and the Ninja World War has come to an end. In the perennial war, Konoha has indeed been defeated repeatedly, but relying on the strong financial resources of the Fire Nation, he persevered abruptly. Kurigakure village had already withdrawn from the Ninja World War because of Obito, and Kumogakure village had also temporarily withdrawn from the war because Namikaze Minato kept cutting off supplies. Villages of Iwagakure and Sunagakure were left. The pressure on Konoha's side was greatly reduced, and a counter-offensive was launched against these two villages. At this time, Onoki shamelessly pitted Sunagakure and retreated with Iwagakure, leaving only Sunagakure and Konoha to contend. Sunagakure is about to cry. It was as in the last ninja war, why is it still as this time? You run so fast. Sunagakure immediately sent someone to negotiate peace, but Konoha refused to agree, taking Sunagakure village as a punching bag, and had to speak out viciously. And, Sunagakure couldn't stand the pressure and completely surrendered to Konoha. Since the end of the Third Ninja War, of course, small-scale conflicts still exist. For example, the group of people in Kumogakure village went back to cultivate, and sent 100 Kumogakure to fight with Konoha again, with a posture of endless death. However, this is only a small-scale armed conflict, and naturally it is not taken seriously. Compared with the Ninja World War, it is simply a small fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the end of the war and was completely relieved. He knew Konoha's situation. If the other party persisted for another half a year, maybe Konoha would become history. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to go back to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, looking at the tired Konoha ninja. At the end of the war, no one had a smile on their faces, all of them were wearing heavy colors, silently packing up their belongings. This ninja war, Konoha was almost passively beaten, and the losses were far beyond imagination. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sharp puff with his bong. Konoha lost so much, he had to find someone responsible for it. He, the third-generation Hokage, naturally couldn't escape. During his reign, two ninja wars broke out. Although it was not what he hoped, the sad Konoha villagers who lost their relatives could not care about these, and he, the Hokage, was estimated to be at the end of his life. Sure enough, as soon as he returned to the village, there were discordant voices in the village, and they all wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to explain. The face of such a thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very helpless. He knows that there is someone behind it, otherwise it would never have come so quickly. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also basically guessed who it was. It was definitely that guy from Danzo. As an old teammate of Danzo, he knew Danzo very well. Danzo peeked at the Hokage position for a day or two. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw it all. Danzo, I will not make you Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said silently. He knows that Danzo has the ability, but he is too aggressive, and it will not benefit Konoha at all. Now that Konoha is precarious, it is not suitable for an aggressive person like Danzo to be Hokage. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has three candidates in mind, namely Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are his disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally towards his own people. Namikaze Minato is his disciple and grandson, not an outsider. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite is Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato is young, his strength is not weak, his character is very good, and he has made great contributions in this ninja war. Orochimaru, his most proud disciple, has a too dark personality, and such a person is not suitable for Hokage. Jiraiya has a rambunctious temperament and is also not suitable for Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine what Konoha will become after Jiraiya becomes Hokage. The turmoil is getting bigger and bigger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also announced that because he is old, he is about to step down as Hokage, and let the villagers vote for a suitable Hokage. After Danzo found out, he was excited and sent the root ninja out to canvass votes, but the effect was not satisfactory. Similarly, Uchiha Fugaku participated in the voting without his own ability, and the result was very embarrassing. The entire Konoha also supported him from the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku was so angry that he smashed several tables. After several days of voting, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya got the most votes, but Jiraiya had no intention of being Hokage and automatically abstained. And the highest number of votes was left to Namikaze Minato, which also satisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted Namikaze Minato to be Hokage. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru felt a little lost in his heart. Although he was not very interested in the position of Hokage, the number of votes was no match for Jiraiya, which made him a little uncomfortable. Danzo, who stayed at the root, looked angry. He knew that the position of Hokage was no longer with him. Once the position of Hokage was only half a step away from him, and now he missed the position of Hokage again. Namikaze Minato successfully became the fourth Hokage with the highest number of votes, and of course the shortest Hokage. I didn't expect that sissy to become Hokage. Konoha's people really have no vision. Actually let sissy become Hokage. Kushina, Namikaze Minato isn't that girly now. Hyuga-chan whispered. Let us go, the fourth generation of Raikage will never let you go. Niyugito shouted loudly. If you make any noise, if you make more noise, it will kill you. Anko's eyes gleamed fiercely, staring at Niyugito, Samui, Azabui, and the famous hero of Sunagakure village, Shikuden, scorched-style Pakura. Where did this come from? Hearing the voice from outside, Hyuga-chen went out, looked at the four girls who were locked in the yard, and asked dumbfounded. He let the four apprentices go out to practice for a year, but he didn't expect to give him such a big surprise when he came back. Anko came over and pulled Hyuga-chen to the next corner. How about teacher? Knowing that you like beauty, we will catch 4 beauties for you to repay the teacher's kindness for training. Hyuga-chen lightly tapped Anko on the head. You are all giving me trouble. I don't have a conscience, it's obvious that it's cheap to sell well. Anko said, biting Kiba, gnashing his teeth. Tsunade, Makoto, Kushina, and the others, all looked at Hyuga-chen with expressionless faces. Why are you looking at me like this? It's none of my business. Hyuga-chen was very innocent and wanted to cry without tears. He did not give such orders to several apprentices. You dare say this wasn't what you ordered? Let the apprentice help you snatch the woman, tisk tisk. Tsunade looked at Hyuga-chen with contempt. Scumbag. Love the new and hate the old. Makoto came over, shook his head at Hyuga-chen, and said, I can't even find words to describe your scum. Kurenai Yuhi, Nohara Rin, and Azuki Yugao stuck their tongues out at Hyuga-chen, and then pointed to Anko, saying that it was all Anko's doing, none of their business. You can figure it out yourself. Kushina snorted and entered the room. Hyuga-chen, Shizune, and 4 female apprentices were left in the yard, plus the 4 who were locked in rock cages. Well, it doesn't seem to be my business, right? Shizune scratched his head blankly, then ran into the room. Hyuga-chen looked at Shizune with black lines all over her head. This girl is really stupid, just form a second dumb group with Anko. 1 stay. Chapter 286 Feet Good, Sisters. Stand for me, the 4 of you. Hyuga-chen shouted at the 4 little girls. Kurenai Yuhi, Nohara Rin, Azuki Yugao and Anko stood up obediently. At the same time, Kurenai Yuhi's 3 daughters didn't forget to give Anko a glance. It was this guy's idea. Hurry up and let us go, or otherwise, the 4th generation of Raikage is standing in front of Lao Su, and Lao Su squeezes him to death with one hand. If you want to live, shut up, Lao Su. Hyuga-chen gave Niyugito a cold look. This glance made Yugito slump to the ground, and even Erwei, who was sealed in his body, was awakened. If feeling the breath of Hyuga-chen, Erwei trembled again. If Erwei hated Kumogakure village the most, Then Hyuga-chan was the one he feared the most. It's really trash. Even though he ran away at the beginning, he was caught back. He's just trash like Yao. Hyuga-chan curled his lips in disdain. He said these words to Urwei. What do you want? Samui asked, calmer than Yugito. As for the black girl Mabui, she didn't speak. She closed her eyes and didn't know what she was thinking. Takura also did not speak, and 24 looked directly at Hyuga-chan with a cold gaze. A group of captives, they seem to be holding hands. Don't get caught if you have the ability. Hell Brigade. The 4 girls who were locked up felt a big mountain pressing down on them, crushing them to the ground, unable to move. Hell Brigade is Admiral Fujitora's gravity fruit move. Although Hyuga-chan didn't eat gravity fruit, he could also use it by manipulating gravity. Hyuga-chan faintly looked at the 4 girls lying on the ground, arrogant in front of him. They must be educated. Well, will we be the same as them? Azuki Yugao asked Nohara Rin, pulling him. I don't know either. Sister Rin shook her head. You 4, how do I usually teach you? Hyuga-chan angrily looked at the 4 unsatisfactory disciples. I usually teach you how to be more skillful, but what about you now? Just bring back 4, the more the better you can understand. Hyuga-chan educated them. The 4 female apprentices looked at Hyuga-chan speechlessly, a smug look on Enko's face. She knew she did the right thing. The girls in the room also heard what Hyuga-chan said, and their cheeks were so angry that Yuhi could not wait to go out and bite Hyuga-chan to death. This guy. Kushina clenched Kiba tightly, crushing the teacup in his hand. Brother is really scum. Conan exuded endless chills. Makoto smiled helplessly and said, Don't be angry, it's useless to be angry, we can't stop him from doing anything, as long as we don't forget us. If he dares to forget me, then I will throw him into the lava to take a bath. What a quarrel! If you dare to quarrel again, I will throw you all on the chuong, and teach it all again. Hyuga-chan stuck his head into the room. All of the girls were silent for a while, and they all sat quietly and well-behaved on the sofa. Hyuga-chan nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to reprimand a few apprentices. Kurenai Yuhi and the others felt very sad. How could they have such a teacher? And Enko, who was a hero, was naturally not among the reprimands. That is to say, those who were reprimanded were Kurenai Yuhi, Nohara Rin and Azuki Yugao. Teacher, I actually captured them. Azuki Yugao raised his hand and said. Hyuga-chan was surprised, and then said, then stand by and watch. Teacher, I reported her for lying. It's all my fault, Enko said loudly. Azuki Yugao looked at Enko angrily, and actually exposed her. She is still not a good sister. I also reported it, and it's the credit of Enko alone. Kurenai Yuhi and Nohara Rin looked at each other and said at the same time. 2 of them would definitely not be able to let Azuki Yugao escape so easily. Shouldn't good sisters be blessed and shared with me? Under the watchful eyes of Hyuga-chan, Azuki Yugao walked back silently and stood with Kurenai Yuhi and Nohara Rin, scolding these good sisters 800 times in his heart. Enko looked smug, and wanted to take my credit, but there was no door. You guys go in first. Hyuga-chan waved his hand. Yuhi, Rin, and Yugao froze for a moment, then hurried into the house. Why are you still standing here? Hyuga-chan looked at Enko who was still standing here, staring at him with a blank face. Well, where's my reward? Enko held out his hand to Hyuga-chan. Rewards. You still want rewards. What rewards do you want? Isn't that your thanks for my teaching? Hyuga-chan waved Enko away. So angry. Enko stomped his feet and entered the room angrily. HMPH. Hyuga-chan looked at the 4 girls lying on the ground with an evil smile on her face. What do you want? Mabui asked tremblingly. Do you know who I am? Hyuga-chan walked over and looked down at the 4 daughters condescendingly. Feeling the pressure disappear, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief and finally got up from the ground, looking a little embarrassed because of the dust on their bodies. You're famous. Takura brushed off the dust and glanced at Hyuga-chan. He tilde an ignorant woman. Hyuga-chan looked at Pakura with contempt. Even he didn't know it, she was really a ninja. The third generation Kazekage from your Sunagakure village. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 10 times before I let him go. If it wasn't for my kindness, your Sunagakure village would have changed to Kazekage long ago. Hyuga-chen started gab. With a cold face, Pakura looked at Hyuga-chen angrily. What are you looking at? Kneel down for me. Pakura couldn't control his body and really knelt down. You have the ability to kill me, why insult people like this? What a hero. Pakura shouted angrily. I'm not a hero, I heard that heroes usually die very early. Hyuga-chen smiled lightly. Pakura is also the hero of Sunagakure village. What is the final outcome? He was not betrayed by Sunagakure village and became a victim of great power politics. Hyuga-chan never thought about being a hero or a hero, he was just a free wanderer who wanted to do whatever he wanted. The 4 of you fall into my hands. For the sake of you being beautiful women, I won't kill you. Be me a maid, I'll find you a head maid another day. You're dreaming, Samui said coldly. Dream, you should be lucky, if it wasn't for your beautiful looks, I had already killed you for fertilizer. You should be glad you have a beautiful face at this moment, otherwise I wouldn't even look at you. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Now I'm giving you a chance to live. If you don't want to die, be a maid for me. If you want to die, quickly wipe your neck and commit suicide. Hyuga-chen took out a handful of kunai and threw it into the rock cage. Then Hyuga-chen didn't even look at them, turned around and walked into the house, leaving them to choose between life and death. Chapter 287 You are joking. Humph. Big pervert. The pervert. A pervert can't describe you. Quote. As soon as Hyuga-chen entered the house, she was unanimously attacked by all the women, especially the contempt in her eyes, which was not concealed in the slightest. You're talking about me like that, don't I want to lose face? Hyuga-chen looked at the girls in dissatisfaction. You have no face, what face do you need? Kushina pouted and said jealously. Yeah, I've already lost face, what else do I need to do with face? Hyuga-chen nodded, then made the middle of Kushina and Makoto. Don't sit with me, big pervert. Kushina pushed Hyuga-chen in disgust. Okay, then I'll change my position. Hyuga-chen stood up directly. Teacher, be on our side. Enko stood up and said to Hyuga-chen, wanting to come over and pull Hyuga-chen. At this time, Kushina grabbed Hyuga-chen and asked him to sit down, and said in a flat tone, what position is it? It's troublesome, at most Makoto and I are wronged, you sit here. Tisk tisk. Women are duplicitous. Hyuga-chan smiled. Could it be that this is what the legend says about being honest? You are not afraid of the suicide of a few beauties outside. I think they are all beauties, not worse than us at all. Tsunade said jokingly. It's okay, if you die, you will die. Hyuga-chan's expression was very indifferent. They really wanted to die, but Hyuga-chan couldn't do anything about it. Although Hyuga-chan knows the art of Rinne Tensai, samsara of heavenly life, as long as they choose to commit suicide, Hyuga-chan will never choose to resurrect them. Because you can never save someone who wants to die, not to mention that Hyuga-chan doesn't have feelings for them. At most, they are more beautiful, so how could it be so hard? Then why don't I go and kill them? Terumi Mei smiled tenderly. On the surface, Terumi Mei seemed to be joking, but the cold light in her eyes could prove that she was not joking. Hyuga-chen stared at Terumi Mei tightly. Why are you staring at people like this, knowing that you don't want those 4 little beauties, huh? Men just love the new and hate the old, and there is no good thing. Terumi Mei glanced at Hyuga-chen angrily. No, I actually meant to say that your Kiba teeth are stained with vegetable leaves. Hyuga-chen pointed at Kiba's teeth. Really? Terumi Mei quickly took out a small mirror. Don't be so troublesome, let me help you. Hyuga-chen got up and walked to Terumi Mei's side, then went up to Terumi Mei deeply. After a few minutes, Hyuga-chen's eyes separated from Terumi Mei and said with a smile, okay. Ah, You are clearly trying to take advantage of me. I didn't eat any vegetables this morning. Where did the leaves come from? Terumi-May said angrily. I'm already married. Do I still need to take advantage of it? I still don't admit it. I'm really pissed off. Terumi-May hugged Hungarian with both hands, and the fullness of Hungarian was about to come out. Sarah glanced at Terumi-May jealously. Why she was not as big as Terumi-May? Because of the jealousy in her heart that drove her crazy, Sarah sneered. That's because you are stupid. Hungarian has no brains. Next to Tsunade lay the gun innocently, and glared at Sarah resentfully. Hyuga-chen glanced at Sarah in surprise. Is she making fun of the group? Among the women here, except for those who are not yet fully developed, it seems that Sarah is the smallest. Yard, Pakura, Samui, Azabui and Yugito were silent. The rock was so strong that their chakras were sealed and they couldn't escape. Even if they are not sealed and break this cage, they will not be able to escape. Before Yugito used the power of the two tails, he was not the opponent of the girl named Enko. Could he escape? Samui, Azabui, and Yugito belonged to the same village. The three of them sat on the other side, and Pakura sat alone on the side. Yugito, what should we do? Mabui looked at Yugito and asked, with confusion in his voice. They have been taken away for 3 months, and no one has come to save them. Could it be that the village has given up on them? In fact, it is true that the Kumobukar village abandoned them, including the Ni people Jinchuriki, column force Yugito, after learning that they were taken by Hyuga-chen's apprentices. The village should send someone to save us. Yugito said uncertainly. Ordinarily, given her identity as a Jinchuriki column force, someone should have come to rescue her long ago because of her importance to the village. No one has come to rescue her until now, and Yugito himself is very confused. It'll be fine, Samui said comforting words he didn't believe. Pakura, who was on the side, glanced at them, then lowered his head and said nothing. They have only been arrested for 3 months. Pakura has been arrested for 10 months, and now the most desperate is Pakura. Looking at Kunai flickering next to him, Pakura hesitated slightly, but still did not move. No one wants to choose death, and Pakura is no exception. Why choose to die when you can live, and only to be a maid, not a slave? How to choose? Pakura said to himself. If I choose to be a maid, will that guy do strange things to me, and what if he really forces me to do it? That guy seems very handsome and has an inexplicable attraction. Pakura began to think about it. In fact, at this time, Pakura had already made up his mind. Pakura kills herself by wiping her neck and ramming her head to death here, and she will never be. But the maid outfit seems to be very beautiful, and Pakura thinks she can experience it. What do you choose? Yugito asked Pakura curiously. These days, although they didn't talk much, they were still familiar with each other. Sometimes compromise is the way to go, Pakura said lightly, and the meaning was self-evident. Humph. Samui gave Pakura a disdainful look. Pakura was furious and walked over to pick up the kunai and threw it beside Samui. HMPH, you choose to commit suicide if you have the ability. Pakura said lightly. You, commit suicide, I'm not someone who is afraid of death. Samui picked up the kunai and gave Pakura a contemptuous look. Pakura sneered, hugged her hands, and looked at Samui playfully. Wait Samui, don't be impulsive. Azabui grabbed her hand and took the kunai from her. Samui, this isn't like the commune. Yugito also came over, looking at Pakura with a hostile look. Samui put down the kunai in her hands. She is indeed not an impulsive person, but after being locked up for 3 months, Samui couldn't keep her calm. Sitting on the ground, Samui looked at the kunai in her hand, but she still couldn't do it. She thought she had the courage to face death, but when it came time, the courage fed the dog. Mabui didn't say anything after that. Forbearance first, what about being a maid? I believe that the 4th generation of Reikage knows that he will definitely save us, and now maybe someone has been sent to save us. Yugito said. Finally Samui glanced at the two girls and nodded. Chapter 288 Get 4 Little Maids. Pakura and the others, who were locked in the cage, were growling with hunger and trembling in their hearts. Even if they are prisoners, let them eat. This is too much to not treat them as human beings. Prisoners are human too. Although you won't die from starvation if you don't eat a meal, it's painful to be hungry. With a crunch, the door was opened, and Hyuga-chen stepped out, holding a few roast chickens in his hand. I'm hungry. I forgot about you during lunch, I'm so sorry. Hyuga-chen had a smile on his face, without a trace of apology. It was definitely intentional. Samui clenched his fist, then released it. This dark-skinned beauty, can you tell me your choice? Hyuga-chen stretched out his hand and asked Mabui's chin. A yuhi on Azabui's face. If it weren't for Hyuga-chen's good eyes, I really wouldn't be able to see yuhi on Azabui's face. Azabui took a few steps back, avoiding Hyuga-chen's hand, and asked, what do you want to do? To be honest, your skin is really two extremes compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hyuga-chen said with a chuckle. To be honest, Azabui is a rare dark-skinned beauty. Hyuga-chen has also seen many dark-skinned women in the country of Thunder 840, but none of them are pretty. Therefore, Mabui is simply a cherished species like a giant panda. No, it is even more precious than a giant panda. We can be your maid, but you can't, absolutely can't. Absolutely not anything, Hyuga-chen teased. You must not bully us, or I will die, and I will never agree to you. Samui looked up at Hyuga-chen. Really? Hyuga-chen put down the food in his hand and walked into the rock cage, as if nothing hindered him. Coming to Samui, Hyuga-chen looked down at her, and he could clearly see the tension in Samui's stubborn eyes. You seem very nervous. Hyuga-chen slowly approached Samui, and Samui kept retreating until there was no way to retreat. What are you going to do to Samui? Yugito and Azabui ran nervously towards Hyuga-chen, but the rock railing suddenly rose, blocking their steps. What do you want? Samui grabbed the railing tightly with both hands, and the arrogance on his face disappeared. Hyuga-chen squeezed Samui's chin with a sinister smile on his face, then lowered his head and approached Samui. Looking at Hyuga-chen who was approaching, Samui closed his eyes nervously, his body trembled slightly, and when the two were about to touch, Hyuga-chen raised his head. Samui, who didn't feel Hyuga-chen coming down, opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was Hyuga-chen's playful smile. Samui breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but a sense of loss rose inexplicably in his heart, but this feeling was quickly classified as an illusion by Samui. Now that you've made your choice, change your clothes. Hyuga-chen waved out 4 maid outfits and threw them to them. The 4 girls looked at Hyuga-chen, looked at the clothes in their hands, they were a little overwhelmed, and asked them to change clothes, but don't watch here. Hyuga-chen smiled, then turned to leave. Seeing Hyuga-chen leave, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief, and watched vigilantly, and found that Hyuga-chen hadn't peeked, so they put on the maid outfit that Hyuga-chen gave them. The maid outfit was just an ordinary maid outfit, at best it was a bit more gorgeous, not the kind of maid outfit the 4 girls thought, which also made the 4 girls relieved. If it was the kind of maid outfit they thought, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to wear it. After changing clothes, the 4 women looked at the food next to them, and the strong aroma made them drool. Eat. This is for you. Hyuga-chan's voice suddenly came from behind them. The 4 girls were startled and looked at Hyuga-chen vigilantly. Didn't he enter the house? Why are you behind them? Is it for peeking? Thinking of being peeked at changing clothes, the 4 maids stared at Hyuga-chen with embarrassed expressions on Yuhi's face. Don't worry, I didn't peek at you. Hyuga-chen was slightly speechless, he really didn't peek at them. But obviously, they didn't believe it at all. I don't believe it. I didn't expect to change into maid costumes, you guys are quite beautiful. Hyuga-chen turned around and carefully looked at the 4 pretty little maids. Listening to Hyuga-chan's praise, the 4 girls felt a little proud. After all, they are women, and even female ninjas like to hear others praise their beauty. The four of you discuss who is going to sleep tonight. Hyuga-chan's next sentence sent them into the abyss. What? Serving the bed. The four girls were in a panic. Just kidding, you are not qualified to sleep with me now. Hyuga-chan walked into the room. Not qualified. The four daughters accumulated anger in their hearts. Why are they not qualified? The four of you haven't come in yet, to perform your duties as maids. Hyuga-chan turned his head and looked at the four girls who were motionless, frowning slightly, a little dissatisfied. By the way, that kitten doesn't need to follow. Hyuga-chan came to Yugito's side and pulled out the second tail from her body. If you look cute, maybe I can keep you, but you're not cute. Hyuga-chan kicked the huge two tails away with one kick. As for where the two-tailed cat will fly, Hyuga-chan doesn't know. The tailed beast was taken away. Am I going to die? Yugito was a little unwilling. She was already a maid, why did she still want to die? Wake up, you're not dead yet. Hyuga-chan patted Yugito, who was stunned. Yugito came back to his senses and found that he was indeed not dead. What happened? If the human Jinchuriki column force is drawn away, the tailed beast will die. This is recognized by the entire ninja world. Why is she okay? Of course I saved your life, I just became my little maid, I don't want you to die. Hyuga-chan said lightly. There's so much noise outside, what are you doing, brother? Conan walked out of the room. Hyuga-chan's movement to draw away is not small. After all, although Urwei is not strong, but he is very big, the movement is naturally not small. It's nothing, it's just to kill the kitten. Hyuga-chan stroked Conan's hair, then walked into the house. The four maids looked at each other and walked in, feeling uneasy. Tisk tisk. It's so beautiful. Anko, what kind of reward do you want? Tell your teacher directly. Your teacher won't give you a reward, I'll give it to you. Kushina looked at Anko with a weird smile on her face. Really? Anko looked surprised. Kurenai Yuhi held his forehead speechless. How could Anko be so stupid? Forget that. I don't need it. It's all for the teacher. At the critical moment, Anko also reacted. Namely, Kushina's gloomy face is a bit scary, and it's a match for the angry Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 289 Naoki's Invitation. Teacher, I don't think my strength is enough, so let's practice. Anko hurried out. Although her head was inflexible, Anko was a little uncomfortable with so many murderous eyes staring at her. She instinctively told her that it would be better to slip away first. Stop accusing Anko. Anko is also filial and grateful, unlike them. Hyuga-chen pointed to Yuhi, Rin, and Yugao. I don't know how to think about my teacher, I taught them for nothing. Yuhi, Rin, and Yugao were depressed. Fuck you. Kushina slapped him angrily. It hurts, you are going to murder your husband, a vicious woman. Hyuga-chen lay on the ground, staring at Kushina with two big eyes, looking like he was dead. Kushina pouted, I didn't exert any strength, are you lying on the ground trying to touch porcelain? After lying on the ground for a long time, he found that no one paid attention to him. Instead, they started chatting, and Hyuga-chen couldn't bear it anymore. He got up from the ground, looked at the girls with grief and indignation and said, Don't you care about me at all, don't know how to help me up. Aren't you getting up? Are you still using the support? Tsunade said indifferently. Hyuga-chen was speechless. When he saw a few maids giggling, his face suddenly fell. You maids are unqualified. Seeing me falling to the ground, you still don't help me up. Hyuga-chen scolded the four of them, spittle flying. Yugito and the others are so angry. Why are you spitting? This is definitely intentional. Even if it's a maid, you can't bully us like that. Mabuyi said with anger. When did I bully you? I'm just preaching to you. Can't you be preached? Are you a maid or an uncle? Puff puff. Hyuga-chen spat out. The four girls were trembling with anger, and the saliva sprayed on their faces was enough to wash their faces, so they could only scold Hyuga-chen inwardly for being disgusting. Why are you bullying people? Makoto couldn't stand it anymore, and came over and pulled Hyuga-chen away. Then can I bully you? Hyuga-chen put his arms around Makoto's waist and stared at Makoto with an affectionate look. Makoto's eyes appeared moist, and under Hyuga-chen's affectionate gaze, she seemed to melt. No, Kushina pulled Makoto out of Hyugatatsu's arms. I will never let you bully Makoto, bully me if you want. Kushina looked up at Hyuga-chan. Kushina. Makoto's resentful eyes made Kushina's body tremble slightly. Makoto, don't worry, as your good sister, I will bear your suffering for you. You don't have to thank me, this is what you should do as your good sister. Deep. Then you were really my good sister. Makoto said, biting Kiba. It's all said that you don't have to thank me. Where did you see it? I am grateful to you. Tsunade, Conan and the others were sitting on the sofa, quietly watching this year's best good sisters battle. At this time, Hyuga-chen wisely chose to retreat. If he still wanted to take advantage, he would only pull in other women, and it would be a mess at that time. So when the girls were attracted by Kushina and Makoto, Hyuga-chen quietly retreated. Hyuga-chan's little apprentice and 4 maids saw Hyuga-chen leave, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Kurenai Yuhi and the others were afraid of being punished, and Samui, Pakura and the others did not want to be washed with saliva anymore. Just after leaving the house, Hyuga-chen frowned, Naoki actually looking for him. Naoki held Hiraishin Kunai and kept typing chakra into it, muttering, why haven't you come yet, shouldn't you be lying to me? Because Hyuga-chen and the others lived in no fixed place, it was convenient for Naoki to find him, so Hyuga-chen gave him a Hiraishin Kunai. As long as he entered chakra in it, Hyuga-chen would know Akatsuki. Wasting my time making money, Kakuzu said with a displeased face. Hyuga-chen appeared behind Naoki and patted his shoulder hard, and Naoki was instantly knocked to the ground. What's the matter with me? Hyuga-chen asked curiously. Naoki lay on the ground, clutching his shoulders, unable to speak in pain. After a long time, Naoki stood up and said angrily, why are you working so hard? It hurts me to death. Kakuzu's pupils shrank. Fear flashed in his eyes. Of course Kakuzu knew Hyuga-chen, but the underground black market offered a reward to Hyuga-chen's name. And it is also the highest reward, higher than the sum of the shadows of the major villages. But Kakuzu never thought to pick it up. Although he loves money, he also knows that he can make money only if he has his life. Hyuga-chen glanced at Kakuzu, then looked at Naoki, but this glance made Kakuzu's soul tremble, his body tense, ready to flee at any time. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Anyway, it's never good for you to look for me. Hyuga-chen looked at Naoki angrily. Tilda. Naoki scratched his head, smiled, and said, I invited you to join Akatsuki. Invite me again. If you don't join, where will you go? Hyuga-chen waved his hand. He had nothing to do with Akatsuki. Why? Naoki asked reluctantly. What's in it for me to join? Give me money. How can you be so realistic? We are fighting for peace. Hyuga-chen nodded knowingly. He guessed that it must be Naoki, an idiot who was fooled and couldn't find Bei. Go and fight for peace yourself. I'll say goodbye first. Hyuga-chen didn't want to mess with Naoki. Why don't you let me take you to Akatsuki's base? What to see? To see if your secret base is dark enough. Hyuga-chen turned his head and asked. By the way, the boss of your Akatsuki still owes me 10 billion taels. I almost forgot, let him pay back my money quickly, or I will beat Akatsuki. Hyuga-chen said. Under Naoki's blank gaze, Hyuga Tatsu disappeared in an instant. Pain owes Chen money. Naoki scratched his head. Let's go. A big man like him won't take a fancy to a small organization like us. I don't know who the leader is stronger than him. Kakuzu said silently. In fact, Kakuzu still prefers Hyuga-chen to be stronger in his heart, because when he faces Hyuga-chen, there is a trembling from his soul. This feeling was not felt in pain, the mysterious Akatsuki leader. Let's go. I heard that the leader wants to recruit a new person to join Akatsuki. This new person is still related to you, your former teacher Orochimaru. Kakuzu wore a black shoyin robe and a bamboo hat with a wind chime as he walked into the distance. Naoki shook his head and followed. Hyuga-chen didn't join Akatsuki, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 290 Orochimaru into Akatsuki. After Naoki and Kakuzu walked away, Hyuga-chen walked out silently, but he didn't leave just now. Orochimaru has defected, Hyuga-chen whispered to himself, a funny smile suddenly appearing on his face. I really don't know what will happen to Orochimaru when he sees Nagato's Rinnegan. Earlier, Hyuga-chen had told Orochimaru that Rinnegan evolved from Sharingan. Why didn't you follow me? To subdue Orochimaru, it's not just Pain, but others from Akatsuki. It's okay for Hyuga Tatsu to be idle, and it's okay to follow him, so Hyuga Tatsu quietly followed behind Kakuzu and Naoki. Akatsuki is a two-person team, Kakuzu and Naoki are a team. As for Hidan, it is estimated that he is still a kid. You should know that I don't like to wait for people. Sasori of Hyaruhu, who was hiding, said lightly, with anger in his voice. I am really sorry. Naoki scratched his head and said, with his simple and honest face, a little silly. Now Sasori of the Red Sand and Hyuga Hamura are temporarily a group. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Heavenly Path Pain, the leader, said. Although Nagato did not break his leg, he still chose to hide behind the scenes and made Yahiko's body into a Heavenly Path Pain. He wanted Yahiko to see peace with his own eyes. Absolutely, did you find out? Will Orochimaru pass by here? Pain asked indifferently, with some dissatisfaction in his voice. I will indeed pass by here, my clone is watching him, he can't run away. White Zetsu said quickly. Black Zetsu didn't speak, and usually Black Zetsu doesn't speak. Then just wait. Sasori of the Red Sand was dissatisfied. What he hated the most was waiting, and he decided in his heart to make Orochimaru look good. He was not afraid of being one of Sannin. He dared to kill even 3 generations of Kazekage, let alone Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked quietly, unaware that there was a group of people waiting for him in front of him. Just a few days ago, his secret research institute was leaked. At that time, Orochimaru was doing research in it and was blocked. He saw his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru knew that someone betrayed him, otherwise his secret research institute would never be exposed. And the person who betrayed him, according to Orochimaru's guess, was probably Danzo, because only Danzo who cooperated with him knew his secret base. Orochimaru didn't want to know why Danzo betrayed him, and he hurriedly collected most of the research materials, and Orochimaru shot him without hesitation. He knew that with these things in his laboratory, his teacher would not let him go. At this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage is not that old, and its strength is very strong. Orochimaru is not an opponent at all. In the end, it is the 3rd generation of Hokage who remembers his old love and keeps his hands on him, so that he can escape. Orochimaru then got rid of Jiraiya, who was going to bring him back to Konoha, and now he was also exhausted. Walking and walking, Orochimaru suddenly noticed something was wrong, and his body stopped immediately. The snake's perception of danger is very strong. Being able to discover it seems that you are indeed qualified to join Akatsuki. Pain came out and looked at Orochimaru lightly. Orochimaru frowned, looking at Pain's Rinnegan. His eyes widened. Isn't this Rinnegan? Orochimaru stared at Pain with fiery eyes, his face undisguised. Pain frowned. Of course he knew Orochimaru. Pain, his teacher Jiraiya's teammate. I'll take your Rinnegan. Orochimaru shot Pain without hesitation, and 2 large snakes entangled towards Pain. Hyuga-chan was sitting on a big tree not far away. It was obvious that Hyuga-chan was not hiding, even in a very conspicuous place, but no one could find him. Orochimaru shot when he came up. He was really impatient. Hyuga-chen looked at the scene below with a branch in his mouth. I don't know whether to live or die, but dare to shoot at the gods. Pain snorted coldly, and with a huge repulsion force, he directly killed the two big snakes and knocked Orochimaru out. Orochimaru stood up and licked the corner of his mouth, feeling even more excited. With the same ability as Hyuga-chen, it seems that this guy's Rinnegan is indeed real. Join Akatsuki and I can forgive your sins, Pain said flatly. I have to say that this kid Nagato is a bit of a middle schooler. It is estimated that he has a second disease. Hyuga-chen, who was on the sidelines, wanted to complain. You belong to the Uchiha family? Orochimaru asked. Pain frowned. He didn't understand why he asked that. He glanced at Orochimaru lightly. Pain said, I am a god. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Teacher Orochimaru, long time no see. Naoki walked out and greeted Orochimaru indifferently. Then Kakuzu, Sasori, and Hyuga Hamura all came out and surrounded Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his brows. He could sense that all these guys were not weak, especially the old man with a pair of Byakugan. His aura was like an abyss, he couldn't peep at all. His intuition told him that the strongest person here was not the one with Rinnegan who claimed to be a god, but the old Byakugan. Akatsuki, it seems to be quite interesting, it's okay to join in. Orochimaru's mouth curled into a smile. He still knows that a hero doesn't suffer from immediate losses. Facing this group of people, Orochimaru feels that even escaping is a luxury, so he might as well join in and save his life first. Besides, Orochimaru is still thinking about planning Rinnegan. Pain took out a ring with blank words and threw it at him. From today, you are Akatsuki's Sora-chen. If you dare to betray Akatsuki, there is no place for you in the entire ninja world, Pain warned. Orochimaru smiled lightly, and then put the ring on casually. He joined Akatsuki to plan Rinnegan, but he didn't really work for Akatsuki. Konoha Sanino Rochimaru, what I don't like the most is waiting for people, you know how long you made me wait. Sasori of the Red Sand's voice full of coldness sounded. Equally, I don't like people questioning me. Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly, he was not a good person. And Orochimaru also has his own pride. An unknown person, dare to speak to him like this. Orochimaru's heart rises with killing intent. Fei Liuhu ate waves of needles. Sasori controlled Fei Liuhu to spit out poisonous needles, and the high-density poisonous needles flew towards Orochimaru. Every S-rank missing nin is unruly and will kill if they disagree. The face of Sasori's attack, Orochimaru channeled a large snake and blocked all the poisonous needles, and this huge snake lost the slightest vitality for a moment and was poisoned to death. Shulker's snake hands. Countless snakes were summoned by Orochimaru, biting and twisting towards Sasori, trying to drown Sasori among the snakes. Although Sasori can kill these snakes quickly, Orochimaru has summoned too many snakes, and they continue to summon. However, after a short while, Sasori was at a disadvantage, and even the Hyuga where he was hiding was slightly damaged. Orochimaru's strength is not weak. In a real fight, Sasori is really not Orochimaru's opponent unless he shows his trump card of 3 generations of Kazekage. Even if he took out 3 generations of Kazekage, his most proud puppet, he might not be Orochimaru's opponent. Chapter 291 Sasori vs Orochimaru. By Liuhu Back Tail. Sasori tail made of steel appeared on the back of Hiryuhu. The extremely sharp Sasori tail was coated with poison, and it would be poisoned if it was scratched. And the poison is very strong. Sasori has learned how to make poison from his grandmother Chiyo. Chiyo's poison is quite powerful. During the Third Ninja War, Konoha's medical ninja had no way to take Chiyo's poison. Although Sasori's poison wasn't as good as his grandmother's, it wasn't much worse. Sasori's tail swept away, and the densely packed snakes died. Some were cut in half, others were bruised, and then died of poisoning. The strength is really good, but it's not enough. The formation of 10,000 Shira. Orochimaru sneered. Surrounding Sasori was detonated, and Fei Liuhu was directly blown up, revealing Sasori's body. I have to say that Sasori is very pervert. He transformed himself into a puppet, and the regeneration core in his chest is still the body, and the regeneration core is Sasori's heart. As long as the regeneration core is not destroyed, Sasori will not die, which means he has the body of immortality. Destroy my work, give me death. Sasori growled. Red Secret Skills 100 Machines Exercise. This is Sasori's strongest puppet technique, which can control hundreds of puppets at the same time. With this technique, Sasori destroys a country by himself. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru had seen quite a few puppet masters, but Sasori was definitely the strongest puppet master Orochimaru had ever seen. In Orochimaru's opinion, absolutely no one can match Sasori in terms of numbers, which of course is Orochimaru's ignorance of Tenseigen. Facing Sasori's strongest secret skill, Orochimaru was not afraid, but was only surprised. Although there were many puppets, the quality could not be guaranteed. Spirituality, 10,000 snakes. Facing the siege, Orochimaru summoned the snakes without hesitation. Orochimaru, I didn't say, don't call me when you're okay. Wan Shi roared arrogantly. Remember to give me 100, no, 200 alive for Matsuri, or I'll eat you. No problem, as long as you deal with them first. Orochimaru smiled slightly, pointing at Sasori's puppets. Humph. Scrap copper and iron, Wan Shi said extremely arrogantly. Tisk tisk, 10,000 snakes should be glad it wasn't my psychic beast, otherwise it would have turned into ashes now. Hyuga-chen put his foot on the trunk and lay on the thick branch. A psychic beast with a temperament like one snake, Hyuga-chen is very displeased. It's just a beast, no matter how strong it is, it's just a beast. What's more, in Hyuga-chan's eyes, one snake is not strong, it is far worse than his psychic beast Wutai. I don't know what happened to the 5 tails now, but Hyuga-chen can feel that this guy has not been caught. Of course, even if he was caught, Hyuga-chen didn't care. In the past, Hyuga-chen could look at the tailed beast, but now he doesn't look at the tailed beast at all, including 10 tails. Hyuga-chan's view, one snake's strength is rubbish, but to others, it is a very powerful psychic beast. Sasori's puppet was simply unable to break through the defenses of the 10,000 snakes. With a flick of the snake's tail, countless puppets can be shattered. Sasori felt distressed when he saw this scene. These puppets were all his hard work, and now they were all smashed by Orochimaru's psychic beasts, which made Sasori even more dissatisfied with Orochimaru. Originally, Sasori hated Orochimaru, but now he hates it so much that it has even risen to the level of hatred. Okay, just when the two were about to continue fighting, Pain stood up to stop it. Pain can make them dissatisfied with each other, but definitely not let them develop into enemies, otherwise it will not be good for Akatsuki's development. What are you? Get away from me. Wan Shi gave Pain a disdainful look, with an arrogant look on his face. Pain's face didn't change much because he was already dead, but Nagato was manipulating Pain in the distance with anger on his face. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. The indifferent voice sounded, and Wan Shi didn't even have the ability to resist, and was attracted by Pain's gravitational force. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, Sign. This time the voice was colder, and the huge repulsion force tore several huge wounds on its body at the same time as it smashed the snake into the sky. Fortunately, Wan Snake's body is soft. Even if Wan Snake's vertebrae were broken, after a bang, Wan Snake returned to the psychic world. Orochimaru didn't say anything about the serious injury of Wan Snake, but looked at Pain's Rinnegan even more coveted. Pain can also feel Orochimaru's greedy gaze, but he doesn't care. He believes that he has absolute strength to deter Orochimaru. Wan Snake was beaten back to the psychic world, and Sasori also stopped, silently putting away the puppets. From today, Sasori and Orochimaru form a team. Pain announced lightly. Sasori's brows furrowed. He really didn't want to be with Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled weirdly at Sasori, who didn't care who he was with. I don't want to team up with him because I'm afraid that one day he will be turned into a puppet. Sasori said bluntly. Tilda, I'm also very interested in you. Orochimaru stared at each other closely. Not many people have the ability to completely transform themselves into puppets, but Orochimaru is very interested. It's settled. Pain made the final decision. Trust Orochimaru, so he made Sasori and Orochimaru form a team, just to let Sasori supervise him. With the two of them together, if Orochimaru is going to do anything against Akatsuki, Sasori will definitely expose him. After Yahiko's death, Nagato, who is simple and a little weak, has completely matured. Hyuga Hamura, come with me. Pain looked at Hyuga Hamura. Yeah, nodding lightly, Hyuga 353 Hamura continued to be silent. Hey, it's time to pay back the money you owe me. Don't think that you don't have to pay back when you die. Suddenly, Hyuga-chan jumped down from the tree and said lightly. Pain, who was about to leave, had a startled expression on his face, and turned sharply to look at Hyuga-chan, who was walking slowly. Tatsu, why are you here? Naoki looked surprised when he saw Hyuga Tatsu. Of course he came after you. The boss of your Akatsuki owes me 10 billion taels. He has been in debt for several years. I came to collect the debt. Hyuga-chan smiled lightly. When Hyuga Hamura saw Hyuga-chan, she hurriedly came over to salute, but was stopped by Hyuga-chan's eyes. For Orochimaru, who has been paying attention to Hyuga Hamura, no one else has seen this scene. Orochimaru smiled at the corner of his mouth. He had already sensed that Hyuga Hamura was not simple. Now, looking at his actions, this old man named Hyuga Hamura should be Hyuga-chan's subordinate. It's you. Pain's voice was angry. Tatsu-kun, what a long time no see. Orochimaru greeted Hyuga Tatsu. Uncle Snake, I didn't expect you to become a missing nin too. Could it be that Konoha's life was not good, so he defected? Hyuga-chan's eyes turned to Orochimaru. Yeah, after becoming a missing nin, you are free and much better than before. Orochimaru nodded. After becoming a missing nin, he didn't need to hide what research experiments he was going to do. Chapter 292 Orochimaru, who discovers the atmosphere of conspiracy. Controlling Pain from a distance, was furious. These people were just like talking at home, completely ignoring him. Proclaimed God Nagato got angry and manipulated Pain to attack Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan was stunned for a moment, looking at Heavenly Path Pain who was rushing towards him with a black stick. He didn't expect that he would dare to attack him. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru had a good-looking smile on his face. If you don't pay back the money you owe, it's still reasonable, and if you attack me, you're still unreasonable. Hyuga-chan kicked over. Bang! Heavenly Path Pain, like a rag doll, was kicked over 100 meters by Hyuga-chan, and I don't know how many trees it broke. Sasori of the Red Sand was dumbfounded, and everyone else knew that Hyuga-chan was strong, so it wasn't surprising. But Sasori of the Red Sand didn't know about Hyuga-chan at all. After the Second Ninja World War, the major ninja villages seemed to have negotiated and deliberately forgot about Hyuga-chan. About Hyuga-chan is almost never mentioned again. The purpose is to eliminate the psychological shadow that Hyuga-chan left on them. So Sasori of the Red Sand didn't know about Hyuga-chan and started watching Hyuga-chan provoke the leader. He thought this guy was going to die. Unexpectedly, Hyuga-chan slapped him in the face instantly and kicked Pain out with one kick. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. The trees and the earth were lifted up, and the majestic and unparalleled repulsion rushed in, and everything in front of them was shattered by the repulsion. No, hurry back. Kakuzu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly retreated to the back. This power is too strong. Even if he has 10 lives, it is not enough to lose, and he can definitely kill him in seconds. Naoki, Sasori, Orochimaru and the others were not slow, and quickly retreated to the back. They did not dare to resist this kind of attack. Ju and Hyuga Hamura also withdrew, and Ju's face showed worry, of course not for Hyuga-chan, but for Pain. The wind is cool. Hyuga-chen stood there, completely ignoring pain. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. How is it possible to ignore it? Sasori of the Red Sands said in shock. He couldn't think of anyone who could stop the majestic repulsion, and this unknown person was not harmed at all. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Hyuga-chen stretched out his hand, and the gravitational force that erupted from his hand made Pain unable to resist at all. Pain was pulled over, then grabbed by Hyuga-chen's neck and smashed to the ground. The ground cracked like a spider web. Why can he use the same ninjutsu as the leader? Kakuzu asked in confusion. He can use it, why can't I use it? Hyuga-chen's voice came from behind Kakuzu. Kakuzu was sweating coldly on his forehead. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would have to lose at least one heart now, and he might be killed directly. It's elusive, it scared me to death. Nawaki looked at Hyuga-chen resentfully, and was startled by Hyuga-chen just now. And Hyuga-chen always appeared like this, he was scared to the point of insane. At the same time, 5 ninjas who also had Rinnegan and had black sticks on their bodies came and stood with Heavenly Path Pain, who got up. What's the matter? Why are there so many Rinnegans? Orochimaru was the most surprised. Seeing so many Rinnegans, he was messed up. Could it be that Rinnegan is already rotten, and 6 pairs appeared all at once? Is this really the Rinnegan who created the world and destroyed the world? Tatsu-kun, what's going on? Orochimaru, who had only recovered from the chaos after a long time, asked Hyuga Tatsu. He believed Hyuga Tatsu should know. Don't you feel that there is no breath of life on them? They are just puppets controlled by Rinnegan. Hyuga-chen said flatly. But these plain words made other people who didn't know it set off a storm in their hearts. Mirror clone. A clone with all of Hyuga-chen's abilities came out, but this clone only had 30% of Hyuga-chen's power. Do you look down on me? Heavenly Path Pain's voice was filled with anger, and she used her clones to deal with them. This was looking down on him. You go ahead and talk about it. Hyuga-chen shrugged. Although the mirror clone only has 30% of his power, but hanging Nagato is as easy as playing. Not to mention Nagato, even Otsutsuki Hagoromo is not the opponent of Hyuga-chen's mirror image clone. With Hyuga-chen's current strength, 30% of the power can easily defeat Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Strange wrist rocket. Shiradao's fist flew like a rocket. However, the fist was caught by the mirror clone, and then squeezed into pieces. Light speed kick. A ray of light, Jinchuriki column, shattered the Asura road in an instant, and also destroyed the human road and hell road next to the Asura road. Just one blow killed 3 of the Pain's 6 paths. Controlling Pain's 6 paths in the distance, looked horrified. How could it be so strong? It was obviously just a clone, and a random blow could cause such a powerful destructive force. Black Zetsu stared at the mirror avatar tightly. He wanted to collect information about Hyuga-chen through Hyuga-chen's mirror avatar. Hyuga-chen is the biggest enemy in Black Zetsu's heart and the biggest obstacle to completing his plan. Nagato, hidden in the distance, rushed out and confronted the mirror clone. He didn't want Yahiko's body to be destroyed, so he resolutely chose to expose it in front of the stage. Nagato brat, remember to make up for the money you owe me. Otherwise it will be more than the 3 corpses that will be destroyed next time. Hyuga-chen looked at Nagato, who came out, released the mirror image clone, and said lightly. Seeing Hyuga-chen withdraw his hands, Nagato's eyes showed confusion. I really want to kill you. You are already dead. Hyuga-chen said softly, as if seeing Nagato's puzzlement. If he hadn't told the mirror clone to keep his hand, a light speed kick would have killed all Pain's 6 paths and Nagato hidden in the dark. Is he the real owner of Rinnegan? It seems a little familiar. Isn't this the disciple accepted by that idiot Jiraiya? Orochimaru looked at Nagato and frowned secretly. Orochimaru was annoyed in his heart. If he knew that the kid had Rinnegan, he would have dug it down a long time ago, and he would have missed out on an unknown number of billions. At the same time, doubts arose in Orochimaru's heart. Didn't Hyuga-chen say that Rinnegan evolved from Sharingan? This Nagato is clearly not from the Uchiha family. Could it be that Hyuga-chen lied to him? Orochimaru just thought about it, and denied it in his heart. Hyuga-chen didn't have to deceive him. Other words, this pair of Rinegans may not necessarily be Nagato. The shock on Orochimaru's face flickered. At this moment, Orochimaru's pursuit of this pair of Rinnegan suddenly faded, or he was a little afraid to move. Because he doesn't know who these Rinnegans are. Maybe Hyuga Tatsu would know. Orochimaru glanced at Hyuga Tatsu's back. Although he was jealous of Rinnegan, Orochimaru cared more about his own life, and he felt that it was better to be cautious about something that could be seen hiding a big conspiracy. Hyuga-chen looked back at Orochimaru. He could sense the distance fluctuation of Orochimaru's emotions just now. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that Orochimaru had found it. Also, Orochimaru is a smart man, plus he once told Orochimaru that Rinnegan evolved from Sharingan, so it's not surprising that Orochimaru can find something wrong. Chapter 293 Mutual Interest. Akatsuki's group looked at Nagato strangely, and the atmosphere fell silent. Nagato doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he is exposed in front of the stage. He is not the same as the original. His legs were injured by the detonating talisman and he couldn't walk. If it wasn't for the masked man's suggestion, Nagato would have been standing in front of the stage long ago. What do you want? After a long silence, Nagato finally spoke. Hyuga-chen looked at him with a foolish look. Didn't he make it clear before? Why is this guy still asking? Are your ears bad? Then I'll repeat, you once owed me 10 billion taels, and now it's been more than 3 years, so the interest will triple. After taking out 30 billion taels, I won't bother you. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Akatsuki's mouth twitched. This interest is so long. So scary. Nagato was also angry, staring at Hyuga-chen with cold eyes. What are you looking at? I went to collect debts and died with you. I didn't ask you for compensation. Hyuga-chen's face showed dissatisfaction. At the beginning, Hyuga-chen asked Hyuga Hamura and Hyuga Chingchung to go to Akatsuki to collect debts, but one of these two guys came to say goodbye to him, and the other was beaten to death by Uchiha Madara for spying on Rinnegan. Hyuga Chingchung also died because of Nagato this kid. If Hyuga-chen asks him to compensate, according to the price of cage-level masters in the underground black market, how can it be more than 1 billion yuan? For him to save more than 1 billion, Hyuga-chen himself felt that he was too generous. Don't worry, the money is not much. It's enough to destroy a few wealthy businessmen and rob them of their property. Hyuga-chen gave him an idea. Nagato glanced at Hyuga Tatsu, and finally nodded. I'll give you 3 days for the money. After 3 days, let this guy notify me. Hyuga-chen pointed to Nawaki. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If there's no money in 3 days, there's no need for Akatsuki to exist. Giving Nagato a warning, Hyuga Tatsu used space ninjutsu to leave. Orochimaru raised his head, but seeing that Hyuga-chen had already left, he could only put down his hands helplessly. He still had questions to ask. After Hyuga Tatsu left, Akatsuki's people all focused on Nagato. I didn't expect the previous leader to be a puppet. Kakuzu broke the embarrassment of the atmosphere. It's really funny. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, staring at Nagato's Rinnegan with greed flashing in his eyes. Although it is speculated that Rinnegan may be a conspiracy, Orochimaru will certainly not give up if Rinnegan can be obtained. Pain will still be your leader in the future. Nagato said indifferently, then turned around and left, regardless of them. Everyone in Akatsuki doesn't care. In fact, even if Akatsuki does change a leader, they will not have any opinion. Of course, the leader of Akatsuki must have the strength to convince them, otherwise no one will obey someone weaker than them. In particular, they are all a group of unruly, lawless missing nin, and they are all vicious characters. I'll give you more advice in the future. I am very interested in you. Orochimaru walked up to Sasori, staring at him closely. If you don't know it, you might think Orochimaru is pervert, and you're looking at Sasori. In fact, Orochimaru just wanted to turn Sasori into research material. After all, not many people turn themselves into puppets. Even if there is, it is different from Sasori. They only transformed a certain part of the body, while Sasori transformed himself into a puppet. Similarly, I'm also interested in you. Sasori also showed no weakness. Orochimaru used him as research material, and Sasori wanted to make Orochimaru a puppet. Looking at the mutual interest between the two sides, Kakuzu felt a little hot. I wasted time making money. Kakuzu said coldly, then turned to leave. Hey, Kakuzu, wait for me. Naoki hurried after him. Actually, I'm also very interested in you. Orochimaru looked to the side in black and white, and his presence didn't seem to be very high. Oops. Orochimaru-sama, I'm just a scout, how can a small person like me be like your eyes? White Zetsu said. Orochimaru's eyes flashed like a venomous snake, and he wanted to take a shot. This guy looked too strange, and Orochimaru wanted to dissect and study him. Leader Pain said that he hates people who kill their comrades the most. Black Zetsu felt Orochimaru's killing intent and warned lightly. Tilde, you think a snake will have a companion? Orochimaru sneered, but didn't take a shot. To be honest, Orochimaru is still afraid of Akatsuki's leader, the kid with Rinnegan. Because Rinnegan is too mysterious, he doesn't know Rinnegan's abilities at all, but what he saw today can make Orochimaru jealous. Boring. Hyuga Hamura said coldly, then left silently. Ju also left. Orochimaru's staring at the prey made him a little uncomfortable. The rest of Orochimaru and Sasori stood silently in this messy, half-destroyed forest. Your husband Kun is back. Why don't you come out to meet him? Hyuga-chen stood in the yard and shouted loudly. Come back when you come back. What are you talking about? Tsunade stuck his head out of the door and gave him a dissatisfied look. What are you doing? Terumi-Mei asked. While lying on Hyuga-chen's body and sniffing, she breathed a sigh of relief until she found no strange scent. Hyuga-chen, with black lines all over his head, pushed Terumi-Mei away and entered the room. I entered the room, I saw Tsunade and the others were playing dice, and whoever lost would put stickers on their faces, and now Tsunade could no longer see his face. Yuhi, Rin, Anko, and Yuga went out to practice. Samui, Azabui and the other little maids were dedicated and were cleaning. Hyuga-chan came over and sat next to Tsunade, seeing Tsunade losing all the time, and her face full of interest, she felt speechless. Hyuga-chan admires Tsunade's mentality. If he had been losing like this, his mentality would have exploded. Bang! The table fell to pieces, Tsunade looked gloomy, and he lost again. Hyuga-chan was stunned, he had just finished admiring in his heart when Tsunade slapped him in the face. All right. It seems Tsunade was still so irritable. This is the 173rd table. Kushina made another table with Mokutan, wood style, expressionlessly. Lord Tsunade, why don't you just stop playing? Shizune advised beside him. Well then, keep going, this time I'm small, I don't believe it's big every time. Tsunade pushed Shizune away, looking like a real gambler. Why don't you forget it? It's already evening, and I have to cook dinner. Makoto said. Sister Tsunade, your face is covered with notes and there's nowhere to put them, Conan said softly. It's okay, let's continue, aren't there those maids? Let them cook. Tsunade grabbed Makoto who wanted to leave and continued playing. Chapter 294 Daily. The girls played until 8 o'clock in the evening and finally ended. At this time, Hyuga-chen was no longer sympathetic to Tsunade, who had been losing, but Ju-Sina and the others who played with Tsunade. I am so tired, I won't play with her again. Kushina lay on the sofa and sighed, she had won the numbness. Moreover, Tsunade is too tenacious and indomitable. She has been losing without destroying her confidence, and she is still thinking of winning it back, which is really scary. It's finally time to eat. Anko, who came back from practice, touched her stomach. After a day of practice, her already hungry stomach growled. Pakura, the four of you hurry up and bring your food. Hyuga-chan shouted. When the dishes were served, everyone was expressionless and didn't dare to move their chopsticks, even Anko, who was very hungry. What is this, and who made it? Hyuga-chan pointed at a plate of coke on the table with a blank expression. Grilled fish, I made it. Azubuye raised his hand weakly. I guess it's also you. It doesn't matter if you say that you have dark skin. After all, you are beautiful, but you don't need to make the grilled fish the same color as you. Hyuga-chan sighed and shook his head. Mabuye looked aggrieved. Why do you always talk about me being black? My skin color is natural and I can't control it. And this soup, is this thing poison? Hyuga-chan looked at the green miso soup, still bubbling. How did this weird soup come out? I always thought Tsunade and Kushina were the pinnacles of the dark cooking world, but I didn't expect that I was too young. Hyuga-chan leaned back on the chair, as if I had little knowledge written on his face. I think you are very talented, and are fully capable of replacing Tsunade and Kushina to become the leader of the dark cooking world. I believe in you. Hyuga-chan patted Azubuye on the shoulder with a serious look. The chopsticks were broken by the angry Tsunade and Kushina. The two of them tacitly threw their fists at the same time, and the soft pink fist hit Hyuga-chan's face. Why do you keep using us as a metaphor? Kushina looked angry. Hit people but don't beat them in the face. You are going too far. Fortunately, I am thick-skinned, otherwise my handsome face will be ruined by you. Hyuga-chan stretched out his hand to squeeze their faces and said. It hurts. Let me go. ×2. There were tears in Tsunade and Kushina's eyes. If you want me to let you go so easily, there is no door, so give me a good repentance. Hyuga-chan added a little more strength. It hurts. Brother Chen, will you let me go? I don't dare anymore. Kushina pouted softly, staring at Hyuga-chan with pitiful big eyes. I didn't expect Kushina to be so unscrupulous. Makoto and Terumi next to him secretly spit out. Seeing Kushina begging for mercy, Hyuga-chan also let go of her and looked at Tsunade on the other side. Look at what? Do you think Tsunade and Kushina are the same person? Tsunade was uncompromising, with a proud look, and gave Kushina a look of contempt. Damn, teach her a hard lesson. Kushina bit Kiba and glared angrily at Tsunade, who pretended to be aloof. Tsunade will die of pain, and I will never. Hyuga-chan sneered, and before Tsunade finished speaking, the strength in his hand increased again. Ah, it hurts, I beg for mercy, Xiao-chen, please let me go. Tsunade's eyes dropped a drop of tears, indicating that it was really painful. What do you call me? Xiao-chen. Brother Chen, can you let me go? I don't dare anymore. Tsunade was embarrassed and annoyed, and in front of so many sisters, he was really embarrassed. Seeing that you are sincere, I will let you go once. Hyuga-chan let go. Tsunade covered Yuhi's slightly swollen face and felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that Hyuga-chan would be really cruel, and he didn't know Lianxiangshiyu at all. Looking at Kushina's contemptuous eyes, Tsunade wanted to find a hole to burrow in, which was so embarrassing. Even before the harsh words were released, he was slapped in the face by himself. The slap in the face came too fast. You guys, don't think I'll let you go so easily. Hyuga-chan looked at the four little maids with happy expressions on their faces. So, what do you want? Yugito asked in a low voice. What do I want? Ha 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 tilde. Hyuga-chan laughed wildly, looking at the four little maids jokingly. It's very simple, either you eat these things, or one of you goes and warms my bed. Hyuga-chan's evil eyes stared at the four little maids recklessly. Four looked tangled, looked at Hyuga-chan, and then looked at the dark dishes on the table, and immediately made up their minds. Let's warm up the bed. Eating this kind of dark food is probably not as good as dying. But when it comes to warming the bed, who will go? Four daughters, you look at me, I look at you, but they don't speak. Don't worry. Teacher is just joking for you, isn't it teacher? Kurenai Yuhi said while biting Kiba. Kurenai Yuhi felt very uncomfortable when Hyuga-chen asked the four girls to choose to warm the bed, so she interrupted her out of nowhere. Even if I warm the bed for the teacher, it will not be your turn. Teacher, I will warm the bed for you. Anko patted the well-developed Uexionko. Kushina, Makoto and the others looked at Yuhi and Anko with strange eyes at the same time, and then gave Hyuga-chan a vicious look. Teacher loves to joke like this every day, really. Nohara Rin said Yuhi. Atmosphere suddenly became weird. All the girls stared at Hyuga-chen with complicated eyes, jealous, loving, and complicated. You all look at me, I'll be embarrassed. Hyuga-chen shyly buried his head in Tsunade's arms. The strong smell of milk came. Hyuga-chen's head was sinking in. It can only be said that it was really big and big. Hyuga-chen lay on it and didn't want to get up at all, it was too soft. You bastard bullied me just now, don't even think about taking advantage of me now. Tsunade shoved Hyuga-chan away. Makoto, Hyugatatsu, who was pushed away, looked at Makoto. Makoto smiled softly, then opened his arms. Hyuga-chan slammed his head into Makoto's arms. Although Makoto was not as big as Tsunade, he was very flexible. Hyuga-chan narrowed his eyes comfortably. Makoto said with a look of embarrassment, if you dare to move again, don't blame me for making you get up. Hyuga-chan didn't move when she heard the words, lying in Makoto's arms and smelling the fragrance of Makoto's body, such a life is really happy. Put these down. Conan, go and cook. Hyuga-chan found a comfortable seat and said softly. Really, like a big man, Kushina whispered. Hyuga-chan glanced at Kushina and asked, am I not the lord? Yes. Kushina waved his hands perfunctorily. Your attitude is really annoying. Hyuga-chan raised his head and cast a threatening look at Kushina, who immediately lowered his head and did not speak. Hyuga-chan nodded with satisfaction, or Kushina was aware of current affairs. Chapter 295 Jesus Can't Stop. What about the four of you? It's really too much for me to warm the bed for you, but you make me very dissatisfied and must be punished. Hyuga-chen sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed. I also know that you will feel sorry for not accepting the punishment, so I also thought of a good way. Pakura, Samui, Azabui, and Yugito all looked at Hyuga-chen speechlessly. They didn't feel any regrets in their hearts, and they went with great regrets. Then how do you want to punish us? Mabui asked weakly. Let's do it. Come over and kiss me. Of course, it's not a kiss on the face. You must not think about kissing the face perfunctorily. Hyuga-chan said. No, we don't accept it. Samui immediately declined coldly. Teacher, stop bullying people, they are so pitiful. Kurenai Yuhi walked over and hugged Hyuga-chan's arm and said. Yuhi, I told you a long time ago that the heart of the virgin is not worth it, and they must be remembered. What's more, this handsome guy like me doesn't mind, they still care about shit. Hyuga-chen lightly brushed his hair. If that's the case, then I'll explain the punishment for them. Kurenai Yuhi said shyly. You can't. Why can't I? Kurenai Yuhi, who was originally Yuhi's face, became anxious and said quickly. You're too young. Hyuga-chen shook his head and said. But they are about the same age as me. Kurenai Yuhi said reluctantly. Except for Pakura, who was slightly older, everyone else was about the same age as her. Really? Hyuga-chen scratched his head, then found another reason. You are my apprentice, and I'm not such a beastly person. I can't do anything to the apprentice. Then you can play against the teacher. Tsunade, who was playing cards in another room, suddenly said faintly, and his voice just reached this room. Hyuga-chen's old face slightly Yuhi, shouted, shut up, play your cards well. Teacher, do you despise me? Kurenai Yuhi looked at Hyuga-chen resentfully. Samui and the others are very stupid, didn't they say they were going to be punished? It's really a hindrance why there is a spoiler. No, it's better not to punish them. Why are they looking forward to Hyuga-chen's punishment even more in their hearts? Samui and the four were in a mess. They should have hated Hyuga-chen, thinking about how to escape, but now they are actually working as maids here with peace of mind, and they have no intention of running away. In fact, this is the talent that Hyuga-chen once drew. The attraction to the opposite sex is terrifying. The longer a woman has been in contact with Hyuga-chen, the more she likes Hyuga-chen. Of course not. Hyuga-chen looked at Kurenai Yuhi, who was about to cry, with a helpless expression on his face. He was very passive when facing the girl who was about to cry. Of course, it's limited to pretty girls. If an ugly girl cried in front of Hyuga-chen, Hyuga-chen wouldn't even look at her even if she cried to death. Maybe she'd be annoyed and would stab her with a knife. That's right, Hyuga-chen is such a superficial person, he only likes pretty girls. Kurenai Yuhi was lying in Hyuga-chen's arms. Tears kept dripping on Hyuga-chen's clothes, and Hyuga-chen's clothes were soon wet. Hyuga-chen wondered why there were so many tears. In fact, what Hyuga-chen didn't see was that Kurenai Yuhi, who was lying in Hyuga-chen's arms, was snickering. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi lying in Hyuga-chen's arms, Rin, Anko, and Yugao couldn't stand it any longer. Anko and Yugao looked at each other, then went up and pulled Kurenai Yuhi away. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. Kurenai Yuhi struggled in embarrassment, very angry. Humph. It's not that easy to sneak away. Anko snorted coldly, they should be the ones who should be angry. Teacher, let's help you take Kurenai Yuhi away. Azuki Yugao said, and then raised Kurenai Yuhi's arms with Anko. Nohara Rin and Shizune standing next to him lifted Kurenai Yuhi's feet, and then disappeared in front of Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen stared blankly. What's the situation? Why are you going? Stop for me. Hyuga-chen looked at the four maids who wanted to slip away. Well, can you change the punishment? Pakura said. I want your first kiss today, and I can't stop it when Jesus comes, I said. Hyuga-chen stood up and came to the front of the four little maids. Who do you say to start with? Hyuga-chen leaned in front of Samui and asked. I'll come first. Samui looked calm, but from her slightly trembling voice, she knew she wasn't so calm. Soon as she finished speaking, Hyuga-chen lowered her head and kissed. Samui's pupils suddenly widened, and she reached out to push Hyuga-chen away, but with her strength, of course she couldn't push Hyuga-chen. Since you can't resist, just bear it silently. This girl with a cold personality, Yuhi Run's face is getting more and more. And, Samui gradually fell in love with this feeling. She didn't know whether she was happy or embarrassed. This feeling of electric shock made her both like it and want to escape. Pakura, Azabui, and Yugito next to them stared at this scene in a daze, thinking that they would also experience this scene for a while, and their faces were covered with Yuhi clouds at the same time. Pakura, you are the biggest, next you come first. Yugito pushed Pakura. Why me, you guys? Pakura stepped back, reached out and pushed Yugito and Azabui, pushing them forward. The shy Yugito and Azabui gave up, of course, and pulled Pakura back. The three girls began to pull, and all the clothes on their bodies were torn. After a long time, Hyuga-chen finally let go of Samui. At this time Samui was standing in a daze, breathing the fresh air quickly. Okay, you don't have to pull. I am very satisfied with Samui, so I decided to let you go once, thanks Samui. Hyuga-chen said. The girls who were pulling stopped. The emotions in their hearts were a bit complicated, and at the same time they were relieved. A touch of loss rose in their hearts. Samui also came back to his senses at this time, two small hands shyly grabbing the hem of the maid outfit, and he didn't dare to look at Hyuga-chen at all. Even when Hyuga-chen's eyes fell on her, she would turn around in panic like a little rabbit. I can't think of the cold and arrogant Samui, so shy. Hyuga-chen thought to himself. Well, I'll go first. Samui ran out in a panic. In this room, only Hyuga Tatsu and three daughters Azabui, Yugito and Pakura were left. Then we also left. The three girls left together with an indescribable complexity in their hearts. Hyuga-chen glanced at the window, then sat on a chair and drank tea. The tea that Makoto brewed, compared to the tea that Hyuga-chen brewed a few times, was completely two kinds of tea, one in the sky and one in the ground. Even Hyuga-chen, a person who doesn't like drinking tea very much, will drink a cup when he has nothing to do. Chapter 296 Take Otsutsuki Kagaya away from the seal. It seems to have been discovered. Nohara Rin patted Hunko. They were peeking at the inside from the window just now, and Hyuga-chen's sudden look shocked them. It's all your fault. Kurenai Yuhi looked at the four of them angrily. It's not my fault, they asked me for help. Shizune waved his hand and quickly distanced himself. Humph, you still have the face to blame us for taking advantage of the teacher in an upright manner. Yugao snorted coldly. Isn't it the bad teacher who took advantage? Not to mention that the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. It's better now. I was taken advantage of by that maid. Yuhi still snorted angrily. I don't know why, just to let them benefit, and I don't want you to benefit. Enko said honestly. Yugao, Rin, and Shizune also nodded, and they thought so too. Why? Yuhi looked at the four of them with grief and indignation, wishing to bite them to death. Is there such a trick to the sisters? If you overtake me, I will feel very jealous in my heart. Enko nodded earnestly. We are good sisters, yet you treat me like this. Yuhi was angry. Yuhi's body was full of anger, and she wanted to break up with these sisters who only cheated on her own people. Hyuga-chan opened the window and looked down at the five girls sitting under the window, feeling quite speechless. Hyuga-chan heard everything they just said. Hyuga-chan has nothing to say about this. This sister is too plastic. Hyuga-chan himself doesn't know how to complain. Teacher. Rin looked up at Hyuga-chan. You guys keep arguing. I'm just here to watch the show. Don't worry about me, you guys just keep going. Hyuga-chan held his chin with one hand, watching the girls tearing apart. It was quite interesting. Humph. Yuhi snorted coldly and left angrily, as if he really wanted to break up with Enko and the others. Hyuga-chan watched this scene and didn't care. According to Hyuga-chan's estimation, they would be reconciled as before in 3 days, and Hyuga-chan didn't need to worry at all. Yuhi left. Enko, Yugao and the others naturally wouldn't sit here. They smiled at Hyuga-chan and left quickly. Just here, something interesting seems to have happened. Kushina came out of the back room with a large hand of cards in her hand. Play your cards. Join in the fun. Hyuga-chan gave Kushina a kiss on the cheek and pushed her away. It made me drool all over my face, and it's so dirty. Kushina wiped her face, then went back to play cards, annoyed that she was a step late, otherwise she might have seen a good show. When Hyuga-chan entered the system space, it was time to accompany Shueheim and Lalu drawing, otherwise they would be angry. In fact, they were already angry. Originally, when Hyuga-chan came in, Lalu Lassie, who would run over, tilted her head and didn't even look at Hyuga-chan at all. Little Lalulas, who made you angry? Hyuga-chan leaned over. Humph. Lalulas turned around and sat down with her back to Hyuga-chan, obviously ignoring him. Oh, it's so sad. Since Lalulas doesn't like me, I can only leave. Hyuga-chan stood up pretending to be sad. Lalu Lassie stood up at once, turned around and hugged Hyuga-chan's leg, without saying a word, looked up at Hyuga-chan. Yuhi-job, you can't even see your eyes, how about I change your hairstyle for you? Hyuga-chan squatted down and picked up Lalura's. No, Lalulas shook her head sharply. You bastard, you only come once every 10 days and a half. Shueheim's voice came from behind Hyuga-chan, with a deep resentment in his tone. I've been here 3 days ago. Hyuga-chan retorted. Shueheim sneered twice. Is it justified that you came 3 days ago? I don't know that women are unreasonable. Although I am a system elf, I am also a woman. Hyuga-chan was stared at by Shueheim, her scalp tingling, and finally she could only raise her hand in surrender. Accompanying Shueheim and Lalu Lassie in the system space for one night. By the way, Lalu Lassie was separated, and he did some things that adults should do, and Hyuga-chan left the system space the next morning. After leaving the system space, Hyuga-chen looked at the silence in the room, and after turning around, Hyuga-chen didn't find the girls, only a letter. Hyuga-chen opened the letter and read it, feeling a little speechless. That group of women actually went on a trip and left him here. These women, when you see them, you must spank them. Without telling him, he left a letter and left. And he also took away his 4 little maids. There is no little maid. Go find the big maid. Hyuga-chen came to the moon and entered the space where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. Seeing Hyuga-chen, Otsutsuki Kagaya was very happy, but when he thought that he had only come to see her once in a long time, his face immediately turned cold. As my maid, when you see your master, this is your expression. Humph, who is your maid? Don't admit it so soon. Didn't I teach you a lesson? You are arrogant again. Hyuga-chen gave a bad smile. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body trembled and his movements were restrained. Concubine. Ouch. Otsutsuki Kagaya covered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. They said don't call yourself a concubine, so can't you call me? It sounds awkward. Then you can't hit me either. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Hyuga-chen resentfully. Hyuga-chen was a little embarrassed to see, but she was still very proud of having successfully taught Otsutsuki Kagaya to be a little woman. Let's go. I'll take you out, Hyuga-chen said softly, but also to change the subject. After all 523 Otsutsuki Kagaya's resentful eyes were quite lethal. Really? Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't believe it. She had been deceived by Hyuga-chen several times, and she no longer believed what Hyuga-chen said. Of course it's true. Hyuga-chen directly proved himself with his actions, and left that sealed space with Otsutsuki Kagaya. In fact, the seal was broken when Hyuga-chen first came in, and Otsutsuki Kagaya could come out at that time, but this woman was stupid. Come out. The concubine finally came out, and the concubine wants to take back my power and destroy the evil son. Otsutsuki Kagaya laughed, thinking of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Her face unconsciously showed a hideous look. Hyuga-chen tapped Otsutsuki Kagaya on the head to wake her up, covering her head and looking at Hyuga-chen aggrievedly, quite a contrasting cuteness. Do you know that just now you looked hideous, really ugly? Don't show that hideous look in the future. Hyuga-chen taught. When Otsutsuki Kagaya is quiet, she is really beautiful, a peerless beauty. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't look so scary because of the lack of samsara sharingan on his forehead, it's also ugly. Some women are beautiful even when they are angry, such as Makoto's cute expression when he is angry, but Otsutsuki Kagaya is definitely not that kind of woman. Chapter 297 Black Zetsu dares to betray me. Being knocked by Hyuga-chen, Otsutsuki Kagaya was honest. Of course, she was still thinking about how to get her power back. If Otsutsuki Kagaya wants to get back his power, he only needs to collect the chakra scattered in the world, which is the chakra aggregate, the tail beast. Don't think about taking back the chakra. If you want to regain your strength, you can cultivate yourself. With your aptitude, it won't take long. Hyuga-chen could see what Otsutsuki Kagaya was thinking at a glance. Although this woman Otsutsuki Kagaya is often dull, she is a ruthless person. She is definitely the worst woman in the ninja world. She will definitely think about doing things when she comes out. This Hyuga-chen can guess it by guessing. Why? That's my power. Why can't I get it back? Otsutsuki Kagaya said dissatisfiedly. It used to be your power, but now they all have their own will. Even if you get it, you won't get much benefit. It's better to practice for more than 10 years and completely abandon 10 tails. Hyuga-chen said with a pouted lip. You should remember Black Zetsu, right? Hyuga-chen asked. Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Kagaya thought for a long time and finally remembered Black Zetsu. You mean the concubine was once created as a tool to resurrect me? Hyuga-chen looked at this woman speechlessly. If Black Zetsu was here, she would definitely cry. Black Zetsu tried his best to revive his mama, but Otsutsuki Kagaya almost forgot him. Of course, it took too long. And Black Zetsu resurrected Otsutsuki Kagaya. The purpose is not just to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. That waste has not rescued me for more than 1,000 years. It's a waste. Otsutsuki Kagaya's face was indifferent. Hyuga Chen clicked his tongue. With Otsutsuki Kagaya is not short, Hyuga Chen knows Otsutsuki Kagaya's character very well. She is very cold. The legend that she quelled the war was true, but she was only there to rule the world. To fight the Otsutsuki trio, she used the power of the yin-yang and the divine tree to create Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Even eventually launches Infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a weapon of war that only obeys her, against the Otsutsuki trio that may come at any time. And in order to make Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura grow up quickly, the abuse of their two brothers, Hyuga Chen looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo's memory and couldn't stand it anymore. So there is a reason why the Six Paths brothers sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Of course, although Otsutsuki Kagaya is a big villain, she is also stupid. Otherwise, it will not be sealed by the Six Paths brothers. She couldn't even control the tools she made. Hyuga Chen despised her very much, a typical Shang brainless. Why are you looking at the concubine with such eyes? The concubine is very upset. Don't be a concubine all day. Remember your current status. You are just a maid now, not the goddess of Mao who used to be high above. Hyuga-chan squeezed Kagaya's face hard. The skin is smooth and tender, and Hyuga-chan feels good in the hand. But Otsutsuki Kagaya was not so wonderful. He covered Yuhi's slightly swollen cheeks, gently wiped the dripping tears, and looked at Hyuga-chan aggrieved. Do you know what Black Zetsu is? Hyuga-chan changed the subject. Isn't it my concubine, my will? Otsutsuki Kagaya whispered. Black Zetsu is the will of the divine tree, the will of the 10 tails. Am I not the will of the god tree? Otsutsuki Kagaya interrupted Hyuga-chan. Don't interrupt me. Hyuga-chan glared at her angrily, and Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately became silent like a good baby. Two pure white eyes looked at Hyuga-chan, waiting for Hyuga-chan to continue. Because you are the will of the divine tree, the Black Zetsu you created is also the will of the divine tree. He is now independent and out of your control. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. The goal of Black Zetsu is you. Hyuga-chan said lightly. Otsutsuki Kagaya sensed it, but she couldn't sense it. She should have sensed something created by Black Zetsu, but now the sense seems to be cut off. Even if she has no chakra now, she will not be insensitive to Black Zetsu, the product of her will. Black Zetsu's ultimate goal is to revive you, and then try to capture you and control 10 tails perfectly. Hyuga-chan said lightly. These are all things Hyuga-chan learned from checking Black Zetsu's memory in a parallel world. What? Black Zetsu, that thing, dared to betray me. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body surged with anger, and the pure white eyes revealed coldness. Fortunately, because of Hyuga-chan's education, this time she didn't show that ferocious expression. Hyuga-chan looked at the unlucky woman and shook her head sympathetically. Can't blame them for betrayal, only that Otsutsuki Kagaya has low skills and lacks IQ. The two created sons were either beaten or abused, so it was normal for her to be betrayed, and she was not aggrieved at all. If she hadn't been betrayed by everyone, Hyuga-chan would have felt abnormal. So don't think about the divine tree, just practice it yourself. Besides, it's not yours in the first place. You can quickly regain your strength through your own cultivation. Sacred tree was planted by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was just a thief who ate the fruit of the sacred tree. Then I will listen to you, but don't deceive me in the future, or I will definitely kill you. Otsutsuki Kagaya said with his fist raised. She is not joking. If Hyuga-chan really deceived her, Otsutsuki Kagaya will definitely die with him. Hyuga-chan is the only person she has a crush on, and she doesn't want Hyuga-chan to deceive her. When did I deceive you? Humph. You robber, you took away the Samsara Sharingan from others before. Otsutsuki Kagaya stroked her forehead. Her original samsara Sharingan was gone. Then I didn't lie to you. Hyuga-chen said speechlessly. I don't care. It seems that no matter which woman it is unreasonable. Hyuga-chen said secretly. Drink tilde. Otsutsuki Kagaya punched the moon, causing the earth to tremble with a huge force. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has no chakra, her physical strength is also very strong, and Tsunade who stepped into the six paths with half a step may not be the opponent of Otsutsuki Kagaya who does not have chakra now. Otsutsuki Kagaya punched the inside of the moon one by one, but after a while, the inside of the moon was already ravaged. What are you doing? Hyuga-chen asked, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya who suddenly went crazy. Seal me for so many years, of course destroy it. Otsutsuki Kagaya stopped. It was Otsutsuki Hagoromo who sealed you go to him and settle the account. Don't bully poor Moon-kun. Hyuga-chen pulled her back. Hyuga-chen and Otsutsuki Hamura, the moon has been destroyed beyond recognition. It is already pitiful. Oh, yes, but is that renegade still alive? Otsutsuki Kagaya questioned. If Otsutsuki Hagoromo died, how could she take revenge? Of course I'm alive, and I'm still alive, let's go. Hyuga-chen stretched out his arms around Otsutsuki Kagaya's waist and left the silent moon. Chapter 298 You fucking kidnapped six paths. Taking Otsutsuki Kagaya back to the temporary residence, Hyuga-chen's expression was stunned, and he thought something was wrong. I saw Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto and others, staring at him and Otsutsuki Kagaya. He, didn't you guys go on a trip? Why are you back? Hyuga-chen was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Okay you Hyuga-chen, how long have we been gone? In half a day, you found a wild woman. Kushina is so angry. Otsutsuki Kagaya with hostile eyes. This woman is indeed very beautiful, and the most important thing is that she has a special temperament on her body, which makes her look very noble. Where did you come from, this wild woman? Kushina said very rudely. Who are you dare to speak like that to your concubine? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Kushina proudly, the disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. Kushina shivered with anger. This wild woman who doesn't know where she came from, is so arrogant. Does she want to be a junior? No, it seems that Xiao-san can't be a woman who doesn't know where she came from. The momentum of the two sides was tense, and the house completely turned into swirling sawdust under the collision of their momentum. Kurenai Yuhi and the others were shivering with fear. The aura was too strong, they couldn't bear it. Hyuga-chen scratched his head. Is this the rhythm to fight? Of course, if a fight really broke out, Hyuga-chen wouldn't deliberately stop it, and there would be no accident if he was there anyway. The most important thing is that Hyuga-chen knows Otsutsuki Kagaya's temperament. They will definitely not get along with each other, it is better to let them fight. Might as well stop. 10. You are too much. Makoto puffed out his cheeks and stared at Hyuga Tatsu, said angrily. Yes, you are such a scumbag, count how many people there are now. Terumi Mei's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Hyuga-chen froze for a moment and counted the girls he pushed with his fingers, Tsunade, Makoto, Kushina, Konan, Snowheim, Terumi Mei and Sarah. There are already 7 girls who are pushed, and then look at the 4 little apprentices, and the 4 little maids, Shizune, who is standing beside him, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is tit for tat by Kushina. This is really a lot. If you push all of them, he will become a super big stallion, but there seems to be nothing wrong with being a stallion. His dream is 3,000 harem beauties, which is still far from the dream of 3,000. If the girls knew about Hyuga-chen's dream, it goes without saying that they would definitely kill him. Kushina looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya angrily, but in the end she didn't shoot because she was afraid that Hyuga-chen would be unhappy. Chen, what's going on with them? Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression was cold. If she hadn't been able to restrain herself, she would have shot and killed the women in front of her. They are mistresses. My little maid. Hyuga-chen took out a maid outfit and handed it to Otsutsuki Kagaya. From today, you are my head maid. Hyuga-chan announced loudly. Whoops. It's a maid, Kushina mocked. Otsutsuki Kagaya clenched his fists. Okay Kushina, stop saying a few words. Makoto reached out and pulled Kushina. If there was a real fight, it would end up making Chen unhappy. Because of Makoto's persuasion, Kushina also stopped taunting, and Otsutsuki Kagaya suppressed his anger for the time being because of Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen looked at this scene and smiled at Makoto, having to say that Makoto is indeed a good wife. Makoto didn't pay attention to Hyuga-chen's smile at all. Isn't she jealous? Makoto is not a saint, of course she would be jealous, but she suppressed the jealousy in her heart. Although it has calmed down temporarily, the atmosphere is still tense, and the girls are all hostile to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a cold face, except for Hyuga-chen, he was cold to everyone else. Hyuga-chen suddenly felt a headache. Otsutsuki Kagaya, this woman is not gregarious at all. Hyuga-chen has no good way, only time can change all this. Or Hyuga Tatsu uses Kotoamatsukami on her to change her mind, but Hyuga Tatsu doesn't want to do that and won't do it. Why are you back? Hyuga-chen asked curiously. Tomoko sent a letter that she is pregnant, so I want to go back to Konoha with you. Kushina took out a letter. How did you get the letter? Hyuga-chen felt strange. We've always had correspondence between us. Kushina rolled his eyes at him. Who is she? Tsunade asked angrily. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya had a pair of Byakugan, Tsunade was sure that she was definitely not from the Hyuga family. She is the ancestor of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the origin of chakra. Hyuga-chen remembered to introduce to the girls. What? You said she was the Six Paths fuck. You kidnapped the Six Paths the fuck. Sarah yelled. You can hear it, don't be so loud. Hyuga-chen pinched Sarah's face. Six Paths. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked puzzled. It's Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Seeing the confusion on Kagaya Haime's face, Hyuga-chen explained. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was mentioned. Kagaya Haime's face showed uncontrollable anger. After being sealed for more than 1,000 years, Kagaya Haime's hatred for the evil son of the Six Paths Immortal has reached an indescribable level. Thought that Kagaya Haime had been sealed for more than 1,000 years, and a touch of sympathy for Kagaya Haime rose in their hearts. This woman seemed to be a little pitiful. All right. At this time, the girls put all the Kagaya Haime destruction of the world behind them. After all, women are all perceptual creatures. Maybe it's because Kagaya Haime feels pitiful, and the hostility of the girls to her is not so great. After being together for a day, the relationship between Kagaya Haime and the girls is no longer incompatible, and of course it is not good. Kagaya Haime still has a cold face. Makoto, you will teach Kagaya chakra refining for a while. Hyuga-chen said to Makoto. As for why Makoto was taught, of course, it was because of the relationship between Makoto and Kagaya Haime, which was the best among the girls. The ancestor of chakra, how can you not practice chakra refining? Conan's face was incredulous. In the era of Kagaya, there was no chakra refining technique. Those who had chakra at that time were all the chakras that Kagaya gave them. Hyuga-chen said. Don't think that chakra refining is very simple, but it has been perfected little by little since the establishment of ninjutsu. At that time Kagaya had been sealed, and of course she would not be able to do the simplest chakra refining. Early the next morning, Tsunade, Makoto and the others left and went on a tour of the ninja world, taking Kagaya Haime with them by the way. Kushina stayed and she was going to Konoha with Hyuga-chen. I thought Tsunade and the others would go together. Hyuga-chen looked at the girls who were walking away, and it was a pity. Kushina squeezed hard on Hyuga-chen's waist. What? Don't you want to be alone with me? Kushina looked savage. How about Hyuga-chen? As a person who spoils his wife, he can only raise his hands and surrender. Chapter 299 Kushina, may your sister want to green you. Chakra is the body energy that is taken from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, one by one. There are 7 nature transformations in chakra: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, yang. Makoto began to teach Kagaya Hime. Kagaya Hime's learning speed can only be described by a slow word. As a person from more than 1,000 years ago, it is difficult to accept the current knowledge. Tsunade, Conan and the others, who are watching, are all anxious for Kagaya Hime. Otsutsuki Kagaya hated himself for not being able to live up to his expectations in his heart. I'm afraid that this time I'll be embarrassed and let these women see a joke. If it wasn't for Hyuga-chen's close relationship with these women, Otsutsuki Kagaya would have wanted to kill someone. An ancestor of chakra, who began to silently learn the basics of chakra with Makoto, this picture is a bit inconsistent. Although Kagaya Hime is slow to learn, but after learning, the speed of refining chakra can only be said to be unmatched. Anyway, the girls could only stare at Otsutsuki Kagaya in stunned eyes. The chakra was increasing rapidly every day, and in just 3 days, the chakra had surpassed the cage level. As expected of the ancestor of chakra, Tsunade's mouth twitched. When can I be so powerful? Sarah looked envious. Among the women Hyuga-chan pushed, Sarah's strength was the weakest. Even Terumi Mei, who is younger than Sarah, has already broken through to Super Shadow, which is much stronger than Sarah, who is at the peak of cage level. Kagaya Hime, who has chakra again, is very happy, looking at the girl's eyes a lot kinder, and the coldness on his face is relieved a lot. If Hyuga-chen knew, he would definitely be happy. After all, he didn't want the backyard to catch fire. At this time, Hyuga-chen was carrying Kushina on his back, heading for Konoha. As for why he was carrying Kushina on his back, of course, it was requested by Kushina. Two were not in a hurry. Kushina finally had the opportunity to be alone with Hyuga-chen, and naturally she had to seize it. Stop and go, the original 2-day journey was abruptly walked by Kushina and Hyuga-chen for half a month. Konoha is still the same, and there is not much change from before. Perhaps the biggest change is that it is not so prosperous compared to before the Third Ninja World War. Tomoko, why did you come out? Kushina jumped off Hyuga-chen and ran to Uzumaki Tomoko's side. Of course it's to greet you. Uzumaki Tomoko smiled at Hyuga-chen. Hyuga Tatsu nodded, staring at Uzumaki Tomoko's belly. He could feel a hidden power. This power does not refer to the sealed Kyubi, 9 tails, but the chakra of the Asuras. It seems that the protagonist Prince Naruto will still be born. Hyuga-chen thought to himself. Uzumaki Tomoko's face yuhi. Hyuga-chen has been staring at her stomach, making Uzumaki Tomoko feel very embarrassed. What's more, Uzumaki Tomoko actually had a crush on Hyuga-chen, or in other words, all the girls in Hyuga-chen's class had a crush on Hyuga-chen. Just that compared to the two beauties Makoto and Kushina, the other girls in the class are too ordinary. Although Uzumaki Tomiko looks beautiful, but compared with Kushina, it is too far behind. Kushina grabbed Hyuga-chen and whispered, "Why are you staring at Tomoko all the time, don't you think?" "I'm thinking of a ghost, I'm just curious that Tomoko is pregnant for a few months." Hyuga-chen silently pushed Kushina's head away. Can only be said that Kushina is too sensitive, and he never thought of Uzumaki Tomoko's idea. Of course, Hyuga-chen didn't dislike Uzumaki Tomoko because she wasn't a big beauty, mainly because she didn't feel it, right. Just don't feel it. Uzumaki Tomoko didn't hear the whispers of Hyuga Tatsu and Kushina. "Well, follow me home first. It's not good to stand here," Uzumaki Tomoko said. Chatting at the Konoha gate is indeed not a place. Following Uzumaki Tomoko to her house, Kushina looked at it and felt a little shabby. "Where's that sissy Namikaze Minato? He's not at home to take care of you when you're pregnant." Kushina's face was a little angry. "He's Hokage, and he's busy with work." Uzumaki Tomoko smiled, but the smile was a little forced. "Really, what's so good about being Hokage? When you first entered school, didn't you shout loudly that you wanted to become a Hokage?" Hyuga-chan slapped her face. With a yuhi face on Kushina's face, he shouted loudly, "I was stupid back then, but now I figure it out. Are you satisfied? Uzumaki Tomoko poured 2 cups of tea, one placed in front of Kushina and the other handed to Hyuga Tatsu. Hyuga-chen stretched out his hand to take it. His hand was accidentally touched by Uzumaki Tomoko. Hyuga-chen looked at Uzumaki Tomoko suspiciously, just in time to see Uzumaki Tomoko's shy and timid eyes. I rely on. What the hell is this? Kushina, your sister might want to green you. Hyuga-chen was slightly confused. Especially in the eyes of Uzumaki Tomoko looking at him, with a touch of moisture, Hyuga-chen is 100% sure that he is not wrong. I'll go get you some fruit. Uzumaki Tomoko said with a slightly flustered tone when she saw Hyuga-chen looking at her with a stunned expression. Ah, what's wrong with Tomoko? It seems a little absent-minded. Kushina looked at the flustered Uzumaki Tomoko. I know this, don't be angry if you say it. Hyuga-chen leaned over and whispered. Kushina was successfully aroused by curiosity. Hurry up and say it. Don't give a shit. I suspect she has a crush on me and wants to seduce me. What do you think I should do? Fuck you, except our sisters, who else will like you? Kushina said contemptuously. But Kushina was already vigilant in her heart. She knew very well Hyuga-chan's attraction to girls, otherwise she wouldn't have so many sisters. Uzumaki Tomoko in the kitchen patted her face a little shyly. After all, Hyuga-chen was her first love. It's a pity that he was surrounded by Makoto and Kushina when he was in school. He knew that she couldn't compare to Makoto and Kushina, so he didn't have the courage to approach Hyuga-chen at all. Seeing Hyuga-chen again now makes her feel a different kind of feeling, but she feels a little sorry for Minato in her heart. Complicated and tangled for a while, Uzumaki Tomoko placed a fruit plate, and then walked out with a fruit plate of 2.9. As soon as Uzumaki Tomoko came out, Kushina stared at her closely. Uzumaki Tomoko was in a mess, a little nervous. Did Kushina see something? Tomoko, why are you so slow? Ah, that. I wasted some time trying to set the fruit plate. These are the freshest fruits, you can try them. Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt more and more wrong. Is it really the same as what Chen said? I'll give you a taste. Uzumaki Tomoko picked up a piece of watermelon with a kiba skewer and handed it to Hyuga-chen. Thank you. Hyuga-chen took the fruit from Uzumaki Tomoko, feeling a little uncomfortable. I'll try it. Kushina leaned over, bit the watermelon in Hyuga-chen's hand, and gave Hyuga-chen a big byakugan. Hyuga-chen himself expressed his innocence. Chapter 300 Uchiha Izumi. It was noon in the blink of an eye, and Kushina asked Uzumaki Tomoko, Tomoko, won't that sissy come back for dinner? A look of sadness flashed across Tomoko's face who was cooking. Minato became a Hokage, rarely coming back, sometimes not going home for a week. It's too much. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Kushina, who was helping Uzumaki Tomoko beside him, was immediately angry. Uzumaki Tomoko is too pitiful. At this time, Kushina put the idea that this good sister might be like green her, and put it all aside, to fight for Uzumaki Tomoko. Forget it, Minato is actually kind to me, Uzumaki Tomoko said quickly. What's good? I think you should put him off. Is it more important to work or you? Kushina muttered softly. He is the Hokage of the village, and he has to take the responsibility of Hokage. Besides, if I divorce him, who will want me, or if you let Chen take me, we should be sisters. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Uzumaki Tomoko also noticed that what she said was wrong, and quickly explained 28. Kushina, don't get me wrong, I was just joking. Kushina nodded. But the atmosphere never picked up again. In such an awkward atmosphere, the meal was finally finished. What's wrong? Hyuga-chan asked, looking at Kushina who came out of the kitchen angrily. What's the matter? It's all your fault. Kushina glared at Hyuga-chan. What's wrong with me? Hyuga-chan looked at her in confusion, wondering if Kushina was taking the wrong medicine. Soon Uzumaki Tomoko brought the food. During the meal, Uzumaki Tomoko kept serving Hyuga-chen with food, while Kushina bit Kiba angrily and glared at Hyuga-chen fiercely. Hyuga-chen is very embarrassed, not to mention that Uzumaki Tomoko is already married. Even if she is not married, Hyuga-chen has no feelings for Uzumaki Tomoko. After eating, Kushina pulled Hyuga-chen and Uzumaki Tomoko to say goodbye, and then left quickly. Walking down the street, Kushina kept pouting. "Don't be angry, Tomoko and I are nothing." Hyuga-chen scratched his head helplessly. "What is this called?" "Yo yo yo." Tomoko screamed and said nothing was wrong. Kushina in the form of a vinegar jar is terrifying. Hyuga-chen has to retreat when she sees it, and thinks that she should not talk to Kushina first, otherwise she will be scolded. "I warn you, you must not have anything to do with Uzumaki Tomoko, or I will never end with you," Kushina warned Hyuga-chen. Wasn't that Kushina had to be jealous. If she was really jealous, she would have died of acid now, but Kushina thought that Uzumaki Tomoko was not worthy of Hyuga-chen. Not to mention that Uzumaki Tomoko is married and pregnant now. Even if she is not married and pregnant, Kushina also feels that she is not worthy of Hyuga-chen. Not that Kushina looks down on her sister, but now they are no longer sisters. In Kushina's heart, she has drawn a clear line with Uzumaki Tomoko. Otherwise, Kushina would not have called Uzumaki Tomoko directly, not the previous close Tomoko. "I went back to the ninja shop that Hyuga-chen once opened with Kushina. As soon as I opened the door, there was dust everywhere. I haven't come back for more than 3 years, and it is indeed full of dust. It's so dirty, it has to be cleaned," Kushina said with some disgust. "Cleaning such a thing must not let the big man Hyuga Tatsu do it. Kushina will take care of it all." In fact, Kushina didn't do it himself. Using multiple shadow clone techniques, he quickly cleaned all corners of the entire store. "It's much more comfortable to look at this way." Kushina took a deep breath, and there was no more dusty smell. Hyuga-chen sat lazily on the chair. "Pinch my shoulders." "Humph, I know how to enjoy it." Kushina snorted softly, but did not refuse. He walked behind Hyuga-chen and pinched his shoulders. Perhaps it was because he pinched Hyuga-chen shoulders a lot. Kushina's technique was already very skilled. After half an hour, Hyuga-chen was not satisfied with pinching his shoulders, got up and hugged Kushina and entered the system space. Then he came to Shueheim with Kushina in his arms, and took Shueheim away, leaving Lalu Lassie, who was playing with Shueheim, sitting there blankly. One dragon and 2 phoenixes, Hyuga-chen, was very comfortable, but the 2 of them couldn't stop Hyuga-chen, and they were easily defeated by Hyuga-chen. The dissatisfied Hyuga-chen let Tsunade, Makoto, Sarah, Konan and Terumi May enter the system space by means of a special contact method, and had a dark battle. This battle, Hyuga-chen was defeated by 1 enemy and 7, and finally returned with a big victory. After the battle, Hyuga-chen was still very energetic. Looking at the girls who didn't want to move, Hyuga-chen didn't bother them, let them rest and regain their strength. Soon as he walked out, Hyuga-chen was entangled by the pouting Lalu Lassie. After playing with Loloris for half a day, Makoto and the others had recovered and lingered with Hyuga-chen for a while, and then Tsunade, Makoto, Konan, Sarah, Terumi May and the other 5 girls left the system space. Accompanying Shueheim and Lalu drawing for a while, Hyuga-chen and Kushina also left the system space. "Are we still in Konoha now?" Hyuga-chen asked. Kushina came to see the sisters, and now the grace and justice of the sisters are gone. Thinking about it, it is quite strong. "Let's play in Konoha." Kushina lay on Hyuga-chen's arms, like a lazy kitten. Can stay with Hyuga-chen for a while longer, Kushina will naturally not give up. "If I go to Makoto and the others now, it will not be the 2 of them." "Is there anyone in 123? Came a weak voice. "No one." A male voice came from upstairs. His voice was very magnetic, with a special magic that made people fascinated when they heard it. Uchiha Izumi was speechless. How no one spoke. "Well, I want to buy a kunai," said Uchiha Izumi, who was less than 5 years old. Hyuga-chen walked downstairs unhappily and looked at the little loli below with a look of displeasure on his face. Although a very cute little loli can't disturb his quiet time with Kushina. Little devil, are you the only one who still want to buy kuwu? Let's go back and drink milk. Hyuga-chen showed a wicked smile on his face. Kushina followed suit. Chen, why do you say that to a little girl? It's really bad. Kushina gave Hyuga-chen a look of contempt, then went down and patted Uchiha Izumi's cute face. Although you are cute, you can't disturb others, so you should leave first. Kushina mentioned Uchiha Izumi and threw her out the door. Hyuga-chen is speechless. You still have the face to call me bad. Uchiha Izumi shed tears of grievance. She just saw that there was a ninja shop here and wanted to buy a kunai. Why did she bully her? So sad. No, I have to ask the two people with bad personalities for an explanation. Uchiha Izumi stood up and walked into the ninja shop again. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301 Because I find her pleasing to the eye, do you have any opinion? Why did you come in again? Hyuga-chen had an unhappy expression on his face. He didn't have time to pay attention to the little loli, delaying him to eat Kushina's tofu. Aren't you just doing business when you open the door? Why did you throw me out? Uchiha Izumi wiped away her tears and said angrily. Then go get a handful of kunai, put down the money and go. Hyuga-chen took Kushina's hand and walked upstairs. Uchiha Izumi was dumbfounded. Isn't she afraid that she will empty everything here? The boss is too hearty. Uchiha Izumi stomped her feet angrily, then sat in the ninja shop and didn't leave. She just left. She felt uncomfortable and had to ask for an explanation. Although Uchiha Izumi is young, he has a stubborn temper. But it was impossible for Uchiha Izumi to stay here. A force wrapped her up and threw her out. The door slammed shut. Uchiha Izumi was thrown out by Hyuga Tatsu using mental power. Uchiha Izumi sat on the ground, staring blankly at the closed door of the ninja shop, stood up and leaned in front of the door. She and the owner of the ninja shop had a fight. Next morning, Kushina looked at Uchiha Izumi, who was still asleep by the door. This little girl is very resilient, I like it. Kushina crouched down, reached out to pick up Uchiha Izumi, and carried her into the ninja shop. But just as he was picked up, Uchiha Izumi was awakened, reached out and rubbed his eyes, looking at Kushina. Little girl, aren't your parents coming to find you? Hyuga-chen asked while lying on the counter. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly got off Kushina, and when she heard Hyuga-chen mention her parents, Uchiha Izumi's expression was slightly lost. Could it be that your parents died and you are an orphan? Kushina showed sympathy on her face. Uchiha Izumi's face turned Yuhi. My parents didn't die, they just quarreled a lot. Uchiha Izumi bowed her head. In her memory, her parents would quarrel almost every day, so she was not in the mood to take care of her. Why? Hyuga-chen leaned over and asked very 8 trigrams. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Hyuga-chen, maybe because she wanted to talk, or because of the affinity she felt in Hyuga-chen, so Uchiha Izumi said it unconsciously. My mother is from the Uchiha family, and my father is just a civilian ninja. Because of their unequal identities, after they got married, my father changed his surname to Uchiha, so. Needless to say, I know. It must be your father's machismo. He can't accept being in the family, and he has no ability, so he can only be angry with your mother. Hyuga-chen said with certainty that he was confident that he would never go wrong. Uchiha Izumi was embarrassed and angry. Hyuga-chen did guess right, but said that her father was nothing, which made Uchiha Izumi angry. My father is an elite chunin, very powerful. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Is chunin very powerful? The disdain on Hyuga-chen's face was not concealed at all. It's the elite chunin. Uchiha Izumi's angry little face communicated with Yuhi. This person is really bad and hateful, no wonder he can throw the cute her out. Elite chunin is not still chunin, your father is indeed a bit useless. Kushina said. Uchiha Izumi stomped her feet angrily. This big sister was also very bad. She was mad at her. Since you don't have any skills, why don't you be a good wife and take care of yourself? If I were your mother, I would definitely kick your father out. Hyuga-chen despised the little girl's father. If you don't have the ability, you still want face, you want a fart face. What Hyuga-chen despises the most is the kind of person who has no ability at all and takes his face very seriously. Little girl, what's your name? Hyuga-chen asked. He still didn't know the little girl's name. My name is Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi. Hyuga-chen's expression was slightly weird, and then he looked at Uchiha Izumi carefully. If nothing else, this seems to be Uchiha Itachi's future lover. Of course, how can someone like Uchiha Itachi have a lover? His only lover may be the younger brother of the second Jinchuriki, call him son, so this little girl is the kind of unrequited love. The result was of course tragic, killed by Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga-chen looked at this stubborn little girl with a touch of sympathy on her face. This girl's ending was very miserable. Why are you looking at me like this? Although my parents are not in harmony, they are not to the point of being sympathetic. Uchiha Izumi stomped her feet. It's nothing, I'll give you 2 kunai, since you've been waiting here all night, I won't charge you, you can go. Hyuga-chen took out 2 kunai and handed it to Uchiha Izumi. Humph, I won't take advantage of others. Uchiha Izumi took out a small wallet and paid. Izumi, you belong to the Uchiha family, why don't I find you a great teacher? Kushina leaned over to Uchiha Izumi, she liked this little girl very much. Great teacher. Uchiha Izumi looked at Kushina suspiciously. That's right, he is a very powerful teacher. I don't know how many times stronger than the teacher at the ninja school. By the way, are you at the Jonin school? Kushina asked. Not yet, I'll sign up when the school starts this time. Uchiha Izumi shook her head, she came to buy kunai for the Jonin school. Then just listen to me, don't sign up, I'll find a good teacher for you. Kushina patted Shanko with a gesture of wrapping himself around me. Kushina, the good teacher you said, shouldn't it be me? Hyuga-chen pointed to himself. After tidying up her clothes, Hyuga-chen said sternly, although I also know that I am a good teacher, but... Go, you go away. Kushina reached out and pushed Hyuga-chen away. Is it not me? Hyuga-chen was stunned. You narcissist, put me aside, I'm talking about Makoto, both of the Uchiha family, Makoto can definitely teach her well, Kushina said. Hey, Kushina, you have to ask Makoto if he is willing or not. Hyuga-chen pulled the excited Kushina. Yes, Kushina nodded. Kushina, why are you helping this little girl? Because I find her pleasing to the eye. What, do you have an opinion? Hyuga-chen's expression was stunned, the reason was very strong. I have no opinion, what opinion can I have? Then the matter is settled, I'll go and ask Makoto for you. If Makoto wants, you can take Makoto as your teacher. If she doesn't want to, I'll teach you myself. Kushina patted Uchiha Izumi's head. Uchiha Izumi is speechless, why don't you ask my opinion? Brother and sister, I'll go first. Uchiha Izumi went out speechless. As for the teacher, Uchiha Izumi didn't take it to heart at all. Remember to come and play often in the future. Kushina shouted loudly. Chapter 302 Real Female Man. I really don't understand. I don't know why you are so impressed with that little girl, although that little girl is really talented. Hyuga-chen shook his head, not understanding the woman's thinking. I think Izumi is very pleasing to the eye, maybe that's what the eye has to offer. Really? Then you threw the little girl out yesterday. Hyuga-chen pouted to himself. Humph. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Kushina picked up the pillow on the sofa next to her and threw it at Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen took the pillow, put it under his head, and lay on the sofa. I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me, go and see the store below. Humph. Kushina snorted softly, and then lay on Hyuga-chen's body. She was not interested in going downstairs to see the store. Lying from morning to afternoon, the two lazy people didn't even eat lunch, and they couldn't be hungry if they didn't eat a meal anyway. If it wasn't to satisfy the appetite, Kushina would be fine without eating for 10 days and a half, and Hyuga-chen would be fine without having to eat at all. Although the sofa is not small, it is still possible to make a living by lying on one person. It is impossible for two people to lie on it. Kushina is pressing on Hyuga-chen, and Kushina is not honest and always moves around. However, Hyuga-chen said that she was very comfortable. 197 smelling the fragrance of Kushina, plus Kushina's soft body pressed against Hyuga-chen, Hyuga-chen felt very comfortable. It's just that the fire in my heart is constantly rising, and I really want to make Kushina a rectification on the spot. Kushina, if you tease me again, I'll be rude. Hyuga-chen held Kushina's face and said seriously. Kushina closed her eyes immediately after hearing the words, stopped moving, and used the method of pretending to be asleep. Now that she is alone, Kushina doesn't dare to provoke him arbitrarily, otherwise how will she put out the fire by herself? Kushina suddenly remembered that she once faced Hyuga-chen by herself, and then she hadn't stayed for 2 days, and she had no strength in her body, and now she shivered just thinking about it. Seeing Kushina's eyes closed and her eyelashes fluttering, Hyuga-chen wanted to laugh. "Chen, Kushina, are you there?" Hearing the familiar voice, Kushina suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Hyuga-chen. "It's no use staring at me, I didn't ask her to come." Hyuga-chen's expression was helpless, and he knew who the person was by hearing the voice. "Damn, I treat her as a sister, but she wants to beat my husband's ideas, and doesn't care about her own virtue." Kushina got up from Hyuga-chen, looking annoyed. It's shameless for a pregnant woman to beat someone else's husband's idea. Kushina, who was really angry, punched the coffee table viciously, leaving a big hole in it. "Good things are broken by you. Like Tsunade, they are all prostitutes." Hyuga-chen sat up from the sofa and looked at Kushina reproachfully. "Huh, well, Tomoko Uzumaki is still Mrs. Hokage, you can go find her," Kushina said with a pouted mouth, holding Shang in both hands. "I said why are you jealous? Of course I wouldn't like her. Compared with her, you are 100 times stronger." Hyuga-chen kissed Kushina on the face. 100 times stronger? Kushina asked, frowning. "Then how many times do you want to be stronger?" "I am at least 1,000 times stronger than her, no. I am 10,000 times stronger than her, 100 million times stronger." "Kushina, you are no longer a child, there is no need to argue about these things here like a child." Hyuga-chen pinched Kushina's nose. "Let's go. Go down and have a look." Hyuga-chen pulled the unhappy Kushina downstairs. "So you're here. I thought you weren't here." Uzumaki Tomoko smiled as she looked at Hyuga-chen and Kushina who were walking downstairs. "Then why are you still coming in? If you knew, you locked the door, really, it's all to blame Hyuga-chen." Kushina was very, very upset. The reason why Kushina was upset was that the arrival of Uzumaki Tomoko disturbed her and Hyuga-chen, and the second reason was that she felt that Uzumaki Tomoko was not in the mood. "Tomoko, don't run around when you're pregnant, or that sissy Namikaze Minato will be worried," Kushina said while biting Kiba. "Kushina, how do I feel? You seem to despise me." Uzumaki Tomoko touched her tears in grievance. Seeing this, Kushina was also a little embarrassed. "No, I don't dislike you, I just care about you." Kushina's expression softened. "Let's talk. I'll go out for a walk." Hyuga Tatsu greeted Kushina and Uzumaki Tomoko, and left. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Hyuga-chen always felt that Uzumaki Tomoko was looking at him wrongly, so don't stay here. Uzumaki Tomoko glanced at Hyuga Tatsu, then turned her head and continued chatting with Kushina. But the topic automatically shifted to Hyuga Tatsu, causing Kushina to frown. "Tomoko, why are you always asking about Chen? You don't really like him, right?" Sissy didn't die of anger when she found out. Kushina said tentatively. "Minato works all day and doesn't know how to come back. Chen is the male god in most girls' hearts." Of course I like it. Kushina, you won't be jealous, right? Looking at Uzumaki Tomoko's seriousness and joking, Kushina didn't know what to say. Tomoko, I think you've changed a lot. Kushina looked serious. She really felt that Uzumaki Tomoko had changed a lot, even as if she had changed a person. Past, the feeling that Uzumaki Tomoko gave Kushina was that she was very shy in front of anyone, and would never say these words. People always change, don't they? Uzumaki Tomoko smiled and lowered his head, a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. I don't know when. Uzumaki Tomoko has been jealous of Kushina, maybe she has been jealous of Kushina since the future of Konoha. Kushina in terms of talent or looks, and Kushina has also come together with Hyuga-chen, who is the most popular among girls. Are all from the Uzumaki clan, but they are better than her everywhere, and Uzumaki Tomoko can't help but feel jealous. The two sat together, the atmosphere was silent, and neither of them spoke. Hyuga-chen was walking on the street, ignoring the winks thrown at him by many women, and the envious glances of men. That's the trouble of being handsome. Hyuga-chen looked melancholy, as if he was really troubled, but in fact he was happy. And his melancholy appearance once again attracted a group of women to scream for him. To be honest, it's really a pity not to be a little white face with Hyuga-chen's appearance. The handsome guy in front, stop. A slightly rough female voice came. Hyuga-chen looked back and was taken aback. Hyuga-chen used to say that Kushina was a female man, but now he saw a real female man. She is nearly 2 meters tall, with hairy hands and legs, and a shaggy face, but her gender is a woman, which is really too hot. Chapter 303 Extinguishing Fire Nation Daimyo. I see that you look good. I am very satisfied, be my husband. The female man came over, with strong muscles, more men than men. Hyuga-chen suspects that this guy has not fully evolved, and that the yin and yang were reversed. It was so terrifying. Hyuga-chen was taken aback by this female man, his fists couldn't help clenching. As long as this guy dared to take a step forward, Hyuga-chen would definitely beat her to ashes, nothing left. Too insulting. Hyuga-chen felt that killing this guy was killing the people. Hurry up and get out of here. Hyuga-chen's voice was cold, and the cold and biting words made the female man stop, and his face showed fear, but the expression was still hot. Humph. Hyuga-chen snorted coldly, the original good mood was destroyed by such a thing. Big, bold, I am the princess of the land of fire. Princess of the kingdom of fire. Hyuga-chen thought about the wretched appearance of the daimyo of the kingdom of fire, which was comparable to Kyabu, and then thought about the daimyo's fat pig wife. At this time, Hyuga-chen felt that it was not unreasonable for this guy with hot eyes to grow up like this, it was entirely a matter of his parents' genes. Fuck me. Hyuga-chen didn't want to study any genetic issues, he just wanted to make this guy disappear from his sight. Who dares to let my daughter get out? A guy with an extremely wretched face walked over with a few guards, and beside him was an extremely fat woman. After seeing them, Hyuga-chen suddenly thought of the Tianlong people in the pirate world. If it wasn't for their lack of bubble hoods, Hyuga-chen would have thought that the Tianlong people had passed through. Because they look as ugly as the dragon people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, you villagers in Konoha, you dare to let my daughter go, do you want me to give you money? The Fire Country daimyo said angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was following behind, thought that something was wrong. When he looked up and saw Hyuga-chen, he had a headache and felt even worse. With a sneer on Hyuga-chen's face, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato with disdain. As a cage-level expert, it is really shameful to be behind ordinary people just like his classmates. He has never understood why in this ninja world, an ordinary person can surpass ninjas. The Tianlong people among the pirates can also accept it. After all, their ancestors are awesome, and they may hide some secret weapons. But daimyo is a real ordinary person, and he doesn't have any trump cards, so Hyuga-chen feels very fucked. I want you to kneel down and apologize. The country of fire said arrogantly. Ha 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 tilde. Hyuga-chen laughed. The smile didn't have any warmth. Was he pinching him as a soft persimmon? Think he's a bully. Today you are dead, and the 6 paths can't protect you, I said. Hyuga-chen's icy and biting voice made snow and ice fall in the sky. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato can feel the cold, not to mention these ordinary people who are already shivering from the cold. How strong is it to be able to change the environment just by the aura of the body? Sarutobi Hiruzen bit Kiba while his head hurt a little. What do you want to do? I'm a daimyo. The Fire Kingdom daimyo looked at Hyuga-chen in horror. Daimyo? What about the daimyo? Hyuga-chen looked coldly at the trashy daimyo who was about to pee his pants. Hyuga-chen, the unspoken rule of the ninja world, must not do anything to the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. This unspoken rule has been circulating since the Sengoku period and has been circulating for hundreds of years, becoming an unspoken rule that all ninjas abide by. Especially after the end of Sengoku, the establishment of major villages made the daimyo more secure, because they also counted on the daimyo to provide them with money and materials, and naturally they could not let the daimyo have an accident. Therefore, basically no one will provoke the famous name, and even the underground black market will definitely not offer a reward for the head of the famous name. Of course, Hyuga-chen wouldn't abide by these things. Aren't things like rules meant to be broken? You already have invincible strength, why should you be bound by the rules set by the weak? 3 generations, you should know me. Instead of talking nonsense with me, you might as well go back and think about what to do after he dies. A ninja sword appeared in Hyuga-chen's hand. This is just an ordinary ninja sword, because this guy is only worthy of death under the ordinary ninja sword. If Ryujin Jaka is used, Hyuga-chen is also worried that this guy's blood will stain his own knife. Chen, wait. Before Namikaze Minato's voice could fall, Hyuga Tatsu beheaded the daimyo. Such an ordinary person, Hyuga-chen would not talk nonsense with him at all, and cut the daimyo's fat neck with one knife. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth when he saw the blood on his neck. Thanks, you are still Hokage. In front of this idiot, you are like a follower. Don't say that you are classmates with me in the future. I can't afford to lose that person. Hyuga-chen looked at Namikaze Minato with contempt. Although it sounds like Yin and daimyo are on the same level, looking at their situation, the status of daimyo seems to be one level higher. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Daimyo died in Konoha village. What is this called? Fortunately, he is no longer Hokage now, otherwise it will worry him to death. Namikaze Minato's face was ugly, and now he's Hokage, and it's him who has the biggest headache. Looking at Hyuga-chen, Namikaze Minato's eyes were very complicated. Hyuga-chen was a little uncomfortable looking at him, looking at Namikaze Minato as if he stole the other party's wife. Why is Namikaze Minato looking at Hyuga Tatsu like this? This is about to start after Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Tomoko got married. On a dark and windy night, when the two of them were doing something like that, Uzumaki Tomoko couldn't help calling out Hyuga Tatsu's name when he was excited. And then of course it was embarrassing beyond description. Namikaze Minato felt green, and although nothing happened to Hyuga Tatsu and Uzumaki Tomoko, she was mentally derailed. Why Namikaze Minato showed that complicated look when he looked at Hyuga-chen. This is also due to Namikaze Minato's good character. If it were someone else, Hyuga-chen might have been hacked to death, although this has nothing to do with Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen glanced at the wonderful daughter of the daimyo, and then looked at the lady of the fat pig daimyo, and did not have the idea of killing it out. Why not kill them all? Of course, because at this time, it is necessary to show the kindness of the protagonist to the readers and tell them that the protagonist is a good man. All right. In fact, because they are ordinary people, Hyuga-chen completely disdains to kill. As for growing up to seek revenge on him, if this is the fantasy world and the fairy world, there may still be a possibility, but in the Hokage world, dream. What a disappointment. Hyuga-chen was ruined by this stupid name and his hot-eyed daughter. so Hyuga-chen decided to go find some delicious food and have a feast to restore his mood. 3 generations, this. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a wry smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyuga-chen's back, shook his head, and looked at the others on the street. No one is allowed to reveal half a word of what happened today. The ordinary civilians on the street immediately nodded their heads like pounding garlic, so that they would not cause trouble for themselves. Chapter 304 It's all for Konoha. The Fire Country daimyo was dead, and the news exploded in the upper echelons of Konoha. Hyuga-chen is so outrageous that he actually killed the daimyo in the street. Homura Mitokado scowled. Now is not the time to talk about this, it should be to find a solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with a sad face. HMPH. Namikaze Minato, how can you be a Hokage? You were actually killed by Hyuga-chen, a missing nin, in Konoha. I don't think you need to be a Hokage anymore. Danzo snorted coldly, facing Namikaze Minato trouble. I propose the abolition of 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato, Danzo exclaimed. Namikaze Minato's face was ugly, not because he didn't want to stop it, but he didn't see the shadow of the sword, so Hyuga-chen killed the daimyo. In the Hokage office, everyone was silent. Seeing that everyone didn't speak, Danzo jumped up again unwillingly. This time he had to get Namikaze Minato down from the Hokage position. Namikaze Minato let Hyuga Tatsu kill daimyo in Konoha. It fully shows that he is not capable and still too young. I propose to remove him from the Hokage position. With that, Danzo gave Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane a wink. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane saw Danzo wink at them, but they did not stand up for Danzo. They know that Danzo wants to be Hokage himself, but Danzo is not as Hokage as Namikaze Minato. Because Namikaze Minato is younger and less senior, they have more say than before. If Danzo becomes Hokage, can they still have such a big say? With Danzo's temperament, would they allow them to control too much power? So weighing the pros and cons, they definitely won't make Danzo a Hokage, it's in their interest. Seeing that Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane didn't give him a shot, Danzo was furious, and these 2 guys couldn't be trusted. Danzo, Hyuga-chen is in Konoha, if you think you have the ability, you can arrest the culprit, and you can do whatever you want. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Danzo stopped talking. If he had the ability to catch Hyuga-chen, would he still need to talk? That's not to be Hokage if you want to be Hokage. Not many people know about this now. I have issued a password ban, and the news of daimyo's killing will never spread. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Don't talk about useless things, it's easy to solve it. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly. Knowing that Hokage is hopeless, Danzo also put it down temporarily and began to think about solving this matter. Now the insiders are the daimyo's wife and daughter, who killed them both, and then told the outside world that daimyo was killed by a bandit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane remained silent, apparently agreeing with Danzo's approach. Namikaze Minato couldn't accept it. Sir, is this too much? Namikaze Minato looked confused. HMPH, then you can think of a better way. Danzo snorted coldly, stood up and left. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane also left one after another, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, and the current Hokage, Namikaze Minato, in the entire office. Minato, if you know that the daimyo died in our Konoha, then the next daimyo will definitely not have a good impression of Konoha. We Konoha still have to rely on the money of the country of fire to support Konoha. This is all for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen painstakingly persuaded. A long silence, Namikaze Minato nodded with a wry smile. Everything is arranged by the 3 generations of adults. Namikaze Minato knows that it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. Although he is Hokage, his voice in Konoha is not that big. 3 generations of Hokage are not dead, so although the 3 generations of Hokage abdicated, the master still has a great say. Then the two advisors of Danzo and Konoha also took part of the right to speak, so the Hokage of Namikaze Minato is the most hard-working Hokage. Not only did he have no right to speak, but he also died young. Under the arrangement of the three generations of Hokage, the wonderful daughter of the big name, as well as the wife of the big name, died at the hands of the people sent by the three generations of Hokage. Daimyo's daughter and wife were sent to accompany him less than 2 hours after he died, and then it was up to Konoha to direct. Anyway, it's easy for ninjas to fool ordinary people. Although it all started because of Hyuga-chen is not burdened in the slightest, and is now in the famous food street in Konoha, enjoying the food like no one else. Eating is also a hobby of Hyuga-chen, and Konoha's special food is really delicious, and Hyuga-chen has eaten the whole street. Those who had been paying attention to Hyuga-chen were speechless in surprise. This was too delicious, and they expressed their kneeling. Do you look good if you eat a lot? Looking at Hyuga-chen Jungsho's perfect face, many fools really tried it, and in the end, the body shape was comparable to that of the Akamichi family. Go to the perfect food street, and then pack some food. This is for Kushina. How can you forget your wife when you have food? Putting food in a system backpack where time is completely still. To be honest, Hyuga-chen really rarely uses this system backpack. I feel that this is a decoration. Hyuga-chen strolled around Konoha for a while and then went back. After Hyuga-chen returned, Uzumaki Tomoko had already left, but Kushina sat angrily. Who's the one who doesn't have eyes to offend you? Hyuga-chen came over and hugged Kushina. Who else could it be? Of course you. Kushina glared at Hyuga-chen angrily. Hyuga-chen was very innocent. Don't wrong me, how did I offend you? I wronged you. I didn't wrong you. Kushina sneered. Whoever made you look so handsome knows how to mess with flowers. Hee, Kushina, are you complimenting me? Hyuga-chen looked very proud. This is the food I prepared for you, including your favorite takoyaki, and desserts. Hyuga-chen took out large and small boxes from the system backpack. Wow, I didn't expect you to have a little conscience. Kushina held a strawberry pudding. When did I lose my conscience? Kushina, what you said made my heart hurt. Hyuga-chen covered his heart exaggeratedly. I'll give you a mouthful of pudding, and 1.2 to comfort you. Kushina gently scooped out a small spoon, and then handed it to Hyuga-chen's mouth. Hyuga-chen ate it in one bite. You also come and feed me. Kushina handed the strawberry pudding to Hyuga-chen, then opened her mouth and waited for Hyuga-chen to feed her. Like a child, Hyuga-chen gently squeezed Kushina's nose, then took a small spoonful and put it in his mouth. Damn, hurry up and feed me. Kushina jumped to Hyuga-chen and reached out, grabbed Hyuga-chen's arm and kept shaking. Don't shake it, everything in my hand will be shaken off by you, and then you won't want to eat it. Kushina stopped shaking, opened her mouth like a child and waited for Hyuga-chen to feed her, like a little beast waiting for its master to feed. Hyuga-chen naturally did not refuse, and Kushina, you and I, began to feed and play with love. Chapter 305 Bullying Uchiha Izumi. Early the next morning, Hyuga-chen heard someone knocking on the door. Hyuga-chen walked downstairs in confusion, with a displeased expression on his face. He went to see who was knocking on the door early in the morning, disturbing his dreams. Opening the door, Hyuga-chen looked at it, and said to himself, no one. I don't know which arrogant child is playing a prank. If I catch it, I will definitely break my leg. After saying that, Hyuga-chen closed the door with a bang. Uchiha Izumi, who originally wanted to greet Hyuga Tatsu, froze in place and turned to stone. Damn, don't you like seeing me like that? Uchiha Izumi knocked on the door angrily. After knocking for a long time, Hyuga-chen opened the door again, looking down at her with dead fish eyes. Sorry, you are too short, I didn't see you before, come in. Hyuga-chen said to let her in, but her body was blocked at the door. Don't want to come in. If you don't want to come in, just leave. Hyuga-chen closed the door again. Uchiha Izumi opened his mouth. You blocked the door, How can I get in? Did you give me a chance to speak? The angry Uchiha Izumi punched the door, and then suddenly retracted the small fist, and Yuhi's face turned extremely bright. Looking at Yuhi's swollen little fist, Uchiha Izumi wanted to cry without tears. This door was too hard, it hurt her to death. If you break it, you have to pay for it. You can't afford to sell your little girl. Hyuga-chen's hateful voice came from the door. How can there be such hateful people in this world? Uchiha Izumi said while biting Kiba. I'm looking for Sister Kushina, you put me in. Uchiha Izumi shouted. Looking for Kushina. Hyuga-chen opened the door, glanced at Uchiha Izumi, and said lightly, sorry Kushina is not here, Kushina left Konoha yesterday. Hyuga-chen didn't lie to her, Kushina left yesterday, and it was because of Uchiha Izumi. Yesterday evening, Kushina used the technique of Hiraishin, left Konoha, and went to ask Makoto if he would accept his apprentices. Looking at Kushina's positive appearance, Hyuga-chen is a little jealous. Why is he so concerned about a little girl's affairs? Of course, Hyuga-chen would definitely not admit that he would eat a little girl's jealousy, nor would he admit that his current behavior is because of jealousy to revenge Uchiha Izumi. Really? Then I'll go in and have a look. Uchiha Izumi reached out and tried to push Hyuga-chen away, but how could she push Hyuga-chen away? Don't you believe me? Hyuga-chen was unhappy, and a little girl even questioned him. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Izumi nodded and admitted it, admitting that he did not believe him. So what if you don't believe me? I won't let you in if you don't believe me, I'm mad at you. Hyuga-chen closed the door and sat at the door to compete with the little girl Uchiha Izumi. Of course, this does not rule out that Hyuga-chen Shion has nothing to do, and fights with the little girl Uchiha Izumi to have some fun. I have to go in today. Uchiha Izumi's stubborn temper. The more Hyuga-chen refused to let her in, the more Uchiha Izumi wanted to go in. Uchiha Izumi pushed the door hard, but the door seemed to be locked and could not be opened at all. After Hyuga-chen she gave up after a while. Unexpectedly, after 3 hours, Uchiha Izumi was still insisting here. It seemed that she would not give up until she went in. Little girl, I really didn't lie to you. Someone in my 20s would lie to you, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. Hyuga-chen patted Uchiha Izumi on the shoulder. Uchiha Izumi kicked the door angrily, then sat down next to her, hugging her swollen foot, and wept silently. Hyuga-chen stared at her blankly. What is this operation? Should I be laughing at you for being stupid now? You look pitiful, do you think I should comfort you? Hyuga-chen walked over and sat next to Uchiha Izumi. Looking at Hyuga-chen, who was holding back his laughter, Uchiha Izumi was originally crying from pain, but now it is tears of grievance, which is too bullying. Hyuga-chen quietly watched Uchiha Izumi cry. After half an hour, Uchiha Izumi stopped crying and stood up angrily. Why don't you comfort me? It's funny, why should I comfort you? Who are you? Hyuga-chen asked rhetorically. I'm going to tell Sister Kushina that you bullied me. It's a pity Kushina isn't here, just sit here and take your time. Hyuga-chen got up and stopped playing with the little girl Uchiha Izumi. Where are you going? Wait for me. Uchiha Izumi followed with her short legs. What are you doing with me? On the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha, Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Izumi speechlessly. I don't know either, Uchiha Izumi said hesitantly, holding a string of glutinous rice balls in his hand. Hyuga-chen was silent. I didn't know that you were still following me, so I was not afraid that I was a bad person and kidnapped you. Where did Sister Kushina go? What's your name, sister? You'll call her auntie in the future, you're right. Hyuga-chen taught Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi laughed. She is not a fool. Naturally she will not listen to Hyuga-chen. If she really listened to him, Kushina can kill her. I will tell her about the fact that you asked me to call her auntie after meeting Kushina's sister. Uchiha Izumi looked at Hyuga-chen proudly, as if to vent all the grievances she suffered today. Tilda, Hyuga-chen sneered and looked at this ecstatic little girl. You won't have a chance to say it, because I'm going to kill someone now. Hyuga-chen glared at Uchiha Izumi fiercely. Uchiha Izumi is not afraid at all, because Hyuga-chen doesn't look fierce at all, and even Uchiha Izumi wants to laugh when he sees his fierce face. Where did Sister Kushina go? Uchiha Izumi, who was taken off topic, returned to the topic again. Go find a teacher for you. Hyuga-chen glanced at Uchiha Izumi and said softly. Although I was going to ask Makoto's opinion, based on what Hyugatatsu knew about Makoto, the matter was basically settled. Really? Uchiha Izumi was a little moved. She and Kushina had only met once, and Uchiha Izumi was very moved by not expecting to help her in such a way. Kobo very moved Uchiha Izumi to a snack bar. Boss, get all of your special snacks here. Hyuga-chen shouted loudly. Have a portion of it all, can you eat it? Wouldn't it be a waste if you can't eat it? You didn't pay, so what are you worried about? Hyuga-chen tapped Uchiha Izumi on the head with his chopsticks. Uchiha Izumi's heart is so angry. Obviously I kindly remind you to let you save a fortune. If you beat me, you deserve to be taken advantage of. I have to eat you poor today. Are you speaking ill of me in your heart? Hyuga-chen stared at Uchiha Izumi with sharp eyes. No, I definitely didn't speak ill of you. Uchiha Izumi said nervously. Well, the first time I lied, I was a little nervous. Chapter 306 Makoto arrives. A few days later, Kushina took Makoto and returned to the ninja shop using Hiraishin. Makoto is here, give me a hug. Seeing Makoto, Hyuga-chen opened his arms and hugged Makoto in his arms. Humph, you just saw Makoto, didn't you see me? Kushina was jealous. I don't know why, but seeing your jealous appearance makes me want to laugh. Hyuga-chen pinched Kushina's jealous face. Kushina, you make me so sad, you even eat my vinegar. Makoto shook his head and buried his head in Hyuga-chan's arms sadly. HMPH, if you cover up your laughter, I might still believe you. Kushina snorted coldly, sat on the sofa angrily, took the pillow next to her and hugged it in her arms. And, Kushina lay directly on the sofa, burying her head in the pillow, not wanting to see Hyuga-chen and Makoto's affectionate appearance. By the way, after I left, has the woman Uzumaki Tomoko come to you? Kushina got up and asked quickly. He did come to see me. Hyuga-chen nodded. In the past few days, Uzumaki Tomoko has come almost once a day. To be honest, Hyuga-chen is a little annoying. Humph, I knew it was like this. Kushina's eyes turned cold, and the table in front of her became the object of her discovery, which was torn apart by Kushina's punch. What's going on? Makoto didn't know it, so he didn't understand what was going on. Isn't Uzumaki Tomoko Kushina's good sister? How can it be like a mortal enemy now? Makoto, you don't know that Uzumaki Tomoko is very hateful. She doesn't follow the woman's way, and actually seduces Chen. It's hateful. No way. Makoto's body was stunned, and she couldn't believe it. She also knew Uzumaki Tomoko very well. She shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Why not? If not, am I so angry now? In fact, if it was someone else, Kushina wouldn't be so angry. After all, there are many people who like Hyuga-chen, and if she is jealous, she can't finish it. But who made her friends with Uzumaki Tomoko? This made Kushina feel betrayed by a good friend. Especially Uzumaki Tomoko is still married and pregnant. She is already married and still wants to seduce her husband. Kushina hates this kind of unruly woman the most. Could it be that you misunderstood? You'll know when you see it. Kushina lay down on the sofa again. Chen, are you there? I've prepared lunch for you. The corners of Hyuga-chan's mouth twitched, Kushina's mouth twitched, and Makoto, who didn't believe it originally, was also in a mess. This woman is too much. It seems that she has to find a chance to get rid of her. Kushina's eyes were fierce, and she really regarded her as a good man and a woman. Farewell, isn't she pregnant? You killed her, didn't you kill 2 people, and I believe Chen. Makoto looked at Hyuga Chen with a fixed gaze. Makoto, when are you such a virgin? She is going to rob us of a man. Kushina looked at Makoto depressedly. Do you think Uzumaki Tomoko can be seen in his eyes? Makoto pointed at Hyuga Chen. Makoto knows Hyuga Chen very well, and is completely a person who looks at the face. Although Uzumaki Tomoko is pretty good looking, he definitely doesn't like it. That's right. Kushina nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Tomoko came, so naturally he had to say hello, but Kushina didn't want to go at all, and Hyuga Chen also expressed that he didn't want to move. Makoto glanced at the two of them helplessly, and went down to entertain Uzumaki Tomoko. If you don't go out and have a look, people will come looking for you. I'm not interested, just let Makoto send her away. Hyuga Chen lay directly on the ground, covered with a woolen blanket, which was quite comfortable. After a while, Makoto came up. She's gone, Hyuga Chen asked. Let's go. Makoto nodded. She went down to find a reason and sent Tomoko Uzumaki away. Although Makoto was gentle, it didn't mean she would be willing to entertain a woman who wanted to seduce her man. Makoto was lying beside Hyuga Chen, looking at Hyuga Chen with tender eyes. Hyuga Chen smiled, then hugged Makoto in his arms, and then the jealous Kushina also got into Hyuga Chen's arms. The afternoon, Kushina took Makoto directly to find Uchiha Izumi. Hyuga Chen was too lazy to move at all, so he didn't go with them. It's really quiet here. Kushina looked at the Uchiha family's residence and pouted to herself. Now the Uchiha family has not been pushed out of Konoha, but it was after the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, raided the village. Is close to the Hokage building in the center of Konoha. It should be very prosperous, but the Uchiha station is very quiet and there are not many people at all. Usually Konoha people don't come near here, because the people of the Uchiha family are extremely xenophobic. It actually has its own store, it's completely self-sufficient. Kushina looked at the ninja shop and snack street belonging to the Uchiha family, completely isolated from Konoha. The Uchiha clan at this time, although they were among the Konoha, seemed to be independent from the Konoha and hardly communicated with the outside world. It's no wonder that there is a big gap between Konoha and Uchiha, so it's not surprising that the gap is not big, not to mention that most of the Uchiha family's personalities are not very good. Makoto had lived here for 5 years and was very familiar with everything here. The Uchiha clan is very large, and Kushina might get lost if not for the guidance of a familiar person like Makoto. Stop, who are you? This is the place of our Uchiha family. The idlers leave quickly. Makoto and Kushina were stopped shortly after entering the Uchiha land. Looking at the person who stopped them, with a cold and arrogant face, as if they were amazing, Kushina immediately became unhappy. What are you arrogant in front of me? Kushina punched the guard of the Uchiha family who was blocking the way. Kushina, do you know Uchiha Izumi's home? Makoto asked Kushina. I don't seem to know. Kushina scratched her head in embarrassment. I knew about your confused personality, definitely. Forget about you. Makoto shook his head, and Kushina was too nervous. To ask about Uchiha Izumi's residence, and it took more than half an hour to arrive at Uchiha Izumi's house. Uchiha Izumi's home is a bit remote. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, generally only high-status Uchiha people live in the center of the clan. Obviously, Uchiha Izumi's family's status is not high. Uchiha Izumi's father was in the family, and it was not easy to enter the Uchiha family, so how high can you expect? Sister Kushina, why are you here? Seeing Kushina, Uchiha Izumi was very excited and hurriedly invited Kushina and Makoto in. Uchiha Izumi's parents weren't there. Both of her parents were ninjas, so they both went out on missions. I'm going to boil water for you. Uchiha Izumi saw that there was no water in the pot, and was a little embarrassed, and immediately went to boil water. Don't be busy, we're not thirsty anyway. Kushina grabbed Uchiha Izumi and let her sit down. Chapter 307 Heartache. Kushina and Uchiha Izumi chatted for a while, and then introduced Makoto to Uchiha Izumi. The end, Uchiha Izumi gladly worshipped Makoto as her teacher. Of course, Makoto asked her to call her sister, just like Makoto and Tsunade at the time. They were teachers in name but actually called Tsunade their sister. Makoto also began to officially teach Uchiha Izumi. Chakra refining does not require Makoto to teach. Uchiha Izumi got chakra refining a year ago, and now has chakra. This is the advantage of the big family. Even the unappreciated family members like Uchiha Izumi can get the chakra refining technique in advance. Like Uchiha Fugaku's son Uchiha Itachi, there is a teacher to guide. This is the gap between family ninjas and commoner ninjas. Because Uchiha Izumi has learned chakra refining, Makoto started teaching her from hand seal, as well as taijutsu, kunai, and shuriken throwing. The throwing of kunai and shuriken is an important teaching item for Makoto now, and for the time being, it is also the most useful item for Uchiha Izumi and the one that can improve her combat effectiveness the most. Although the Uchiha family also has an independent training ground, Makoto does not want to teach Uchiha Izumi there, because the people of the Uchiha family are too exclusive and look at them very badly. Especially those who knew that Kushina injured their Uchiha family. If it wasn't for the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku to stop them, they would have gone to Makoto 437 for their troubles. In the ninja shop, Hyuga-chen, who was lying down as a salted fish, sat up and disappeared instantly. Just now, Tsunade was contacting him through the Hiraishin sigil. As soon as Hyuga-chen appeared, he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya with his head bowed, and Tsunade sitting next to him watching a good show. What's going on? Hyuga-chen looked at the girls in confusion, completely ignoring what was going on. Could it be that Kagaya-hime is in trouble? Think about it is not impossible. Ask her. Terumi-mae looked at Kagaya-hime with a look of schadenfreude. Hyuga-chen turned his head to look at Kagaya-hime, with a question on his face. It seems that Kagaya-hime really got into trouble. I said that, don't blame me. Kagaya-hime looked cautious. It's okay, I won't blame you. Kagaya-hime heard that Hyuga-chen said that she would not blame her, and was not so uneasy, and said, that subordinate of yours was accidentally killed by me. Subordinate. Hyuga-chen frowned, then remembered that Kagaya should be talking about Hyuga Hamura. You mean Hyuga Hamura? Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded. She was talking about Hyuga Hamura. It's okay, if you die, you will die. Before she finished speaking, Hyuga-chen suddenly remembered that Hyuga Hamura still has a pair of Rinnegan and a pair of Tenseigan on her body. What about the eyes now? What about the Rinnegan and Tenseigan on him? Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head and whispered, I used all killing ash bones, and then. Not to mention the latter, Hyuga-chen also knew that if he was hit by all killing ash bones, he must have lost his bones. Covering his heart, Hyuga-chen looked distressed, and the two pairs of eyes of the gods were gone. If they were thrown into the system for recycling, they could also get a lot of exchange points, but now they are gone. You said you wouldn't blame the concubine, and I couldn't control myself, so I killed that wicked son. Otsutsuki Kagaya crouched down and looked at Hyuga-chen pitifully. What else can Hyuga-chen say? In the face of this prodigal woman, there seems to be nothing to say. Originally, Hyuga-chen thought Tsunade was the worst loser, but he never thought that a mountain was taller than a mountain. Compared with Kagaya-hime, Tsunade was simply weak. Speaking of which, Hyuga Hamura was also miserable. When he met Tsunade and the others, he knew that this was the mistress, so he came to greet him specially. Then Otsutsuki Kagaya felt the breath of Otsutsuki Hamura on him, and the angry Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately stabbed Hyuga Hamura with all killing ash bones without saying a word. Without the slightest precaution, Hyuga Hamura died tragically under the sudden attack of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Tsunade and the others were stunned at the time, and they didn't recover until Hyuga Hamura collapsed and disappeared in shock. Later, Tsunade contacted Hyuga-chen. You don't blame me, do you? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Hyuga-chen carefully. They're all dead, Rinnegan and Tenseigan are gone, is there any use in blaming you again? Hyuga-chen gave Kagaya Hime an angry look. He doesn't care about the death of Hyuga Hamura. After all, this guy is optional, but Rinnegan and Tenseigan can't care less. These two pairs of eyes can be exchanged for exchange points. By the way, how long has Hyuga Hamura been dead now? Hyuga-chen asked, remembering his ability to manipulate time, and felt that he could be rescued again. Died 3 days ago. What? 3 days ago? Hyuga-chen knew that he was completely helpless, and he could at most make the time go back a day. Why did you tell me now that you died 3 days ago? Hyuga-chen was a little annoyed. Ask her about that. Tsunade pointed to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered her head even deeper, and didn't even dare to look up at Hyuga-chen. She was afraid of being scolded by Hyuga-chen, but of course she didn't want Tsunade and the others to tell Hyuga-chen. So this thing has been dragging on for 3 days. Don't worry, I won't blame you, get up. Hyuga-chen reached out and pulled up Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was squatting on the ground. I knew you wouldn't blame the concubine. Otsutsuki Kagaya gave Tsunade a smug look. It can be seen that Otsutsuki Kagaya has changed, and it has changed a lot. Before, she had a cold face, as if the whole world owed her money, but she would not show such an expression. How dare you be proud? Hyuga-chen pinched Otsutsuki Kagaya's face and lifted her up. Dare to be proud of doing something wrong, I really need to clean up. Let me go, it hurts. Otsutsuki Kagaya cried out in pain as tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Hyuga Tatsun let go of his hand. Otsutsuki Kagaya's cheeks were swollen on both sides, and it looked like a round face. Hey, I have to go back and be quiet, my heart hurts. Hyuga-chen covered his heart with a congested expression on his face. According to the price of 300,000 for a pair of eyes, that is 600,000 exchange points, and so many exchange points are now all destroyed under one all-killing ash bones of Kagaya Hime. Leaving, Hyuga-chen angrily threw a bottle of medicine, Tenseigan medicine, to poor Kagaya Hime. There are 2 bottles of Tenseigan potion Hyuga-chen, 1 bottle for Otsutsuki Kagaya, and 1 bottle left. After Hyuga-chen used space ninjutsu to go back, he lay on the sofa. Someone like him who could not wait to use the exchange point. He lost nearly 600,000 exchange points all of a sudden, and it cost him his life. Hyuga-chen felt that he might not be able to eat for a few months when he was distressed. What's wrong? Kushina and Makoto who came back asked involuntarily, looking at Hyuga-chen who was lying on the sofa with a frowning expression. Don't ask, I lost 1 billion all of a sudden. Hyuga-chen said while patting the sofa. It's only 1 billion and that's it. The ability to bear is too bad. Sister Tsunade loses several billion a day, and it's not like you. Kushina looked at Hyuga-chen with contempt. I'm just making an analogy. I can't buy something with money. What do you think is the value of a pair of Rinnegan and a pair of Tenseigan? Hyuga-chen sat up and said. Chapter 308 You are bullshit. Hyuga-chen took it. Since you've already lost money, it's no use being uncomfortable. Makoto comforted Hyuga-chen. That's right. Hyuga-chen temporarily suppressed the heartache. Anyway, he has endless time, and he can exchange as many points as he wants in the future. Under Makoto's comfort and Hyuga-chen's self-consolation, Hyuga-chen felt 99% better, and the 1% was completely irritated by Kushina, who kept despising him beside him. You took that little girl as an apprentice? Hyuga-chen asked after suppressing Kushina, looking at Makoto. Yeah, Makoto nodded. Izumi's talent is very strong. I can tell. Hyuga-chen nodded. The first time he saw Uchiha Izumi, he saw that she was very talented. Although Hyuga-chen has never met Uchiha Itachi, he is sure that Uchiha Izumi's talent will never be worse than Uchiha Itachi. By the way, I taught a group of people from the Uchiha family today. Kushina, who was pressed by Hyuga-chen on the sofa, said. After Kushina and Makoto left the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Izumi, the companion of the Uchiha clan who was beaten by Kushina before ignored Uchiha Fugaku's orders and went to find trouble with Kushina and the others. The result is naturally self-evident. Kushina would not show mercy to them, and in the end they all broke their hands and feet. You are so happy to teach a group of Uchiha family people that you are just as good. Hyuga-chan said with contempt. It's so stingy, people just said something about you, and they care about you like a woman, it's really unmannered. Kushina said unhappily. You two stop arguing. Makoto interrupted them quickly, or the two of them would start bickering and it would never end. You're a woman, and I don't have the same knowledge as you. Hyuga-chan walked to the window and watched the people coming and going below. Suddenly, a conspicuous touch of Yuhi's hair appeared in Hyuga-chan's line of sight. Hyuga-chan jerked his head back, and closed the window. What's wrong? Makoto asked. Kushina, your good sisters from the same clan are here again. What? She's here again. Kushina, who was sitting on the sofa and playing with the game console, threw the game console in his hand, and his body seemed to be on fire. You think of a way to solve it. I don't want to see her at all now. Kushina gave Hyuga-chan a sideways glance. Makoto, send her away first. I'll go to Namikaze Minato. I can't even look at my own woman. I don't know what to say. Hyuga-chan left using space ninjutsu and appeared in Hokage's office. Still working. Do you know that you are about to be green? Hyuga-chan looked at Namikaze Minato who was working with his head down, and shouted loudly. Namikaze Minato was startled, and Anbu, who was guarding the Hokage office, was also startled. How could there be one more person all of a sudden? But they did not dare to neglect, and immediately appeared to surround Hyuga-chan. Hyuga Tatsu, why are you here? Namikaze Minato raised his head and saw that it was Hyuga Tatsu. His face was a little unsightly. Let these people back down, or I can't guarantee that they will still be alive. Hyuga-chan glanced at the Anbu who surrounded him and looked at his Anbu with wary eyes. You guys back off. Namikaze Minato waved them all back. The Anbu ninja hesitated, then chose to obey Namikaze Minato, again hiding in the dark. For Anbu ninja, Hokage's orders had to be carried out. What are you doing here? Namikaze Minato looked at Hyuga-chan badly. How can we say that we used to be classmates? Are you now a Hokage and look down on me? Hyuga-chan was a little unhappy. Namikaze Minato was silent. You can't be optimistic about your wife. She runs to me all day, you know. Hyuga-chan didn't want to talk nonsense with Namikaze Minato, and said straight to the point. Namikaze Minato's face turned green, and the sunlight on his face disappeared. He glared at Hyuga-chan angrily, and then said in a more serious tone, all Anbu ninjas leave. Anbu's ninjas are very interesting. When Namikaze Minato's voice fell, they hurriedly evacuate. At the same time, they were still worried that they seemed to hear a big secret about Hokage. Will they be silenced? Hyuga-chan, don't go too far. Namikaze Minato, who was rarely angry, was really angry this time. How did I go too far? It's your wife who goes too far. Do you know that your wife comes to see me every day? I tell you, if I didn't like Tomoko Uzumaki, you'd be a green flash now. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists and looked at Hyuga-chan angrily. I know Tomoko is going to your place. Namikaze Minato sighed, unclenched his clenched fists, and sat down and said. You know. Hyuga-chan looked at him stunned. You know why you didn't stop it? Are you sick? Hyuga-chan looked at Namikaze Minato's eyes with a hint of weirdness. This guy doesn't have special hobbies, right? Like wearing a cuckold. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato didn't know what Hyuga-chan was thinking, otherwise she would definitely cut Hyuga-chan into 8 pieces. I just think that Tomoko has the right to pursue what she wants, and I have no right to interfere. Namikaze Minato said silently with his head down. Brother, you are awesome. I, Hyuga-chan, have never served anyone, and now I will serve you. Hyuga-chan looked at Namikaze Minato with admiration. At this time, the words warm man, spare tire, and honest person flashed across Hyuga-chan's mind. Hyuga-chen saw for the first time, such a good man as Namikaze Minato. I don't care what you think, but I want to tell you that if you don't take Uzumaki Tomoko away, Kushina will probably kill her. I'm leaving now, so I won't disturb your office. But you have to think about your unborn son. Hyuga-chen left directly. Namikaze Minato stood up at once, and immediately ran towards Hyuga Tatsu's ninja shop. Hyuga Tatsu's words startled him. After Hyuga-chen went back, he happened to see Uzumaki Tomoko sitting and drinking tea, Kushina with a stinky face, and Makoto with a smile all the time. Chen, you're back, what are you doing out? Uzumaki Tomoko asked naturally. Kushina and Makoto frowned, and a sense of discomfort rose in their hearts. Kushina already wanted to throw Uzumaki Tomoko out. Makoto, who didn't get angry easily at first, also got a hint of anger in his heart. What's the matter with this attitude like a mistress? It's nothing, I know Namikaze Minato is coming, so I bought something to entertain him. Hyuga Tatsu said blankly. Uzumaki Tomoko's heart tightened and he said nervously, Minato is coming. Why didn't I know? Maybe he didn't tell you. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Not long after, Namikaze Minato appeared at the door of Hyuga-chen ninja shop. Looking at the open door, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and walked in. Namikaze Minato, who had just entered the door, happened to bump into Uzumaki Tomoko who was hurriedly going downstairs. The two looked at each other, and there was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Hyuga-chen, Makoto and Kushina who like 8 trigrams use observation haki to sense the movement downstairs. Chapter 309 Help Uchiha Izumi Open Sharingan. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Tomoko stood there speechless. Upstairs, Hyuga-chen and the others could feel the awkward atmosphere downstairs. Kushina walked to the top of the stairs, poked her neck and looked down, with a schadenfreude expression on her face. Minato, are you here? Uzumaki Tomoko spoke first. Namikaze Minato nodded awkwardly. Well, let's go back first. Namikaze Minato pulled Uzumaki Tomoko back, without saying a word between the two. Is that the end? Kushina's face was filled with disappointment. She was still wondering if the two would have a torn battle. Hyuga-chen also had a look of disappointment on his face. He was also looking forward to a ripping battle. For this reason, Hyuga-chen prepared melon seeds for snacks, but the two masters left. Makoto looked at the two of them dumbfounded, both of them fearing that the world would not be chaotic. Next, perhaps because of Namikaze Minato's relationship, Uzumaki Tomoko didn't come back. Makoto and Kushina Tenten went to teach Uchiha Izumi, and pulled Hyuga-chen, the slacker, too. Chen, this training is too ruthless. I think it's okay. Makoto looked at Hyuga-chen with a worried expression. How can you improve your strength without being ruthless? Not to mention she can withstand it, I believe her. Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Izumi with a look of trust. Uchiha Izumi was standing on the edge of the cliff. Her legs were trembling constantly. It was hundreds of meters from the ground. Let her jump down. Are you sure she didn't let her die? Little girl, you must be afraid. If you are afraid, just say it straight, and I will definitely laugh at you. Hyuga-chen said provocatively to Uchiha Izumi. Laugh at me. Even if Uchiha Izumi is dead, I won't let you laugh at me. Uchiha Izumi, with a determined face, closed his eyes and jumped down. Feeling the wind in his ears, the sense of weightlessness, Uchiha Izumi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer, with a look of fear on his face. This was the first time since birth that Uchiha Izumi felt a life and death crisis. It was terrifying and frightening. Under the great terror between life and death, Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly became clear, and he could clearly see the various scenes below. Even the ants below, Uchiha Izumi could see clearly. But that doesn't change Uchiha Izumi's fall. Watching the ground approaching, Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But she didn't feel the pain, instead she felt in a warm embrace. Opening her eyes, Uchiha Izumi just happened to see Hyuga Tatsu's warm smile on her face, the smile was like sunshine, dispelling the fear in her heart. Suddenly, the warm smile on Hyuga-chen's face turned nasty. How is it? The sting is not irritating. Do you want to try it again? Uchiha Izumi, who has always been stubborn, buried her head in Hyuga-chen's arms, her body trembling constantly, with tears in her eyes. Look at you, it made Izumi cry. Kushina came over and accused. Kushina, you have no right to accuse me, but you agreed just now. Yes, I am not qualified to accuse you. Then I will accuse you on behalf of Makoto. You have no opinion. Kushina said proudly. Seeing Makoto's staring eyes, Hyuga-chen waved his hand and said quickly, no opinion, absolutely no opinion. Humph. Makoto snatched Uchiha Izumi from Hyuga-chen's arms, reached out and stroked her little head, comforting her. Hyuga-chen shrugged, with a helpless expression on her face. It's all my fault, I didn't start Sharingan for her. Uchiha Izumi, who felt embarrassed, wiped away her tears, and because of her shyness, 2 Yuhi clouds appeared on her face. Tomo Sharingan has only been opened, do you want to come again? Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Izumi with a smirk, and shrank his head in fright. I turned on Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi touched her eyes in disbelief. She could really feel that everything around her seemed to be much clearer. That's right, if you do it again, maybe it will be able to open the second Tomo Sharingan, and the greatest potential can be exploded at the moment of life and death. Do you want to give it a try? Uchiha Izumi shook her head violently. Once was enough. If she did it again, she might be able to open the second Tomo Sharingan, but she might suffer from a fear of heights sequelae in the future. I think it would be great to be able to turn on Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi said sarcastically. Not everyone in the entire Uchiha family can turn on Sharingan, especially her impure clan. The chance of turning on Sharingan is even lower. Uchiha Izumi didn't expect to be able to turn on Sharingan, and now she is very satisfied with Sharingan. No ambition. Hyuga-chan shook his head. Fuck you, I think you just want to see Izumi's embarrassed appearance. Kushina pushed Hyuga-chan away. No, I'm not that kind of person. Hyuga-chan said while rubbing his nose. Ha ha. Makoto and Kushina looked at him with a sneer, and even the little girl Uchiha Izumi stared at him with contempt. Seen that Hyuga-chan has no image at all in their hearts. Wherever you are cool, just go and stay. Kushina kicked Hyuga-chan away directly. You were the one who dragged me here, and now you are driving me away. Forget it, find a place to sleep. Hyuga-chan left with a lonely back. It looks so pitiful. Uchiha Izumi looked at the lonely Hyuga-chan, and a trace of sympathy rose in her heart. Hee, don't worry about him, I'm sure he's pretending. Have you forgotten how he bullied you before? Kushina sneered. But he started Sharingan for me. Izumi, you don't have to ignore him, let's practice. Makoto covered his mouth and laughed, then dragged Uchiha Izumi to the open space next to him to practice. Makoto taught her the 3-body technique, as well as the kunai shuriken throwing technique, which are the foundation of ninjas. With Sharingan's precise insight, Uchiha Izumi learns the shuriken throwing technique with ease, and can play shuriken well. Hyuga-chan was walking on the back mountain of Konoha, looking at the familiar scene. A little nostalgia rose in Hyuga-chan's heart. This is the place where he often came to practice when he was a child. Today, Hyuga-chan came here on 2.6, just to see 2 people cultivating here. One is a teenager in his teens, and the other is a 5 or 6-year-old child. They all have the Uchiha family crest on them, indicating that they belong to the Uchiha family. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga-chan looked at the 2 people who were training with a faint expression. Sitting on a smooth stone, Hyuga-chan quietly watched them practice. Uchiha Shisui is a famous genius of the Uchiha family, so he was hired by Uchiha Fugaku as Uchiha Itachi's teacher to guide Uchiha Itachi's practice. Hyuga-chan sat not far from them and looked at them lightly, but Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were not aware of it at all. Hyuga-chan can perfectly restrain his own breath, making himself indistinguishable from the surrounding grass, trees and rocks. With their two abilities, Hyuga-chen cannot be detected at all. Chapter 310 I just want to piss you off. Hey, you two stinky bastards, do you know that this is my territory, and you are practicing in my territory? Don't you have to say hello to me? Hyuga-chen grabbed a stone and threw it at it. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were surprised, and Uchiha Itachi threw his shuriken. Who are you? Why are you here to peek at our practice? Uchiha Shisui put his hand on the ninja sword, but when he thought that this was Konoha, he also let go. In Konoha, there should be no bad guys, so Uchiha Shisui is not so nervous. But the tone is still unfriendly, and peeking at other people's cultivation is a big taboo in the ninja world. Joke, you are cultivating on my site, and you are asking me who I am. I don't know if the entire back mountain is contracted by me. Hyuga-chen stood up and walked over slowly. This is Konoha's territory. I have never heard of anyone contracting it here. Are you here to make trouble? Uchiha Shisui was very angry. Hyuga-chen gave Uchiha Shisui a surprised look. Uchiha Shisui guessed right. Son 30 Shanshin is here to make trouble. Just after being kicked away by Kushina, Hyuga-chen was angry, and when he saw the two of them, he naturally regarded them as a punching bag. Kid, please be polite to me. Do you know that the current Hokage Namikaze Minato is my old classmate? Believe it or not, you can't even be a ninja. Hyuga-chen walked over and patted Uchiha Shisui's face, as if I was a social man. Leave now, or I'll be rude to you. Uchiha Shisui clenched his fist angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was an ordinary person, Uchiha Shisui had already punched him. That's right, Uchiha Shisui has already regarded Hyuga-chen as an ordinary person, because in Hyuga-chen, he could not feel the slightest chakra fluctuations. Although some people can hide chakra fluctuations, but Uchiha Shisui believes in himself that no one can hide chakra in front of him without being discovered by him. Oh, you still want to be rude to me and give you a chance to tell your background. Hyuga-chen pushed Uchiha Shisui to the ground and said extremely arrogantly. It would be more perfect if I lit a cigarette at this time, but Hyuga-chen didn't like smoking. Shisui, be careful, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Uchiha Itachi said warily. Being able to approach them without being noticed by them and pushing Shisui to the ground, how could this be an ordinary person? Uchiha Shisui also reacted, stood up and asked vigilantly, are you not an ordinary person? That's right, you little brat still has some eyesight, you know I'm not an ordinary person. Hyuga-chen gave Uchiha Itachi an admiring look. I'm the legendary social man, aren't you afraid? Uchiha Shisui clenched his fists. They asked themselves that they didn't offend this guy, and this guy came up to trouble them, because they were easy to bully. See, you are from the Uchiha family. Hyuga-chen looked them up and down. So what? Uchiha Shisui's voice was cold, and he was ready to teach Hyuga-chen a lesson. Look at your expression, aren't your Uchiha family great? Hyuga-chen suddenly stepped out like lightning. Uchiha Shisui groaned, and his body flew out. He smashed several big trees, and finally smashed his body on a large rock, smashing the man-high rock into several cracks. Uchiha Shisui's mouth was overflowing with blood, his back was burning with pain, his abdomen was tumbling, and he felt that his intestines were all twisted together. He didn't expect Hyuga-chen to be so inattentive, so he just started doing it. Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened, and the pain in his body made him speechless. The real pain is basically not screaming, because I can only bite Kiba and endure it hard, and I can't make the sound of pain. Now Uchiha Shisui is like this. Shisui, are you alright? Uchiha Itachi ran nervously to Shisui's side to check his condition. Although Uchiha Itachi is precocious, but he is less than 6 years old, facing such a situation, he is still a little flustered. Mainly, Uchiha Shisui kept spewing blood and looked like he was about to die, which made Uchiha Itachi worried. As soon as there is a disagreement, I will shoot, and I will ask you, if I am a social person. Hyuga-chen said with a light smile. Of course, Hyuga-chen wants to be a Shihui person more than a social person. Why? Uchiha Itachi looked at Hyuga-chen and asked calmly, with anger hidden in his eyes. What why? Hyuga-chen looked blank. What's your purpose of shooting at us? Uchiha Itachi didn't believe that someone would shoot at them for no reason. Oh, so you're asking this. This can only be said that you were unlucky. When I was in a bad mood, I met you. I just wanted to vent your anger. Hyuga-chen ignored the anger of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and continued, don't you know that happiness is generally built on the pain of others? Just because of this, you shot at me. Uchiha Shisui stood up with difficulty and said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Shisui's voice was angry, and his anger was about to drown his sanity. What kind of reason do you want? I can help you think about it. Hyuga-chen waved his hand. Go to hell, you bastard. Uchiha Shisui has a title called Shunshi Shisui, which shows that Uchiha Shisui has a very deep accomplishment in Shunshi. But today, he is not so fast. He was seriously injured by Hyuga-chen's kick. Now his speed is 920 degrees, and even an elite Chunin can't match it. Shisui, Uchiha Itachi shouted anxiously. Seeing the impulsive Shisui, Uchiha Itachi knew something was wrong. Uchiha Shisui, who rushed up with his knife, flew back again, and slammed into the original place again, and the cracked stone was instantly torn apart. Uchiha Shisui lay on the rubble, curled up in pain, dripping blood staining Yuhi's ground. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shisui's appearance and was anxious. Don't worry, I didn't want to kill him. Although it looks miserable, he is actually nothing serious. He will lie in bed for a few months at most. Shoot the same village ninja in the village. If you tell Hokage, what would you say? Uchiha Itachi stood up and looked directly at Hyuga-chen. I said before, Hokage is my classmate and I have a background, what do you think I will do? Hyuga-chen looked at Uchiha Itachi jokingly. I believe Hokage will be fair. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hyuga Tatsu firmly. Although you are so calm, I am impressed by you, but I want to tell you that you are still too young. It makes sense that you are strong these days. Hyuga-chen compared his fists to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Hyuga-chen, then squatted down and treated Uchiha Shisui's wound, otherwise Uchiha Shisui would be killed just by bleeding. Chapter 311 Mangekyo of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Shisui looked at Hyuga-chen angrily, with an unwilling expression on his face. If he hadn't been attacked, would he be so embarrassed now? There are not so many ifs in the world, and Hyuga-chen didn't attack him, he just gave him a kick, but he couldn't react. What are you looking at? Look at it and gouge your eyes out. Hyuga-chen gave Uchiha Shisui a fierce look. You. Just as Uchiha Shisui wanted to get up, he was held back by Uchiha Itachi. He and Uchiha Shisui were both teachers and friends, and didn't want anything to happen to Uchiha Shisui. In Uchiha Shisui's current state, rushing up is just to die. Although this is Konoha, the other party should not kill, but Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to bet. Have the ability to tell me your name. Uchiha Shisui said stubbornly. Hyuga-chen looked at this guy with admiration on his face. He was beaten like this, and he was so tough. Are you trying to say something cruel? I admire your strength. For the sake of your strength, I won't tell you my name. Hyuga-chen said solemnly. Uchiha Shisui wanted to vomit blood. Touch. Uchiha Itachi's body flew out, blood scattered in the air, shining like a Yuhi gem under the sunlight. The thin body hit the ground, splashing dust and blowing leaves. Seeing your calm face makes me very upset. Shouldn't a child look like a child? You actually shot against a child. If it wasn't for the inability to stand up, Uchiha Shisui would have tried desperately with Hyuga-chen. He didn't expect Hyuga-chen to be so despicable, to actually do something to Itachi, a child who was less than 6 years old. As long as I see you upset, don't say it's a child, it's a baby, I'll go up and give you a kick. Hyuga-chen said lightly. Uchiha Shisui buried his head on the ground. He was cultivating well, but he was seriously injured by someone who did not know where he came from. The face of the unexpected disaster, Uchiha Shisui didn't know what to say. Itachi, are you alright? Uchiha Shisui shouted loudly. Itachi came out with him, and if something really happened, Uchiha Shisui wouldn't forgive himself. Cough, I'm fine. Uchiha Itachi sat up with his body propped up. In similar condition to Uchiha Shisui, the blood dyed his clothes a dark yui color. Tisk tisk. With a smile on his face, Hyuga-chen found a clean place to sit down and looked at the two troubled brothers. Uchiha Shisui gave him a hateful look, then looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked, Itachi, can you still stand up now? Uchiha Itachi nodded, and stood up reluctantly with his body supported, his small brows furrowed, showing that he was in great pain at this time. Don't blame me for bullying you too, you can only say that you were unlucky and weak. Hyuga-chen said. Just got kicked out by Kushina, Hyuga-chen is feeling unhappy. Then I met Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Originally, Hyuga-chen didn't like Uchiha Itachi, so it was normal to beat them up. Now that Hyuga-chen beat them up, the discomfort in his heart disappeared, and he was in a good mood. Hyuga-chen, an unreasonable person, at the wrong time. They were both unlucky and didn't read the almanac when they went out. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hyuga-chen deeply. Anyone who encounters such a thing will have resentment in his heart, and Uchiha Itachi is no exception. He has to remember Hyuga-chen's appearance, and when his strength improves in the future, he will seek Hyuga-chen to avenge today's shame. You're staring at me like this, are you trying to get revenge on me in the future? It seems that I'm going to cut the grass and root it out. Hyuga-chen smiled playfully at Uchiha Itachi. An ordinary tachi appeared in his hand, and the light refracted by the blade made Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's eyes sting. Uchiha Shisui watched this scene, and a touch of fear rose in his heart. He was not afraid that Hyuga-chen would kill him, but he was afraid that Hyuga-chen would kill Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga-chen's footsteps kept approaching Uchiha Itachi, and the faint sound of footsteps made Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrink suddenly, and a moving expression appeared in his eyes. Can you feel the breath of death that is constantly oppressing you? Many people will say that they are not afraid of death, but how many people are truly unshakable in the face of death? Hyuga-chen said lightly. Are you ready for your death? Kid. Hyuga-chen's mouth showed a hint of sternness. Uchiha Itachi held his breath, his heart pounding violently. Don't. Uchiha Shisui shouted loudly, his eyes twirling rapidly, and blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Hyuga-chen didn't seem to hear Uchiha Shisui's cry, and slashed the dagger in his hand. Uchiha Itachi's small body flew out, and then fell heavily. A wound that started from the abdomen and spread to the neck appeared on Uchiha Itachi's body. No! Uchiha Shisui roared, and the three Tomo Sharingan joined together, eventually becoming Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi is not dead at this time, but he can feel that his life is passing. Between life and death, Uchiha Itachi also opens Sharingan. Hyuga-chen. Uchiha Fugaku growled, anger filling his chest. Hyuga-chen's expression was light, and it was no surprise that Uchiha Fugaku could come to him. Uchiha Shisui sent a crow to leave before, presumably to inform Uchiha Fugaku to go. Although it was concealed, it didn't escape Hyuga-chen's eyes at all, but Hyuga-chen ignored it. Uchiha Fugaku came to Uchiha Itachi, found that he still had a breath, and immediately helped him stop the bleeding. Father-sama. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, then fell into a coma. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's miserable appearance, the anger in Uchiha Fugaku's heart could no longer be suppressed. Help your son turn on Sharingan, and add a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to your Uchiha family. It's okay if you don't thank me, but you're still staring at me like that. It's really a wolf. Hyuga-chen pouted. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. His pupils shrank suddenly, but his anger remained undiminished. Kaden Fire Style, Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu. The furious Uchiha Fugaku started directly at Hyuga-chen. Is this weak ninjutsu to keep me warm? Hyuga-chen waved his hand gently, breaking fierce dragon flame jutsu away. Uchiha Fugaku 3 Tomo Sharingan turns, and finally becomes Mangekyo Sharingan. Sharingan's shape is a 5-pointed star. Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not enough for me to see. Hyuga-chen's flat eyes did not waver. Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku used the Amaterasu of his left eye. The black flame that appeared out of nowhere, enveloped Hyuga-chen. Ha ha ha, under the flames of Amaterasu that burns everything, no one can escape. Uchiha Fugaku laughed excitedly. Is it so exciting? Hyuga-chen looked at him indifferently. The Amaterasu black flame covering him turned into a dragon shape, hovering beside Hyuga-chen, like Hyuga-chen's pet. Chapter 312 Gain a small fan. How could this be? Impossible. Uchiha Fugaku looked in disbelief. Amaterasu Black Flame, the strongest physical attack recorded in the family, the Amaterasu Black Flame, which will never disappear unless it burns the object, actually failed to cause the slightest damage to Hyuga-chen. Moreover, Amaterasu Black Flame is also played with by others at will, and it can become whatever shape it wants to become. Tisk tisk, Kagutsume is Amaterasu's nemesis. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. Come and try your own Amaterasu. Under the control of Hyuga-chen, Amaterasu's black flame turned into a spear and stabbed towards Uchiha Fugaku like lightning. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly used Susanoo to defend, but the spear easily penetrated Susanoo. However, Uchiha Fugaku managed to avoid the spear at last, and Amaterasu black flame frantically burned Susanoo formed by chakra. Shisui, take Itachi away. Uchiha Fugaku roared. Uchiha Shisui propped up his body, reluctantly came to Uchiha Itachi, carried him on his back, and left quickly. Although Uchiha Itachi was not dead at this time, but if he didn't send him to the hospital quickly, he really died. Of course, Uchiha Itachi could not die because Hyuga-chen didn't want to kill him. 090. Hyuga-chen extinguished the black flames of Amaterasu and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was shrouded in the third form, Susanoo. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was not in a good state, with blood and tears in his eyes, and his body was slightly hunched, obviously suffering great pain. Pick me up, life or death depends on your ability. Hyuga-chen said lightly. The ninja sword in his hand was gently swung out. After Hyuga-chen swung the sword, the ordinary ninja sword had already been broken into pieces. A huge sword energy slashed towards Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, and Susanoo's armor was cut open after holding on for a moment. Susanoo, 60 meters high, was completely cut in half. Uchiha Fugaku was also considered lucky. He turned his body to the left and avoided the sword light, but his body was still torn apart by the gust of wind. After Hyuga-chen finished swinging the knife, he turned around and left. It was also his luck that Uchiha Fugaku was alive. Walked to Makoto, Kushina, and Uchiha Izumi not far away and smiled at them. Makoto and the others took Uchiha Izumi and practiced not far from the back mountain. Of course they could sense Susanoo's big movement, so they rushed over. What's going on? Kushina asked curiously. Musugai, I don't want to talk to you. Hyuga-chen pushed Kushina aside, ignoring the anger on Kushina's face. Little girl, keep looking at me, are you fascinated by my handsome figure? Hyuga-chen smiled lightly. Uchiha Izumi opened her mouth wide, and when she came with Makoto and Kushina, she happened to see Hyuga Tatsu wielding that sword. Then Uchiha Izumi was shocked by this sword. She didn't expect the bad guy who always liked to bully her to have such a powerful strength. That sword is really handsome, can you teach me? Uchiha Izumi looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. She never thought that a gentle swing of the sword would have such great power. Teach it to you. I'm sorry I can't teach you. Hyuga-chen refused without hesitation, because his sword didn't have any skills, and it was so powerful that he was simply too powerful. While Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen also came, Konoha made such a big noise, Susanoo, who was more than 60 meters tall, couldn't help but check Hyuga-chen not far away, and Uchiha Fugaku, whose body was trembling with blood and tears in his eyes. They could also have a general understanding of the situation. Needless to say, it must be Uchiha Fugaku who was beaten by Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen ignored them and took the three girls to turn and leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato did not speak, but looked at Uchiha Fugaku, the battle that took place in the village, and they also wanted to understand the situation. To ask Hyuga-chen, that's very unrealistic. It's no wonder that Hyuga-chen doesn't blow them away. So I can only watch Uchiha Fugaku. Compared to Hyuga-chen, Uchiha Fugaku is more bullying. Look at what I did. My son was almost killed by Hyuga-chen. Uchiha Fugaku was angry and his tone was very bad. Humph. With a cold snort, Uchiha Fugaku turned to leave, leaving behind the embarrassed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. The Susanoo just now was supposed to be used by Uchiha Fugaku, but he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. This is no small matter. The power of Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well. Although it is not as strong as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it still cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Fugaku turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have much confidence to take him, and even accidentally capsized in the gutter and was overturned by Uchiha Fugaku. Be wary of the Uchiha family and prevent them from having a different heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded Namikaze Minato. Don't be so careful. The Uchiha family has always coveted the position of Hokage, so be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Namikaze Minato's character and reminded him solemnly again. Two also left immediately, and they had to appease the civilians in Konoha. The movement just now was seen by many people. Big brother, can you just teach me? Uchiha Izumi followed Hyuga-chen's buttocks and kept saying. Uchiha Izumi has completely transformed into Hyuga Tatsu's little fangirl just from seeing Kamui of Hyuga Tatsu's sword. Put all the bullying Hyuga-chen had done to her to the back of her mind. Go and learn from Makoto. Makoto can also do swordsmanship. Hyuga-chen pushed the little fan to Makoto's side. Guy saw Makoto's scalp tingling because of Makoto's resentful eyes. Uchiha Izumi was her little apprentice and had been following behind Hyuga-chen, asking Hyuga-chen to teach her. For Makoto, this is a denial of her. Can Makoto not hold grudges? Oh, Uchiha Izumi sullenly. But her appearance undoubtedly pierced Makoto's heart. Makoto, who didn't want to reprimand his apprentice, looked at Hyuga-chen, his eyes as sharp as knives, constantly slicing across Hyuga-chen's body. Makoto, you teach Izumi first. Kushina and I are no longer with me. Hyuga-chen took Kushina's hand and quickly ran away. No, why are you holding me? Kushina broke away from Hyuga-chen's hand. Yeah, why am I pulling you? Go back. I'm not. The more you don't want me to stay by your side, I'll be by your side. I'm mad at you. Kushina jumped on Hyuga-chen's back, grabbed Hyuga-chen tightly with both hands, and didn't want to come down. It's really heavy, it's like carrying a mountain on your back. Hyuga-chen said with disgust. Humph. Kushina patted Hyuga-chen, her body tightly pressed against Hyuga-chen's back, with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 313. The Kyuubi Nine-Tails Rebellion. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when Uzumaki Tomoko gave birth and Uzumaki Naruto was born. Obito stood on the Hokage Rock in Konoha, looking at Konoha under the night. A flash of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and then it was replaced by indifference in the blink of an eye. The destruction now is just for a better start. Mr. Minato, I hope you don't blame me. Uchiha Obito activated his space ability and absorbed himself into it. The blood-colored moonlight shone on Konoha, as if heralding something ominous about to happen. In a secret place, Namikaze Minato walked around anxiously. He knew that the most dangerous time was when a Jinchuriki column was giving birth, so he couldn't help but be in a hurry. Minato, Don't worry. It'll be alright, the 3 generations next to him comforted. However, just after the 3rd generation of Hokage finished speaking, there was a loud cry, and then a scream sounded, instantly hitting the old face of the 3rd generation of Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage and Namikaze Minato were so nervous that they couldn't care less and rushed in. After entering, they saw Sarutobi Lake Biwa lying in a pool of blood. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about sadness, and stared at the mysterious man with a mask in front of him. It's you guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Obito with a cold expression. Uchiha Obito was stunned at this time. Could it be that he was recognized? Your purpose is Kyuubi, 9 tails. That's right, Uchiha Obito said in a low voice, holding a baby in his hands, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato did not dare to move. You had the idea of Kyuubi, 9 tails, more than 10 years ago, and now you have the idea of Kyuubi, 9 tails. What is your purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a cold voice. Uchiha Obito was stunned. He is only a teenager now. He was not born 10 years ago, right? All right. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Obito as Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen once wore the same mask, beat Kyuubi, 9 tails, violently, and took away most of Kyuubi, 9 tails, chakra. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the person you said. Step back quickly, or I'll kill him. Uchiha Obito pointed to the baby he was holding. No. Namikaze Minato's face changed greatly, and he quickly retreated to the back. Sarutobi Hiruzen also slowly stepped back. You'd better let it go. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Uchiha Obito threw the newly born Naruto, and Naruto still had a few burning detonating talismans, and Uchiha Obito also threw a few kunai and shuriken. Namikaze Minato was furious, hurriedly caught Naruto and threw the detonating talisman on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot to block kunai and shuriken. But at this time Uchiha Obito had approached Uzumaki Tomoko, grabbed the weak Uzumaki Tomoko and left directly. No, space ninjutsu, the 3 generations of adults take care of my child. I will go after the masked man to save Tomoko. Namikaze Minato went to pursue. Sarutobi Hiruzen hugged Naruto with a worried look. You protect the child of the 4th generation, I'll take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the child to the Anbu ninja, and immediately chased after him. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of this masked man, who was really the masked man who used to be the one who could easily hang Kyuubi, 9 tails. If it was him, then Minato would definitely not be his opponent. Konoha is really troubled. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad. Just after the end of the Shinobi World War, such a thing happened. They are not good for Konoha Ryunin. By the time Namikaze Minato caught up, it was too late. Uchiha Obito had released Kyuubi, 9 tails, and controlled Kyuubi, 9 tails, with Sharingan. Looking at Namikaze Minato who was chasing after him, Uchiha Obito sneered, and then threw Uzumaki Tomoko, who had passed out, with only one breath left. Namikaze Minato quickly catches Uzumaki Tomoko with a look of grief on his face. Human Jinchuriki column force is pulled away from the tailed beast, and it is basically a dead end. Anyway, Namikaze Minato can't save Uzumaki Tomoko. Although Uzumaki Tomoko is mentally derailed, Namikaze Minato still has feelings for her. Taking advantage of Namikaze Minato's grief, Uchiha Obito left and appeared in the center of Konoha. Spirituality Kyuubi, 9 tails. Uchiha Obito channeled Kyuubi, 9 tails, into the center of Konoha, the massive body, the wicked chakra, and the roar that resounded through Konoha. Konoha villagers who had been sleeping were awakened, and the lights in the village were like daytime. Seeing the 9 tails dancing wildly, the huge Kyuubi, 9 tails, roaring in the sky, and the suffocating momentum emanating from Kyuubi, 9 tails, the ordinary villagers were terrified. Even the ninjas were a little overwhelmed by the fright. Few were not afraid of such a tall and imposing monster. What is this? How can there be such a terrifying monster? I'm not a ninja anymore. I'm going home to find my mother. A fresh graduate genin cried out in fright. Hurry up and evacuate the civilians. 3 generations came out and shouted, "He took Anbu to contain Kyubi, 9 tails first, and let the rest of the ninjas evacuate the civilians." The destructive power of the tailed beast is huge, and once the tailed beast bomb is released in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine the result. But whatever comes to mind, Kyubi, 9 tails, said chakra gathered, tailed beast bomb was released, and under Sarutobi Hiruzen's panicked eyes, the entire center of Konoha was almost razed to the ground. Hyuga Chen's ninja shop is also in the center of Konoha. Under the bombing of tailed beast bomb, his ninja shop completely disappeared. Kyubi, 9 tails, must be thankful that Hyuga Chen is in the system space at this time, otherwise Kyubi, 9 tails, will definitely be beaten to death with one punch. Watching the tail fluttering and destroying Kyubi, 9 tails constantly, the 3rd generation of Hokage exploded, and used the King Kong Ri stick to knock Kyubi, 9 tails, out of Konoha. "Let some ninjas help the people to evacuate, and the rest of the ninjas come with me," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, and with a group of elite ninjas, went straight to Kyubi, 9 tails. Looking at the Sharingan clearly visible in the eyes of Kyubi, 9 tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely cold. Kyubi, 9 tails, is controlled by Sharingan and is related to the Uchiha clan. At this time, Namikaze Minato is fighting with Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, who also has space ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato has a headache. Especially Uchiha Obito's spatial ability is difficult to deal with, and Namikaze Minato has no way to deal with him for the time being. Opponent was like a phantom, all of Namikaze Minato's attacks passed through, and could not cause any damage to Uchiha Obito at all. At this time, Uchiha Obito was also very immature. Even with the magical skill of Kamui, he was beaten by Namikaze Minato in a hurry. Amaterasu. Uchiha Obito's left eye released Amaterasu. That's right, Uchiha Obito owns 2 Mangekyo Sharingan and the other is left after Uchiha Madara's death. But Uchiha Obito can't use Susanoo, probably because the 2 eyes don't match. Facing Amaterasu, Namikaze Minato, who sensed the crisis, used Hiraishin to dodge, his body appeared behind Obito, and Rasengan punched Uchiha Obito's back. Chapter 314 Ghoul Seal Kyubi, 9 tails. To attack Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito is out of Kamui's ether mode, because Kamui's ether state cannot attack at all. It was for this reason that Namikaze Minato seized the opportunity and used Rasengan to hit Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito resisted the severe pain, stabilized his body, looked at Namikaze Minato with stern eyes, and activated Kamui to absorb Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank, and he immediately activated the Hiraishin technique to absorb the detached Kamui. What? Uchiha Obito was taken aback, knowing for the first time that Kamui's absorption could also be shaken off. Because when you want to absorb something else, you have to keep the entity, and now Uchiha Obito is the entity. Taking the chance, Namikaze Minato used Rasengan again, smearing a shocked Uchiha Obito's face. Uchiha Obito flew out backwards, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, this battle made the Kamui ninjutsu, which he thought was invincible, cracked. Even Uchiha Obito didn't know that Kamui had such a big disadvantage in battle. Kamui's ninjutsu is really powerful, and the 3 Tomo state can also use this ninjutsu, which shows that the pupil of this ninjutsu is not very expensive. Not only 3 Tomo, but in fact 2 Tomo state, Uchiha Obito can barely use the semi-finished Kamui, otherwise Uchiha Obito would have been crushed to death by a boulder long ago. Where can Uchiha Madara save him? However, the shortcomings are not small. Kamui's blur can only be maintained for 5 minutes, and if it is attacked for 5 minutes without interval, it will be cracked. Of course, even if ordinary people find weaknesses, they can't crack them. Uchiha Obito got up, and he could feel that the connection between him and Kyubi, 9 tails, had been severed. Uchiha Obito gave Namikaze Minato a deep look, then sucked himself into the space and left. Watching Uchiha Obito fleeing, Namikaze Minato didn't go after him because he had already seen the roaring Kyuubi, Ninetales releasing tailed beast bomb. The masked man, Namikaze Minato immediately went to stop Kyuubi, Ninetales. The previous tailed beast bomb was released under the control of Uchiha Obito, so the power is not really big, but now Kyuubi, Ninetales, has been out of control and gathered tailed beast bomb by himself. If this tailed beast bomb is played, it can definitely destroy half of Konoha village. Tailed beast bomb released, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked desperate. Is Konoha really going to be destroyed? Just when Konoha's group of ninjas were desperate, 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato appeared on the route of tailed beast bomb. Hiraishin Guiding Thunder. The defensive space ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato can use the technique to open the barrier and transfer the attack released in the barrier to another Hiraishin. Even the tailed beast bomb of Kyuubi, Ninetales, was moved into the distance, and the mighty tailed beast bomb leveled several peaks. 3 generations of Hokage and Konoha's ninjas were completely relieved. Fortunately, the 4th generation came in time, otherwise Konoha might have gone to heaven. Great, you are here for the 4th generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a touch of joy. Just now they were all trying to block Kyuubi, Ninetales. Now with Namikaze Minato, it won't sacrifice that much either. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was filled with anger. This guy Danzo, now that such a big thing has happened in Konoha, no one from the root organization has come. With such a big movement, it can't be said that Danzo and the others couldn't hear it, right? Sir Sandai, how can you seal Kyuubi, Ninetales? Namikaze Minato asked anxiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then shook his head. There is no good way now, but to hold Kyuubi, Ninetales, and then let the people in the sealing class prepare to seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bitterly. What about the Uchiha family? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he looked around, but he didn't find a single Uchiha family member. Sorry for the 3rd and 4th generations, it seems to be late. Uchiha Fugaku rushed over with the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and said lightly, I heard that Mangekyo Sharingan can control the tailed beast, and asked the Uchiha clan leader to take control of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and did not refuse. He knew that his Mangekyo Sharingan, now in the eyes of the Konoha high level, was not a secret. On Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku tried to control Kyuubi, Ninetales, who had gone mad. But his pupil strength was not enough in front of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Although Uchiha Obito can rely on Mangekyo Sharingan and control Kyuubi, Ninetales, can Uchiha Fugaku compare to Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito can use Kamui for 10-10, and he didn't see him blind, and Uchiha Fugaku used Mangekyo Sharingan once last time, and now he can feel blurred vision. Facing the crazy and irritable Kyuubi, Ninetales, Uchiha Fugaku not only failed to control, but even more irritated Kyuubi, Ninetales. Damn Uchiha, you still want to control me and seek death. Kyuubi, Ninetales, slapped Uchiha Fugaku with a paw. Patriarch, be careful. Uchiha Shisui used the telekinesis technique to save Uchiha Fugaku, who failed to control Kyuubi, Ninetales but was instead attacked. Sorry Hokage. I can't control Kyuubi, Ninetales, at all. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Let me give it a try. Uchiha Shisui stood up and turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, but the result is the same, even he is not as good as Uchiha Fugaku now. Kyuubi, Ninetales, is a proper super shadow power, and Nagato, who is in the victory period, may not be an opponent when facing the complete body Kyuubi, Ninetales. Uchiha Obito was also able to control Kyuubi, Ninetales, reluctantly for a period of time because of the transplantation of Senjuhashirama cells. Kyuubi, Ninetales, who killed many ninjas with his tail again, Namikaze Minato's eyes were firm. 3 generations of adults, let me come. I will ask you to take care of my child in the future. I have already thought of his name, so let's use Naruto. The protagonist of Teacher Jiraiya. The Legend of Perseverance. Wait, Minato, are you going to use that technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. No, you're still young. Let me seal Kyubi, Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato shook his head firmly. At this moment, a few chakra chains bound the movements of Kyubi, Nine Tails. It was the dying Uzumaki 0.8 Tomoko. Namikaze Minato nodded, a sunny smile on his face. The Ghoul Seal. An extremely ugly Grim Reaper with a knife in his mouth appeared, smiled eerily, and used the knife to split Kyubi, Nine Tails, in half. 3 generations of adults, bring Naruto over. 3 generations of Hokage originally wanted to say something, but looking at Namikaze Minato's firm eyes, he finally nodded. Namikaze Minato divides Kyubi, Nine Tails, into 2 halves, where young Kyubi, Nine Tails, is sealed in Uzumaki Naruto, while Yin Kyubi, Nine Tails, is sealed in Namikaze Minato's spirit body by the God of Death. After everything was over, the God of Death disappeared with Namikaze Minato's soul, leaving only the lifeless Namikaze Minato lying there. Uzumaki Tomoko was also exhausted and lost his life. Poor Naruto lost his parents as soon as he was born. Chapter 315 Where is my ninja shop? Namikaze Minato is dead. After everything was over, Danzo came out with someone. Danzo, where have you been before? Why was there no one of you when the village was attacked? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo badly. I have to ask you. Konoha has such a big thing, don't you know to let me know? Danzo said shamelessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trembling with anger. He didn't believe that such a big movement, Danzo would not hear, would not know at all. At this time, Danzo's eyes turned to Uzumaki Naruto being held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's the new Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column force, right? Danzo's eyes lit up, clearly on Naruto Uzumaki's mind. Leave him to me. I can train him to be Konoha's best weapon. Danzo's eyes were fiery, like a pervert seeing a peerless beauty. Don't think about this. This is the child of the 4th generation. I promise the 4th generation to take care of him. You don't want to hit him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was slightly cold. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and he also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't easily give him the power of Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column. Now that 4 generations of Hokage are dead, is Konoha going to elect a new Hokage? Danzo set his sights on what was most important to him. As long as you become a Hokage, wouldn't it mean that even the Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column force is also a master? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fool, just looking at Danzo's appearance. He knows he wants to be a Hokage, but will Sarutobi Hiruzen make him a Hokage? Absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let Danzo become Hokage. In Konoha's most critical time, Danzo does not stand up. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not worry that he will become Hokage. Now that Konoha is not taking over, I will take over as Hokage for the time being, and I will abdicate when Konoha has an excellent successor in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words directly blocked what Danzo wanted to say later. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Jiraiya to replace Hokage, but he also understood that Jiraiya would not be this Hokage. So Sarutobi Hiruzen can only take the lead again. Any advantage? Danzo left angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Naruto in his arms, then handed him to Anbu beside him. From now on, he will be called Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said lightly. He did this to protect Jinchuriki, column force, chose to hide the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, and at the same time ordered everyone not to reveal the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. But some things can't be concealed if you want to hide them, because Danzo's propaganda, the day has not yet dawned, and this terrifying night has not yet passed, and the whole Konoha knows that Uzumaki Naruto is Kyubi, Nine Tails Demon Fox. Contrary, only a few people know the identity of Uzumaki Naruto's 4th generation son. When the 3rd generation received the news, the matter had become a foregone conclusion, and the 3rd generation could not do so. After Hyuga-chan took Makoto, Kushina, and Uchiha Izumi out of the system space. She looked at the ruined ninja shop, and her head was a little confused. What's going on? Where is my ninja shop? After only 4 or 5 days in the system space, his ninja shop was gone. Konoha seems to be under attack, Makoto said softly, looking at the rubble all around him. Hyuga-chan looked around and counted the days. When the people around the Union said Kyubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox, Hyuga-chan also understood what was going on. It must be the birth of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, and then Obito attacked Konoha, Kyubi, Nine-Tails Chaos. To put it bluntly, the protagonist killed his parents. Kyubi, Nine-Tails, fuck me. Hyuga-chan growled loudly. While he wasn't there, his ninja shop was leveled. Hyuga-chan angrily wanted to kill Kyubi, Nine-Tails the stinky fox. There is also Uchiha Obito, the bastard, who will definitely settle the account with him another day. All losses must be counted on his head, and he will be blackmailed. Oops, my parents will be fine, right? Uchiha Izumi hurriedly ran towards the house with a flustered face. Hyuga-chan and the others followed. Came to Uchiha Izumi's house. I saw that it was devastated, and most of the entire Uchiha station was tattered. With an uneasy mood, Uchiha Izumi inquired, and finally learned that her parents died under the tailed beast bomb, and the sad Uchiha Izumi fainted. Alas! Izumi is also pitiful. Makoto reached out and touched her pale face. Yeah, Kushina, a careless and heartless person, also showed a touch of pity on his face. Returning to the original ninja shop, Hyuga-chan used Mokuden, wood style, to create a house exactly like the original ninja shop, which shocked the people around. The evening, Uchiha Izumi woke up, his eyes turned bloody Yuhi, and the 3 Tomo were slowly spinning. Makoto's sister, Kushina's sister, father and mother, are they really? Izumi, don't be sad, you still have us. We'll treat you well. Makoto took Uchiha Izumi in his arms. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hold it any longer and burst into tears. Unexpectedly, both of her parents died after being away for a few days. A few days passed slowly, and Uchiha Izumi, who was sullen, was in a better mood. Konoha also started rebuilding. You guys are leaving Konoha? Hyuga-chan looked at Makoto, Kushina, and Uchiha Izumi, who had already packed up. Yeah, ready to take Izumi out to relax. Will you go with me? Makoto nodded lightly. Forget it, I still like to stay home. Hyuga-chan shook his head and refused. Then just stay home. Humph, let's go 290. Kushina snorted unhappily, then pulled Makoto and Uchiha Izumi away. Hyuga-chan followed. Are you going to come with us? Hearing the footsteps behind, Kushina was overjoyed and asked back in surprise. No, I just want to send you off. Who needs you to send it, Kushina snorted heavily, then took Makoto and Uchiha Izumi to use the Hiraishin technique and left directly. Hyuga-chan shook his head, not understanding why Kushina was so angry, turned around and walked back to the ninja shop. Of course, it's not a ninja shop anymore, and Hyuga-chan doesn't plan to open a ninja shop anymore, so let's take this as a residence. Closing the door, Hyuga-chan lay down on the tatami to sleep. As for cultivation, his current strength cannot be improved by hard work. And Hyuga-chan is already invincible in this world. Why do you have to practice so hard? Enjoyment is the truth. And he has saved 8 system lottery draws now, and he will save 10 times in another 2 years. Then he will do 10 consecutive draws to see if he can get good things. If you can draw something awesome, you don't need to practice hard. Without pressure, there is no motivation, and Hyuga-chan, who is already invincible in the world of Hokage, naturally becomes lazy. Chapter 316 How did we get married? Konoha was attacked, and it naturally spread throughout the ninja world. Many people laughed at Konoha in their hearts. The village was attacked by the enemy, Kyubi, Nine-Tails, was released, and even 4 generations of Hokage were sacrificed. Konoha directly became a laughingstock. After all, Namikaze Minato took office as Hokage, and it didn't take long for him to be fully counted. It can be said that he was the fastest shadow to die. Kumogakure laughed when they got the news. They are still in conflict with Konoha, and the battles, big and small, are still going on. Now hearing of Konoha's loss, the laughing fourth-generation Raikage sends a large number of Kumogakure to attack Konoha, adding fuel to the fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just took office, has several more wrinkles on his face, and the house leaks every night. Cursed Kumogakure village in their hearts, they are so good at timing. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and sent out Danzo, who was in the root organization. This guy was not able to do anything during the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails rebellion, and now he is also doing his best. Danzo naturally didn't want to go, but Sarutobi Hiruzen threatened him directly, and if he didn't go to the battlefield, the root organization would be disbanded. And Danzo went to the battlefield with a cold face. With Danzo's shot, although he still can't win, he can remain undefeated, and he and Kumogakure are temporarily deadlocked there. The other countries didn't intervene, just watching Kumogakure and Konoha fight, hoping they would have a lose-lose, and then they came out to take advantage. Time passed quickly, and in the past 2 years, Hyuga-chen was either staying at home with salted fish every day, or looking for girls to do some important things related to human reproduction. Then molested the little apprentice and the little maid, and lived a very comfortable life. And Hyuga-chen also ate Otsutsuki Kagaya, an old maid who had lived for thousands of years. Today, Hyuga-chen finally came out of the house, walking on the street, looking at the beauties on the street. Hyuga-chen whistled at them and molested women from good families on the street. The little girls in the past couldn't help but shy Yuhi's face, but the men were not so happy, and they all pulled their faces and glared at Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen ignored all these jealous eyes. These ugly guys were totally jealous of how handsome he was, and there was no need to get to know them in the same way. He came out today for no other purpose, just came out to have a big meal to celebrate, because last night, he had already accumulated 10 lottery chances. Come out to celebrate today, then go back to the draw tonight to see how lucky he is. Coming to the snack street, smelling the various fragrances in the air, Hyuga-chen's saliva is almost drooling. Eating is one of his hobbies. Although the food made by Makoto and Conan is better than these snacks, Hyuga-chen just likes to walk around the snack street when he has nothing to do. It may be a habit left over from his previous life. After eating at the snack street all morning, I didn't stop talking. I was stunned for a while, and it was better than the big foodies of the Akamichi family. Chen. Hearing the shouts coming from behind, Hyuga-chen turned his head, just in time to see Akamichi Choza. The Ino-Shika-cho trio are almost inseparable, and with Akamichi Choza there will naturally be Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku. Yo, I didn't expect you to come here when you have time. Hyuga-chen greeted the three of them. Forget it, I just came back from the battlefield and haven't come home yet. I was dragged here by Choza. Yamanaka Inoichi complained. The battlefield of Kumogakure and Konoha? Hyuga-chen asked. That's right, I don't know what happened to Kumogakure, and it's dead on with us. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but complain. If it weren't for those bastards in Kumogakure village, he would be resting at home now. No matter where you are on the battlefield, you can't be lazy if you want to. Since we met, then find a place to have a drink. Yamanaka Inoichi suggested. No problem, I have a lot of time anyway. Hyuga-chen nodded and went to a small restaurant with the three of them. This small restaurant, Hyuga-chen. Although the food is not very good, the wine here is good. During these times when Hyuga-chen is in Konoha, I usually come here every 3 or 5 times. Inoichi, I heard you have a daughter. Yeah, my daughter is very cute, you can go and have a look when you have time. Said her daughter. Yamanaka Inoichi came to be interested, and talked about her daughter with great excitement. Do you have time to teach my daughter in the future? Yamanaka Inoichi looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. No matter what the teaching level of Hyuga-chen is, his strength is here. Just a little teaching would benefit his daughter immensely. Don't worry about it, I have something to talk to you about now. Hyuga-chen took a sip of his wine and said with a light smile. What's the matter? Yamanaka Inoichi wondered. How about we become in-laws? Hyuga-chen put down his glass and looked at Yamanaka Inoichi with a smile. Get married. Yamanaka Inoichi thought for a moment, then said, yes, but you don't seem to have a son, do you? Ha ha ha, this isn't easy, what do you think of me? Hyuga-chen stood up and shook his hair while burning the bag. Yamanaka Inoichi's face turned green, and he roared loudly, you die for me, there is a limit to how old cows eat young grass, you can be my daughter's father. Don't say that, it's like I'm greening you. Hyuga-chen waved his hand quickly. Yamanaka Inoichi lowered his head and drank with a depressed expression, while Narashikaku and Akamichi Choza laughed unscrupulously. I said Inoichi, you can totally think about it. If you look at Chen's appearance, he looks 17 or 18 years old, and Chen's strength is so strong that you will make a lot of money by being your son-in-law. Narashikaku said solemnly, and finally couldn't help laughing. That's right, if Chen married Ino's niece, then we are a generation higher than Chen. Akamichi Choza patted Yamanaka Inoichi on the shoulder. Go, I won't marry my daughter to this beast Tatsu, unless all men are dead. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Hyuga Tatsu. Not to mention that Hyuga-chen already has a wife, and there is more than one, even if he does not have a wife, Yamanaka Inoichi will not marry his daughter to him. Not just because of age, but because Hyuga-chen is so handsome. He's too handsome and doesn't feel safe because he will be surrounded by many women, as Hyuga-chen knew when he was in school. Not only the little girls in their class, but also the little girls in other classes have a crush on Hyuga-chen. Next, Yamanaka Inoichi never mentioned the matter of having Hyuga Tatsu teach Ino, and was even thinking about how to prevent Ino from seeing Hyuga Tatsu. In case his daughter was seduced by Hyuga-chen, he just wanted to cry, but he couldn't find a place to cry. As for looking at me so vigilantly, like the thief, I'm just joking. Hyuga-chen silently looked at Yamanaka Inoichi, who was guarding him like a thief. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded and said, of course, how many girls have your hearts stolen from you? Chapter 317 Draw Again. With the Ino-Shika-cho trio for a long time, Hyuga-chen went home leisurely. After returning, Hyuga-chen entered the system space and looked at Shui Haim who was playing with Lalu Lassie in the distance. Hyuga-chen did not disturb her. On the system lottery draw, Hyuga-chen's expression was flat, and there was not much ups and downs in his heart to start the lottery draw. In fact, at this time, Hyuga-chen didn't care about what he could draw. Anyway, he didn't lack anything for the time being. The needle spins once and stops on the 10 items, and the 10 items also reveal Akatsuki. Open black lens bracket Tenseigan Potion close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zanpakudo Kyoka Suzuki close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Deviant's Sword close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Vector Operation close black lens bracket. 12 trials, a box of crispy noodles, Nokia phone, Conan's glasses, stupid art. Hyuga-chen silently looked at the 4 items at the back. It stands to reason that the items at the back should be the finale items. Why is it getting worse and worse? Tenseigan's medicine can't be said to be bad, but it's a bit tasteless. Hyuga-chen has a bottle in his hand, which can only be used by those who have Byakugan. Conqueror's Haki is okay. Anyway, it's definitely the best ability to pretend. Zanpakudo Kyoka Shueyu. Needless to say, Aizen relied on Kyoka Shueyu to play the soul realm in the palm of his hand. Past, Hyuga-chen was very eager to get Jinghua Shueyu, but now he is not very interested, because now he can't use Jinghua 213 Shueyu's ability to completely hypnotize. At that time, he will kill the enemy with one punch. However, using complete hypnosis to pretend to be forced will definitely be able to harvest a large number of shocks, and it is not useless to think about it. The Deviant's Sword is also very good, Jin Shining's strongest noble phantasm, and it is not a vain name. Vector operation is the ability of accelerator in the catalog of forbidden magic books. It can bounce back all physical attacks, and with the smallest force, it can cause the greatest damage. However, in the following 12 trials, Hyuga Chen was a little disdainful. Although Uncle B's noble phantasm was very powerful, he had to use different methods to kill it 12 times in a row. Hyuga Chen, who is immortal and immortal, what's the use of this? It's a complete waste. The last 4 items Hyuga Chen didn't want to mention, although Hyuga Chen said they were items that didn't care about the lottery. But the last 4 things were too perfunctory, and these things were useless, and Hyuga Chen, who was unhappy, threw them directly to the system for recycling. Then the system did not give him a single exchange point. It seems that the system also knew that the thing was worthless. After thinking about it, Hyuga-chan also sold the 12 trials to the system. Although the 12 trials level was only AB rank Noble Phantasm, its ability was unbelievable, so it sold 200,000 exchange points. Looking at the 200,000 redemption points, Hyuga-chan couldn't help but clicked on the system mall and looked at the products that were discounted for a limited time in the system. This time the product is not very good, except for the devil fruit with rubbish ability, even some ninjutsu. Hyuga-chen also disliked it, and kept the exchange point. Now Hyuga-chen only has 280,000 exchange points, and can't buy real good things. Shui-heim, what's going on with this system of lottery draws? Why do I always draw 2D items? Hyuga-chen walked up to Shui-heim and asked suspiciously. Can't the system draw everything? Why did he never draw those martial arts, immortals, fantasy, and magic? Because you are now in a 2-dimensional world. Not only martial arts and immortals are hard to draw, but even 2 powerful items are hard to draw. Shui-heim said softly. Damn it, the system is a pit, high-level items can't be drawn. Hyuga-chen swears. It's not that you can't draw, but it's very difficult to draw. The chances are too small, it depends on your character. Shui-heim gave Hyuga-chen a comfort. Character. Is my personality bad? Hyuga-chen asked himself silently. You still have the word, personality. Shui-heim gave Hyuga-chen a contemptuous look. Play with me. Lalu Lassie stretched out her hand to hug, which relieved Hyuga-chen's embarrassment. Ten knows how to play. Hyuga-chen didn't refuse, and picked up Lalora's. Brother, you despise me, woohoo tilde. Lalu stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyes. Tears kept dripping down. I didn't dislike you. Hyuga-chen hurriedly comforted Lalora's. Lalula's wants to grow up. Lalula's bit her hand and looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. Hyuga-chen shook his head and refused. Anyway, he felt that Lalora's who was there first was cute, but after becoming Chirulian or Shinado, he wasn't as cute as he is now. If you grow up, I won't hold you to play. Hyuga-chen said. Forget it. I want to be hugged by my brother. Lalula's shook her head sharply, looking very cute. Lalu Lassie, don't pester him every day, he always bullies you, he is not a good person. Shui-heim was unhappy when she saw Lalu Lassie and Hyuga-chen so close. She takes care of Lalu Lassie every day and plays with Lalu Lassie, but this little guy with no conscience sticks to Chen as soon as he sees this guy. I just like my brother. Lalu Lassie grabbed Hyuga-chen tightly with one hand, and then opened Shui-heim's hand with the other. Ah, I won't take care of you in the future. I don't need your care. Lalu Lassie waved her little hand at Shui-heim. Played with Lalu Lassie all night, until Lalu Lassie got tired of playing and went to bed. Did she let Hyuga-chen go? After Hyuga-chen and Shui-heim made out, they left the system space. Kyoka Shueyu and wave it. Kyoka Shueyu's Zanpakuto does not look gorgeous, nor does it have the quaint atmosphere of Ryujin Jaka, it looks very ordinary. Although it looks ordinary, its abilities, among all Zanpakuto, are definitely at the forefront. After making a gesture, Hyuga-chen put away the mirror flower and water moon, then took a look at the deviation sword, and threw it into the system space. Try to use Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a kind of spiritual coercion, with Hyuga-chen's powerful spiritual power, Conqueror's Haki's power is a bit scary. He also tried vector operations. The vector operations that Hyuga-sen obtained from the system did not require any calculation formulas, unlike those of Academy City. It has absolutely nothing to do with science. Hyuga-chen was also relieved about this. He was a scumbag. If it was really the same as Academy City, Hyuga-chen would rather not use it, because it was too laborious. Didn't sleep all night. Hyuga-chen didn't feel tired at all. With his current strength, even if he never sleeps, he won't feel tired. Opening the door and walking out, looking at the rising sun, Hyuga-chen stretched and walked in the direction of the Hyuga family. He was going to visit Hyuga's house. Of course, the real purpose was to visit Hinata. Chapter 318 Little Hinata. Inform your head of the house, just say that Hyuga-chen is visiting. Hyuga-chen said to the guard of Hyuga's house. When the guard wanted to say something, Hyuga-chen got impatient and walked in directly. As for those guards, they were all hypnotized by Jinghua Shuiyu. I have to say that sometimes it is quite useful. After staying in the Hyuga family for so many years, Hyuga-chen is very familiar with it, and came to the house of the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi tilde. Is Hiyashi here or not? I came to you for a drink. Hyuga-chen shouted loudly. Hiyashi, who was sitting at home, heard Hyuga-chen shouting outside, frowned, stood up and walked out. Looking at Hyuga-chen, Hyuga Hiyashi's brows furrowed deeper. He didn't expect Hyuga-chen to come to him. Why, you don't seem happy to see an old classmate. Hyuga-chen was holding 2 pots of soju in his left hand and 2 roast chickens in his right. It's okay, you're coming here. Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes were slightly wary. Looking at Hyuga-chen's eyes, it was like looking at the god of plague. Why are you so guarded against me? Can I still harm you? You must know that I treat you as. Hyuga-chen stopped talking later. Originally, Hyuga-chen wanted to say that he regarded you as his father-in-law, but after thinking about it, let it go. If he really said that, Hyuga Hiyashi would probably be able to kick him out. Don't invite me in, are you so rude now? Hyuga-chen smiled, making Hyuga Hiyashi unable to see through. Pondering for a while, Hyuga Hiyashi invited Hyuga-chen in. He and Hyuga-chen didn't have any grudges, but they just couldn't get used to Hyuga-chen's frivolous appearance. Hiyashi walking in front, Hyuga-chen pouted slightly. This guy's face is too serious, and it's the same as Uchiha Fugaku. Came to the hall and sat down. Hyuga-chen put the roast chicken and wine on the table, then opened the wine jug, tore off a chicken leg, and began to eat and drink. The corners of Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth twitched. At this moment, he really wanted to blast Hyuga-chen out. Did he really consider this place his home? Look at what I do, you eat too. No need, I'm not hungry, what are you looking for from me? Hyuga Hiyashi was angry and went straight to the point. I have nothing to do, I just come to you for a drink and a chat. Hyuga-chen wiped his mouth and said. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Hyuga-chen blankly. He didn't believe that Hyuga-chen would come to him if he had nothing to do. You are really boring. Hyuga-chen shook his head. He was really not interested in talking to this guy. Just seeing his face, he had no idea of continuing the conversation. I heard that you have a daughter. She is very cute. Bring it out for me to see. Hyuga-chen chuckled lightly. What do you want to do? Hyuga Hiyashi slashed vigilantly. Although he didn't understand what Hyuga-chen was doing when he saw his daughter, he subconsciously felt that he had something wrong. What can I do? I just want to meet your daughter. Look at you being wary of a bear. You don't have the demeanor of the head of the Hyuga family at all. Hyuga-chen looked at Hyuga Hiyashi with contempt. Hyuga Hiyashi also felt that this was out of style, and immediately sat down. What are you doing with Hinata? I'll see if she's talented or not, and I'm going to teach her. What's the reason for this? Hyuga Hiyashi was silent, and his heart was slightly overjoyed. He had never really seen Hyuga-chen's strength, but his father had told him. If Hinata can practice with Hyuga-chen, maybe the future achievements will be great. Hinata is not yet 3 years old, it's too early to practice. Are you going to let me see or not? Hyuga-chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Hyuga Hiyashi here. Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth twitched. Could you please let me finish? Go and invite Miss Hyuga Hiyashi said to the maid beside him. Is this maid you are in love with? I didn't expect you to be quite fashionable. Hyuga-chen glanced at the maid and said with a strange smile. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was swollen and Yuhi's body was shaking with anger. Hyuga-chen, don't talk nonsense, not everyone is as dirty as you. Hyuga Hiyashi slapped the table and stood up. No, what are you excited about? It's just that a foreigner can actually be a maid here. It's unreasonable. Humph, she's a friend of my wife's. Hyuga-chen nodded. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Soon, the maid came with a timid little girl, and then immediately retreated and left. Hyuga-chen looked at this timid little girl, with a round face and a bowl-covered head similar to Lalu Lassie, except that her eyes were not covered. With pure white eyes, he carefully peeked at Hyuga-chen, and found that Hyuga-chen was looking over, with blood dripping from Yuhi's small face immediately, and his 2 little hands were at a loss. Humph. Hyuga Hiyashi was a little dissatisfied, his daughter's character was a natural flaw. Hearing his father's cold hum, Hyuga Hinata's face turned pale in fright, and immediately lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong. Looking at such a Hinata, Hyuga Hiyashi felt even more dissatisfied, and snorted again. I said you snorted. Look at Hinata, you are scared. Hyuga-chen reprimanded Hyuga Hiyashi. Don't be afraid, little sister Hinata, if he dares to kill you, you can tell your brother, I promise not to kill him. Hyuga-chen walked up to Hinata, wanting to give her a head slap. Hinata looked at Hyuga-chen who was approaching and stepped back in fear. The smile on Hyuga-chen's face froze. Is he that scary? Hiyashi, who was reprimanded by Hyuga-chen next to him, had a gloomy and frightening expression on his face. Isn't it shameful for him to be reprimanded like this in front of his daughter? What are you looking at, aren't you convinced? Hyuga-chen, who was depressed, turned to look at Hyuga Hiyashi with a gloomy face. Hyuga Hiyashi's face became even more gloomy. Really unconvinced? Hyuga-chen said nothing, rolled up his sleeves and kicked Hyuga Hiyashi's face, and then greeted Hyuga Hiyashi's face with his fist. Hyuga Hinata was frightened by the violent scene, looked at his beating father, and summoned the courage to shout, "Don't beat my father." Humph. For Hinata's sake, I'll let you go this time. Hyuga-chen clapped her hands and let go of Hyuga Hiyashi. And Hyuga Hiyashi has been beaten into a pig's head, and Kiba's teeth have been knocked out several times. I've been unhappy with your face since I saw you, but now I look much more comfortable. Hyuga-chen said with a refreshing look. From the moment he came, Hyuga Hiyashi had a Sema face. Hyuga-chen had long been upset to see him, and now he found a reason to beat him up, and he felt relieved. Father, are you all right? Hyuga Hinata asked, covering her eyes. To ask why Hinata is covering her eyes, it's all because Hyuga Hiyashi is so miserable now, and the timid Hinata doesn't dare to look at Hyuga Hiyashi. Chapter 319 Timid and Shy Hinata. Hyuga-chen, you are going too far. Hyuga Hiyashi roared angrily. Although there was some air leakage due to the lack of a few Kiba teeth, it was not easy to be able to speak clearly. I have been very merciful, otherwise you would not be just a pig's head now. Hyuga-chen's expression was full of innocence. Humph. Being beaten like this in front of his own daughter, and being seen by her daughter, Hyuga Hiyashi felt that his father's dignity was lost. Hinata, have you seen your father's embarrassing appearance? It's all because he's not strong enough. When I beat him, he could only feel ruthless in his heart, and he didn't dare to say it. You must remember his embarrassment, and don't be as ashamed as him in the future. Hyuga-chen took Hyuga Hiyashi as a negative teaching material and taught Hinata. Damn, I fought with you. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was hideous, and his body was burning with anger. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously, quell the fire. Hyuga-chen said quickly, and he couldn't beat Hyuga Hiyashi in front of Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi snorted coldly, and then calmed down his anger, sighing inwardly. Just when he was about to rush up, he remembered that he wasn't Hyuga-chen's opponent. Fortunately, Hyuga-chen gave him a step down, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. Little Hinata stood timidly in the corner with a crying expression on her face. "My name is Hyuga-chen, brother, can you meet me?" Hyuga-chen said, with a gentle smile on his face, which made people feel like a spring breeze. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at the smile on Hyuga-chen's face, pouted his lips in disdain, and smiled hypocritically. Looking at the warm smile of the handsome big brother in front of him, Hinata unconsciously followed with a smile. However, the smile appeared for a moment, then disappeared immediately, and returned to the timid appearance again, with the same expression on Yuhi's face as that of a boiled lobster. Hyuga Hiyashi is very dissatisfied. If nothing else, Hinata will be the future Hyuga family owner in the future. He is shy when talking to strangers. How can he become the Hyuga family owner with this appearance? Hyuga Chendao thinks it is very cute. Among the girls he knows, there are many very shy girls, such as Makoto when he was a child, and Rin. But I haven't seen any girls who are shy than Hinata. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Hinata finished timidly, then fainted shyly. Hyuga-chen silently catches Hinata, the person who fainted because of shyness. Hyuga-chen is the first time I see, it is really a long experience. This may also be the cute point of Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi was extremely dissatisfied. His daughter was so embarrassing that she fainted just because she said something. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi was already considering whether or not to make Hinata the head of the family. It is said that Hinata, as the eldest daughter, will definitely inherit the head of the family in the future. But looking at Hinata's performance now, Hyuga Hiyashi is very disappointed. If the Hyuga family is handed over to Hinata, can she lead the Hyuga family to prosperity? Hyuga Hiyashi is thankful that he can maintain the current situation. Can you stay away? You are unsightly here. Hyuga-chen looked at him with disgust. Hyuga Hiyashi vomited blood. Isn't he the one who beat him the way he is now? Also, isn't this his home? When can the guests drive the host away? Hyuga Hiyashi's heart was blocked in anger. He clutched his heart and left immediately, sneaking away when he was leaving, for fear of being seen. Otherwise, people will see him in such an embarrassed state, and he will lose his share. He doesn't want to be talked about as a laughingstock. After Hyuga Hiyashi left, Hyuga-chen felt much more comfortable, and it was indeed not suitable for him to be with such a dull person. Looking at the unconscious Hinata, Hyuga-chen reached out and pinched her baby-fat little face. After a long time, the unconscious Hinata finally woke up, opened his eyes and looked at Hyuga-chen in front of him. His face turned bloody again. "Are you awake?" Hyuga-chen squeezed Hinata's face with a smile. However, what made Hyuga-chen even more speechless was that Hinata actually fainted again. No, Hyuga-chen silently put Hinata aside to prevent Hinata from seeing him, and then fainted again. Hyuga-chen from noon to afternoon, the wine and meat on the table were wiped out, and Hinata opened his eyes. Hyuga-chen in the distance, thinking about the scene lying in his arms before, Hinata was about to faint again. Fortunately, Hyuga-chan's eyes were quick, and he squeezed Hinata's face hard, pinching Hinata's small face into Yuhi. Feeling the pain on her face, Hinata wanted to cry, but she looked at Hyuga-chen without daring to cry. "I'm just afraid that you will faint again, so I'll give you a painful stimulus." Hyuga-chen spread his hands innocently. "Yes, sorry," Hinata said with her head down. Looking at the shy and extremely insecure Hinata, Hyuga-chen shook his head. Hinata's current character is both related to her natural personality and Hyuga Hiyashi. Looking at Hyuga Hiyashi's serious face all the time, plus Hinata's timid nature, will only become more and more introverted. "Don't say sorry to me, you did nothing wrong." Hyuga-chen gently stroked Hinata's head. Hinata closed her eyes and trembled slightly, looking very scared. Hinata's cowardice. Hyuga-chan doesn't even want to complain, it's too cowardly. How about I teach you in the future? Make sure you can hang your father, and still hang 10. Hyuga-chan made a 10 gesture to Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi, who stepped into the hall with one foot, had a dark face. Prepare me a place to live, I want to live at Hyuga's house. Hyuga-chan instructed Hyuga Hiyashi as if instructing his subordinates. When Hyuga Hiyashi heard that Hyuga-chan was going to stay, his face turned even darker than the bottom of the pot. What? Don't you agree? Hyuga-chan raised his fist and gestured towards Hyuga Hiyashi. Forced by Hyuga-chan's arrogance, Hyuga Hiyashi finally gave in shamefully. The wound on his face was not healed, and he didn't want to add new wounds. Hyuga Hiyashi left angrily. He found that he shouldn't come at all, he just wanted to see if Hyuga-chan left in the original 2.2. But I didn't expect that Hyuga-chan would actually live here and treat him as an errand, which made Hyuga Hiyashi so angry that he was going to die. Hyuga Hinata's expression was slightly stunned. It was the first time she had seen her. The most stern father in her mind was so aggrieved. As long as you learn from me, you can be as good as me, and you will never be reprimanded by your father again, how about that? Hyuga-chan tempted. Really, can I stop being reprimanded by my father? Hyuga Hinata's little face flashed with desire. Of course, I won't deceive you, a little girl. Hyuga-chan nodded solemnly to Hinata. Well, that's fine. I'll learn from you, big brother. This time Hyuga Hinata changed the weakness from before, and revealed firmness in his eyes. Chapter 320 The Arrival of Kumogakure. Hyuga-chan lived in the Hyuga family, and it did not cause much disturbance, because there are not many people in the whole Konoha who really know Hyuga-chan. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen called Hyuga Hiyashi in person to ask Hyuga Tatsu's purpose of staying in Hyuga's house. Hyuga Hiyashi also told Sarutobi Hiruzen the truth truthfully, it's not that it's just a matter of fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, Hyuga-chan doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes to teach others, how could he have time to teach Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter? Could it be Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter? What's the difference? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought wildly. Kumogakure, who has been fighting with them all the time, actually agrees to reconcile with them. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, he was so happy that he almost pulled his beard off. A few days, Kumogakure will send a group of messengers to negotiate here in Konoha, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen is fully preparing for the negotiation. Hyuga's house, although not luxurious, but in a yard that looks very comfortable, Hyuga-chan is lying comfortably in the hammock. Hina Otutien pitifully fanned him. Hinata, don't feel wronged, this is to train you. Well, to train your patience. If you want to be an excellent ninja, you must have patience. Hyuga-chan taught Hinata. Then the young Hinata was fooled by the big villain Hyuga-chan, and worked harder to fan Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan was lying on the hammock comfortably, looking at the blue sky Shirakumo, and sighed in a low voice, I am really a beast. It seems that Hyuga-chan is still very self-aware, and he clearly knows that he is a beast. Hyuga Hinata, whose forehead was sweating, Hyuga-chan got out of the hammock, took out a glass of delicious juice, and handed it to Hinata. Hinata took it shyly and took a sip. The ice-cold juice made her feel very comfortable and delicious. After Hinata finished drinking the juice, Hyuga-chan took out a bottle of potion that was as blue as the sea. Hinata, drink this and I'll start teaching you the practice tomorrow. Hinata took it and drank it without thinking. After drinking it, he felt a warm feeling spread all over his body. Hinata's pure white eyes slowly turned azure blue, and then suddenly turned back to Byakugan after turning completely blue. Hyuga-chan wondered, what's going on? Has Tenseigan's potion expired and lost its effect? But he could feel the huge pupil power hidden in Hinata's eyes. If there was a problem, Hyuga-chan immediately called Shueheim. As a system elf, Shueheim should know, after all, this Tenseigan potion also comes from the system. Tenseigan, Hanada's pupil strength is too strong. She can't maintain her Tenseigen state at all. She can wait until her strength improves in the future. Shui Haim's voice sounded in Hyuga-chan's mind. No, why did I keep Tenseigen in the first place? Hyuga-chan asked curiously. Can this be the same? At first, it was the Tenseigen that the system gave you directly. This Tenseigen medicine is just a product produced by the system. Although they are all Tenseigen, your Tenseigen is stronger. I see, then it's none of your business. Hyuga-chan nodded. Humph, you are really scumbag. I don't know why so many girls like you. Shui Haim in the system space said angrily. Call him immediately when you need her, and throw her aside bluntly when you don't need her. It's really scum. The key is that she still likes this scumbag. Hyuga-chan smiled awkwardly, and then let Hanada, who was amazed at her own change, leave first, and ran to the system space to comfort Shui Haim. In the next few days, Hyuga-chan officially began to teach Hanada to practice. In fact, Hanada's talent is not bad, but he lacks self-confidence. Under the guidance of Hyuga-chan, and taking the Tenseigen potion, he obtained the bloodline of the Otsutsuki family attached to the Tenseigen potion, and his aptitude was greatly increased, but he was able to extract chakra within half an hour. Although Hyuga-chan likes Hanada's weak appearance, he doesn't want Hanada's strength to be weak. Hanada's physical fitness is good. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, and the resources of the entire Hyuga family will be tilted towards her. Hanada has been in countless medicinal baths since he was a child, and his body is naturally stronger than most of his peers. It is also very easy for Hyuga-chan to guide Hanada to practice, as long as Hanada refines chakra and teaches her simple physical skills. Now that Hanada is only 3 years old, Hyuga-chan doesn't want her to be too tired, not to mention taking the Tenseigen potion. Even if she doesn't practice much, she can easily break through the super shadow in the future. On this day, Konoha was full of joy. The streets and alleys were full of Konoha villagers, looking curiously at the entrance of the village. Wow, the people of Kumogakure are so strong. No wonder we, Konoha, are not our opponents. This is a Heian. You Kumogakure is awesome. What are you doing in Konoha? Get the hell out of here. A grumpy old man next to him knocked the traitor down with one punch. The leader of the Kumogakure village, watching this scene, showed a disdainful smile on his face. Stupid Konoha people. That is, the mere Konoha village, how can it compare with our Kumogakure village? A Kumogakure behind the Kumogakure leader said arrogantly. Their voices were undisguised, and the villagers of Konoha could hear them. Hearing their disdainful words, the Konoha villagers were outraged. Big brother, they are so annoying. Hanada tugged at the corner of Hyuga-chan's clothes and whispered. Do you hate it? It's alright. Hyuga-chan touched his nose. Although the people of Kumogakure village were very arrogant, but now Kumogakure village has the upper hand. That is to say, the current Konoha cannot beat Kumogakure at all. In this case, how can others not be arrogant? If it is Hyuga-chan, he is even more arrogant. People can naturally be arrogant. Hyuga-chan is not disgusted with these. Oh, Hanada lowered her head and pointed her fingers. But Hanada, if you think they hate it, they hate it. Don't care what others say, as long as you think it's right. Hyuga-chan squatted down and said to Hanada. Hanada nodded blankly, thinking in her heart that what Big Brother said was right. Just listen to what Big Brother said. Hyuga-chan didn't say much. He picked up Hanada and continued to watch the fun. Watching the fun was what he came to the street for. Now Hyuga-chan is looking forward to the appearance of a person to punch those arrogant Kumogakure in the face. It is estimated that it will be more exciting. Hanada, who was hugged by Hyuga-chan, had a look of Yuhi's face, shyly pointed his fingers, and finally passed out after holding on for a while. Hyuga-chan is no longer surprised to see this scene, and has even become accustomed to it, because Hanada will faint every so often. Hyuga-chan is no longer surprised after the initial surprise. Hyuga-chan has already thought about it. She must change the shy character of Hanada girl, at least not let her faint.